Chapter 1 Sign in to a villa in Tianziyuan, Jinlongwan. In the hotel. Do you have a wedding house? The blind date girl asked. Yes. Shu Feng. After hearing this, the blind date girl's eyes flashed, and then asked, Do you have a car? A Civic worth hundreds of thousands. Shu Feng. After hearing this, the blind date girl's eyes brightened a little, and she couldn't help but get excited. He has a house and a car, is only 23 years old, and is tall and handsome. He meets her requirements perfectly. The blind date girl suppressed her excitement and continued to ask, What is your education level? Bachelor's degree. Shu Feng. Oh shit. The blind date girl was so excited that she almost shed tears. They both have bachelor's degrees. This Shu Feng is definitely a high-quality man. The blind date girl suppressed her excitement and asked, So what does your family do? Shu Feng said calmly, I opened a supermarket of 80 square meters. After hearing this, the blind date girl was overjoyed. Shu Feng's family runs a supermarket, which means that even when Shu Feng's parents are old, they can be self-reliant and don't need her to support them. It's perfect. The blind date girl then asked, Do you have any brothers or sisters? Shu Feng said calmly, I have a younger sister. After hearing this, the blind date girl felt even more satisfied. Her sister would get married sooner or later, and after she got married, she could help out the family. Perfect. I am very satisfied with your conditions. Let us start dating and get engaged next month. The blind date girl said immediately. She looked at Shu Feng with eyes full of light. She couldn't wait any longer and had to get engaged to Shu Feng as soon as possible. That way, everything would be settled. After hearing this, Shu Feng sneered in his heart. The blind date girl in front of him was ordinary and confident, and give him a subtle feeling of superiority. My conditions meet the requirements of the blind date girl, but she didn't even ask for my opinion and just said she wanted to date me and get married next month? It's like a blind date girl choosing a boy. And boys can only be chosen passively. This condescending attitude made him very disgusted. There are two types of people he hates the most in his life. One is the blind date girl in front of you, who seems superior. The other type is a dog licker. It's because there are too many men who bootlickers that women become arrogant and full of superiority. As a quality man, he also has basic requirements for his partner. Are you still here from your first time? Shu Feng looked at her. After hearing this, the joy in the blind date girl's heart instantly disappeared. Her face gradually became ugly. She was angry and looked at Shu Feng and retorted, What era is this? You still require girls to be in their first time. After hearing this, Shu Feng sneered in his heart and his face turned cold. He looked at the blind date girl and asked, Do you have a house? Do you have a car? After hearing this, the blind date girl's face darkened. She stared at Shu Feng and said coldly, Have you ever seen anyone who asks the girl to have a house and a car when going on a blind date? Shu Feng felt sick after hearing this. He stared at her and said coldly, You have never had a virginity, and you don't have a house or a car. How can you ask me to have a house and a car? After hearing this, the blind date girl's face became even gloomier. She picked up her bag, stood up and was about to leave. Stop. Shu Feng suddenly said, We'll split the bill for this meal. After hearing this, the blind date girl's face turned even uglier. She stared at Shu Feng fiercely and mocked him. People like you who always let women pay for their meals when they go out to eat are destined to be lonely for the rest of their lives. Shu Feng glanced at her and shot back, Only a licker would be impressed by your condescending attitude. The blind date girl had a gloomy face. Shu Feng ignored her and looked at the waiter, Check out. The waiter had noticed the noise long ago. When he heard the voice, he immediately came over and said, The total is 388 yuan. Shu Feng directly scanned the QR code on the table and scanned 194 yuan. Then he said to the waiter, I'll split the bill with her. Waiter. After Shu Feng paid the money, he glanced at the gloomy-looking blind date girl and left. The blind date girl looked at Shu Feng's back viciously, wishing she could cut Shu Feng into pieces to relieve her hatred. Shu Feng walked out of the restaurant and got into his car. As soon as he got in the car, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning back a game for the man. You have one sign-in opportunity, do you want to sign in? Sign in. Shu Feng immediately said in his heart, feeling a little excited. Last night, he was suddenly bound to a system called Blind Date Sign In. Just win back a game for the man during a blind date. He will get a chance to sign in. As a bookworm for 10 years, I am naturally very familiar with the system. In short, with a system, your life will be like having a cheat code. Bite. Host signed in successfully. Congratulations on winning the number 007 villa in Tianziyuan, Jinlongwan. Tip: the villas obtained by the host are all from legal sources. The property certificate is automatically placed on your co-pilot seat. Chu Feng glanced over and saw a big red book on the passenger seat. It was the property certificate. What the hell? Appearing out of nowhere? Chu Feng first took out the property certificate and looked at it for a few seconds, then immediately called up the video recorder in the car, and the result was there was no video recorder for this period of time. Awesome pen. Chu Feng secretly said in his heart, this system is indeed omnipotent. When the real estate certificate appears out of thin air, it can also erase all traces. Go and have a look. Chu Feng drove the car and wanted to go to Jilong Bay to see his villa. Jilong Bay is the most famous wealthy area in Dongzhou City, with housing prices reaching 80,000 yuan per square meter. You know, Dongzhou is a second-tier city. The housing prices in second-tier cities have reached 80,000 yuan per square meter, which is definitely a wealthy area. When we arrived at Jilong Bay, cars are not allowed to enter. The management here is very strict and no outside vehicles are allowed to enter. If you are not a community owner, your vehicle is not allowed to enter. A security guard who looked to be in his 20s came over and said to Chu Feng. After hearing this, Chu Feng handed the property certificate and ID card to the security guard and said, the house has just been obtained. After hearing this, the security guard couldn't help but look at Chu Feng a few more times, feeling envious and jealous. Chu Feng looked obviously younger than him, but he actually had a house in Jilong Bay. What a great dad. After checking, the security guard returned the property certificate and ID card to Chu Feng, and gestured to the security room. The gate bars opened immediately. Brother Long. At this time, a female voice sounded. The young security guard looked over immediately after hearing the voice. Seeing that it was his girlfriend, he immediately smiled and said, Lily, why are you here? Zhang Lily walked over quickly, took the security guard's arm and smiled sweetly. Brother Long, didn't you say you would take me to buy the latest iPhone after get off work? I'll accompany you after get off work. After hearing this, the security guard said with a smile, okay. Zhang Lily smiled sweetly. She glanced at the driver's seat in the Civic. When she saw Chu Feng, she was stunned for a moment. Chu Feng? Chu Feng had also seen Zhang Lily a long time ago. He didn't expect to meet his ex-girlfriend here. Chapter 2, Get Out. I'm dirty. Chu Feng looked at her, his mind racing. Zhang Lily had just told the security guard, Brother Long, to accompany the security guard off work and then buy the latest mobile phone. Based on his understanding of Zhang Lily, this security guard named Brother Long was definitely being treated as a fool. Chu Feng then smiled, I didn't expect to see you here. Security guard Zhang Long frowned and immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. He didn't expect that his girlfriend knew Chu Feng. Chu Feng is young, but he has a house and a car. It is definitely a big threat to myself. Lily, do you know him? Zhang Long looked at Zhang Lily and saw Zhang Lily loosen her arms. This made Zhang Long's heart sink. Zhang Lily saw Chu Feng driving the car, and she had already made up her mind. After Zhang Long bought her a new phone after get off work, she would end her relationship with Zhang Long, and then go to Chu Feng. I know him. Zhang Lily said to Zhang Long, then looked at Chu Feng with a smile, I haven't seen you for a year. Have you bought a car? Chu Feng smiled, yes, just a few $100,000. Zhang Lily smiled sweetly and began to get close to him. She asked, why are you here? Chu Feng smiled and said, I'll go to your house to take a look. Oh, by the way, I live in Jilong Bay now. Ah? Zhang Lily looked at Chu Feng in shock and said in disbelief, you live in Jilong Bay? Your family? Chu Feng nodded, I just showed the property certificate to the security guard. Zhang Lily felt extremely regretful after hearing this. She had asked Chu Feng about his family background before, but didn't Chu Feng's family own a supermarket? How could they afford to live in Jilong Bay? Could it be that Chu Feng had concealed the truth? Zhang Lily's mind raced, and she smiled sweetly and said, can I come to your house for a visit? Okay. Chu Feng said with a smile, get in the car. Zhang Lily smiled and was about to get in the car. Seeing this, security guard Zhang Long pulled Zhang Lili and said in a deep voice, "Lily." Zhang Lili shook off Zhang Long's hand and said, "What's wrong with me going for a visit?" "I'll go with you," Zhang Long said worriedly. His face was slightly gloomy at this moment, and he looked at Chu Feng with unkind eyes. Zhang Lili frowned and said to Zhang Long, "You are a security guard. You must fulfill your duties at your post. Chu Feng and I will go and take a look and come back soon." After hearing this, Zhang Long's face turned grim, but he didn't say anything else. Zhang Lili immediately got on the passenger seat. Chu Feng drove to villa number 007. Face recognition successful. The door of the villa opened directly. "Chu Feng, the security guard, and I are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. He is my adopted brother." Zhang Lili felt it necessary to explain. Chu Feng smiled and looked at her. "I thought he was your boyfriend." "Ha ha ha, how is that possible? He is 29 years old and I am only 22. My parents will never agree with me being with him." Zhang Lili laughed. Chu Feng chuckled, then walked into the villa, followed closely by Zhang Lili. "Wow, so grand!" Zhang Lili exclaimed. Her eyes became brighter and brighter, and she wished she could become the owner of this place immediately. "Chu Feng, do you have a girlfriend?" Zhang Lili looked at Chu Feng, expecting that Chu Feng didn't have a girlfriend. "No." Chu Feng. Zhang Lili was extremely excited after hearing this. She looked at Chu Feng and said, "I don't have a girlfriend either, and you don't have a girlfriend either. What a coincidence, we are both single." Chu Feng smiled. He knew in his heart that Zhang Lili had already decided to abandon Zhang Long and was ready to turn to him. Chu Feng hesitated for a while, then looked at Zhang Lili. "How are you doing after we broke up?" After hearing this, Zhang Lili was extremely excited. Chu Feng asked herself this question: "Does this mean you want to get back together with me?" Zhang Lili lowered her head, her expression suddenly becoming a little sad, and she said softly, "Overall, it's okay, I just miss you from time to time." After hearing this, Chu Feng sneered in his heart. Although Zhang Lili did not explicitly tell him to break up, she took the opportunity of a quarrel to block him. Later, he found out that Zhang Lili had hooked up with a rich man and was eager to use the opportunity of a quarrel to say goodbye to him completely. Fortunately, he didn't fall in love with her. When he met Zhang Lili, he saw through her as a green tea girl. Chu Feng's heart raced, and he slowly and tentatively touched Zhang Lili's hand. Seeing that Zhang Lili did not dodge, he became bolder and directly held Zhang Lili's hand. Zhang Lili did not resist but lowered her head. Seeing this, Chu Feng knew that it was done. He hugged Zhang Lili in his arms and said, "Lili, I miss you too." Chu Feng. Zhang Lili called out affectionately after hearing this. 15 minutes later. A loud shout suddenly rang out. "Lili! What are you doing?" Zhang Long strode over with a sullen face. He was worried about his girlfriend being alone with Chu Feng, so he told the minister and rushed here immediately, only to see this scene. Zhang Lili didn't expect Zhang Long to come here at this time. She felt a little panicked. She stared at Zhang Long with a cold face and said angrily, "Why are you yelling? I'm not your girlfriend." After hearing this, Zhang Long's eyes were filled with anger. He stared at Zhang Lili and yelled, "We both kissed each other. And you still say she's not my girlfriend?" Zhang Lili was panicking. How could she get along with Chu Feng if Zhang Long said such a thing? She had to deny it immediately. "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever kiss you?" Zhang Lili said angrily. "Lili is my girlfriend now." Chu Feng looked at the security guard Zhang Long. When security guard Zhang Long saw Chu Feng, his expression became a little more ferocious. "Okay. I finally understand. You two bastards. Today I will show you the photos of me and Zhang Lili kissing." Zhang Long took out his cell phone, found a photo, and handed it to Chu Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Lili became even more panicked. She didn't expect that Zhang Long had actually taken secret photos. Her first thought was to snatch the phone and smash it. However, Chu Feng got the phone first. Chu Feng took a look at the photo, then pushed Zhang Lili away and stared at her. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You just told me that he was your adopted brother." I. Zhang Lili spoke incoherently, her face was pale, her mind was buzzing, and she didn't know what to say. Zhang Long was overjoyed when he saw Chu Feng push Zhang Lili away. He looked at Zhang Lili and said harshly, "You scumbag." Chu Feng looked at Zhang Lili and said coldly, "Don't stay in my villa, it's dirty to me." Zhang Lili turned pale after hearing this. She was originally very happy and thought she would have a wonderful life in the future, but she didn't expect. Not only did he lose Zhang Long, his rich man, she lost Chu Feng, the person she dreamed of marrying. Zhang Lili lowered her head and ran away dejectedly. Chu Feng didn't say anything, but he felt much better. He just didn't like this kind of green tea. Chapter 3 Qin ran. Chu Feng looked at the security guard Zhang Long and said calmly, Zhang Lili is a typical green tea girl who treats you as a fool. If I hadn't exposed her true colors today, you would have to spend money to buy her a new phone after get off work today. After hearing this, Zhang Long understood everything. He was furious and wanted to beat Zhang Lili up. It was such a loss for him to let Zhang Lili go just like that. Zhang Long looked at Chu Feng and asked the question in his mind, what was your relationship with Zhang Lili in the past? Chu Feng said calmly, she is my ex-girlfriend. Zhang Long showed a look of realization. So that's how it was. No wonder Chu Feng seemed to understand Zhang Lili better. After the two chatted for a few words, Zhang Long left. As for Chu Feng, he was looking at the villa. The villa had been completely decorated and had all the necessary furniture. In short, Chu Feng was very satisfied with the villa. Chu Feng sat in the massage chair and enjoyed himself while thinking about one thing. Blind date check-in system. Only win back a game for a man during a blind date. He will get one chance to sign in. The real reason why the system bound him as the host was because the system's mission was consistent with his own in some aspects. The system's mission is to achieve equality between men and women. And it's up to him to make it happen. If he wants to achieve gender equality, he needs the rewards from the system sign in. When his influence is high enough, anything he says will be the truth. No one dares to refute him. The boy from the past. At this time, Chu Feng's cell phone rang. Chu Feng took a look and saw that it was his mother calling. I knew without thinking that my mother wanted to ask about the previous blind date. Connected. Hey son. The blind date your Aunt Wang introduced to you complained that you wanted to split the bill when eating out. She also said that you required the girl to have a house and a car. Are you out of your mind? On the other end of the phone, Chu Feng's mother Luo Shui scolded him. After Luo Shui got the news from matchmaker Wang, she was so angry that her lungs ached and she wanted to slap Chu Feng. She had never seen anyone pay for meals during a blind date. And they also require the woman to have a house and a car. I've never seen this before. Such a thing happened to her son. The more Luo Shui thought about it, the angrier she got. She then scolded, how much water has gone into your brain? You have to pay for your meals on a blind date. Who would dare to date you? Who would dare to marry you? And you require the woman to have a house and a car? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Women are meant to be married. Why do you require them to have a house and a car? Chu Feng listened to his mother's voice on the phone and couldn't help but feel helpless. He scolded her without knowing the truth. And he couldn't do anything, after all, she was his mother, his biological mother. It was not until Luo Shui stopped scolding him that Chu Feng sighed and said, Mom, don't you know that during dinner today, she asked me if I had a house or a car, and also asked about my education and family background. Although these were all necessary questions, she later said that she was very satisfied with me and wanted to date me directly, and get engaged next month. She didn't even ask me if I was satisfied with her or not. It was as if she was the boss of the company and I was an employee being interviewed, with only the right to be chosen and no right to choose. I can't get along with such a disrespectful woman. On the other end of the phone, Luo Shui was silent for a while before speaking. Okay, but this should be an exception. There are still many good girls. Mom will contact matchmaker Wang and ask him to introduce you to a good one. After hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. Then I'll trouble you, Mom. Luo Shui said unhappily, I'm confused. My son is tall and handsome, and his family is not bad, so how could he be reduced to a blind date? Where are your former female classmates? You can contact them. Chu Feng sweated slightly, this is too ripe to start with. Ha ha. Luo Shui was a little angry and started to curse, are you crazy? It's hard to do it? And then wait for others to do it? Chu Feng felt that what his mother said made sense. Only. Many of my female classmates were in love during school. When we were teenagers, those who had a partner would show off on their social media accounts. Then add pictures and vows of eternal love. This is a bit disconcerting. After all, he had seen photos of almost all of his female classmates' boyfriends. Luo Shui scolded for a few minutes before she said, "Mom won't talk to you anymore." "By the way, have you found a job?" Chu Feng smiled and said, "I started my own business." "What business?" Luo Shui asked puzzledly. "I use my own car to pick up passengers." Chu Feng. After hearing this, Luo Shui's eyes lit up and she immediately said, "Express car, hitchhiking? I heard that it's easy to pick up beautiful women this way. You have to pay more attention to it. If you see a good-looking one, you must act in time." Chu Feng, "I understand. I'll hang up if nothing else." "Hang up, hang up. Hang up the phone." Chu Feng started to enjoy himself in the villa. It was not until after dinner that Chu Feng went downstairs, got in the car and opened the express platform to receive the order. Ding! "You have a new order." Chu Feng was a little surprised. This was a wealthy area. Logically speaking, people in such places would have cars. "There are new orders as soon as we go online." Chu Feng immediately accepted the order. He looked at the location and found that it was only 100 meters away from him. Villa number 001, Tianziyuan, Jinlongwan. So close? Chu Feng was a little surprised. The person who placed the order lived in Jinlong Bay. Without giving it any more thought, he drove to Villa 001. Before he reached Villa 001, he saw a woman standing in front of him. This woman is beautiful. She is tall, with a well-proportioned figure, very perfect. She is also stunningly beautiful, with long, shiny black hair that falls naturally behind her. She dresses maturely and her temperament gives people a sense of intellectual beauty. Hanging a bag, it blends perfectly with the whole outfit without any sense of incongruity. Chu Feng. I have to say, he was really attracted to this woman when he saw her for the first time. He opened the car window and looked at the young woman. "Did you place the order?" The young woman looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. When she ordered a taxi, she found that the driver was at Villa 007, which made her confused. Because the management of the Jinlongwan Villa area is very strict, no outside vehicles are allowed to enter. Therefore, the vehicles that can be parked in Jinlong Bay must be the owners of the villa area or their families. Those who can live in Jinlong Bay are all rich and powerful. How could it be possible to run fast? Xin Ran looked at Chu Feng at this time. When he saw Chu Feng, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere. After a few seconds, Xin Ran's eyes flashed with a strange color, and she remembered who it was. Chu Feng. For years ago, she had in vitro fertilization for various reasons, and what she used was the sperm donated by Chu Feng. Chapter 4, Not on time for a blind date? Damn it! Under normal circumstances, people who are undergoing in vitro fertilization cannot know the specific information of the sperm donor, but for her, this is not difficult. After all, she also has to look at some standards when doing IVF. For example, the donor's height, appearance, physical health, history of genetic diseases, age at the time of donation, etc. She checked Chu Feng's personal details at that time. And because of this special incident, the impression of Chu Feng was left deep in her mind. Xin Ran got in the car and sat in the back. She looked at Chu Feng, who was sitting in the front driver's seat, and felt puzzled. When she looked up Chu Feng's information, Chu Feng's family ran a supermarket, which was not very large, less than 100 square meters. Although running a supermarket can make money, it is far from enough to buy a villa in Jinlong Bay. How did Chu Feng's car get in? Xin Ran didn't ask, but he felt a little strange. After having in vitro fertilization, her two daughters are now 3 and almost 4 years old. From a biological point of view, Chu Feng is the biological father of her two daughters. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the location, Xin's Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. Xin Ran didn't say anything. After paying on his phone, he got off the car directly without saying a word to Chu Feng the whole time. When Chu Feng saw Xin Ran leaving, he also drove away. Continue to take orders. After all, he still needs money for his life. He can't ask his parents for money at the age of 23. It's time to be more independent. Chu Feng suddenly thought of something and asked through the consciousness communication system, is it possible to get a cash reward when signing in? It is not possible to sign in cash directly. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. Chu Feng was a little disappointed, but he didn't care. Although he couldn't get cash directly, he could sell the villa. Or if you sign for another car, you can also sell the car for money. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chu Feng planned to go back. Not going back to the home where I live with my parents and sister. Instead, he returned to villa number 007 in Tianziyuan, Jinlongwan. Before this, he had also moved out, but he rented a house outside, so it was normal for him not to go home at night. After returning to Villa 007, Chu Feng took a hot bath and felt comfortable. Chu Feng received a call from his mother just after he finished taking a shower and changed into his pajamas. Hello, Mom. Chu Feng. Matchmaker Wang has found one for you. This girl is pretty good. I'll send her information to your WeChat. You can take a look later. Luo Shui said excitedly, and at the same time, she warned with a heavier tone, remember. Don't get sick this time. You pay for the meal. Don't let the girl pay. When Luo Shui thought of the previous blind date, she wanted to slap Chu Feng. I understand, Mom. Chu Feng said perfunctorily. After chatting for a while, he hung up the phone. Jingle. Chu Feng received a message from his mother Luo Shui on WeChat. He took a look and found the profile of a blind date girl. Name, Li Jingjing. Age, 25 years old. Education, technical secondary school. Current job, kindergarten teacher. Monthly salary, 2,000. And photos of Li Jingjing. Looking at Li Jingjing's daily photos, if you rate her appearance out of 10, she would get 7. At this time, Luo Shui sent a message. Luo Shui, tomorrow at 11 a.m., at Wangjiang Tower, you can have dinner and chat with her. Remember to be on time. Chu Feng, I understand, Mom. Early the next morning. Originally, Chu Feng didn't have the habit of jogging early in the morning, but he had just moved into the villa area, which was very spacious and very suitable for jogging. He changed into sportswear and started running. While running, he found that there were other people running, and he was not surprised. After all, there are still some people jogging in the morning these days. In Villa 001. Qin Ran, who ordered a ride in Chu Feng's car yesterday, was now wearing a tight sports outfit, a short-sleeved top and knee-length shorts. This outfit completely showed off his perfect figure, which was extremely attractive. As Karen was running, she spotted a figure in front of her. Chu Feng? As Qin Ran ran, doubt flashed through his mind, Chu Feng was running? Could it be that Chu Feng really lives in Jinlong Bay? Yesterday she was wondering why Chu Feng's car was in Jinlong Bay, and today, she actually saw Chu Feng running. It seems that Chu Feng really lives here. I just don't know whether this villa was bought by Chu Feng's family or if a relative of Chu Feng's family is temporarily living here. Although she was confused, she didn't ask. Run at a normal pace. In front, Chu Feng didn't usually run, and he stopped playing basketball after graduation. His physical fitness had obviously declined, and after running 1,000 meters, his speed slowed down. After a while, he found himself being slowly overtaken. And the person who surpassed him was none other than Karen, the man he had taken orders from yesterday and was soliciting customers. Chu Feng glanced at her and said nothing. Although he had given Qin Ran a ride before, the two of them had not spoken a word yesterday. Although we met once, there is nothing much to say. Likewise, Qin Ran also glanced at Chu Feng, but did not say anything. Chu Feng looked at Qin Ran who was running in front of him and thought to himself, Qin Ran's figure is really top-notch. It's rare to come across a figure as perfect as Karen's. Even if he had seen women with the same perfect body as Qin Ran, it was only in short videos on the internet. However, short videos and the like can be faked, so we don't know what the real situation is. After running a lap, Chu Feng returned to the villa and took a hot bath. Until 10:30 in the morning. Chu Feng drove to Wangjiang Tower according to the information his mother provided yesterday. Wangjiang Tower is near the city center, only a 15-minute drive from Jinlong Bay. Chu Feng arrived at 10:50. Sitting at table 9 in the lobby of Wangjiang building, playing with his mobile phone. Wait until 11 o'clock. Chu Feng glanced outside and continued to look at his phone. At 11:10, Chu Feng frowned, looking a little unhappy. As agreed, at 11 o'clock sharp. And it's already 11:10. Chu Feng called his mother Luo Shui and asked, Hello, Mom, is the time confirmed to be 11 o'clock? Luo Shui asked in confusion, Li Jingjing isn't here yet? Not yet. Chu Feng. Luo Shui, I'll ask matchmaker Wang. Hang up the phone. 5 minutes later, Luo Shui called Chu Feng and said, Li Jingjing has gone out. Please wait a moment. After chatting for a few words, he hung up the phone. Chu Feng's face didn't look very good. Was he late for the blind date? Go to hell. If it weren't for the fact that you can only get a chance to sign in if you win back around for a man during a blind date. Otherwise he would just walk away. Being 5 minutes late is fine. This guy is already 15 minutes late. Chu Feng randomly ordered 2 dishes and said to the waiter, "Serve the food." The waiter took it with a smile and then left. Another 20 minutes passed and the blind date girl Li Jingjing still hadn't arrived. Chu Feng's dishes had just arrived and Chu Feng was eating them. For the blind date girl who was seriously unpunctual. There was no need for Chu Feng to wait for her to come before ordering food. Chapter 5, Still Dreaming? Another 5 minutes passed. A young figure walked over. She looked at Chu Feng who was eating and wondered, is this the blind date guy? But if he was the blind date guy, how could he eat without waiting for her to come? Li Jingjing looked at Chu Feng carefully. Chu Feng looked the same as in the photo. That was him. Only. He actually ordered the food before she came. And he had already eaten it. Li Jingjing's face turned grim. She crossed her arms and stared at Chu Feng with cold eyes. Are you Chu Feng? Although Chu Feng lowered his head to eat, the corner of his eye and the smell of perfume emanating from Li Jingjing made him guess who the person was, but he didn't want to look up. Chu Feng raised his head and glanced at her calmly. Are you Li Jingjing? Li Jingjing snorted coldly, staring at Chu Feng, and said in a cold voice, I wasn't here, but you ordered the food and ate it. You must have been on a lot of blind dates. For someone like you, no matter how handsome you are, you can't find a girlfriend. Chu Feng looked indifferent and said calmly, for someone like you, you are 40 minutes late for a blind date. Only a bootlicker would like you. After hearing this, Li Jingjing's face turned extremely cold. Chu Feng then continued, okay, you can go now. After hearing this, Li Jingjing's face turned gloomy. She had just arrived here and hadn't even had her meal, and now she was asked to leave. Li Jingjing said coldly, reimburse me for the round-trip fare. Chu Feng glanced at her as if she were an idiot. Reimburse the travel expenses? Dream? Haven't T woken up from the dream yet? Chu Feng looked at the waiter at this time. Pay the bill. The waitress heard the voice and came over immediately. She was not far away and saw the conversation between Li Jingjing and Chu Feng. The two of them went on a blind date today, but this is what happened. The waitress didn't want to get involved, so she said to Chu Feng, 52 in total. After Chu Feng scanned the code to pay, he walked out. Li Jingjing saw this and blocked Chu Feng's way. She stared at Chu Feng with a sharp look in her eyes. I got up and put on makeup, and I took a taxi here, including the cost of wasting my time. The total is 300 yuan. Give it to me. Li Jingjing's voice was quite loud, so the guests dining in the hall could hear it. For a moment, the guests in the hall were silent and they all stared at Li Jingjing and Chu Feng. The guests in the hall were a little confused. What the hell was going on with this Li Jingjing? Round-trip taxi fare? Makeup fee? Delay fee? Damn it! Have you any shame? Especially those guests who already knew the whole story. They knew that Chu Feng had been waiting for Li Jingjing for more than half an hour. Li Jingjing was late, but she was still making excuses. This is fucking outrageous. Fuck, this woman is so shameless. She was late for the blind date and she blamed the guy. The guy can't wait for so long in vain and not even have a meal. A young man, the guest, couldn't help but complain. His companion also nodded, this kind of woman is really disgusting. She is so late for the blind date and doesn't take the blind dates seriously at all. Hurry up, record the video and post it online. It will definitely go viral. Damn it, if it doesn't go viral when I post it online, I'll buy it. I have to make this girl popular. Suddenly, many people took out their mobile phones and started recording. Li Jingjing, who was blocking the door, also heard the discussion of the guests in the hall. Her face became even gloomier at this moment. She glanced at everyone in the hall and said loudly, what's wrong with me being late? What do you know? Li Jingjing continued, women don't have to worry about getting married these days. A blind date requires a man's sincerity. I was only less than an hour late, and you can't stand it? How can you be sincere in a blind date like this? No one in the hall spoke. No one was too lazy to cause trouble with Li Jingjing, but they were secretly resentful of her in their hearts. Sincerity? Damn your sincerity. Isn't love mutual? Facing Chu Feng with such a condescending attitude, this kind of woman is really disgusting. After hearing what Li Jingjing said, Xu Feng was too lazy to say anything to Li Jingjing, because no matter what he said, Li Jingjing would not think that she was wrong. Get out of the way, Xu Feng said at this time. After hearing this, Li Jingjing stared at Xu Feng with cold eyes. So what if you don't allow me to do that? Xu Feng sneered in his heart. Not letting him? Bang! Xu Feng kicked Li Jingjing directly, and Li Jingjing was kicked to the ground. When everyone saw this scene, half of them felt particularly happy. But some people also felt that Xu Feng had gone too far. No matter what, he should not hit a woman. After Li Jingjing was kicked to the ground, she became crazy and got up, threatening Xu Feng with her fangs and claws. Bang! Xu Feng kicked Li Jingjing again, knocking her to the ground. Then, he walked away. After Xu Feng drove away, the guests in the hall began to discuss. Fuck, this guy is awesome. Even though I think beating a woman is unmanly, some women still have to be beaten. The previous scene was recorded by many people with their mobile phones, and they were all posted on WeChat moments or short videos. Xu Feng was on his way away by car. A system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning back a game for the man. You have one sign-in opportunity. Do you want to sign in? Sign in, Xu Feng said immediately. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level cooking talent skill. Tip: the God-level cooking talent skill has reached the world's best cooking skills. Also reward cooking seasoning recipes. As soon as the system finished speaking, Xu Feng found that countless cooking combinations appeared in his mind, as well as the special seasoning recipes rewarded by the system. God-level cooking skills, not bad, Xu Feng said to himself, although he did not receive any reward shares or luxury cars, but with his God-level cooking skills, he could eat the most delicious food in the world every day. That's enough. Xu Feng decided to go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables now, and then make a sumptuous dinner tonight. Even though he was the only one eating it. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xu Feng had already bought chicken, duck, fish, meat, and some vegetarian dishes, and drove back to villa number 007 in Jinlong Bay. It's still early now, let's cook at 6 o'clock. Xu Feng thought to himself. However, some seasoning recipes still need to be worked out first, and the chicken, duck, fish, and meat need to be marinated before they can be cooked. It was not until 6 o'clock in the afternoon that Xu Feng started cooking. I worked until 7 o'clock and made a total of 6 dishes and 1 soup. The whole villa was filled with the aroma of food, and the fragrance even spread outside the villa. Outside the villa, there were 2 little girls who looked about 4 years old standing outside Villa 007. The 2 little girls had arrived here a long time ago and were attracted by the smell of food coming from the villa. The 2 little girls couldn't help swallowing their saliva, it was so fragrant. At this time, the door of the villa was opened. The smell in the villa was too strong, so Xu Feng wanted to open the door to ventilate and dissipate the smell. As a result, he saw 2 little girls standing at the door, swallowing their saliva. Chapter 6 Dad? When Xu Feng saw the 2 little girls, his first impression was that they were so cute and so beautiful. He also follows a lot of cute kids on the short video platform, who are both beautiful and adorable. But now that he has seen these 2 little girls, he finds that the cute kids on the short video platform are still quite different from the 2 little girls in front of him. When Xu Feng saw the 2 little girls swallowing their saliva from time to time, he immediately understood that he had signed up for a God-level cooking skill talent. The food he cooked was extremely fragrant and could easily stimulate people's appetite. Xu Feng smiled, giving people a sense of intimacy. He looked at the 2 little girls and asked with a smile, "Want to eat?" The 2 little girls opened their big watery eyes and nodded gently. Xu Feng smiled and said, "Why don't you tell your family and then go to your uncle's house for dinner?" The little girl on the left looked at Xu Feng and said softly, "Uncle, can we really eat it?" Xu Feng smiled and rubbed her head. "Of course, but you have to tell your parents, otherwise they will be worried." The 2 little girls nodded slightly, and then said, "Uncle, let's go back and talk to Mom first." "Okay, go ahead. Uncle's door is not closed. Just come directly over later," Xu Feng said with a smile. The little girl on the right didn't want to go back. She looked at the little girl on the left and said, "How about you go back and tell your mother?" The little girl on the left looked at the little girl on the right and said, "Why don't you go back? Do you want to steal food?" The 2 children quarreled for a while, and finally decided to play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever lost would go back. In the end, the little girl on the right lost. This made Chu Feng laugh and cry, and he found it very interesting. The little girl on the right went back. Chu Feng smiled and said to the little girl who was still there, "Follow your uncle in and have a feast." The little girl nodded. Chu Feng brought her to the dining table. When the little girl saw so many dishes, she couldn't help but salivate and kept swallowing. Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh. He carried the little girl to the chair, and then picked up some food for her. Although the little girl wanted to eat very much, she did not wolf it down, but ate it relatively elegantly. This made Chu Feng sigh secretly. Children from wealthy families have really good family education, and they are only 3 or 4 years old. "Little girl, what's your name? Which villa do you live in?" Chu Feng asked with a casual smile, just wanting to chat with the little girl. After hearing this, the little girl looked at Chu Feng and said in a baby voice, "My name is Qin Shirhan, and I live in Villa 001. The one just now is my sister, her name is Qin Xiaoyu." After hearing this, Chu Feng immediately thought of Qin Ran, who was driving to take the order yesterday and was assigned to villa number 001. So she's married. For some reason, Chu Feng felt a little disappointed. He saw Qin Ran yesterday and today, and he felt that Qin Ran was indeed very attractive. "Unfortunately, I'm already married." Chu Feng couldn't help but envy Qin Ran's husband. He was really lucky to marry such a woman. "Uncle, where are your family members?" Qin Shirhan asked while eating. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Uncle's family doesn't live here. Only Uncle lives here." Qin Shirhan was a little confused. Why don't Uncle's family live with Uncle? Chu Feng was a little overwhelmed. The child was just asking 100,000 questions. The main thing was that even if he explained it, Qin Shirhan might not understand it. At this time, 2 figures appeared at the door of the villa. A tall, extremely perfect young woman with a stunning appearance and eyes as bright as stars, as if she had magical powers. Looking into her eyes will make you feel even more attractive. This young woman was Qin Ran. As for the little girl next to Qin Ran, she was Qin Xiaoyu just now. Seeing Qin Shirhan enjoying the food, Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but get angry and said angrily, "Qin Shirhan, you ate first. You didn't even wait for me." Qin Shirhan glanced at her and said, "Who made you lose the rock-paper-scissors game?" Qin Xiaoyu snorted. She looked at the sumptuous dinner on the table and swallowed her saliva. However, the chair was too high and she couldn't climb up. Seeing this, Chu Feng carried Qin Xiaoyu to the chair. "Thank you, uncle." Qin Xiaoyu smiled happily. Chu Feng smiled and then looked at Qin Ran. Qin Ran walked over slowly. She took a look at the sumptuous dinner on the table. The dishes. Although she hadn't tasted it yet, she knew it was delicious from the way the 2 girls ate. This surprised her. She didn't expect Chu Feng's cooking skills to be so good. "My 2 daughters are ignorant. Sorry to bother you." Qin Ran looked at Chu Feng and said apologetically. Chu Feng smiled and said, "It's not a problem. I like these 2 children very much." After Qin Ran heard this, he felt something strange in his heart. "I like these 2 kids." From a biological point of view, Chu Feng is the biological father of the 2 girls. But she has no plans to get married. Because she felt that the man she was looking for would not be able to fully accept her 2 daughters, and if they had a quarrel or conflict one day. Maybe it's because of the 2 children. Qin Ran smiled and looked at Chu Feng, curiously asking, "Did you cook all these meals?" Chu Feng chuckled, "Do you see anyone else here?" Qin Ran smiled and asked, "You cook so many dishes by yourself?" Chu Feng smiled and said, "On a whim, I wanted to make a sumptuous dinner to try the flavor." Qin Ran nodded gently, "It's just a bit wasteful, you can ask your family to come and eat together." Chu Feng shook his head and smiled, "My parents and sister don't live here, and they are far away from here, so it's not very convenient." Qin Ran nodded slightly, feeling puzzled. Does this mean that Chu Feng is the only one living in this villa? Qin Ran still has many questions, such as who bought the villa. Because she had checked Chu Feng's information, Chu Feng's family simply could not afford to live in this villa. But she didn't ask. Asking too many questions is a bit impolite. Don't stand, sit down and try it. Oh, and ask your husband to come and try it too. Chu Feng called out while going to get the dishes and chopsticks. Qin Ran saw that the 2 girls had already sat down to eat, and she would definitely stay here with them, so she apologized, "Sorry to bother you." "No trouble. I can't finish all these dishes." Chu Feng smiled and took a set of bowls and chopsticks. Chu Feng just sat down when he suddenly thought, oh, right, ask your husband to come and taste it. Xin Ran thought, she's not even married, where does her husband come from? But she didn't want to reveal too much. After all, she didn't want to get married now, so there was no need to tell Chu Feng that she was single. But the next second, Xin Ran was shocked, and then he heard Qin Xiaoyu say, Uncle, my mother doesn't have a husband. Ah? Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he couldn't help but laugh, thinking that the child didn't understand what husband meant. Chu Feng smiled and said to Qin Xiaoyu, your mother's husband is your father, do you understand? We don't have a father. Qin Xiaoyu. Yes, we don't have a father. Qin Shirhan. Xin Ran was standing aside, wishing she could shut up the two girls. This would directly expose her single identity. Chapter 7. Is he still single? Children will not lie, especially when seeing Xin Ran lowering his head and keeping silent. Chu Feng had some guesses. Could it be that his husband had an accident before the child was born? When Chu Feng thought of this possibility, he felt a little guilty and thought to himself that he should not have mentioned this matter. So he quickly changed the subject and helped Xin Ran pick up a piece of beef. Come, have a taste of my cooking. Yeah, thanks. I can do it myself. Fortunately, Xin Ran did not react too much, which made Chu Feng feel more relieved. After dinner, the two little girls sensibly took their bowls and wanted to put them in the sink. Seeing this, Chu Feng quickly said, just leave it here, and Uncle will come to clean it up later. No, Uncle, Mom said that you have to do your own things, that's what a good child should do. The older Qin Shirhan spoke with such confidence that Chu Feng liked these two sensible children even more. Seeing Chu Feng standing up to clean the table, Xin Ran quickly stopped him. Let me do it. You've been busy for so long and cooked so many dishes. You must be tired. Go and take a rest. Xin Ran's words made Chu Feng a little dazed. He actually had a feeling of home, a feeling that was hard to explain. Especially when he saw Xin Ran and the two little girls busying around the pool, he felt warm in his heart. After all, Qin Xiaoyu is young and has a lively and active personality. Seeing Chu Feng standing behind him, he trotted over. Uncle. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Chu Feng squatted down so that Qin Xiaoyu wouldn't have to tilt her neck when talking to him. Uncle, the food you cook is so delicious. Can I come and eat it in the future? Chu Feng smiled happily when he heard the little girl's praise. This was much better than the feeling he had when he was admitted to his ideal university. Of course, as long as Xiaoyu wants to eat, you can come to Uncle anytime. Qin Xiaoyu cheered immediately and kissed Chu Feng on the face excitedly, then turned around and ran back to tell her sister and mother the good news. I'm sorry to bother you today. The meal was over, and Xin Ran was ready to take the two little girls home. What's there to be embarrassed about? We live close to each other anyway, and I'm usually alone at home. If you can come more often, it will be more lively. Often? Xin Ran glanced at Chu Feng's expression without noticing, and seeing that his eyes were filled with doting on the two little girls, he finally dispelled his doubts. Although she knew very well that these two children had an inseparable relationship with Chu Feng. But she still had some guard against Chu Feng. After all, there was no relationship between her and Chu Feng. Uncle, let's go. Bye, Uncle. The two little girls were still reluctant to leave. Seeing this, Xin Ran asked angrily and amusedly, why, after meeting your uncle, do you no longer like your mother? Qin Shirhan was afraid that her mother would be angry, so she quickly explained, no, Mom, Hanin still likes you the most, but Uncle is also very good. Xin Ran shook his head helplessly. It seemed that blood ties would always be the closest connection in the world. Chu Feng had just finished his shower and was about to go to bed when his cell phone, which was placed on the bedside table, started to ring frantically. When he picked up the phone, the other party had just hung up. He unlocked it and saw that while he was taking a shower, his mother had called him more than 20 times. It seemed that it was definitely about the blind date that happened during the day. Just when I was wondering whether to call back, my mom called again. As soon as Chu Feng answered the call, Luo Shui's roar was heard from the receiver. Chu Feng, are you crazy? I asked you to go on a blind date, but why did you fight? Have you grown up? This is how I raised you. Facing his mother's series of questions, Chu Feng didn't even have the chance to interrupt and explain. After waiting for his mother to say that she was tired, Chu Feng finally said, Mom, can you listen to me now? Listen to what you said? Listen to you saying how to hit a woman. Brat, I'm telling you, buy some things tomorrow and go to Li Jingjing's house to apologize. Even if the blind date doesn't work out, you can't hit her. Do you hear me? As she spoke later, Luoshua's voice became gentler. After all, she is his biological mother and she knows her son well. She knows that he is definitely not the kind of person who acts recklessly. There must be a reason for this to happen. But no matter what, hitting someone is wrong after all. If Li Jingjing really wants to make a fuss about it, it will be a troublesome matter, right? How could Chu Feng not understand what his mother meant? He could only agree first. As for whether to go or not, since his legs were on his body, wasn't it up to him to decide? After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng didn't think much about it. He closed his eyes and fell asleep soon. At this moment, Qin Ran was lying on the bed, watching short videos on his mobile phone. This is her habit before going to bed. She watches some short videos to relieve the pressure of work, which can greatly improve her sleep quality. As soon as the finger slid, a popular video titled Blind Date Girl Gets Beaten in the Street appeared. Qin Ran was not very interested in this kind of video. He would rather watch something more relaxing and enjoyable. But just as she was about to swipe over, a familiar figure on the screen made her stop. Although the man's face was not photographed, Qin Ran was sure that it was definitely Chu Feng. Because the clothes he wore were exactly the same as the one he wore today. Chu Feng hits a woman? Qin Ran frowned slightly. Although she thought Chu Feng was not that kind of person, it was hard to tell that one could only look at one's face and not his heart. But when she saw Li Jingjing's extremely ugly face, she suddenly felt that she really deserved to be beaten. This was simply smearing women. After seeing the whole process, Qin Ran no longer thought that there was anything wrong with Chu Feng hitting a woman. If she were there, she would probably slap her twice. Blind date? He is still single. The next morning, Chu Feng woke up early. After moving to Jinlong Bay, his sleep quality has improved a lot. Even if you get up early, don't just sit there doing nothing, it's good to exercise. So he changed into his sportswear and went out facing the rising sun. Just as he was about to run, he saw Qin Ran running past his courtyard. Why? Chu Feng shouted and immediately chased after him. What a coincidence, you're running too. Chu Feng greeted with a smile. Karen just nodded. Oh, by the way, you're going to work soon, right? I also have to go out for a while, so I can give you a ride so you don't have to call a taxi. Hearing Chu Feng say this, Qin Ran hesitated for a moment. Well, thank you for your help then. Chapter 8. What do people care about with dogs? It's not that Qin Ran doesn't have a car, but it had a minor accident a few days ago and is currently being repaired at a forest shop, so he can only take a taxi to and from get off work for the time being. When she changed her clothes and came out of the house, Chu Feng was already waiting for her at the door. Chu Feng, thank you for your help. I will transfer the money to you directly when we get there. Hearing Qin Ran's words, Chu Feng just smiled slightly. Why transfer money? We're just passing through. Fasten your seatbelts, we're leaving now. After driving to the entrance of Qin's pharmaceutical company, limited with ease, Qin Ran insisted on giving Chu Feng travel expenses. Chu Feng simply declined for a moment and then followed her wishes. He had already seen that Qin Ran was a woman of strong principles. If he continued to shirk responsibility, he might be considered to have ulterior motives. We'll see each other sooner or later, so there's no need to leave a bad impression on her because of such a small matter. So the two added each other on WeChat. After Qin Ran transferred the money, he smiled and said, "Then I'll go to work." Thank you. After watching Qin Ran enter the company, Chu Feng casually opened her circle of friends and took a look. Most of the information inside is about news and policies in the medical industry, but the profile picture is a photo of her and two little girls. Hey, at such a young age, even if you have the financial means, it must be difficult to raise two children alone. Chu Feng sighed and drove towards his mother's house. When he woke up early this morning, he saw a text message from his mother saying that she had asked matchmaker Wang to make an appointment with Li Jingjing's family, and she would go with them. Although he didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior yesterday, he had to express his opinion for his mother's sake. You're such a tough cookie. I'm telling you, when you see Li Jingjing later, you have to apologize to her. Do you hear me? Okay, Mom, I got it. Although he said this, Chu Feng was thinking in his heart, it is absolutely impossible to apologize. Not only that, if Li Jingjing continued to make trouble, he wouldn't mind kicking her twice. It takes another evildoer to deal with an evildoer. Although Chu Feng always believed that he was a good citizen who abided by the law, at this time, he didn't mind playing the role of a bad guy. 10 o'clock in the morning, Lakeside Hotel.
In order to express her sincerity, Luo Shui specially booked a relatively high-end place. But at 10:30, there was still no sign of Li Jingjing's family.
Mom, it's been half an hour. Why don't we eat first? I haven't even had breakfast yet.
Luo Shui glared at him, which immediately made him shut up in embarrassment. It was almost 11 o'clock when Li Jingjing and her family of 3 came over, led by the waiter. As soon as she sat down, before Luo Shui, who was smiling, could speak, the middle-aged woman sitting opposite her, Li Jingjing's mother, said in a bad tone, "Don't think that having a meal and apologizing can solve this matter. I tell you, if you don't give us an explanation, this matter will never end." Luo Shui was a little speechless. She obviously didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so strong. All the words she had prepared were stuck in her mouth and she couldn't say them. Xu Feng leaned back in his chair and looked at the family of 3 with great interest. It really is true that if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Words filled with mockery came out of Xu Feng's mouth. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he continued, "Why should I give you an explanation? Because you don't know what it means to be punctual? Or because you don't know how to be polite?" As soon as he said this, Li Jingjing's family became so angry that their faces turned red and their necks became thick. Mother Li pointed at Luo Shui and said angrily, Is this how you apologize? What does your son mean by this? Does he have any manners?" Xu Feng's eyes were cold, and he slapped Mother Li's hand away. "You call this having good manners? No wonder your daughter did what she did yesterday. Now I know why. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked." The quarrel between them immediately attracted the attention of others. "Hey, why does that woman look so familiar? Isn't this the woman who was late for the blind date yesterday and asked the man for money? I was wondering why my hands started itching when I saw her. It turned out to be her, this shameless bastard." "Hush! Keep your voice down and see what's going on." When Mr. Li saw that his wife was wronged, he became furious and slapped the table. "You little bastard, do you still want to do something? Believe it or not, I will beat you to death. That's enough." Before Chu Feng could say anything, Luo Shui couldn't help but scold him. She came with absolute sincerity. Even though the other party was an hour late, she didn't say anything and kept smiling in response. But who knew that the other party would be so ruthless? Even if Chu Feng was wrong to take action, they shouldn't be so aggressive. Especially since Mr. Li now threatened to beat her son to death, she immediately became furious. "Since you have this attitude, I think there is no need for us to continue talking. My son beat your daughter, and I can apologize for this. But you just said you wanted to beat my son to death. Come on, touch him and let me see. You think I don't dare?" Father Li was obviously a man who was easily irritated. When he heard Luo Shui's words, he raised his hand and slapped her. Xu Feng would not passively take a beating. He grabbed Father Li's wrist with one hand and pressed it on the table. With the other hand, he picked up a fork and nailed it directly into the back of his hand. A scream was heard, and Li Jingjing and her mother were frightened out of their wits. "Mr. Chu, you are maliciously hurting people. I'm going to call the police to arrest you." Li Jingjing roared loudly. But Chu Feng was very calm, muttering, "Malicious injury? Don't you have any legal knowledge? It was your father who started it first. I call this self-defense." Too lazy to waste any more time with this family, Chu Feng helped Luo Shui up and prepared to leave. But Li Jingjing hurried over and stood in front of them. "Who asked you to leave? Are you feeling guilty?" Chu Feng rolled his eyes and said coldly, "It seems that you have forgotten the lesson from yesterday." He warned Li Jingjing yesterday, but today, he lost his good temper and kicked her down. Since she doesn't know what's good for her, and Chu Feng is not her father, why should she spoil him? This time, Luo Shui not only did not scold Chu Feng again, but instead gave him a thumbs up. "I knew that my son is not the kind of person who bullies others easily. It is obvious that Li Jingjing deserves a beating. Chu Feng, just wait, we are not done with this matter yet." Li Jingjing screamed loudly in dissatisfaction, but Chu Feng and Luo Shui left the hotel without looking back. If a dog wants to bite you, just kick it away. If she wants to bark, then let her bark. If a person argues with an animal, isn't that lowering one's status? Chapter 9, Showing off your sword in front of Guangdong? Bah, what kind of person is this? You still have the nerve to cry. No one in the hotel sympathized with Li Jingjing. They also saw that the man was here to apologize. He was clearly not wrong, but he still showed enough sincerity. But not only were the woman's family late again, they also acted condescending from the beginning.
Now they have the nerve to act aggrieved? They are really a whore who wants to be a saint.
Someone also recorded what just happened and immediately posted it on the short video website, with the title follow-up of the shameless blind date girl.
In just a few minutes, the video had already become a hot topic. I finally understand what it means that a lowly person is invincible. This man has a good temper.
If it were me, I would definitely slap her a few more times.
Where is this? I really want to go over and give this woman and her whole family a beating. It's so hateful. This fork is really satisfying. This guy is really skilled. Awesome.
The comments were almost one-sided. After all, there was video evidence, and anyone with good eyes and brain could tell who was right and who was wrong. The hotel waiter came over with an expressionless face. Not only did he not serve with a smile as usual, but he said coldly, "3 people, our manager just said that guests like you are not welcome. Please leave immediately."
What? What kind of crappy hotel is this? You're kicking guests out?
Li Jingjing's voice became sharp due to her anger. The waiter ignored her and repeated, "Please leave." At this time, the onlookers also spoke up, "Get out quickly, I can't even eat with you guys here. I feel sick just breathing the same air with shameless people like you."
As a professional lawyer, I advise you to be honest. Your actions just now constitute threats and blackmail. Justice is not like your family, who are proud of being late.
In an instant, the family of 3 became completely reduced to being rats crossing the street and could only run out of the hotel in shame. Chu Feng didn't care what happened to this family. It had nothing to do with him. "Son, you did a great job today.
People like them should not be spoiled." Chu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing what his mother said.
Clearly, she had forced him to apologize not long ago. But having said that, even if this woman is not good enough, you still have to continue the blind date.
I'll call matchmaker Wang right now. Chu Feng was speechless.
After going around in circles, it turned out that he still couldn't get rid of the blind date issue.
But it doesn't matter. After having the system, he is not so resistant to blind dates anymore.
Just after sending Luo Shui home, Lu Xian, my childhood friend and best friend, called me.
"Chu Feng, what are you doing?
If you have nothing to do, come and play with me.
I'll treat you to a meal." Lu Xian's family is in business.
Although they are not wealthy, they are much better off than ordinary families. As a result, this kid has never worked until now, and just hangs around and plays around every day. It just so happened that Chu Feng hadn't eaten yet, so now he had a chance to take advantage of someone he hadn't taken advantage of.
Why not do it? Okay, send me the address and I'll be there right away.
Following the address Lu Xian sent, Chu Feng turned around and finally found this small restaurant deep in the alley. Although this small restaurant is in a hidden location, there are quite a few cars parked outside, so it seems to be doing good business.
"Chu Feng, this way."
As soon as I entered the door, Lu Xian's loud voice came over.
Opposite him sat a pretty young girl. Chu Feng walked over and sat down without any hesitation. "You're trying to pick up girls, why did you call me here? Are you here to be a light bulb? TSK, how can you talk like that?"
Lu Xian glared at Chu Feng, then smiled at the girl and said, "Don't pay attention to him.
This guy is like a dog that can't spit out ivory.
His name is Chu Feng, and he is my childhood friend." The girl was not the type who couldn't take a joke. She smiled and nodded to Chu Feng.
"Hello, my name is Fan Xiaoxian."
"Oh, hello."
After saying hello, Lu Xian put his arm around Chu Feng's neck and said, "I heard you've been on a blind date recently? Did you get frustrated? Ha ha. Today I'll treat you to a meal to ease your mind. Even though this little restaurant is hard to find, the food is so delicious that I guarantee you'll want to eat again after one meal." Fan Xiaoxian glanced at Lu Xian with resentment and said softly, "It's not as outrageous as you said. The expectations are too high. What if we are disappointed later?" After chatting for a while, Chu Feng found out that this small restaurant was opened by Fan Xiaoxuan's family. No wonder young Master Lu Xian called me over, it was just to avoid exposing his purpose so quickly and use me as a tool to pick up girls. Come, try it and see how it tastes. After taking a bite, Chu Feng felt that it was just average compared to what he made yesterday. But he had to give Lu Xian some face. After all, he had just been bragging. If he told the truth, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? It tastes good. Lu Xian slapped Chu Feng in annoyance. Why are you so perfunctory? Can't you be more detailed?
Just think of it as giving Xiao Xian some advice.
Chu Feng didn't expect that he would have such a request, so he asked tentatively, Are you sure you want me to tell you?
Lu Xian nodded immediately, and Fan Xiaoxian also said, Chu Feng, tell me.
Only with suggestions can we make progress.
Chu Feng picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fried pork liver. The pork liver was not marinated long enough, so it didn't have much flavor, and the heat was too high, so the taste was a bit off. The cucumber slices were added too early, so they lost their crispness. The biggest flaw was probably the addition of oyster sauce, which completely covered up the original flavor of the dish. If 10 is a perfect score, then this dish should only get 5 points. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian both stared at him in a daze. Lu Xian was the first to react. He punched him and then said to Fan Xiaoxian, He's talking nonsense.
What can he eat with his mouth? Don't pay attention to him. Let's eat.
But Fan Xiaoxian waved her hand and didn't respond to Lu Xian's words.
She pointed to another dish of braised prawns and asked, What about this?
Chu Feng hadn't had time to eat yet, so he dipped some of the soup with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth to taste it. Well, the shrimp is fresh, but the cooking method is problematic.
I'd rate it 6 or 7. Fan Xiaoxian frowned slightly. You haven't even eaten it yet, and you already know there's something wrong with the cooking? Chu Feng smiled.
Of course, the essence of this dish lies in the broth. If there is a problem with the broth, the taste of the shrimp will naturally be problematic as well. Lu Xian pulled Chu Feng and whispered, That's enough, kid. I told you to talk as you like, why haven't you finished yet?
Chapter 10, Young people are not arrogant and are called young people?
Chu Feng had no intention of saying anything at first, but Lu Xian insisted that he give some suggestions. Then he had no choice but to tell the truth.
But after I finished speaking, this kid didn't even appreciate it.
No, don't interrupt him, let him continue. Fan Xiaoshuan's face had darkened, and she was clearly a little unconvinced. Chu Feng was not without tact. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, he smiled and said, I was just talking casually.
Don't take it seriously. Yeah, Shen, don't pay attention to this guy, he's just good at talking. No. The two obviously didn't expect that Fan Xiaoshuan's attitude would be so resolute.
Lu Xian had no choice but to signal Chu Feng to continue. To be honest, the quality of these dishes is already in the upper middle range among many similar restaurants. But compared to Chu Feng's top cooking skills, the gap is still too great. He also gave some suggestions for other dishes, and as he was speaking, guests from the next table came over.
Kid, I've been listening to you nagging for a long time. Are you going to stop? If you think the food here is not tasty, then just leave. I just can't stand people like you who pretend to be cool.
Before Fan Xiaoxian could say anything, someone else stood up to speak up for her. It was fine for Lu Xian to play around with his own people, but when he met outsiders, the hot temper of the rich second generation would flare up.
We are talking about our own things here. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to listen, get out of here. Who forced you to listen?
The guest was big and fat, with a face full of flesh and a rather fierce look.
You little bastard, you're talking to me?
Seeing that a conflict was about to occur, Fan Xiaoxian quickly stood up.
Sir, I'm so sorry. I'm the boss daughter. I'm here to treat two friends to a meal and ask them for their opinions. I didn't expect to bother you. I'll give you a 20% discount on your purchase today. What do you think?
The guest took a look at Fan Xiaoxian and saw that she was a girl, so he stopped his attack.
Forget it, I just can't stand other people showing off.
You're so young, why don't you do something else instead of coming here to act like a big shot?
You.
Lu Xian wanted to speak again, but was stopped by Chu Feng. Then he looked at the customer and said, You mean, as long as I can cook the dish according to what I just said, it won't be pretentious? The customer was full of sarcasm and said with a smile, Young man, don't be so arrogant. If you can really make it, I will stand upside down and eat your food today.
Chu Feng nodded and stood up. Okay, that's what you said. What if you can't do it? The guests laughed. Boy, why don't you ask around? I, Ishusener, have been around for so many years, and I've never broken my word. But I'll be frank with you. If you can do it, everything will be easy. If you can't do it, don't blame me for being rude. Okay. That's settled. If I can't do it, you can do whatever you want.
After saying that, Chu Feng looked at Fan Xiaoxian.
Can I use the kitchen for a while? Fan Xiaoxian didn't expect things to turn out like this. Her family does business nearby, so how could she not know Zhu Seiner's name?
But Chu Feng has already gotten along with Zhu Seiner, so it's useless to say anything now.
Okay, come with me.
Chu Feng had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly remembered something, and turned to Zhu Seiner and said, "Oh, by the way, there is something I forgot to tell you."
If you are not so arrogant, then you are still not a young man.
After saying that, Chu Feng walked into the kitchen with a faint smile. Lu Xian was a little restless. It was he who called Chu Feng here, and it was also he who asked Chu Feng to comment on these dishes. Now that he had caused trouble for Chu Feng, he felt somewhat guilty. But when he was about to go to the kitchen to take a look, Fan Xiaoxian came out with a look of surprise and a dull look on her face.
Xian, what's wrong with you? Lu Xian asked hurriedly. Fan Xiaoxian's pupils regained focus, and she looked at him and asked, Lu Xian, tell me honestly, what does your friend do? Lu Xian was confused. Chu Feng? He doesn't have a job.
He usually just picks up some business and runs a fast car.
Impossible.
How can someone who drives a fast car have such excellent cooking skills? Lu Xian was confused by this.
Chu Feng could cook? He had never heard of it before.
Without waiting for him to ask anything else, Chu Feng came out with a plate of braised prawns.
An appetizing aroma began to spread, immediately making everyone nearby swallow their saliva.
Putting the plate in front of Zhu Seiner, Chu Feng put his hands in his pockets and raised his chin.
Try it.
Although his attitude made Zhu Seiner a little unhappy, the bright luster of the braised prawns in front of him, coupled with the tempting aroma, immediately made him forget everything else. Everyone's eyes were focused here. They just watched Zhu Seiner pick up a shrimp, put it into his mouth and suck the soup on it. The next moment, Zhu Seiner's eyes suddenly widened. After sucking up all the soup, he did not stop his hands and quickly peeled off the shrimp skin and put the shrimp meat into his mouth.
Boss, how is it?
The younger brothers who came with Zhu Seiner asked hurriedly. But Zhu Seiner ignored them. He had obviously almost finished eating just now, but now he looked like he had been hungry for days.
He was eating the pot of braised prawns happily. What else is there to say?
If the shrimps were not tasty, or tasted just average, Zhu Seiner would not have done this. That only proves that Chu Feng is not just pretending, he has real skills. This is just one dish, what about the others? In the blink of an eye, Zhu Seiner had finished a whole plate of braised prawns, without even leaving a drop of soup. The plate looked as if it had just been cleaned. Chu Feng smiled slightly. Others, they haven't been fried yet.
Didn't you say you wanted to eat it upside down? I just saw that you didn't stand upside down. Zhu Seiner was speechless. He was so busy eating that he couldn't think of anything else. Good boy, you are awesome.
As he spoke, he took out a wad of money from his bag.
Here, take it. Is this okay? I didn't mention the bet just now.
Hurry up and fry the remaining dishes.
I'm still waiting.
The paper seal on the money has not been torn off yet, so it should be a full 10,000 yuan.
This Zhu Seiner is quite interesting and he did a good job.
Even though Chu Feng now has the system to rely on, he still feels a sense of crisis regarding his savings.
You can earn 10,000 yuan just by cooking a few dishes, so why not do it?
But Fan Xiaoxian was in a strange feeling at the moment. She was still unconvinced just now, but after seeing Chu Feng's cooking skills with her own eyes, she had to admit that Chu Feng's cooking skills were much better than his father's.
If I could get him some advice, then my family's business. Chapter 11, The Incompetent Nanny. Zhu Seiner ate with great satisfaction, and he was so full that he couldn't eat another bite. He had no choice but to let his younger brother eat all the rest. The sight of a few people wolfing down the food made the other guests eager to try as well. But when they looked for Chu Feng, they found that he had disappeared long ago. You are really good, kid. You are very skilled in cooking.
I have known you for more than 20 years, and this is the first time I know that you are such an amazing cook. Lu Xian teased Chu Feng. After cooking those dishes, in order to avoid trouble, the three of them left the restaurant through the back door.
Chu Feng, wait a moment.
When Fan Xiaoxian saw him turn around, she asked, would you like to sell your recipes and formulas?
If possible. Not for sale.
Without waiting for Fan Xiaoxian to finish, Chu Feng gave the answer directly.
Want his cooking skills? What a joke. That was a reward from the system. He could even easily beat the world's top chefs.
How could he sell it to others so casually? Besides, cooking is different from a house. If he really needed money, he could just sell the villa in Jinlong Bay. After all, it had a clear price tag. But how to sell cooking skills? He knows not only Chinese food, but also Western food, desserts, baking and so on. This intellectual property is priceless. Oh, sorry, I am being presumptuous. The restaurant is quite busy, I won't see you off, bye. Hearing Chu Feng's resolute answer, Fan Xiaoxian was very disappointed. Hey, Xian. Lu Xian patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. Go back first, I'll call you later. Chu Feng was speechless. This guy had no humanity towards the opposite sex and couldn't even walk when he saw a beautiful woman. When driving back to Jinlong Bay, there was still some distance when Chu Feng saw Qin Shirhan and Qin Xiaoyu talking to a man on the side of the road. He stopped the car, stuck his head out and called out, Hanin, Xiaoyu. The two little girls looked over immediately, and the man they had just spoken to turned and left in a panic. Chu Feng got out of the car and walked towards the two little girls. Why did you two come out by yourselves? Qin Shirhan came immediately. Uncle, Xiaoyu said she wanted to eat jelly, but there was no jelly at home. Sister Shuangshuang said she was busy, so we wanted to buy it ourselves. Sister Shuangshuang? Who is she? Chu Feng frowned slightly. Shuangshuang was really generous enough to let two little kids go out to buy things by themselves. Qin Xiaoyu immediately replied, Sister Shuangshuang is my family's nanny. Mom has to go to work and has no time to take care of us, so she asked Sister Shuangshuang to take care of us. Nanny? Since her responsibility is to take care of the two girls, she should not let them run away on their own. So he immediately took out his cell phone and said to the two little girls, Shall we take a picture? The two girls cheered and jumped for joy, obviously enjoying having their photos taken. After Chu Feng finished taking the photos, he immediately opened WeChat, sent the photos to Qin Ran, and explained the situation. Come on, Uncle will take you to buy some jelly. Oh, by the way, who was the person you just talked to? Qin Xiaoyu held Chu Feng's hand and said as they walked, That brother said he knew a place that sells delicious jelly. He was just asking us if we wanted to go, and then you came, Uncle. After hearing this, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. Judging from the panic look on that guy's face just now, it was clear that he was not a good person. Qin Shirhan pulled Chu Feng again and said, Uncle, that brother just now might be a bad guy. Mom said that we should not easily trust strangers, and we should not easily go with strangers. If you hadn't come, I would have gone back to find the security brother just now. It seems that Qin Shirhan has a strong sense of security. But this is not a reason for them to go out alone at their age. So Chu Feng stopped and squatted in front of the sisters, saying earnestly, Uncle will leave you a phone number later. If you want to eat something or want something, call me and tell me. If I am at home, I will take you to buy it. If I am not at home, I will bring it back to you, but you can't go out by yourself anymore. Do you hear me? Qin Shirhan nodded immediately. Qin Xiaoyu reacted a little slowly, but still agreed. Well, let's make a pinky promise. I won't cook for the disobedient little girl anymore. The threatening effect of this sentence is very good, far more effective than making a pinky promise. After buying a lot of snacks from the supermarket, Chu Feng took the two little girls back to his home. As soon as I entered the house, my cell phone rang. It was a voice call from Qin Ran. Chu Feng, I was in a meeting just now. Are Hanian and Xiaoyu okay? Her voice was a little panicked. Chu Feng immediately said, Don't worry, I just brought them both to my house, they are fine. But? Chu Feng hesitated halfway through his words, because he knew that he shouldn't interfere too much in other people's affairs. But seeing the lively appearance of the two little girls, he still said, I suggest you change the nanny. This nanny is a little too incompetent. Until now, she hasn't contacted you, right? Okay, I understand. I'll finish the things on hand and go back right away. Please help me take care of the two sisters. It wasn't until about 5 o'clock that someone rang the doorbell. Chu Feng, who had just finished painting with the two little girls and was about to cook, opened the door and saw Qin Ran standing at the door. Come in. Mother. When the two little girls saw their mother coming, they immediately rushed over. Qin Xiaoyu even raised her head and said, Mom, Uncle said he would make us hamburgers. Can we eat them before going back? Seeing the pleading and longing in his daughter's eyes, Qin Ran smiled gently. Okay, then you guys go play first. I'll go help Uncle cook. Oh. Long live Mom. The two little girls continued to play happily, treating this place as their own home.
I'm sorry to trouble you again. Kieran looked apologetic.
Chu Feng waved his hands. He liked the two little girls anyway, so he didn't take it seriously at all. Although he said he wanted to help, Chu Feng didn't need any help at all.
I just went back home. Xuanshuang had no idea that Hanan and Xiaoyu went out.
I have already fired her and will find a new nanny in the next 2 days.
Xin Ran was a little angry.
She paid Xuanshuang a lot of salary, which was far higher than the market price. All along, she thought Xuanshuang was very competent, until just now, after she fired Xuanshuang and checked the surveillance cameras at home, she found that Xuanshuang was busy playing with her mobile phone most of the time and didn't care about her two daughters at all. If something really happened to Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu, she would definitely not survive. When she thought of this, her eyes turned red and her voice became choked.
Chapter 12, Those who return from overseas studies may also be native-born.
Xin Ran seemed to have noticed her own loss of composure. Seeing Chu Feng looking at her, she immediately sniffed and adjusted herself.
I'm sorry to make you laugh.
Chu Feng did not respond. Saying words of comfort at this time would undoubtedly make the atmosphere even more awkward. The burgers are ready. The girls should be hungry, so let's eat first. After dinner, Xin Ran took the two little girls home. Chu Feng saw that there were still a lot of snacks on the coffee table, and he smiled. Just as he was about to put them away and wait for the little girls to come over to eat them, his cell phone rang. When he saw it was his mother calling, he roughly guessed what it was about. Son, matchmaker Wang has found another suitable girl. I'm sure you will be satisfied this time.
Mom, you always say that.
Chu Feng was already helpless. This seemed to have become his mother's opening remarks. Every time we said it was a good fit, but it always ended in a bad way.
You little brat. Listen to me first. This girl is called Bai Shang. She seems to be a top student who has studied abroad. She is currently working in a large company and earns a good income. Do people with this condition need blind dates? Chu Feng secretly wondered, could it be that Bai Shang looked a little bit ugly to the audience?
Fortunately, my mother was understanding and said directly, I have sent you the photos and the agreed location.
Don't forget it tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng opened WeChat.
It's true that Bai Shang looks good, but a little cold. He wears a pair of gold-framed glasses and dresses like a successful person. As for the location, it was set at the Pfister Western restaurant. Chu Feng was not very fond of Western food, so naturally he had never been there. However, he had heard of the Pfister Western restaurant. It was said that the consumption there was very high, and a meal might be equivalent to an average person's monthly salary.
But it doesn't matter.
I just got 10,000 yuan from Zhu Sainer because of a bet, which is enough for food. The next morning, Chu Feng went out for a run as usual. But I didn't meet Xin Ran today. I guess there is no nanny at home, so I have to take care of the two little girls by myself.
I went back home and had breakfast, and before I knew it, it was 10 o'clock. Chu Feng changed into a suit and went out. He actually didn't like this kind of clothes very much.
It always made him feel a little restrictive when he wore them, and it was far less restrictive than casual wear. However, since the other party has chosen such a high-end Western restaurant as the location for the blind date, I should be more formal out of courtesy. I drove to the entrance of the Western restaurant at 10:50, just the right time.
Hello sir, do you have an appointment?
It turns out that this Western restaurant requires a reservation. After thinking about it, since the other party has booked the place, it should have been booked already.
I think so.
The person who made the reservation is a lady named Bai. Okay, sir, please follow me and I'll help you check the appointment record. The waiter brought Chu Feng to the service desk. Just as he was about to look at the records, a woman in a white dress came over. She stood beside Chu Feng and looked him up and down.
Are you Chu Feng?
Turning my head to look at the woman, it was Bai Shang in yesterday's photo.
Hello, Miss Bai, I am Chu Feng.
After saying this, Chu Feng politely extended his hand. But Bai Shang seemed not to see it and said directly, come with me. Chu Feng withdrew his hand somewhat awkwardly, but did not say anything more and followed Bai Shang. After sitting down in a corner, Bai Shang picked up his cell phone, looking very busy. Chu Feng did not disturb her, after all, work was more important.
After waiting for 2 minutes, Bai Shang finally put down his phone. Excuse me, you should know some of my information.
I just returned to China and was valued by the company's leaders, so I'm a little busy at work. After saying that, she raised her wrist to look at the watch and continued, I don't have much time, only 30 minutes, I hope you can cherish your time. Even though her cell phone was right in front of her, she insisted on looking at her watch. Just this one action fully demonstrates her character, showing off. Moreover, Chu Feng was here for a blind date today, not an interview. 30 minutes? Ha ha. If Miss Bai is very busy at work, I won't bother you anymore. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Chu Feng stood up and wanted to leave. He really had nothing to talk about with a woman like this who thought she was superior to others. Stop. How can you be so rude? Chu Feng turned around and looked at her with amusement, pointed at himself, and asked in confusion, "Are you talking about me?" Bai Shang nodded with a frosty expression. What else? I took time out of my busy schedule to come and have a blind date with you, but what's your attitude? Do you think our company is very idle? No wonder people abroad think that Chinese people have no quality, it's because there are too many people like you. Chu Feng originally wanted to part ways amicably. If the blind date failed, there was no need to waste both parties' time. But Bai Shang's words made him even angrier. Bad attitude? No qualities? Go to hell. Chu Feng was not in a hurry to leave. Since Bai Shang said so, he didn't mind wasting some more time. Bai Shang, right? You're an international student who returned from abroad? Then I want to ask, is the moon really rounder in foreign countries? As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Shang frowned slightly. What do you mean? Chu Feng raised his lips and said, it's meaningless. Since you think the country is not good, why did you come back? Do you have the final say on the quality of the countrymen? Have you forgotten that the land that gave birth to you and raised you has another nickname called the land of etiquette? Who would say that Chinese people have no quality? I tell you, only those with bad intentions would say that. That's because as soon as they set foot on this land, they will be greeted by only shotguns. Is it great to be a returnee? Is it great to join a famous company? For a person who has forgotten his roots, no matter how capable you are, what good will it do? Do you think anyone will welcome a person who has forgotten his roots? Bai Shang was speechless after hearing Chu Feng's words, and her pretty face turned red with anger. Oh, and one more thing. Watches are for telling time, not for showing off your status. If you really want to be superior to others, you should at least use a real watch, right? Not all people who return from studying abroad are returnees. For those who wear high-end imitations to show off, it would be more appropriate to call them country bumpkins. After finishing speaking, Chu Feng turned around and left. He didn't want to breathe the same air with a woman like Bai Shang at all. When he walked to the doorman who was responsible for opening the door secretly gave him a thumbs up. He had seen too many people like Bai Shang while working here. But this was the first time he had seen someone like Chu Feng who dared to confront him directly. It was so satisfying. Chapter 13 Sign in for shares. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully turning the tables. You have been given a chance to sign in. Do you want to use it immediately? As soon as I got back in the car, the system prompt sounded. There was no need to hesitate. Chu Feng immediately said, use it. Bite. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Shuguang Group shares. Reminder, you have become the largest shareholder of Shuguang Group, all procedures will take effect immediately. Shares? Although the system says that signing in will not give direct cash rewards, there is actually no difference between these shares and cash, right? However, he had never heard of the Shuguang Group, so he immediately took out his mobile phone to check it. You don't know until you check. After checking, Chu Feng took a breath of cold air. It turns out that the Shuguang Group is a well-known local enterprise with a wide range of business operations. Even the Fester Western restaurant in front of us is an industry under the name of the Shuguang Group. The rest are involved in various industries such as catering, service, construction, etc. Moreover, the Shuguang building is located in the most prosperous area of the city center, and the entire building is the headquarters of the Shuguang Group. When we become rich, how much will these shares be worth? Chu Feng would not be able to get an answer to this question for a while, but with such a large group, at least he would not have to worry about his livelihood anymore. His stomach growled twice, and Chu Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. What's the use of having money? You still have to fill your stomach first. He didn't do anything too extravagant, he just found a ramen restaurant nearby. I plan to go to Shuguang Group after dinner and ask myself how much these shares are worth. The ramen is very authentic and tastes pretty good. After a hearty meal, Chu Feng drove straight to Shiguang Building.
This building is considered a landmark.
Even the bus stop and subway station at the entrance are named after it. There were more than 1,000 people working in this building.
Chu Feng drove into the parking lot without attracting anyone's attention.
As we stepped into the building, something embarrassing happened. Everyone entering and exiting needs an ID card, but he doesn't have that thing.
And he didn't even know who to look for.
So he walked to the front desk and asked politely, "Hello, I would like to ask, which floor is the most senior leader here?"
"Can you tell him for me? I have something to ask him."
The receptionist at the front desk froze her smile. It was the first time she had heard someone make this request. Even if you want to sell something or discuss cooperation, you should at least do some homework in advance.
How can you just ask like this right away?
This is because Chu Feng is handsome and polite when speaking, otherwise the receptionist would have called the security guard to kick him out long ago. "Sir, if you want to see our CEO Zhang, you need to make an appointment in advance."
Also, not everyone can see CEO Zhang. The meaning of this statement was very clear. It was to tell Chu Feng not to have such unrealistic thoughts of taking shortcuts.
She completely regarded Chu Feng as someone who came to try his luck.
Chu Feng was not angry, but explained, "You may have misunderstood, I am." He wanted to identify himself and explain why he was there.
But before he could finish his words, an angry voice came from behind.
"Chu Feng, what are you doing here?"
Turning around and taking a look, Chu Feng felt that this world was sometimes really wonderful. The person standing behind him, glaring at him hungrily, was none other than Bai Shang, the blind date he had just met. Bai Shang was still as arrogant as ever and asked the receptionist at the front desk directly,
"What is he doing here?"
This woman looked so arrogant and spoke in a completely commanding tone. "Miss Bai, this gentleman said he wants to see Director Zhang."
"Looking for Director Zhang?"
Upon hearing this, Bai Shang looked at Chu Feng with disdain.
"Who do you think you are? Why do you come to see our Director Zhang? Why don't you take a good look in the mirror? Are you worthy of it?"
Just now in the Western restaurant, Bai Shang was already filled with anger. Now when she arrived at her company, the security guard was standing not far away, giving her immediate sense of security. Chu Feng only knew that Bai Shang worked in a large company, but he never expected that she would be an employee of Shiguang Group. After hearing her words, Chu Feng was too lazy to care and said directly, "Whether I am worthy or not is none of your business.
Just do what you need to do and don't make yourself unhappy."
There's no need to be tactful with such a person.
If you don't say something unpleasant, she won't know what restraint is. "What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? This is my company. I can do whatever I want. What's it to you?"
Bai Shang's self-satisfaction left Chu Feng speechless.
What is her company? She is just an employee. What does this company have to do with her? If you don't understand what I'm saying, I'll explain it more clearly. Get lost.
No matter how good Chu Feng's temper was, it would have been completely worn out by dealing with such a person. But Bai Shang still yelled recklessly, "You are the one who should get out.
Security! Get this guy out."
Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately ran over. They knew Bai Shang, a top student who had returned from studying abroad. She worked in the planning department, and the manager of the planning department was also named Bai. Anyone with a little bit of common sense knew how to treat her. "Sir, I advise you to follow us obediently, otherwise we will use strong measures." The security guard said this, but his hands had already reached out, clearly trying to restrain Chu Feng. Chu Feng would not allow them to attack him, and when he was about to fight back, a loud shout suddenly came.
"Stop!"
A group of people came over, led by a middle-aged man with a strong aura. His hair was combed meticulously, and he walked with an air of majesty, giving off the air of a superior.
"Can someone explain to me what's going on?"
As soon as he glanced at him, the security guard immediately withdrew his hand obediently, lowered his head and dared not move. Bai Shang hurried over and said, "Uncle Zhang, this guy is here to cause trouble." I was just about to ask the security guard to kick him out.
This middle-aged man is the chairman of Shiguang Group, Zhang Heng. Troublemaker?
Zhang Heng was a little confused. The Shiguang Group had been established for so many years and was deeply rooted.
Few people would dare to go wild at the group headquarters.
Being able to sit in his current position is enough to prove that Zhang Heng is not an ordinary person. He could tell at a glance that Chu Feng's identity was not simple.
"What's your name, sir?" Zhang Heng asked politely.
But before Chu Feng could answer, Bai Sheng shouted in grievance, "Uncle Zhang, his name is Chu Feng.
He is my blind date.
He scolded me in the restaurant before, and now he has even chased me to the company.
You have to help me make the decision." Chapter 14, Getting Rich Overnight is Not a Dream. Chu Feng?
Zhang Hong muttered the name secretly, and looked carefully at the young man in front of him. Chu Feng smiled slightly, straightened his clothes, and said, "Don't look at me.
I am the person you think of in your mind.
I didn't expect that I would be treated like this on my first visit today."
Shouldn't you give me an explanation for this matter, Director Zhang?
If Chu Feng didn't know that this middle-aged man was Zhang Hong, then he would have given up his brain to be surrounded by so many people. When Zhang Hong heard Chu Feng's words, he was immediately stunned.
You are the most mysterious shareholder of the group, Chu Feng? The system's arrangement must be flawless. Chu Feng nodded and didn't say much. Zhang Hong was a little at a loss.
He had seen all kinds of storms, but now he was somewhat out of control. Everyone thought that Shiguan Group belonged to him, Zhang Hong. However, only a few people know that the largest shareholding of the group has always been in the hands of a mysterious person, and that person is called Chu Feng. Xiaowang, cancel all your schedules for today, and notify all management to meet immediately in the large conference room on the 10th floor. Zhang Hong immediately issued the order and his secretary Xiaowan went to make the arrangements.
"Mr. Chu, please follow me."
Zhang Hong looked respectful and asked Chu Feng to follow him with a smile.
"Uncle Zhang, he."
Bai Sheng seemed to have not reacted yet, but Zhang Hong glared at her, making her swallow all her words. Chu Feng tilted his head to look at Bai Sheng, then said to Zhang Hong, "Director Zhang, are you familiar with this woman?" When Chu Feng asked, Zhang Hong could only say, "Her father works in the group's planning department and is also a veteran employee of the group." So Bai Sheng joined the group right after she came back from studying abroad.
"I see." Chu Feng thought about it and continued, "How many such nepotisms are there in the group?"
As soon as these words came out, Zhang Hong could hear Chu Feng's dissatisfaction.
"Mr. Chu, don't worry.
The group has been able to develop to this day because of its very strict internal control. Bai Sheng's academic qualifications and majors meet the group's requirements, so he didn't get in through the back door."
"Oh, that's good." Chu Feng had a blank expression on his face.
Although Zhang Hong didn't know what conflict had occurred between the two, it seemed that this matter had to be resolved. Otherwise, it may directly affect the fundamental issues of the group. Arriving at the 10th floor, Zhang Hong first took Chu Feng to a small meeting room. Not long after, he came in with a slightly fat middle-aged man and Bai Sheng. "Mr. Chu, this is the manager of our group's planning department and Bai Sheng's father, Bai Zhan." At this moment, Bai Zhan had some cold sweat on his forehead. He had just listened to something Zhang Hong said and asked Bai Sheng in detail. Only then did he know that the mysterious shareholder of the group was actually his daughter's blind date today. No one knows what the temperament of the most mysterious shareholder of the group is, but punishment is inevitable no matter what.
"I just hope I can keep this job."
"Mr. Chu, I apologize for my disrespectful behavior towards my daughter." Bai Zhan bent down, very sincerely. But Bai Sheng was full of dissatisfaction, and said aggrievedly, "Dad, it was obviously him who scolded me."
"What's wrong with being a shareholder? Can shareholders scold people at will? Just shut up."
Bai Zhan now really regretted spoiling his daughter and making her so incapable of even such a little tact. Chu Feng walked over and helped Bai Zhan up.
"Manager Bai, right? You don't have to apologize to me.
I heard from Director Zhang that you are also a veteran of the group. Your efforts are indispensable to the group's success today." Bai Zhan was very grateful. Chu Feng's words at least proved that he would not lose his job for the time being. "But, I don't know what your educational philosophy is, Manager Bai. Do you also think that foreign countries are better, or that the quality of Chinese people is very poor?" Bai Zhan was confused.
"Mr. Chu, where do you get that from? Our Shiguan Group is not a joint venture, let alone a foreign-funded enterprise. It is a genuine private enterprise. Besides, I am also a Chinese. I won't scold myself, right?" Chu Feng smiled and said, "But some people don't think so.
They keep saying that foreign countries are better and Chinese people are of low quality. They think that they are superior to others just because they came back from studying abroad, and they don't take anyone seriously." Having said that, how could Bai Zhan still not know who he was talking about? Chu Feng almost read out his daughter's ID number. He immediately glared at Bai Sheng and slapped him. "You bastard, is this how I taught you since you were little? I let you go abroad to broaden your horizons and learn more knowledge, not to make you worship foreign things. Bai Shang was stunned by the slap. Seeing that Bai Zhan wanted to fight back, Chu Feng immediately stopped him. Manager Bai, I'm not in the mood to watch you teach my daughter a lesson. But let me put this here. I don't want to see her in the group again.
Do you understand?
Bai Zhan sighed and nodded helplessly. Seeing that the atmosphere was not good, Zheng Heng immediately said, Mr. Chu, I have gathered all the management. How about we go meet first? Chu Feng waved his hands. He was not here to show off his power. Bai Shang just walked into the trap and could not blame anyone else. Forget about the meeting. Mr. Zhang, I came here today. Chu Feng deliberately said halfway. Zheng Heng immediately understood and said directly, Manager Bai, you guys go out first. After the father and daughter left in disgrace, Chu Feng said, Actually, I just want to ask how much my shares are worth. Ha! Zheng Heng had planned everything, but he never expected that Chu Feng came here for this. However, when Chu Feng left Shiguang Group, he was still surprised by the astronomical figures. I used to always hear people bragging, saying, money is just a number to me. At that time, Chu Feng just treated it as a joke. But now, he truly experienced what it felt like to treat money as just numbers. Zheng Heng didn't know why Chu Feng specifically asked this, but he was still very considerate and gave him a card. He said the card contained his dividends over the years. It's just that I couldn't contact him before, so I'm keeping it for now. It is no exaggeration to say that with this card alone, as long as Chu Feng does not gamble excessively and just lives a normal life, he can spend all the money in his lifetime.
The villas in Jinlong Bay? Are they expensive? You can easily buy 2 without blinking an eye. What could be more delightful than becoming rich overnight? Now, Chu Feng no longer had to daydream, because the most difficult things to achieve had already become reality. Chapter 15 Qin Ran's Economic Crisis. What? The funds cannot flow back? The nanny was fired, and the 2 daughters had to be left unattended, so Qin Ran deliberately did not go to the company today and stayed at home. But who knew that something would happen either earlier or later, but at this moment, such a big trouble would happen. She is in the pharmaceutical business, and her company covers all aspects of business including clinical research and development, pharmaceutical production, and physical sales. However, due to problems with the funds on the distributor's side, the funds could not be remitted, resulting in the inability to deliver the raw materials for the production line. This means that the factory will stop production and will not be able to meet the next delivery date. If this happens, the entire company will face a deficit crisis. If it is not handled in time, it may face bankruptcy. The way to deal with it is simple to say. That is to find the capital inflow and outflow of large stocks and make up for the loophole that dealers' funds cannot flow back. In this way, all difficulties will be solved. This is the truth, but it is extremely difficult to put it into practice. After all, there is a big loophole in this fund. Who would dare to lend it to her casually? I made several phone calls, but the CEOs with whom I had done business in the past all made excuses. In desperation, Qin Ran gritted her teeth and called her uncle, her father's brother. Ever since my parents died in a car accident a few years ago, my relatives have been eyeing the company. And he repeatedly forced Qin Ran to get married so that she would lose the opportunity to seize the inheritance rights of the company. But Qin Ran withstood all the pressure and even had in vitro fertilization, which allowed her to successfully take control of the company and make all her relatives give up their hopes. If the situation hadn't forced her, she really wouldn't want to contact these vampire-like relatives. But she also didn't want to see the company left by her parents fail in her hands. Hello, uncle, it's me. Oh, Xiaoran. Why did you think of calling uncle? Qin Bojun's voice came from the phone. Qin Ran hesitated for a moment before saying, Uncle, the company has run into some problems and needs some funds to turn around. Can you help me? Don't worry, I'll pay you back as soon as the funds are back. Ah? Something's wrong with the company? Qin Bojun seemed very surprised and asked hurriedly, Then uncle must help. Xiaoran, how much do you need? Qin Ran was happy to hear that his uncle agreed. After all, relatives are still relatives, and they can still lend a helping hand in times of crisis. Uncle, it doesn't take much. About 2 billion will be enough. What? 2 billion? Xiaoran, this is still a small problem. Do you think uncle is worth 2 billion? You are kidding me. Qin Ran felt a little aggrieved. His uncle also had his own company, and it was a home decoration company.
Although 2 billion was a lot, it was not too much for his uncle.
Uncle, I really have no other options. Can you help me? I promise that I will return the funds to you as soon as they are recovered.
If you are worried, you can ask a lawyer to notarize it. Shin Bojan sighed, and then said, Shaoran, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that the money is too much.
Even if it is notarized, I still feel uneasy.
How about this, you give me half of the company's shares as collateral temporarily, and when your funds are recovered, I will return the shares to you, how about it?
This is undoubtedly a bit too much.
Half of the shares of Chin's pharmaceutical company are definitely worth more than 2 billion, and it cannot be stopped even if it is multiplied several times. Now that Shin Bojan has made this request, it is clearly an attempt to take advantage of the situation.
Seeing Shin Ran didn't say anything, Shin Bojan continued, Shaoran, how about this, it's not convenient to talk on the phone, why don't you come over and we can talk in person?
Shin Ran was helpless. The only one who could help her now was her uncle.
After hanging up the phone, she prepared to go out.
But she was really worried about the 2 little girls at home, so after thinking it over, she decided to take them with her.
As soon as I went out, I saw Chu Feng driving back. Hey, let's go out. Chu Feng casually greeted him, but Shin Ran said hurriedly, Chu Feng, could you please help me take care of Hanin and Xiaoyu? I have to go out for something urgent.
Seeing that she was really anxious, Chu Feng immediately said, okay, no problem.
But where are you going? Let me take you there, and then I'll bring them back.
Shin Ran hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
The atmosphere in the car was low all the way.
Shin Ran sat in the passenger seat, fiddling with his phone non-stop. He received calls and text messages. Shin Shirhan and Shin Xiaoyu sat in the back very obediently without saying a word, only their big, round eyes kept looking outside. Arriving at the entrance of a decoration company, Shin Ran said, Chu Feng, thank you for your help.
I will go back to pick them up later. Oh, okay, go ahead and do your work. Be careful.
Watching Shin Ran hurriedly walk into the decoration company, Chu Feng and the 2 little girls almost breathed a sigh of relief at the same time.
Then the 3 of them looked at each other and laughed. Hey, do you 2 know what's going on? Why is she so anxious?
Shin Shirhan said like a little adult, it seems like something happened to my mom's company, so I need to borrow money from my great-grandfather.
I see. Chu Feng didn't care much about it.
When something happened in the company, it was normal to ask relatives for help. Seeing how anxious Shin Ran was, he thought it was a big deal. Just as she was about to drive home, Shin Xiaoyu said, but Grandpa is a bad guy. I heard him say before that he would take the company away from Mom sooner or later.
Chu Feng frowned slightly.
If that was the case, then it could explain Shin Ran's behavior. It is impossible that Shin Xiaoyu has not said this to Shin Ran. From this point of view, the company's affairs must be very important, otherwise, she would definitely not come to find this grandfather.
Hanin, Xiaoyu, what would you do if Mommy was bullied?
The 2 little girls looked at each other, and Shin Shirhan said, Mom will be very sad, and I will be very sad too, so I will comfort Mom. Shin Xiaoyu waved her pink little fist, I won't let anyone bully my mom.
I will protect my mom.
This shows the 2 little girls' completely different personalities, but their answers are both very good.
Chu Feng smiled and said, if Uncle is not mistaken, someone wants to bully your mother.
In order to prevent the bad guys from succeeding and to prevent your mother from being sad, Uncle wants to go and take a look.
You 2 stay in the car obediently, okay? Chapter 16. This matter is not over today.
The 2 little girls nodded obediently. Chu Feng got out of the car, locked the door, and left a crack in the window intentionally, just to prevent them from suffocating.
Sir, who are you looking for? The front desk staff asked politely. This is the head office, and most people who come here are here to discuss cooperation rather than to consult.
Chu Feng had never been to this company, so how could he know who to look for?
But he was not panicked at all.
Instead, he said calmly, oh, I'm the driver of the CEO Chin who just came.
Her phone was left here with me. I'm here to deliver it to her.
When the staff heard Chu Feng say that he was a driver, their smiles disappeared.
Oh, driver, then just give me the phone and I'll take it in. How could Chu Feng listen to her?
He said directly, I'm afraid that won't work. There are many important things in our boss Chin's phone.
We can't let others do it. There is something wrong with what he said. Can the boss's cell phone be given to others casually?
The staff rolled his eyes in disdain and said, then go deliver it yourself.
It's in the general manager's office on the 3rd floor.
Chu Feng wished this was the case. It would be best if no one followed him. And at this moment, in the office on the third floor, Shin Bojan, with a big belly, sat in his boss chair smoking a cigarette, his face full of melancholy. Xiaoran, you know your uncle's situation.
My small temple can't be compared with your big company. If 2 billion is withdrawn at once, if there is any problem, will our family still be able to survive?
As the saying goes, the collapse of adults begins with borrowing money.
Shin Ran felt this way at the moment. Uncle, don't worry. I promise to return the money to you as soon as the funds are recovered. I can't let you help me for nothing. I will add an extra 20 million in interest. We can notarize it.
Within 2 months at most, I will return the principal and interest to you.
Shin Bojan sighed. It's not that I don't trust you, and it's not about the interest. You always say that the funds will be recovered, so can you tell me when it will be recovered? You said 2 months, what if it doesn't come back in 2 months, what do you want me to do? Otherwise, you can do as I just said and transfer half of your company's shares to my name first, at least this way I have protection, right?
Shin Ran could tell that all Shin Bojan said was just to get the shares of Shin Pharmaceutical Company. Since they first forced her to get married, these relatives in the family have always had this goal in mind, and they have not given up until now. It is easy to give him the shares, but if you want to take them back, it will probably be harder than climbing to the sky.
Uncle, can we discuss this matter again? If the shares are really not enough, how about using my house as collateral? Is that okay? Shin Bojan glared and said angrily, Shin Ran, are you kidding me?
No matter how expensive the houses in Jinlong Bay are, they are only 20 million each.
You are borrowing 2 billion from me. Or.
Shin Ran wanted to say something more, but Shin Bojan snorted coldly, alright, stop talking. I'll put this here for you.
Unless you bring the share transfer agreement, there's no point in talking about borrowing money. Shin Bojan is not a patient person.
After just a few words, his true colors were revealed. Although Shin Ran had expected this, she was still very sad when the relationship between relatives could not outweigh the interests.
Oh, you have such a bad temper. It really scared me. Chu Feng walked in swaggeringly and looked at Shin Bojan with a smile. Who are you?
Shin Bojan was confused, as he had no memory of this young man at all.
Chu Feng, why are you here?
Shin Ran was a little surprised.
Shouldn't Chu Feng be sending his 2 daughters home at this time?
When Shin Bojan saw that the two knew each other, his face darkened and he naturally spoke in a less polite manner.
Who let you into my office? Get out.
Chu Feng did not answer Shin Ran. He looked at Shin Bojan with his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a hint of coldness. We are all family, but for a little money, you are willing to tear each other apart.
Isn't that disgusting? How old are you? Half of your body is already buried in the ground, right? What are you going to do with so much money? Buy yourself a coffin?
Chu Feng would never tolerate those guys who didn't follow the humane path.
Shin Bojan is a big boss after all.
Wherever he goes, people respectfully call him Boss Shin.
But now the young man Shin Ran brought with him actually dared to scold him? How could he tolerate this? Damn it!
When I was out there, you were still in your mother's belly.
How dare you act so recklessly in front of me? Chu Feng was not at all angered by his vulgar words, and said directly, do you think too highly of yourself? Only dogs like to eat from the pot and want to take over the bowl. Oh, no, calling you a dog is an insult to dogs.
Chu Feng showed no mercy at all. There was no need to be afraid of such a person.
You. Shin Bojan was so angry that he was speechless and pointed at Chu Feng tremblingly.
However, he found that he could not win the argument with Chu Feng, so he could only turn his target to Shin Ran.
Shin Ran, this is the person you brought with you? Don't you want the 2 billion? Then just wait for the company to go bankrupt. Uncle,
Shin Ran was at a loss as to what to do. She had never expected that things would develop to this point.
And you, kid. Don't think that you can get away with today's incident just because you scolded me.
I tell you, in this small piece of land, no one dares to offend me, Shin Bojan.
Oh. Chu Feng laughed unconsciously. How old are you? Why are you still playing this game? Okay, you don't believe it, right?
Shin Bojan picked up his phone and said angrily, if you have the guts, don't leave.
Today I will teach you how to be a human being.
Seeing that Shin Bojan seemed to be trying to harm Chu Feng, Shin Ran hurriedly said, Uncle, it's all a misunderstanding, don't be angry, we will leave immediately. She knew that Qin Bojun had some background and knew many people in the martial arts world, so she didn't want Chu Feng to get into trouble.
Chu Feng, let's go.
Chu Feng did not resist and allowed Qin Ran to drag him out. Arriving downstairs of the company, Qin Ran stopped.
Chu Feng, do you know how much trouble you've caused? I know you want to help me, but before you do anything, can you use your brain first? Qin Ran was very angry. He walked to the car, asked Chu Feng to open the door, and walked to the side of the road with his two daughters, as if he didn't want to have any contact with Chu Feng anymore. Chu Feng touched his nose and watched the three of them get into the taxi. The two little girls were still waving at Chu Feng, but were pulled back by Qin Ran.
Why are you taking your anger out on a child?
It's really.
Chu Feng shook his head helplessly and looked back at the company's sign, which read Bojun Home Decoration Company. Then he picked up his phone and called Zhang Heng.
Mr. Chu? What do you want?
Oh, nothing serious, just help me check this Bojun Home Decoration Company.
Also. Chapter 17, Changing Your Attitude Faster Than Turning the Pages of a Book.
After waiting in the car for a while, a Rolls-Royce that looked extremely luxurious stopped next to me. Zhang Heng got out of the car and greeted Chu Feng with a smile. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. The road was a bit congested.
I'm really sorry.
Chu Feng waved his hand. I disturbed you at work, so I should be the one apologizing. Although he was the largest shareholder of the group, Chu Feng's previous decisiveness and his current humility made Zhang Heng feel good about this young man. Zhang Heng did not bring as many people with him as he did in the company. He only had a driver and bodyguard with him.
The three of them walked into the company.
When the front desk staff saw Chu Feng coming again, they immediately said in a bad tone, "Why are you back again?"
Our boss said that if he sees you again, he will kick you out.
How dare you?
Do you know who you are talking to?
The bodyguard immediately stopped the staff. You know what, this guy is tall and strong, and he's wearing a pair of sunglasses, which makes him quite scary. The staff member was indeed a little scared, but he still said with all his strength, "This is the boss's order, not my idea, don't mess around." There would be no sense of accomplishment in making things difficult for such a small person, so Zhang Heng simply took out one of his business cards and placed it on the marble table. The staff member took it carefully and took a look at it, and was almost scared to death.
No wonder this middle-aged man looked familiar to me just now.
It turns out that he is really the chairman of Shuguan Group.
He is the big shot who often appears in financial news. Director Zhang, why are you here? I'll contact our CEO Qin right away. Please wait a moment.
Chu Feng glanced at Zhang Heng and thought to himself, he is worthy of being the chairman of a large group.
He has a lot of face.
But Zhang Heng stopped the staff member from making a phone call and said directly, "Don't bother, your CEO Qin and I are old friends, I will just go find him directly." The staff member nodded hurriedly. How could she dare to go against the wishes of such an important person? Chu Feng had just been here, so he naturally knew how to get there. The three of them arrived at the office door, and Chu Feng was the first to push the door open and walk in. When Qin Bojun heard the noise, he looked up and was immediately furious.
Damn it, you dared to come back?
Don't think that I won't do anything to you just because Qin Ran, that little girl, is protecting you.
In the end, you are just a gigolo.
These words were somewhat vicious. Chu Feng had never spent a penny of Qin Ran's money. Instead, he had treated her to meals twice. But before Chu Feng could retort, another voice came from behind him.
It's been a while since I last saw you. Mr. Qin is so impressive.
It seems that as his business grows bigger, his temper has also gotten worse. Zhang Heng walked in, and Qin Bojun swallowed the curse words that were about to come out of his mouth.
Zhang. Mr. Zhang? Why are you here?
This is such a great honor to my humble home.
I'm sorry to have embarrassed you.
I had some conflicts with this little bastard, and you just happened to run into us.
I'm so sorry, so sorry. Zhang Heng looked at Qin Bojun, pointed at Chu Feng, and said, "Is he the little bastard you were talking about? Then do you know who he is?"
When Qin Bojun heard this, he knew something was wrong. Who would have thought that a pretty boy next to Qin Ran would actually know a big shot of Zhang Heng's level? At this point, Qin Bojun could only bite the bullet and say, "Director Zhang, there may be a misunderstanding here.
How about you listen to my explanation?"
Zhang Heng didn't even look at Qin Bojun, and in front of Qin Bojun's stunned eyes, he respectfully invited Chu Feng to sit on the sofa. He waited until Chu Feng sat down before he sat down. Whether I listen to your explanation or not is not my decision. Besides, it seems that we need to renegotiate the cooperation between you and our Shuguang group.
Qin Bojun was panicked.
If Shuguang group really wanted to give up cooperation, then his company would suffer a loss of at least 10 billion.
This is not the scariest thing.
If this matter gets out, other cooperating companies will cut off ties with them because of the Shuguang group. When that time really comes, his only option is to sell the company or go bankrupt.
Qin Bojun looked so ugly that he looked like he was about to cry. Boss Yang, please don't do that. What did I do wrong? Can't I try my best to make up for it? Zhang Hong shrugged. Don't tell me. My words don't count.
I have to listen to Mr. Chu about what to do.
Oh, you don't know Mr. Chu's identity yet?
Zhang Hong said, and glanced at Chu Feng. Seeing that he did not respond, he continued, Mr. Chu is the largest shareholder of our Shuguang group and has a veto power.
Do you understand what I mean? After hearing these words, Qin Bojun felt like he was struck by a bolt from the blue. Who would have thought that Chu Feng had such a big background?
Seeing him following Qin Ran and looking pretty, I thought he was Qin Ran's pretty boy.
But since he was the largest shareholder of Shuguang Group, why did he let Qin Ran come to him to borrow money? 2 billion, isn't that just a drop in the bucket for him?
But now he had no choice. Chu Feng was not someone he could afford to provoke. A random word from others can destroy his decades of hard work.
Reality is so cruel. Mr. Chu, I was wrong before.
I shouldn't have been so presumptuous in front of you. You see, I'm not a child anymore.
I don't have much energy left.
Please don't bear grudges against me. No wonder Qin Bojun was able to expand his business, it's just because of his shamelessness, it's really amazing. Not long ago, he was so arrogant and wanted to teach Chu Feng a lesson, but now he is nodding and bowing like a bastard.
Chu Feng looked at him and said, Boss Qin, I am just a gigolo. What are you doing? Isn't this lowering your status?
Hearing Chu Feng deliberately making things difficult for Qin Bojun, Zhang Heng and the bodyguard looked at each other and smiled.
This young man should have this kind of vengeful attitude.
Anyway, Zhang Heng never believed that suffering a loss is a blessing, and he didn't think there was any truth in taking a step back will open up a new world.
Business is like a battlefield.
If you take a step back, the other party will do everything they can to prevent you from having a chance to turn around. If you are not ruthless, you cannot stand firm.
This is the best rule of survival.
Mr. Chu, it's all my fault for talking nonsense.
With your status, how could you be a gigolo? I'm short-sighted and didn't see who you are. Damn it, damn it. Qin Bojun thought about it and immediately thought of something. He said hurriedly, Mr. Chu, doesn't Xiaoran need 2 billion now?
I will transfer it to her right away without any collateral.
Can you please spare me this time for Xiaoran's sake? Chapter 18, What is a Beauty? Zhang Heng smiled and said, Boss Qin, do you think Mr. Chu is short of these 2 billion?
Qin Bojun lost all his temper after hearing this. Now he could only play the emotional card and use Qin Ran to negotiate terms with Chu Feng. Otherwise, based on his previous actions, he would definitely get himself killed. Chu Feng stood up, walked around the office, and finally sat in the boss chair.
Boss Qin, I don't want to embarrass you either.
After Chu Feng said this, Qin Bojun immediately showed a hint of joy.
But, if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price, right? Qin Bojun nodded hurriedly.
Yes, Mr. Chu, you are right.
So, what do I have to do to pay the price? Chu Feng smiled and said, it's simple. Just close this company down.
After saying that, Chu Feng did not give Qin Bojun any time to react.
He stood up and said, Director Zhang, didn't you just say that the company had a meeting to attend? Let's go then. Zhang Heng stood up and walked out chatting and laughing with Chu Feng.
Qin Bojun reacted in shock and was about to chase after him when he was stopped by the bodyguard walking at the end.
Boss Qin, don't you understand what Mr. Chu means? Or, do you think it's better for the company to go bankrupt?
One more thing, I want to remind you, you'd better keep your mouth shut about Mr. Chu's identity, because he doesn't seem to like others knowing his true identity. After the bodyguard finished speaking, he turned around and left without caring that Qin Bojun was about to vomit blood. After coming outside, Zhang Heng took a look at the location of the office on the 3rd floor, then smiled and said to Chu Feng, Mr. Chu, I would like to ask, why did you let him close the business on his own instead of letting him go bankrupt?
In this way, wouldn't it give him a chance to turn things around?
Zhang Heng, a man who was so powerful in the business world, rarely bowed his head and asked for advice from others. However, he was still somewhat puzzled by Chu Feng's attitude towards solving this matter. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "From now on, just call me Chu Feng. I will call you Uncle Zheng. Otherwise, I will always feel weird." Zheng Heng smiled and agreed. Chu Feng then continued, "It's not as complicated as you think. I just don't want to make things difficult for my friend. If he goes to Qin Ran to plead for mercy, wouldn't she be caught in the middle?" Zhang Heng nodded as if he understood something, and looking at his eyes, one could tell that he must have misunderstood something. Chu Feng was too lazy to explain to him. After all, he was the chairman of a large group. What kind of mess was going on in his mind? "Then Chu Feng, I will go back first. I will take care of the other thing you told me to do, don't worry." After watching Zhang Han leave, Chu Feng drove home. Not long after I entered the door, someone rang the doorbell. When I opened the door, I found that it was Qin Ran standing at the door. Wasn't she angry? Why did she come to see me again? "Come in and sit down." Chu Feng didn't say much and let her in. Chu Feng poured a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table. Seeing Qin Ran's hesitation, he smiled and said, "Do you want to tell me something?" Qin Ran pursed his lips and nodded slightly. "Chu Feng, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. It's just that I was too confused at the time. I knew she came here for this matter." So Chu Feng consoled her, "It's okay, it's normal. Besides, I'm not angry, why should I apologize?" Qin Ran seemed very tired. He held the water cup in both hands and said weakly with his head down, "Actually, I know that my uncle will not lend me money easily. I can't agree to his request. But I really have no choice. I can't watch the company left by my parents decline in my hands." From her words and tone, Chu Feng discerned too much information. For example, her parents have already. Chu Feng sighed and said, "Qin Ran, what I want to say is that there is nothing in this world that cannot be overcome. You don't need to be so depressed. It's already amazing that you can run such a big company by yourself. In addition, you have to believe that there are miracles in this world." Qin Ran raised her head and looked at Chu Feng. Their eyes met. She could see encouragement and support in Chu Feng's eyes. Ever since she met Chu Feng, she always had a strange feeling. At first, she thought it was because of her two daughters. But now she discovered that it had nothing to do with anything else, but was because Chu Feng seemed to have a natural affinity that made people want to get close to him. Cough. Chu Feng coughed lightly, and Qin Ran came back to his senses. When he thought about how he had just been staring at Chu Feng, he immediately felt his face getting hot. Just as I was about to say something to ease the awkwardness, my cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello. Yes, I'm Qin Ran. What? You said you are from the investment department of Shuguan Group? Oh, okay, please wait a moment, I will contact you in 10 minutes, okay? Okay, bye." After hanging up the phone, Qin Ran was so excited that he almost jumped up. "Chu Feng, you are right, there are miracles in the world. Do you know who called me just now?" Chu Feng smiled and said, "Didn't you just say that it's from the Shuguan Group? I remember that's the most powerful company in our area, right?" Qin Ran nodded immediately. "Originally, I just contacted some venture capital firms with the idea of giving it a try, but I didn't expect that Shuguan Group would contact me. I can't tell you more. My information is all in my computer. I have to go home and prepare." After saying that, Qin Ran hurried to the door. When she opened the door, she paused, turned around and smiled at Chu Feng. "I heard from my daughter that you chased in to protect me." "Thank you, Chu Feng." As the door closed, the beautiful figure disappeared without a trace. Chu Feng patted his face to wake himself up from Qin Ran's smile. "I finally understand what it means to be a beauty. My 2 billion. Although he was complaining, Chu Feng did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. After all, 2 billion is not an astronomical figure for him now. The call from Shuguan Group to Qin Ran was naturally arranged by Chu Feng and Zheng Heng. However, this was just a formality. The funds approved by the investment department to Qin Ran were actually Chu Feng's dividends, and not a single cent of the group's money was used. Of course, since they were helping Qin Ran in the name of the group, it couldn't be free of charge. However, all negotiations were conducted in accordance with the lowest standards for venture capital. As a friend, this was the greatest favor Chu Feng could give her. Having said that, if Chu Feng directly lent it to her, given Qin Ran's current difficulties, she would definitely accept it. But this would make her feel very guilty, and they would have to meet in the future, which was not the result Chu Feng wanted to see. After a simple dinner, Chu Feng was about to watch TV when his mother called.
Son. Chu Feng was stunned, looked at the note on his phone, and asked in confusion, Dad? Why are you calling me using my mom's phone?
Oh, your dad's cell phone is broken.
So I plan to ask you to come back tomorrow and take me to buy a new one. Chapter 19. Do you know what White Lotus is?
At 9 o'clock the next morning, Chu Feng packed up and went out, preparing to go home and take his father to buy a mobile phone. But when I drove to the entrance of Jianlin Community, I found that my own supermarket was closed.
You know, my dad usually opens the door at 8 in the morning, rain or shine. If there really was something wrong, my mother would probably call him.
But Chu Feng was still somewhat worried, so he parked the car and hurried home. When I arrived at my home and was about to open the door, I heard my father's hearty laughter coming from inside the house. This made Chu Feng feel relieved.
As long as his parents were fine, that was enough.
As soon as he entered the house, Chu Feng saw that there were not only his parents at home, but also an old couple sitting there, looking at Chu Feng with a smile.
Son, you're back. Come here, this is your Uncle Chen and Aunt Song. They are both Dad's old classmates. Uncle Chen, Aunt Song.
Chu Feng greeted him with a smile.
Hey, my dear, the last time I saw you was at your 100th birthday party.
It's been more than 20 years.
Oh, you've really grown old. Chen Feng seemed to sigh.
Although he and Chu Feng's father Chu Jianghe were classmates, judging from his appearance, he was several years older than Chu Jianghe and his hair was already gray. Song Yu kept looking at Chu Feng and turned to Luo Shui and said, Your son really takes after you.
Look at how handsome he is.
If he took after your old Chu, then he's done for. After he said this, Chu Jianghe was so angry that he jumped to his feet. But this is just a joke, no one really cares. While his mother was in the kitchen, Chu Feng followed her in.
Mom, what's going on? Didn't my dad ask me to take him to buy a cell phone? How come there are guests at home without telling me in advance? It would be better if I could bring something back.
Luo Shui smiled mysteriously and said, Don't ask me, this was all arranged by your father.
You are a worrying person, and your father can't stand it anymore.
Chu Feng was confused by these words.
He didn't do anything, so why did people worry about him?
Just as I was about to ask again, Chu Jianghe walked in.
Son, your mother is unreliable.
Your marriage is an important matter, so it is up to your father to take care of it.
Who are you calling unreliable?
Luo Shui rolled her eyes in annoyance and walked out with the fruit. Chu Jianghe smiled awkwardly and continued, I'm telling you, Lao Chen has a daughter who seems to be 1 or 2 years younger than you. I've seen her photo, she's very pretty, but she doesn't have a boyfriend yet.
Her family originally went out of town, and just came back 2 days ago.
It just so happened that Lao Chen and I talked about this on the phone, so I decided to let you meet her.
Chu Feng was speechless.
He thought that his conditions were not bad, he looked okay, and he didn't have any bad habits.
Why did his parents always feel that he couldn't find a girlfriend? Dad, you called me back for a blind date? Do you really need to lie to me? Just say no. Chu Jianghe glared at him and pretended to be angry. You little brat, who lied to you? My phone is broken. I accidentally dropped it when I was moving goods yesterday, and the screen is broken.
As they were talking, they heard someone knocking on the door. Chu Jianghe immediately said, It should be the girl who is here, you little bastard, you should seize the opportunity. When she came out of the kitchen, Luo Shui had already welcomed in a pretty girl.
Uncle Chu, Aunt Luo, hello, this is the gift I brought for you, please accept it.
Luo Shui smiled from ear to ear, and said as she took the things, Girl, just come if you want to, you are not a stranger, what else do you need to buy? You know what, this girl named Chen Chen does look quite likable and speaks in a soft voice.
Chu Feng, what are you standing there for? Come over and help me get the things in.
Oh. After Chu Feng came over, Song Yu said, Chen Chen, this is your Uncle Chu's son, Chu Feng.
Chen Chen smiled and nodded. Brother Chu Feng, hello. Hey, you two, come in and sit down.
Seeing that the two young men were not shy, Chu Jianghe winked at Chen Feng.
They were indeed old classmates and had a tacit understanding. Well, old Chu, I haven't been back for 20 years. How about we go out for a walk and buy some food to cook? Okay, no problem, let's go. Chu Feng, you and Chen Chen shouldn't go. You young people have things to talk about, and it's boring to keep us old guys company.
I know that this is my dad creating opportunities, but isn't this blind date model a bit too abrupt?
After the elders left,
only Chu Feng and Chen Chen were left at home. "Brother Chu Feng, I heard from Mom that they seem to want to arrange a blind date for us today." Chu Feng smiled bitterly. Since it was a tacit matter, why would the four elders put on a show? "Actually, I don't have any objection to blind dates, and I've heard from my parents about your family's financial situation, which is pretty good. But there are some things I think I should say up front. What do you think?" Of course, Chu Feng had no objection to what Chen Chen said. Blind dates, after all, are just a process for both parties to get to know each other. "If we really get married, first of all, I won't do housework. I have never done housework since I was a child. In addition, I don't want to go to work. It's too hard. I haven't had enough fun yet." "Oh, what else?" Chu Feng looked at Chen Chen expressionlessly, waiting for her next words. "Also, you are not allowed to interfere with my social circle. When I go out, you are not allowed to ask me where I am going. If I don't want to go home at night, you can't force me, and you can't make me do something I don't want to do. The most important point is that I don't want to have children, at least not now, and you can't force me to do this." "Well, are you done?" Chen Chen nodded and said, "That's all for now. If you can agree, I can give you a chance. Let's start as boyfriend and girlfriend." Chu Feng really wanted to laugh. The weirdos he saw on the internet were not as many as those he encountered during blind dates. "Chen Chen, right? Look, do you think I should give you some extra pocket money every month? And find a few babysitters to take care of you?" Chen Chen seemed not to hear the ambiguity in Chu Feng's words and nodded immediately. "Pocket money is a must, of course. We're married, so of course you have to support me. It doesn't have to be much, 20,000 a month will be enough. As for a nanny, that's not necessary, since we already have you at home." So according to what she meant, Chu Feng not only had to make money for her to spend, but also had to serve her at home? Chen Chen. "Well, brother Chu Feng, what's wrong? I want to ask, do you know what a white lotus is?" Chapter 20, Being Exposed, but Still Biting Back? Chu Feng's question was already very tactful, and this was because Chen Chen's parents were both his father's classmates. If this was a blind date he didn't know, he would have turned around and left long ago. "Brother Chu Feng, what do you mean?" Chen Chen blinked his big watery eyes with an innocent look. "Actually, to be honest, this girl is one of the more popular types. Although she can't be said to have great temperament, she is cute. Of course, this is just a first impression. As soon as I heard her requests, the smell of white lotus was already evident." Chu Feng had said it so clearly, but she still had this expression. Either she was just an idiot, or she was just a pure white lotus. It's just that Chu Feng is more inclined to the latter. After all, true idiots mostly only exist in fiction. There are no such stupid people in reality. It's meaningless. There are only two of us at home now, so you should just talk nicely. You're tired of talking, but I'm tired of listening to you. Chu Feng intended to explain things to her clearly, so as to avoid any conflicts among the elders. But Chen Chen pretended not to understand and said, "Brother Chu Feng, what do you mean? Did I say something wrong to make you unhappy? If so, then you have to tell me. Why?" Chu Feng sighed. According to the relationship between the two families, even if the blind date failed, they could still be friends. But the way Chen Chen behaved was really puzzling. "Since you asked me to say it, I'll say it. Do you think you're cute like this?" "No, I'm afraid only a licker would think so. I just feel disgusted." "You, how can you say that about others?" Chen Chen looked aggrieved, not knowing that this would only make Chu Feng more disgusted. But now that it has been said, there is no need for Chu Feng to hide it. It's okay if you don't want to do housework or work. But why do you think you can get 20,000 yuan in pocket money every month without doing anything? Who gave you the confidence to say such things? Or do you think you are a fairy from heaven? I can only say that you have a very good self-image. What do you want to do if I don't interfere with your private life? Keep the red flag flying at home and the colorful flags flying outside? Take my money and then give me a green grassland? I also want to ask you, are you looking for a marriage partner or a sucker?" Chu Feng was rational enough and did not say anything more unpleasant. In fact, with his current conditions, raising more than one person is not a problem at all. It would be fine if Chen Chen was simply the type of person who was spoiled by his family and couldn't stand being tired. But she clearly didn't come here with the intention of getting married. She just wanted to find an ATM. Anyone who could agree to her conditions must have never seen a woman in his lifetime.
To put it even more bluntly, she is not even as good as the beggars begging on the streets. That's enough.
Chen Chen shouted angrily, instantly shattering the personality she had worked so hard to build.
Then she looked at Chu Feng with gnashing teeth and said angrily, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to say that to me? If my parents hadn't forced me to come, do you think I would be willing to come? Looking at your poor appearance, you don't really think I want to marry you, do you?"
Chu Feng felt a lot more comfortable after hearing her talk like this.
"You think too much. Even if you want to get married, you have to see if I am willing to marry you. You want to have a boyfriend, make some money and run away. To be honest, I think you are not as good as those girls who make money with their bodies. At least they don't have to pretend. They are just after the money. Okay, remember what you just said. Chu Feng, I'm telling you, we're not done with this matter yet. Goodbye, I won't see you off." Chen Chen was so angry that she got up and left, slamming the door shut with a bang, which showed how angry she was.
Chu Feng stretched lazily. Going on a blind date with such a person was nothing but a waste of time. It would be fine if they just worship money, but treating people as fools is a bit too much.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for successfully revealing the true identity of the blind date girl.
You have been given a chance to sign in. Do you want to use it immediately?
The last time he signed in, he got shares of Shuguang Group, which directly changed Chu Feng's living conditions. He is now looking forward to what kind of rewards the system will give him.
Use. Bite. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the power enhancement talent. Tip: this talent has automatically taken effect, please be aware.
After the system notification sounded, Chu Feng clenched his fists, but he didn't feel any difference from usual. After looking around, he grabbed the sofa with both hands.
This sofa is a European-style solid wood sofa.
He and Chu Jianghe carried it back together, and both father and son were exhausted. But at this moment, Chu Feng exerted force with his arms and lifted the sofa easily.
Damn, with this much strength, you can get rich just by moving bricks at a construction site, right? This is Chu Feng's truest thought.
Although this increase in power is not as impactful as the shares of Shuguang Group, it can be used at every moment in life. From a long-term perspective, it is also a very good reward. As soon as I put the sofa back in its original place, Chu Jianghe and Luo Shui hurried in.
Chu Feng, what's going on? Chu Jianghe asked loudly as soon as he entered the room. Chen Chen called her father and cried, saying that you bullied her. What on earth did you do, you little brat?
From what my dad said, it seemed as if Chu Feng had some problems with his lifestyle.
Dad, don't be so angry. Listen to me.
Luo Shui also advised,
yes, no matter what happened, you should listen to your son's explanation first.
When Chu Feng had conflicts with other blind dates before, his mother did not have this attitude. However, after the introducer became the father, she began to protect her son.
Okay, tell me.
If you really do something messed up, I'll chop off your legs. Since childhood, Chu Jianghe has tried his best to play the role of a strict father, but every time it is just a lot of noise but little results. He said he was powerful, but in fact, he had never been able to beat Chu Feng. Chu Feng recounted the entire situation from beginning to end. When the two elders heard Chen Chen's excessive demands, they looked at each other as if they were somewhat unbelievable.
Old Chen and his wife are not powerful people, so how come their daughter is like this? Boy, you didn't lie to me? Chu Jianghe asked. Before Chu Feng could say anything, Luo Shui patted him. You don't know your son. When has he ever lied, let alone something like this? Chapter 21, Come and move the car?
Alright, I'll take care of this.
Can you please be more serious? You're not a kid anymore, can't you give us some peace of mind?
Chu Jianghe is always nagging, probably because he is getting old and can't keep quiet. However, it was obvious that after listening to Chu Feng's explanation, he did not blame his son, but was just thinking about how to tell his old classmates. Luo Shui called Chu Feng aside and whispered, "Son, go back first.
I guess your father will be worried for a while. What about the cell phone? Don't buy it?" Chu Feng asked. Luo Shui secretly glanced at Chu Jianghe, and then said, "Why buy it?
At your age, it's good enough to have an old phone to use.
There is a spare one at home, so just don't worry about it." Chu Feng was helpless.
Although his parents had always quarreled over the years, their relationship had always been good.
Moreover, unless it was a big deal at home, Luo Shui would usually make the decision.
Since he's not buying a cell phone, he has nothing to do if he stays. Seeing that it was almost noon, Xu Feng prepared to go to the market to buy some vegetables so that he could go home and cook. But just as he came out of the vegetable market and was about to get in the car, a black Volkswagen came speeding and braked suddenly and stopped in front of his car, leaving him no time to move. A bald man got out of the car and walked across the street while talking on the phone. Xu Feng took 2 quick steps, patted him, and said, "Brother, please move your car.
My car can't get out."
The bald man turned his head and glanced at Xu Feng, then said, "Can't you see I'm in a hurry to get things done?
Get out of here now and don't cause yourself any trouble."
Xu Feng had seen many unreasonable people, but it was rare to see someone as arrogant as this. After hearing what he said, Xu Feng simply stopped talking nonsense and turned around and left. The bald man sneered and held up his phone, saying, "It's okay.
I'm not a coward. I'll be there soon. Wait."
Just as he was about to hang up the phone, he heard a teeth-grinding voice coming from the back. He turned around and saw that the guy who had asked him to move his car was pushing his car.
"Fuck, stop it."
The bald man roared, and then said to the phone, "Come out, someone is causing trouble."
Xu Feng's idea was very simple. Since he was unwilling to move, he could just push him away. It was a very simple thing.
Of course he heard the bald man shouting, but he didn't want to pay any attention to him at all.
It's not like I didn't tell him. Didn't he ask me to find a solution? This is his solution. The power increase rewarded by the system was not exaggerated.
He used a little effort and pushed the black Volkswagen forward a little. Just as he was about to push again, a large hand grabbed his shoulder.
"I told you to stop, don't you have ears?"
The bald man tried to pull Xu Feng away rudely, but when he pulled hard, Xu Feng didn't move at all.
"Mad, I'm talking to you."
The bald man was furious. Seeing that Xu Feng ignored him, he felt humiliated and punched him in the back. Xu Feng seemed to have eyes on his back. He moved to the left, allowing the big man's fist to hit the car body directly, causing him to grimace in pain.
"Come and move the car?"
Xu Feng asked softly. But when these words reached the ears of the bald man, they sounded like an insult.
"Move the car? I'm moving it."
He threw another punch, but this time, Xu Feng caught it directly. The big man wanted to pull back his fist, but after trying twice, Xu Feng's hand held him tightly like an iron clamp. Just as he was about to start cursing, Xu Feng began to exert his strength, which immediately changed the big man's expression. The piercing pain made him sweat profusely.
Let me go."
Even at this time, this guy is still speaking rudely. Xu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to exert force. Soon he heard a crack sound, which was the sound of bones breaking. He just crushed the big man's finger bones. After letting go of his hand, the big man squatted on the ground and howled in pain. At this time, a group of people came running over from the other side of the street.
They looked like hooligans and didn't look like decent people.
"Bald brother, what's wrong with you?"
someone asked hurriedly. The big man raised his head, his face grim, and gnashed his teeth and said, "This kid is looking for trouble, beat him to death. If anything goes wrong, it's my fault." The group of people immediately rushed up and surrounded Xu Feng tightly. But he didn't seem to panic at all. It was just a fight.
It was not like they hadn't fought before. When they were in school, Lu Xian's temper as a rich second generation had caused him a lot of trouble, and every time they had solved it together as brothers. Just as he was about to do it, he heard someone yell, "Stop!" The group of people turned around one after another, and Xu Feng also looked over curiously. Unexpectedly, he saw a familiar face. "Hey, little brother, what a fate, I just saw you, I didn't expect it to be true." This person was none other than Zhu Sainer, who had lost a bet with Xu Feng and compensated him with 10,000 yuan.
Xu Feng smiled and nodded as a greeting.
Zhu Sainer was somewhat appreciative of his calm demeanor. Nowadays, there were very few young people with the courage and insight like Xu Feng, who was not at all panicked when faced with such a situation. "Third brother, this guy has broken my hand, kill him quickly." The bald man roared miserably, but Zhu Sainer just glanced at him and turned to look at Xu Feng.
"Little brother, you're a little too harsh. Do you think you need to give me an explanation for this matter?"
It seems that Zhu Sainer is the boss of these people.
If his subordinates get beaten, he will definitely stand up. But Xu Feng said, "Explanation?
Then he should give it to me first." Upon hearing this, the younger brothers opened their mouths to curse, but were stopped by Zhu Sainer.
"So, it was Baldy who offended you first? If you don't mind, could you tell me about it?"
Don't worry, if it was really Baldy's fault, I will definitely not make it difficult for you. Chu Feng is not afraid of difficulties, but things have their right and wrong, and if they are not resolved, it will eventually be a trouble. So he told him what had happened just now. It was the bald man who blocked his car first, and not only did he refuse to move, he also cursed at him. Go move the car yourself, he still needs to do it. No matter what, Chu Feng was in the right. Bald, what this little brother said is true. The bald man was speechless. He wanted to make an excuse, but he couldn't find any. Third brother, even if what he said is true, he didn't suffer any loss at all, but instead broke my hand. How do you deal with this? It would have been better if he didn't say this. As soon as he said this, Jusainer's face was immediately filled with anger. He walked over and kicked the bald man, knocking him over. Damn it, is this how I usually teach you to do things? You were unreasonable first, and now you're blaming others? Breaking your hand is the least of my worries. If it were me, I would have broken your legs long ago. Chapter 22 Lu Hao. Just based on these few words from Jusainer, it can be proved that this guy is a real man of the world, not the kind of gangster who shows off his power and bullies others all day long. The bald guy was taught a lesson so well that he didn't even dare to fart. Jusainer came back and said, "Little brother, Baldy was wrong in this matter. I apologize to you on his behalf." Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhu, what you said is wrong. He is the one who made the mistake. How can I ask you to apologize?" After being in the business for so many years, how could Jusainer not understand what Chu Feng meant? Every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. I apologized on behalf of the bald man, but Chu Feng didn't accept it. Bald, are you pretending to be dead? Hurry up and get over here. I, Jusainer, am a famous person in the martial arts world. Hurry up and apologize to my little brother, or you will never follow me again. No matter how reluctant the bald man was, he did not dare to go against Jusainer's wishes. He could only be helped over and reluctantly apologized to Chu Feng. Before turning around, she gave him a look of resentment. Are you satisfied now, little brother? Chu Feng nodded and took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. I hit him a little too hard just now, so this will be considered as medical expenses. Jusainer then smiled knowingly. The bald man made a mistake and he should apologize. But bowing to Chu Feng would undoubtedly make them lose some face. Now Chu Feng paid the medical expenses. It didn't matter how much money he got. The main thing was that he got back the face he had lost. Jusainer couldn't find any fault with Chu Feng's attitude towards this matter. Little brother, you have a big stomach. Have you eaten yet? Come on, I'll ask you, so-and-so, to take Baldy to the hospital. Chu Feng declined politely, Brother Zhu, maybe next time. I have already bought the vegetables and will go home to cook. Ever since Jusainer tasted the dishes cooked by Chu Feng, everything else he ate tasted a bit like chewing wax. It was just a bet before and it didn't matter, but now, he was too embarrassed to open his mouth and ask Chu Feng to make 2 more for him. Okay, with my cooking skills, I really don't like the food outside. We are destined to be friends in the future. I will treat you when I have the chance in the future. After saying goodbye, Chu Feng drove home. While I was cooking, my phone rang with a voice call notification from WeChat. When I picked up the phone, it was Karen calling. Hello? Miss Qin. Hearing Chu Feng's joke, Qin Ran said with a sweet smile, What beautiful lady! Stop it, Chu Feng, what are you doing? Chu Feng looked at the potatoes and beef stewing in the pot and said, I'm cooking. I heard you're in a good mood. Is there something good? Qin Ran was full of disappointment yesterday, but today his tone and voice were much brighter than usual. Well, it's indeed a good thing. I just came out of Shiguan Group and have signed a venture capital contract with them. Now I just need to wait for the payment. In addition, Shiguan Group is indeed a conscientious company. After hearing about my situation, they actually signed a contract according to the minimum standards, which saved me a lot of money. Chu Feng knew about this matter much earlier than Qin Ran, because this was his idea in the first place. But now he still pretended to have just learned about it, and said in surprise, That's great, now your company can finally survive the crisis, congratulations. Qin Ran smiled and continued, Oh, by the way, I originally planned to go home after signing the contract, but something happened at the company. My newly hired nanny is taking care of Hanin and Xiaoyu. Today is her first day here, and I'm a little worried. Can you help me check on them? I'll treat you to dinner tonight as a celebration and to thank you. There was no problem with going to see the two little girls, but Chu Feng was a little surprised when Qin Ran said he wanted to treat him to a meal.
Oh, I'm just here by chance?
Chu Feng made a joke and chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up the call. He and Qin Ran gradually became familiar with each other. This is how friends or neighbors should be.
You see each other every day, so it would be awkward to be polite all the time.
Now it's more natural, that's the best. After Chu Feng finished cooking, he packed the food into an insulated lunchbox and carried it towards Villa number 1. After ringing the doorbell, a middle-aged woman's voice came from inside.
Excuse me, who are you looking for?
Oh, my name is Chu Feng, I'm Qin Ran's friend, I came to see the two little girls and bring some food.
Mr. Chu, okay, please wait a moment.
It seemed that Qin Ran must have greeted her, otherwise how could this nanny know him? The door opened quickly and a middle-aged woman with a kind smile stood at the door.
Mr. Chu, please come in. Miss Qin has already greeted you and said you would come. My last name is Li, so you can just call me Aunt Li.
Before Chu Feng had time to change his shoes, two little girls rushed out and pounced on him.
Uncle Chu, you are finally here. I am so hungry. Can you make me something delicious? It's almost 1 o'clock now, and the two little girls haven't eaten yet? He couldn't help but look at the nanny, Aunt Li, next to him.
Aunt Li smiled helplessly and said, I cooked, but they may not be used to it. It's my first day here, so I don't know what flavor to cook. Chu Feng saw that Aunt Li looked a little guilty, and he knew that she must feel that she had not taken good care of the two little girls. So I comforted her, it's okay, Aunt Li. Actually, these two girls are not very picky eaters. They just like to eat something with a strong flavor.
You haven't eaten yet, right? I'm done. Come and eat together.
The two little girls cheered and sat on the chairs ready to enjoy the food. After Aunt Li ate the meal made by Chu Feng, she finally understood why her dishes were not popular. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, they were much better than the ones she had eaten in a big restaurant before. After dinner, Chu Feng played with the two little girls for the whole afternoon. It was not until after 5 o'clock that Qin Ran called.
Chu Feng, I just finished dealing with the company's affairs. I have already booked a hotel. Why don't you just bring Han In and Xiaoyu over?
Oh, all right. The two little girls changed their clothes and followed Chu Feng out the door.
Qin Ran booked a table at a restaurant not far from Qin's pharmaceutical company.
After Chu Feng drove there, he asked about the reservation directly, and then, under the guidance of the waiter, he walked towards the private room on the second floor. I thought Qin Ran was the only one there, but when I entered the room, I saw another man in the box.
Mother!
Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu ran over and got intimate with Qin Ran.
Han In, Xiaoyu, this is Mom's colleague, his name is Uncle Lu. Hello, Uncle Lu.
Anyone who sees the two well-behaved little girls will like them. Lu Hao also patted the two little girls on the head and said with a smile, I guess when these two girls grow up, they will be as stunningly beautiful as you, President Qin.
Chapter 23, Being Regarded as a Love Rival. Chu Feng, come in and sit down. What are you doing standing there?
Qin Ran saw Chu Feng still standing at the door, so he asked him to come over and sit down.
Boss Qin, this is. Lu Hao asked tentatively. Kiran introduced with a smile.
Oh, this is my friend Chu Feng. He has a lot of things to deal with this afternoon, so I asked him to look after my daughter for me.
I see.
Lu Hao stood up, extended his hand to Chu Feng, and said politely, Hello, Mr. Chu, my name is Lu Hao, and I am the vice president of Qin's pharmaceutical company. Chu Feng also smiled and shook hands with him as a greeting. After sitting down, Lu Hao seemed to be very interested in Chu Feng and asked, I wonder where Mr. Chu is working. Maybe we can have a chance to cooperate in the future.
Oh, I'm not that high. I'm just a private car driver.
Special car driver?
Chu Feng's answer seemed to surprise Lu Hao.
Qin Ran frowned slightly, seeming a little unhappy.
Chu Feng, please don't mind it.
Vice President Lu is very serious about his work.
He always wants to ask everyone if there is any chance for cooperation.
He has no other intentions.
Chu Feng certainly didn't care. Moreover, he never thought that there was any difference between a company boss and a private car driver. Aren't they both making money to eat? Is there any need to distinguish between high and low?
But Lu Hao seemed to have lost interest in Chu Feng all of a sudden and said nothing more. Soon, the food was served. Qin Ran picked up the cup of drink and said, Let's have a toast to celebrate the company's survival through this crisis.
It can be seen that Qin Ran is very happy today.
You will never experience the feeling of surviving a disaster unless you experience it yourself. But Lu Hao said at this time, since we are celebrating, why don't we drink beverages? We should drink alcohol. No, Chu Feng still has to drive in a while, so he can't drink. Xin Ran stopped him immediately. She didn't like drinking in the first place, and sometimes she would just have a sip for socializing. But a hint of gloom flashed across Lu Hao's eyes. He felt very unhappy when he heard Chu Feng's name from Xin Ran. In that case, let's just have a drink. Mr. Chu, let's drink tea instead of wine. Indeed, it is not good for the driver to drive under the influence of alcohol. This statement sounds reasonable at first glance, but upon closer examination, it is not difficult to discover that Lu Hao simply downgraded Chu Feng's status from Xin Ran's friend to a driver. They are not fools, how could Xin Ran and Chu Feng not hear it? Xin Ran's face froze, but Chu Feng didn't change at all. They were all men, and just the aggression in Lu Hao's eyes when he looked at Xin Ran made Chu Feng understand that Lu Hao must have ill intentions. Lu Hao, I don't want to drink today, is that okay? Xin Ran's tone was a little cold, which immediately froze Lu Hao's smile. Okay, since you don't want to drink, then don't drink today. Come and eat. This guy even picked up some food for Xin Ran, looking very attentive. But Xin Ran just left the food he picked up on the plate without moving it. His attitude was very obvious. By the way, Chu Feng, what do you think of Aunt Li? She's very nice, very kind, efficient, and considerate. When I'm playing with the girls, she'll come over from time to check on me. Well, I feel relieved when you say that. Xin Ran was taking care of the two little girls while chatting with Chu Feng. And most of the topics were about their daughter and some family matters. Lu Hao sat on the side, feeling completely like an outsider and extremely embarrassed. Suddenly, he had an idea, and then he smiled and said to Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu, two little beauties, Uncle Lu will perform a magic trick for you, okay? When they heard the magic trick, the two little girls immediately became interested and even put down the spoons in their hands. When Lu Hao saw Qin Ran looking over, he immediately picked up a fork from the table proudly. Look, this is a perfectly intact fork, pay attention. As he spoke, he performed some common moves in magic, which were actually just to attract the audience's attention. Change. His hand shook, and when he raised the fork again, all four tines of the fork had bent. Wow! Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, then picked up the forks in front of them, as if trying to break them into that shape. Not to mention the two little kids, even for an adult, it would be very difficult to bend the tines of a fork. When Lu Hao heard Qin Ran say that he was going to take his daughter out for dinner, he made some preparations in advance. He had prepared this fork long ago, and the intact one was now in his sleeve. Wow, Uncle Lu is so awesome. The two little girls praised Lu Hao highly, which immediately made him feel proud. Before he could open his mouth to show off to the two little girls, Qin Xiaoyu looked up and asked Chu Feng, Uncle Chu, can you bend the fork? Chu Feng smiled and said, I don't know how to do magic, but I should be able to bend a fork. Wow, I knew Uncle Chu could do it. Show me a performance, I want to see it. Xiaoyu. Qin Ran naturally knew how difficult this was. She had just tried it, but the fork was very thick and the teeth were short. It was impossible to bend it with bare hands, and it would be easy to get hurt. Seeing Qin Xiaoyu pouting, Chu Feng patted her head and said to Qin Ran, It's okay, Xiaoyu wants to see it, I'll just give it a try. Lu Hao looked at Chu Feng with disdain on the other side. He had to use pliers to achieve this effect, and even with the use of tools, it took a lot of strength, and his hand still hurts. He didn't believe Chu Feng could do it. If he failed, it would definitely disappoint the two little girls. If I add more fuel to the fire and make the two little girls more intimate with me, maybe I can get closer to Qin Ran. 4 pairs of eyes, big and small, all focused on Chu Feng. He was seen holding a fork in one hand and pinching the teeth with the other, then trying hard to break them apart. Be careful. Kiran reminded in a low voice. Before, even if Chu Feng had twice the strength, he probably wouldn't be able to do it. But now it's different, the system's power increase is not just as simple as doubling the power. As his strength grew, the fork was bent. Just seeing this, Qin Xiaoyu cheered excitedly. But Chu Feng's performance was not over yet. He actually broke the 4 teeth on the fork into 2 in front and 2 in the back. He was also afraid that Qin Xiaoyu would accidentally hurt herself when looking at it, so he pinched it hard, smoothing out the folded and sharp parts. Seeing this scene, it wasn't just the mother and her 2 daughters who were surprised. Lu Hao widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 24 Chu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, this is for you. Chu Feng handed the fork to Qin Xiaoyu with a smile. The little girl was extremely excited after taking it.
Uncle Chu is so awesome. He's much better than Uncle Lu.
Children's way of thinking is very simple, so they naturally say whatever they think. But as soon as these words came out, Lu Hao's face became as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. It was clearly a program he had thought of just to make the two little girls happy, so why did it now seem like it was making wedding dresses for Chu Feng?
Seeing that he looked unhappy, Qin Ran said apologetically, Lu Hao, I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. Lu Hao forced a smile and interrupted Qin Ran. Why are you apologizing? Children speak without restraint. I am a grown man, how can I bother with such a small matter with a child? You look down on me too much.
He certainly didn't blame Qin Xiaoyu, but the look in his eyes when he stole glances at Chu Feng became increasingly gloomy. When Qin Ran's parents were still alive, Lu Hao had already worked in the company. At that time, he was particularly valued because of his outstanding abilities. Even most people in the company believed that he would definitely become the son-in-law of the Qin family. Of course, he thought so too. Especially after Qin Ran took over the company, he became more and more convinced that both Qin Ran and Qin Pharmaceutical Company would become his possession sooner or later. Over the years, he had never heard of Qin Ran having any friends of the opposite sex.
Most of them were just partners.
But Chu Feng's appearance made him feel a sense of crisis.
It's getting late, and they are both sleepy. Chu Feng, let's go back. Qin Ran didn't mean anything else.
They were neighbors, so it was natural for them to visit each other. But when Lu Hao heard these words, the meaning was completely different, as if the two of them were already living together.
Lu Hao.
Qin Ran had already stood up, but found that Lu Hao was still sitting there in a daze. After shouting, he came back to his senses.
Ah, we're leaving, huh? Good.
Qin Ran held Qin Shihan's hand, while Chu Feng held Qin Xiaoyu, who had fallen asleep. Lu Hao, who was walking behind, had his eyes almost spitting fire.
No matter how you look at it, they look like a family. Obviously, the person walking next to Qin Ran should be him. Lu Hao, we'll leave first. See you at the company tomorrow. Watching them drive away, Lu Hao clenched his fists and looked gritting his teeth.
Then he took out his cell phone, found a number and dialed it.
It's me. Please help me check this person. His name is Chu Feng. He should be an online car hailing driver.
Qin Ran turned his head and glanced at the two little girls sleeping in the back row, revealing a very relieved smile. Then he lowered his voice and said, Chu Feng, I am sorry to bother you again today. I didn't expect the funds from Shiguan Group to arrive so quickly. I thought I would have to wait for a few days. Chu Feng deliberately slowed down the speed of the car so as not to wake up the two girls behind him.
Does that mean that the company has now overcome its difficulties? Kiran nodded.
Yes, but there are still many details that have not been dealt with. After these are resolved, I still have to solve the problem of the funds not being recovered. Everyone envied the big bosses who open companies, but looking at Qin Ran, one could tell that running a big company was not that simple. They paid much more than most people imagined.
Oh, by the way, Chu Feng. It's just a coincidence that we met today. Lu Hao also said he wanted to celebrate.
He is the vice president of the company and has been busy with this matter. I was embarrassed to refuse him, so I asked him to come along as well. Chu Feng took the time to look at Qin Ran and said with a smile, Why are you explaining this to me? It's you who's treating us today, so of course you have the final say on who to invite. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Qin Ran should have let it go. But for some reason, she had a strange feeling and was not so comfortable. She didn't think much about it, just thinking that she was too tired.
Nothing happened that night.
The next morning, Chu Feng had just opened his eyes when his cell phone rang. As soon as Chu Feng saw the caller ID, he smiled knowingly.
Hello? My dear, why are you calling me so early?
There was a sweet laugh at first, and then a sound like a silver bell came through the phone.
What are you talking about? Can I call you if I'm fine? This is your honor, okay?
There is only one person who can talk to Chu Feng like this since he was a child, and that is his biological sister, Chu Xiaoyu.
This girl is still a junior at Dongzhou University and only comes back during holidays. Yes, it's my pleasure. May I ask Miss Chu, do you have any instructions?
Hey, brother, I heard that you've been rejected a lot in recent blind dates. You're not ugly and your conditions are good, so this shouldn't be the case. So as your sister, I analyzed your case and I think it's because your emotional intelligence is too low. You don't know how to please girls at all.
Chu Feng rolled his eyes in anger and amusement. I said, you called me so early in the morning just to make me unhappy? When Xu Xiaoyu heard this, she became unhappy. She said aggrievedly, I am your biological sister. How can I watch my biological brother become a lonely old man? I am so considerate of you, but you actually slander me. If she really had such good intentions, Chu Feng would rather believe that a sow would climb a tree. Having watched this girl grow up, I know very well what evil she is up to. Okay, stop pretending. Tell me, what do you want to do? Xu Xiaoyu chuckled, not at all embarrassed by being exposed. Hey, nothing else. Since you're going to be an older bachelor soon, I, your sister, can help you pick up girls out of humanitarianism. How about that? Isn't that generous enough? Needless to say, it must be that my mother told this girl about her own affairs when she called her yesterday and asked her to persuade herself to find a partner as soon as possible. As for me, you shouldn't worry about me. You might as well take a few more courses with this time so that you won't be unable to find a job after graduation. After saying that, Chu Feng hung up the phone directly, not wanting to get entangled with this girl any further. These two siblings have always been the type that smells better when they are far away from each other. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and I miss each other a lot. Let's really contact each other. But within 3 sentences, we start to dislike each other. After the call was hung up, Xu Xiaoyu glanced at her phone and curled her lips in disdain. Humph, originally I wanted to give you a discount because you are my brother. If you don't want to, forget it, so as not to delay my earning money. As she was thinking about it, her cell phone rang again. Hello? Matchmaker Xiaoyu is here to serve you wholeheartedly. Please tell me how much I can help you pick up girls, and please tell me how much I can pay for the consultation service. The goods are genuine and the prices are fair, and we will not cheat anyone. Chapter 25 Preparations for Entering Business. Xu Feng was just about to go to the market to buy some vegetables while they were fresh in the morning. After acquiring top-notch cooking skills, he always felt that he couldn't treat his mouth badly. I had just walked out the door and was about to get in the car when I heard Qin Ran's voice. Xu Feng. Good morning. When he turned around, he saw Qin Ran sitting in a white Continental car, sticking his head out to greet him. Is this your car? Xu Feng took a look at this luxury car worth 3 million. It was quite suitable for Qin Ran's temperament. Yes, it was fixed yesterday. The 4S shop sent it to me early in the morning. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. In front of this Continental, my Civic really doesn't look up to much. But for Xu Feng, this is nothing. The car is just a means of transportation. He doesn't need to show up in public, so there is no need for such a luxury car to show off. I won't talk to you anymore. I have a meeting in the morning. I'm leaving now. Well, be safe. After watching Qin Ran drive away, Xu Feng set off for the market. Looking for me? Didn't I tell you last time that I don't sell recipes? As soon as he came out of the market, Xu Feng received a call from Lu Xian. Lu Xian has always been a night owl, and it's rare for him to get up so early. Xu Feng, this concerns my brother's lifelong happiness, you can't just ignore me. Xu Feng curled his lips speechlessly. You say that to every girl you meet, and what's the result? Is there one that can last more than 3 months? If I had said this in the past, Lu Xian would have scolded me. But this time he was uncharacteristically serious and said, Xu Feng, I'm not joking this time. I'm serious. I can't explain why. Xu Feng had also seen Fan Xiaoxian. Compared with the girls Lu Xian had dated before, she didn't have any special advantages. How could he fall for her? Now he even comes to ask me for help. Lu Xian spoke so seriously, so Xu Feng naturally stopped laughing. Lu Xian, let me ask you, was it that Fan Xiaoxian who asked you to find me? No, don't get me wrong. I just saw Xian looking depressed these past few days, so I wanted to make her happy. After hearing this, Xu Feng felt more comfortable. If it was really Fan Xiaoxian who forced Lu Xian to find her, then this girl's character is worth questioning. After getting in the car, Xu Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. Lu Xian, I will definitely not sell the recipe, but I have another suggestion. It depends on whether Fan Xiaoxian agrees or not. This was the first time that Lu Xian bowed his head and asked him for help. Xu Feng really didn't want to reject him just like that. He also had an idea at the last minute. Although it was just an idea, given his current conditions, there would not be much loss in giving it a try. Okay then. Are you home?
I'll take Xian to find you now. Lu Xian was probably talking about his previous house.
I don't live there now. I'll send you a location.
After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng sent the location of Villa number 7 in Jinlong Bay to Lu Xian.
This guy immediately replied, "Fuck, Jinlong Bay?"
After returning home, about half an hour later, Lu Xian called.
Chu Feng, are you sure you didn't get the address wrong?
I'm already at the entrance of Jinlong Bay, and the security guard said I can get in by contacting the owner.
Oh, then give him your phone.
Soon, the security guard's voice was heard from the phone.
Hello? Mr. Chu?
Judging from the voice, this guy should be the security guard Zhang Long from before.
Yes, it's me. The owner of the phone is my friend. Please let them in.
Hey, okay, I'll let you go right away. Whenever Chu Feng came in or out and happened to see Zhang Long on duty, they would chat for a few words and they became more and more familiar with each other.
Lu Xian parked the car in front of Villa number 7.
After getting out of the car, he looked stunned. Just then Chu Feng came out, and he grabbed Chu Feng's shoulder in disbelief and asked, "Did you win the lottery?" Lu Xian's family is also rich, but not so extravagant as to be able to buy such a luxurious villa.
Seeing Chu Feng shaking his head, he asked again, "Or did you do something you shouldn't do?" "Brother, if you have any difficulties, you must tell me, don't do anything stupid." Chu Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Don't think about it. I didn't steal or rob, and I didn't do anything illegal. Okay? Come in quickly."
After sitting down in the living room, Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian looked at each other, and then asked impatiently, "Chu Feng, what exactly was the suggestion you mentioned before?
Tell me quickly. This is just an idea of mine. Let me tell you first and see if you can understand it."
After a pause, he continued, "As for the recipes, I definitely won't sell them.
My idea is that we can work together. I'll provide the recipes, you'll provide the labor, and we can open a restaurant together."
Fan Xiaoxian was stunned, seemingly unable to understand.
"But Chu Feng, if that's the case, isn't it equivalent to you giving out the recipe for free?" Chu Feng nodded.
There was nothing wrong with her understanding literally.
"That being said, if I sell the recipe to you, it's a one-time deal. So how much do you think I should ask for? I think you understand what I mean."
A recipe symbolizes long-term benefits. In other words, as long as people need to eat, this recipe will always be valuable, so it cannot be measured at all, which means it is priceless.
Chu Feng's idea is actually very simple. Since the recipe is priceless, why not just let it keep making money?
Fan Xiaoxian frowned slightly, as if she was considering something.
How will the profits be divided? She thought Chu Feng's suggestion was feasible. With his recipes, she basically didn't have to worry about business. The most important issue left is the issue of interests. How do you think it would be better to divide it? Chu Feng directly threw the question back.
Fan Xiaoxian pondered for a moment before saying, "The menu is the guarantee of business, so it is naturally the most important.
If we really want to open a big restaurant, I think a 40:60 split would be best."
"Oh, you take 6, so we can just take 40. Fan Xiaoxian gave most of the benefits to Chu Feng, but Chu Feng shook his head slightly.
"No? How about Sanchi? Although I will earn less this way, it is definitely better than now."
Fan Xiaoxian found a reason to comfort herself, but who knew that Chu Feng would still shake his head?
1 and 9. You won, I 9. If you agree, we can continue our discussion. What?
Fan Xiaoxian stood up excitedly. She was absolutely sincere, otherwise she would not have proposed a 40:60 split and gave the majority to Chu Feng. But the 19 points that Chu Feng mentioned was really hard for her to accept.
Chapter 26, Freedom from Worldly Prejudices. Chu Feng, isn't this a bit too much? I think 37 is about right. Lu Xian also thought that 19 points was a bit too much. We can't let others work all the time and end up earning less than this small restaurant, right?
Chu Feng was very determined. He leaned on the sofa and said, 1 and 9, there is no room for negotiation.
Fan Xiaoxian, I will tell you the truth.
If it weren't for Lu Xian's sake, and it was just a simple cooperation between you and me, I'm afraid you wouldn't even get one. Fan Xiaoxian was so angry that she was breathing heavily, staring at Chu Feng intently.
If looks could kill, Chu Feng would probably be dead by now.
I admit that your cooking skills are indeed the best I have ever seen, and can even be compared with the world's famous chefs, but I can't agree to your request.
I can only understand that you are playing a trick on me. Today, just pretend that I have never been here. Goodbye.
Fan Xiaoxian turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Lu Xian.
Xian, wait a moment. Xu Feng is not that kind of person. He must have something else to say. Xu Feng smiled. As expected, Lu Xian understood him better. Okay, Lu Xian is right, I haven't finished what I want to say. Let's sit down first.
It's not that Xu Feng has any bad taste, but Fan Xiaoxian, this woman, doesn't look like there is anything wrong with her, but she has a sense of pride in her bones. In fact, it's not just her, most girls are like this, but Fan Xiaoxian is just better. If he doesn't give her a warning now, Lu Xian's life will definitely not be easy, let alone how their future cooperation will be. After Lu Xian pulled Fan Xiaoxian back, Xu Feng said, I will not change the 190% ratio. However, for this cooperation, I don't need you to spend a penny in the early stage. I will cover the site selection, decoration, and all other expenses. In addition to the 10% profit, you can still get your salary. The two were stunned, and Lu Xian asked, Then isn't this equivalent to Xian working for you? Xu Feng did not comment.
Yes, do you still think it's excessive now?
If this can be considered excessive, then there is probably no such word as charity in this world.
I'll go cook first. You have plenty of time to think about it. Take your time. There's no rush.
Xu Feng stood up and walked towards the kitchen, leaving the two in the living room. Although it was a quick thinking to help Lu Xian, it did not do any harm to Xu Feng. Although he has no worries about food and drink now, he is not prepared to live off his savings. But it was impossible for him to be as busy as Qin ran all day long. So, leave professional matters to professionals, and they just need to enjoy the results.
Isn't that good?
In the final analysis, Xu Feng had already had some complaints about the current state of the world. The dominance of feminism has made many women feel that they are superior to men. This natural sense of superiority is really unpleasant. Especially after experiencing several failed blind dates, Xu Feng hated it even more.
Men are the ones doing all the work, but women are the ones enjoying the benefits. Why can't men enjoy happiness? He just didn't want to go with the crowd.
Even if he couldn't change the world, at least he now had the ability to free himself from worldly prejudice. In fact, the conditions proposed by Xu Feng were already very tempting. Fan Xiaoxian did not make a decision immediately just because of her face, because Xu Feng did seem to be teasing her. But when Xu Feng invited the two of them to dinner and they tasted the food he cooked, Fan Xiaoxian finally made up her mind.
Xu Feng, I agree. I will discuss it with my father as soon as I get back. I will give you news after the discussion is completed.
Seeing Fan Xiaoxian happy, Lu Xian secretly gave Xu Feng a thumbs up. Brothers are reliable when it comes to doing things. After sending these two people away, Xu Feng also needs to think carefully about it. Seeing that he was about to enter the business world, he had to make some preparations. After sorting out the ideas, the first thing to be solved is the problem of site selection.
Even if there is absolutely no problem with the food, we cannot settle for second best because of this. Just like the restaurant in Fan Xiaoxian's home, it is somewhat remote. If it is opened in an area with more traffic, the profit will definitely be much higher.
He was not good at this kind of thing, so he could only contact someone who was good at it, so he made a call to Zhang Heng.
Xu Feng, is there something wrong?
Zhang Heng's laughing voice came over, and Xu Feng didn't hesitate to say, Uncle Zhang, I want to open a restaurant, and I want a place with a good location.
Does our group have any business in this area?
Of course, but why did you think of opening a restaurant? Our group also has a catering business. Xu Feng didn't want to explain so much, so he said directly, there is no reason, I just plan to do something with my friends. Young people are free to act on their own, but their primary purpose is to make money, so Zhang Heng naturally supports it.
Okay then, I'll notify the person in charge of Shuguang Real Estate now and ask him to contact you. Okay, thanks, Uncle Zhang.
Not long after I hung up the phone, a strange number called.
Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the general manager of Shuguang Real Estate. My name is Sun Chang. Oh, hello, Manager Sun. After saying hello, Sun Chang said, I've heard from Mr. Zhang that you want to choose a better location to open a restaurant, right? I'm out of town right now and need to go back tomorrow morning. How about we make an appointment tomorrow to meet and discuss in detail?
Sun Chang is very capable, otherwise he would not be in charge of such an important business as Shuguang Real Estate.
Okay, then tomorrow at noon. Once the time and place are set, it's finally settled. Uncle. Uncle Chu.
Just after turning off the computer, Chu Feng saw Qin Shirhan and Qin Xiaoyu lying on the window.
He immediately went to open the door and asked with a smile, "Why did you two get out?"
"It's too boring at home, so we want Grandmolly to take us to the park." Seeing Aunt Lee standing behind him, Chu Feng smiled and nodded as a greeting.
In comparison, Aunt Lee is much more competent than the previous two.
When going out to play, he did not forget to bring a water bottle, snacks, and coats for the two little girls.
"Okay, let's go, Uncle will go with you." The two little girls immediately cheered and jumped for joy. "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, Hanin and Xiaoyu had to come and see if you were home. I hope they didn't bother you?"
Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "It's okay, don't delay.
I'm usually bored at home anyway."
After saying that, he squatted down and picked up the two little girls, one in each hand.
Let's go play."
"Hey, Mr. Chu, please run slower, don't fall."
Aunt Lee was a little surprised.
Although the little girls were not heavy, it took a lot of strength to hold two of them at the same time and run so fast.
Chapter 27 Another Blind Date. "No way, Mom, why do you want to go on a blind date again?"
After playing for an entire afternoon and sending the two little girls home, Chu Feng hadn't even changed his clothes when his mother called. "I just had a blind date yesterday and it ended a bit unpleasantly, so why is this happening again?"
"You little brat, it's all because of you.
Your dad and your Uncle Chen had a big fight. Anyway, after they hung up the phone, he said he would find you a date right away. I asked him why, but he wouldn't tell me. Look, you asked your second aunt to find one for you right away, and you found one so quickly." Chu Feng didn't know what to say. If he didn't go, his angry father would probably beat him up. Helplessly, he chose to succumb to his father's tyranny.
"Okay, when is the blind date?"
After hearing Chu Feng's agreement, Luo Shui immediately said, "I'll send you the location tomorrow at 12 noon.
"Okay, that's it." At noon,
Chu Feng wanted to say that he had something to do at noon, but Luo Shui didn't listen at all and hung up directly. He and Sun Chang agreed to meet at 1 p.m., so a blind date at 12 p.m., 1 hour should be enough. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng decided not to change his original plan. At noon the next day, Chu Feng arrived at a coffee shop as promised. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a girl sitting by the window at the door. I took a look at the photo my mother sent me yesterday and it was definitely this girl.
It's 3 minutes to 12 o'clock, and the girl has obviously been here for a while.
This was Chu Feng's first blind date, and he arrived later than the girl.
He walked over and asked politely, "Is this Miss Fong?"
The girl was looking out the window, but when she heard the sound, she turned around and smiled.
"Yes, I'm Fong Kiki, you are Mr. Chu, right? Please take a seat."
The first impression this girl gave Chu Feng was quite good, at least much better than the previous ones.
"Mr. Chu, actually, this is my first blind date, and I don't know what to do."
It can be seen that Fong Kiki seems a little restrained. She has no experience, but Chu Feng does. Actually, blind dating is nothing more than two people meeting each other, getting to know each other, and asking about things that they care about.
If it's a good match, then you can continue the relationship. That's probably what it means.
Fong Kiki nodded seriously and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be quite experienced." She was joking, so Chu Feng naturally didn't take it seriously. "By the way, Mr. Chu, Aunt Chu has told me about your family situation. I heard that you have a house and a car, but you don't have a formal job, right?"
The Aunt Chu she mentioned was Chu Feng's second aunt and Chu Jung his second sister.
Originally, Chu Feng would have nodded directly. But now he thought about it and said, "I didn't have a formal job before, but I was planning to start a small business with my friends, open a restaurant or something."
"Oh, I see." Fong Kiki pursed her lips and asked, "Then can I ask how much you have in savings now? Also, how big is the restaurant you and your friends opened, and how much of the shares do you own?"
As if she was afraid that Chu Feng might misunderstand her, Fong Kiki explained again.
"Mr. Chu, please don't think I'm vulgar.
After all, I'm here with the purpose of getting married, so I have to consider the economic conditions."
Chu Feng could understand it very well. It was human nature. No girl would want to live a miserable life.
But just as Chu Feng was about to speak, Fong Kiki's phone on the table began to vibrate. She immediately picked up her phone, seeming a little flustered. After looking at the caller ID, he gave an apologetic smile. "Excuse me, Mr. Chu, I have to take an important call first."
"Oh, okay."
5 minutes later, Fong Kiki came in from outside, but the expression on her face was not very natural.
Where were we talking about? As soon as Fong Kiki asked the question, her phone vibrated again.
This time she didn't answer, but hung up directly.
If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. It's okay for me to wait a while.
After Chu Feng finished speaking, Fong Kiki waved her hands repeatedly.
It's okay, it's just a harassing call. By the way, you haven't answered my question just now. For some reason, she seemed anxious. Well, I don't have much savings now. As for the hotel, how much is a little? Probably about 10,000 or 20,000.
Chu Feng was talking about his own savings, not including the dividends from Shiguang Group. After all, this is a blind date, and we've only met for the first time. We don't know each other's background, so there's no need to say everything.
10 or 20,000?
Upon hearing this, Fong Kiki stood up with a gloomy face.
Why didn't you tell me earlier that you only had 10,000 or 20,000 yuan in savings? You want to open a restaurant? You can't even open a restaurant with this little money. You are kidding.
You have the nerve to waste so much of my time. After saying that, the woman walked away, as if it was unlucky to go on a blind date with Chu Feng. But as soon as she reached the door, she bumped into someone who was about to come in.
Don't you have eyes?
Fong Kiki shouted in dissatisfaction, but when she looked closely, she saw that the man in front of her was wearing a handmade suit and the watch on his wrist was worth 6 figures. What he was holding in his hand was the key to a Mercedes-Benz, and it was obvious that he was a rich man.
Fong Kiki?
When she heard him calling her name again, Fong Kiki realized that the person in front of her was actually her high school classmate. I didn't expect that after these few years, this guy has become a successful person.
Why is it you? What a fate. We haven't seen each other for several years, right?
As she spoke, Fong Kiki took the man's arm. But the man pulled his arm back and said indifferently, "Yeah, I haven't seen you for several years." After saying that, he took out a business card and handed it to Fong Kiki.
Unfortunately, I have something to do today. This is my phone number. Let's contact each other later.
When Fong Kiki saw the words General Manager of Shiguang Real Estate on the business card, her eyes lit up.
No, it's not easy to meet each other. How about we find a place to have a drink?
The man was a little helpless. He looked at his watch and said, "Okay, there's still some time. Let's do it here, but I have to make a call first."
Hello? Mr. Chu, it's me. I'm already at the coffee shop you mentioned.
I'll wait for you here.
Don't wait, I'm right here.
After seeing Chu Feng waving at him, the man walked over there.
Fong Kiki hurried to follow. Hello Mr. Chu, I am Sun Chang.
Seeing Sun Chang greeting Chu Feng, Fong Kiki was stunned.
You know each other?
Sun Chang glanced at Fong Kiki. This woman was somewhat tactless. This Mr. Chu is the major shareholder of our Shiguang Group.
How could I not know him?
What? Shareholders?
Chapter 28, Fong Kiki, worse than a scumbag.
In order to save time, after knowing the location of the blind date, Chu Feng contacted Sun Chang and asked him to come directly there.
How is this possible? Didn't you just say that you only have 10,000 or 20,000 in savings?
Fong Kiki was full of doubts, which made Sun Chang frown. He was able to take the position of general manager of Shiguang Real Estate at a young age and become a top member of this towering tree. In addition to his own excellent abilities, he also had the ability to read people's expressions.
Fong Kiki's current actions are undoubtedly annoying, especially in front of the group's largest shareholder.
Fong Kiki, Mr. Chu, and I have something important to discuss.
Could you please step aside for a moment?
Although he spoke in a tactful way, his intention to drive people away was very obvious. When they were in school, Fong Kiki was undoubtedly the school belle, and Sun Chang also had a secret crush on her at that time.
But now it's different. He has become a true social elite and his vision is completely different from before. Fong Kiki is indeed a beauty now, with a more graceful figure.
But when it comes to women and career, Sun Chang still knows how to choose. But Fong Kiki seemed not to have heard his words. She paused for a moment, then stepped forward, squatted beside Chu Feng, and grabbed his arm.
Chu Feng, I was too rash just now. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to test you, but you didn't even chase me. I'm so disappointed. But it doesn't matter. I can give you another chance. Chu Feng was speechless. Was this woman too confident in herself, or did she think she was a fool? How could she even say such shameless words? He looked up at Sun Chang and asked, "Are you two classmates?"
Sun Chang immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Chu, we are high school classmates, but we are not very familiar with each other." This guy didn't deny it, but he cleverly used the 4 words "not very familiar" and chose to protect himself. That means that all of Fong Kiki's actions have nothing to do with him. If Chu Feng wanted to do something, he would pretend to know nothing. Chu Feng nodded, pulled back his arm, and said with a smile, "Ms. Fong, I don't think we are a good match. I will talk to second aunt. Now I have something important to do, so please leave first." After all, he was introduced by second aunt, so Chu Feng didn't want to make things too awkward. Because of Chun Chen's matter, my father and Uncle Chen had a conflict. If Chu Feng offended second aunt now, wouldn't he become a sinner? How could Fong Kiki give up? Her current situation did not allow her to be proud anymore. Although Sun Chang is also very well off, he is always respectful in front of Chu Feng. Doesn't this show who is richer? Chu Feng, I know I was wrong, isn't that enough? I shouldn't have tested you, it's all my fault. How about this, I will listen to you today, and you can punish me however you want. At the beginning, this woman behaved very reserved, but after receiving a phone call, her temperament seemed to change drastically. What she said was enough to make every man imagine something, especially the word punishment, which made it easy for people to think of certain images. If it were someone with weak self-control, they would probably really believe her lies. But Chu Feng is definitely not the kind of person who is dominated by his lower body. Miss Fong, I don't know why you do this, but please respect yourself. No, I've decided on you. I'm going to call Aunt Chu right now. Everyone has a so-called bottom line. No matter how shameless you are, there must be a limit. However, Fong Kiki's performance made Chu Feng completely lose sight of what the bottom line was. Seeing her take out her phone, Chu Feng sighed and said directly, "Fong Kiki, if I'm not mistaken, you should need money now, right?" Fong Kiki paused, as if she had been exposed. She has shown it so obviously. If Chu Feng can't see it, then there is something wrong with his eyes. Chu Feng continued, "I can tell you the truth. Money is just a number to me. I am even too lazy to count how much money I have. But, what does this have to do with you?" Fong Kiki wanted to speak, but was stopped by Chu Feng. "Don't explain. You just want to say that you've encountered some difficulties. If I can help you, you can marry me. But I just want to say one thing, Fong Kiki, you think too highly of yourself. I also want to say one more thing to you, you don't deserve it." Chu Feng showed no mercy at all, and there was no need for him to show any mercy to someone like Fong Kiki. It would be fine if she was looking for a sucker under the pretext of a blind date if she was really the kind of person who would repay a favor. But judging from her performance just now, she would immediately discard anyone who was of no use to her and then look for the next target. For such a person, calling her a scumbag is an insult. Chu Feng, you. Even a clay figure can show some temper, let alone Fong Kiki? Now that her true purpose has been exposed and she has been insulted, how could she remain indifferent? Chu Feng glanced at the time on his phone and said, "Manager Sun, it's getting late. Please ask your classmate to leave." Sun Chang immediately understood. Although he was a powerful general manager, he was nothing in front of Chu Feng. Even Zhang Hong, the chairman of the board, had to be respectful to Chu Feng, so Sun Chang, the general manager, was only fit to be a lackey. "Yes, Mr. Chu." Sun Chang bowed slightly and pulled Fong Kiki out. The woman finally found a life-saving straw, and it was the thickest one. But now she was about to lose him, how could she be willing to accept this? So she struggled to shake off Sun Chang's hand, but Sun Chang's eyes turned cold and he slapped her. If this woman was allowed to continue making trouble, it would be very likely that Chu Feng would feel alienated from her. You know, Chu Feng has a veto power in the group, which means that if he is dissatisfied and wants to fire me, no one can stop him. A solid slap landed on Fong Kiki's face, causing her to immediately become stunned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sun Chang dragged her outside. Then he took out his wallet from his pocket, took out a stack of money and threw it at her, saying disdainfully, "Don't you want money? Here you go. Just consider it as compensation for that slap." Chu Feng watched the scene through the glass with great interest, thinking that Sun Chang was quite interesting. No wonder he was entrusted with such an important task now. It turned out that he had some skills. Although he had not personally experienced those intrigues, Chu Feng could tell at a glance that a large part of Sun Chang's behavior was just for him. But it doesn't matter. A woman like Fong Kiki is indeed not worthy of sympathy. Even if she does something excessive, it doesn't matter.
Chapter 29 Kidnapped?
Bite. Congratulations to the host for uncovering the conspiracy of the blind date partner, not being moved by the temptation, and keeping the bottom line of a man.
Hereby reward 1 sign in time. Do you want to use it immediately? The system's rewards are here again. Chu Feng finally figured it out.
No matter who introduced the blind date to him, as long as the other party had an ulterior motive or looked arrogant, there was no need for him to show any mercy. As the saying goes, if you respect me 1 foot, I will respect you 1 yard. If you are polite, you can still be friends even if the blind date doesn't work out. But if Chu Feng is still obsessed with the idea of feminism, then he will definitely not consider anything else. This is the truth. Isn't it great to get the system reward? Seeing Sun Chang coming in, Chu Feng did not use his sign in times immediately.
Mr. Chu, I'm sorry to waste your precious time.
Sun Chang still looked respectful and never mentioned Fong Kiki.
Chu Feng was happy to see this happen, and said directly, let's talk business, the place I need is preferably.
The two of them explored for more than 2 hours, and it was obvious that Sun Chang was very attentive. Yesterday he was still handling official business in another place, but today, he was able to produce a series of information to analyze the advantages and disadvantages of each location for Chu Feng.
Mr. Chu, let's just settle this for now. I'll go find out the time of the auction and then let you know.
The reason why Sun Chang said this was because the two of them talked for a long time, and the location they were most satisfied with was a big hotel. It was just that due to some improper behavior of the boss, the restaurant was sealed and mortgaged.
And in a few days, this place will be auctioned.
Sun Chang had already made an assessment based on the geographical location, traffic flow, nearby living standards and other relevant factors, and gave Chu Feng a similar price. As long as it is within this price, it is definitely a good deal to buy it. There is also an alternative location where the conditions are slightly worse, but the impact is not particularly great.
Of course, if conditions permit, we should strive for the best. Okay, that's it for today. You just got back from a business trip and it took a lot of effort for you to come here. Go home and have a rest. Professional matters should be handled by professionals, so as to save time and effort. Just as I was about to drive home, my mother called.
Well, no need to guess, he must be here to scold me again. So Chu Feng decided to take the initiative this time and explain everything to his mother without waiting for her to speak.
Hey, Mom,
Chu Feng had just said 3 words when he heard his mother hurriedly say, Son, you can't be with Fong Kiki.
Your second aunt just found out that there's something fishy about this woman, and she asked me to contact you right away.
Chu Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard his mother say this.
Don't worry, Mom, the deal didn't work out.
Oh, that's good, that's good. How could this girl, who is so pretty, commit fraud against her conscience?
Chu Feng frowned slightly. He thought Fong Kiki needed money because she got into trouble outside.
I didn't expect she was actually a swindler.
But it doesn't matter.
Even if she is a murderer, it has nothing to do with me.
As long as she can't fool me, it's fine.
Oh, by the way, there is still 1 chance to sign in that has not been used.
System, I want to sign in.
Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, you have been awarded the Grandmaster level martial arts talent.
Tip, this talent draws on the essence of authentic Chinese martial arts and can be used in conjunction with strength enhancement. National martial arts?
Chu Feng muttered to himself. This national art refers to some traditional martial arts.
There are many well-known ones, including Tai Chi, Bajikun, Bagwazang and so on.
With the development of the times, authentic Chinese martial arts have gradually declined and been replaced by modern fighting methods such as Taekwondo and Muay Thai.
Most of the traditional Chinese martial arts that exist today are aimed at strengthening the body.
But what the system rewarded Chu Feng was a genuine national martial art with the purpose of killing the enemy and protecting oneself.
But now is an era of rule of law. If a physical conflict really occurs, lying on the ground and calling the police is obviously a better choice.
So this reward is more or less useless.
But it doesn't matter. It's good to have some self-defense methods, just in case you encounter any dangerous situation.
Chu Feng was still a relatively optimistic person. Now that he had let it go, he didn't care too much about it. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Jinlong Bay, Chu Feng's cell phone rang.
It was an unfamiliar number.
After the call was connected, a man's deep voice was heard immediately.
Is it Chu Feng?
Yes, who are you? The other party did not intend to introduce himself, but said, "You have 1 hour to get to the Western Suburbs Trade Wholesale Market, warehouse number 17.
Remember, come alone."
Chu Feng was somewhat amused and asked, "If you ask me to go, I will go."
Why? It's okay if you don't come.
"We will deal with your friend Qin on our own."
Qin? Could it be Qin Ran? Qin Ran was kidnapped?
"I'm warning you, don't call the police, or I'll kill you right away.
Also, I'll only wait for you for an hour. If you don't come, you'll have to bear the consequences."
The other party hung up the phone, and Chu Feng immediately found Qin Ran's WeChat and made a voice call. "But I called twice and no one answered." This probably explained the problem, but Chu Feng still felt something was wrong. The other party kidnapped Qin Ran most likely for money. After all, she was the boss of Qin Pharmaceutical Company. But the other party should contact Qin Ran's family instead of himself.
What's more, if it's for money, why didn't the other party mention the ransom from beginning to end?
There were too many strange things, but no matter what was going on, he couldn't just watch Qin Ran fall into danger and do nothing. The two little girls have been without a father since childhood.
How could they lose their mother too?
If Chu Feng really did not help, he would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life. He turned the car around and stepped on the accelerator.
The Civic's engine roared and it shot out like an arrow.
It takes more than an hour to get from Jinlong Bay to the trade wholesale market in the western suburbs, even if you take the ring road at normal speed. But the other party only gave 1 hour, and Chu Feng hardly let go of the accelerator along the way.
The time was compressed to less than 50 minutes. "Brother, excuse me, where is warehouse number 17?
"Oh, go straight ahead, the second to last one is number 17.
Chu Feng asked the vendor at the door about the location and rushed over immediately.
The door of warehouse number 17 was wide open, but it was very dark inside. Chu Feng walked in cautiously, but just as he stood still, the door behind him was closed. Chapter 30: The Power of Chinese Martial Arts. The entire warehouse was pitch dark. But as the door closed, the lights hanging from the ceiling lit up one by one. A lot of goods were piled up on both sides.
Chu Feng looked around but did not see Qin Ran.
Footsteps were heard, and Chu Feng turned around and saw about 10 people coming out from behind the piled goods.
"Where's Kieran?"
Chu Feng asked directly. The leader, a ferocious-looking guy, grinned in a way that made even the children afraid to cry. "For a woman, you are willing to take such a big risk. For this reason, I, Old Eagle, admire you. However, you are taking money from others and helping them to avoid disasters. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not having good manners and offending someone you shouldn't have offended.
Judging from the voice, this guy is the one who called me just now."
But from what he said, it was obvious that they were coming for him, and they captured Qin Ran just to lure him over.
"If you want to deal with me, then why did you arrest Qin Ran?"
"Let him go first, and we can deal with our affairs slowly." The eagle laughed loudly, and the younger brothers behind him were full of contempt.
"Chu Feng, do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me now? I tell you, don't even think about leaving here alive today."
Even if they were given 10,000 guts, Chu Feng didn't believe they would really dare to kill him.
"This is a wholesale trade market. I don't know how many people outside the warehouse saw me coming in.
If something really happens to me, according to the current level of technology, no one here will be able to escape. Everyone can brag, but since you guys are going to do it, then stop talking nonsense." Chu Feng was worried about Qin Ran's safety, so he naturally didn't want to talk so much nonsense with them. "Just now I thought that the martial arts rewarded by the system were useless, but who would have thought that things in the world are often so coincidental, and I would actually use them now."
"Ha! This is the first time I've seen someone rushing to his death. Since you're so ignorant, don't blame me. Do it."
At Eagle's command, the younger brothers behind him immediately rushed over. Chu Feng remained fearless in the face of danger. The Chinese martial arts rewarded by the system were completely imprinted in his memory and body. He did not need to study at all, and his proficiency had already reached the pinnacle. One of the younger brothers reached out to grab Chu Feng's shoulder, obviously wanting to control him. But Chu Feng's face was as gloomy as water. He took a step forward, shook his shoulders, and instantly made the guy fly backwards.
"Who says that fighting must rely on fists and feet?
Anyway, almost all the joints of Chu Feng's body can become extremely powerful weapons."
A dozen people rushed forward and attacked with fists and kicks.
But instead of being beaten, he relied on his nimble steps to move among them.
Every time he takes action, someone will inevitably lose his fighting ability. The worst case scenario was that one of them even had his ribs broken by his kick.
In a short while, 7 or 8 people were lying on the ground, all struggling and wailing, unable to even get up.
The remaining people surrounded Chu Feng vigilantly, not daring to take any more action.
This guy seems to be so strong that it seems beyond our imagination.
You useless bastard. All of you can't deal with one person? Get out of here.
Old Eagle, who had been standing behind, was furious. He had not expected that Chu Feng actually had some tricks up his sleeve.
He took off his coat, revealing a black vest underneath.
His sturdy arms were covered with scars, and one could tell at a glance that he was a ruthless character.
Looking at your skills, you must have learned some Chinese martial arts, right? But can that thing be used for fighting?
I'll show you what real power is. The eagle jumped lightly twice and assumed a boxing stance. A punch with the sound of wind came towards Chu Feng's head. It must be said that this guy was really powerful. But Chu Feng turned his head slightly and swept his elbow across the side of Eagle's face, causing him to stagger sideways 2 steps and feel a little dizzy.
Damn, I was careless.
The eagle seemed to want to save face and deliberately said that he was careless.
But in fact, he didn't react at all just now.
But this time he was more focused, but he didn't know that Chu Feng hadn't used his full strength yet.
I'll ask you again, where is Kieran?
Chu Feng stood there, seemingly casually, as if his whole body was full of flaws.
The old eagle said, want to know?
Then wait until you die and ask the king of hell. This guy is tough on the outside, but Chu Feng's methods are tougher. Seeing that this guy was about to swing his fist again, Chu Feng did not give him the chance at all. He took a quick step forward and thrust out with his elbow.
It is the most powerful move in Bajiquan, the top elbow.
This one blow directly broke the eagle's defense, and he felt as if he was hit by a speeding car. His tall body flew out and crashed directly into the cargo behind him.
Who has ever seen a move that can send someone flying so far?
The younger brothers were all dumbfounded.
In their memory, the eagles are invincible.
This guy fought against dozens of people alone and never lost. But now, he was defeated by Chu Feng. They didn't know that when Chu Feng used the top elbow just now, he was still restrained. If he pushed his power to the limit, the eagle would probably die in an instant. The eagle wanted to struggle, but his sternum had been broken, and the slightest movement would cause him excruciating pain. Chu Feng walked over step by step and looked down at him.
I'll ask you again, where is Kieran? More than 40 minutes later, Chu Feng parked the car in front of the gate of Qin's pharmaceutical company.
Sir, who are you looking for? The security guard at the door made routine inquiries.
I'm looking for your President Qin. I'm his friend. Looking for President Qin?
The security guard looked at Chu Feng suspiciously and said, there are many people looking for our boss Qin, and each of them claims to be her friend.
Okay, stop pretending and go away.
It's not the security guard's fault. After all, Qin Ran's beauty is well known. Many people used various excuses to try to get close to her. Chu Feng was a little anxious now, because Laoling said that he did not arrest Qin Ran, but just used it as an excuse to lure Chu Feng here.
Chu Feng was skeptical about this.
After all, when he called Qin Ran just now, she did not answer.
But the eagle didn't look like it was lying.
As for who was trying to deal with him, Chu Feng was not worried at all. As long as he confirmed that Qin Ran was fine, he believed that everything would be revealed.
I really am your CEO Qin's friend. If you don't believe me, call the office and ask.
Chu Feng was patient, but if the security guards continued to stop him, he would have no choice but to use some tough measures. Just then, another security guard came over.
Hey, sir, have you brought President Qin to the company before? I remember your car. You are looking for President Qin. She is in a meeting. I will take you to the reception room first. Chapter 31. This is the first time and the last time.
Fortunately, the security guard recognized Chu Feng, but the other security guard still had some concerns.
You let people in like this, what if something goes wrong? What could possibly happen? I'll just accompany this gentleman and wait for President Qin.
He said he was waiting with her, but actually he was just waiting to see Chu Feng.
But it doesn't matter, as long as they can get in, this is their duty.
This way, sir. The security guard had a very good personality. He took Chu Feng along the way and introduced the company along the way. In front is the office building, the row on the right is all laboratories, the place behind is the pharmaceutical workshop, and the short building over there is the company's cafeteria.
Chu Feng said nothing.
The security guard walked very quickly, so there was no need for him to hurry him.
After entering the office building, the security guard took Chu Feng directly to the third floor by elevator.
Sir, this is the reception room.
Our CEO Chin is in a meeting. Please sit here for a while. I'll ask someone to get you a cup of tea.
This security guard is very perceptive and his work is very satisfying.
But Chu Feng stopped him and said, "Hey, buddy, where is the meeting room? I want to go over and take a look."
Don't worry, I won't go in. I can just take a look at the door. The security guard hesitated for a moment before saying, "Well, okay, come with me, but we've agreed that you can only take a look at the door. It's against the rules for me to bring you in like this, and you can't make it harder for me."
Chu Feng nodded and followed the security guard.
Sir, this is the meeting room.
Look, our President Chin is speaking right now.
The conference room is built with glass walls, so you can see inside clearly. Chu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chin Ran. Since she is fine, it proves that Eagle did not lie to him, and this is the best result.
He didn't want to interrupt the meeting and was about to go back to the reception room with the security guard. However, just as he was about to turn around, he made eye contact with Chin Ran in the meeting room. He waved his hands helplessly, meaning that he was fine, and asked her to continue the meeting. Who knew that after she said 2 words, she walked towards the door. Seeing Chin Ran coming out, the security guard looked a little unhappy. "Boss Chin, this gentleman said he is your friend. I saw him sending you to work last time, so I brought him in." Chin Ran didn't care about this little thing, and said with a smile, "Okay, I understand, you can go back to work first, you have worked hard." Seeing that Chin Ran didn't have much, the security guard left with peace of mind. "Chu Feng, why are you here? Is there something you want to talk to me about?" "Oh, nothing much. By the way, where's your phone?"
"I just sent you a voice message, but no one answered." Chin Ran subconsciously touched his pocket and said, "Oh, by the way, my phone is at Lu Hao's place. He said he would help me upgrade the small program he just developed. I was in a hurry to come here for the meeting and forgot to ask him for it." Although he had guessed it before, with Chin Ran's words, Chu Feng had confirmed his guess.
"Okay, then you go to the meeting first. Where is Lu Hao's office?"
"I'll go check it out." Chin Ran was a little confused. Chu Feng and Lu Hao had only met once.
When did their relationship become so good?
But she still said, "Oh, the office is on the 4th floor.
Go there first. I'll come find you after the meeting. It's a rare opportunity for you to come here. I'll show you around the company."
"Good." Seeing Chu Feng turn around and walk towards the elevator, Chin Ran tilted his head, still confused.
Is it because he didn't contact me that he was worried?
As soon as this thought came to his mind, Chin Ran laughed at himself and thought to himself that he was overthinking. She and Chu Feng were just friends, there was no reason for her to go to this extent.
Maybe he just had nothing to do today and came over for a visit.
She returned to the conference room to continue the meeting, and Chu Feng had already arrived at the door of Lu Hao's office.
He didn't say hello and just pushed the door open and walked in.
Hearing the voice, Lu Hao raised his head. When he saw Chu Feng, a trace of panic instantly flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously picked up a mobile phone on the table and put it in his pocket.
"Mr. Chu, how come you have time to come here today? Are you here to see Ms. Chin? She is in a meeting. I will go and call her for you." Having said that, Lu Hao wanted to get up and walk out.
But when they passed each other, Chu Feng held his shoulder. "I just met Chin Ran, but I didn't come here to see her today, but to see you." Chu Feng's tone remained unchanged, but cold sweat trickled down Lu Hao's forehead.
"Looking for me? Then let's sit down and talk." Walking to the sofa, Lu Hao also poured a glass of water for Chu Feng. "Mr. Chu, drink some water first."
Chu Feng looked at the cup in front of him, then raised his head and looked at Lu Hao.
"Forget about the water. What if it's poisonous? I'll be dead here." Lu Hao's face darkened, and then he laughed. "Mr. Chu, what are you talking about? How can the water be poisonous? This kind of joke is not funny."
Seeing that this guy was still pretending to be crazy, Chu Feng was too lazy to waste time with him and said directly, "Those people you found didn't kill me."
You should be very disappointed, right? Lu Hao, I can see that you are interested in Chin Ran, but do you know? You chose the wrong opponent. Lu Hao was speechless and his face became increasingly gloomy.
"First, you find a way to take Chin Ran's phone away, and then give my phone number to Lao Ling, so that he can trick me into going to the warehouse under the pretext of kidnapping Chin Ran.
Since I can't contact Shinran, I will naturally believe it, and then your plan will succeed, right?
Xu Feng saw through some of it, which made Lu Hao unable to find any words to explain. Since he had just met Shinran, he must know that her phone was with him.
This was irrefutable evidence.
Since he had already been discovered, Lu Hao simply stopped pretending.
So what?
Xu Feng, I tell you, Shinran is mine, no one can take him away.
No matter if it's you, Xu Feng, or Li Feng or Wang Feng, if anyone shows up, I will kill them all. Lu Hao gnashed his teeth.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Feng picked up the cup on the table and smashed it at him. With the help of the power amplification, the ceramic teacup exploded directly on Lu Hao's head, and blood immediately flowed out.
You! What? You are allowed to hire someone to kill someone, but I am not allowed to do it to you?
Xu Feng's eyes were cold, as if he was staring at a prey, causing Lu Hao to feel a chill in his heart.
Lu Hao, I'm only saying this once.
I have no right to control what you think of Shinran, but she is my friend.
If you want to use those despicable means, I will not sit idly by. Also, if you want to deal with me, you can, but this is the first time and the last time. If there is a next time, what do you think I will do? This blatant threat made Lu Hao dare not be careless.
He knew that Xu Feng was not joking, because the look in his eyes was like that of a wild beast that was ready to devour its prey. Chapter 32, Unexpected Situation at the Auction. Half an hour later, Shinran opened the door of the office, but saw only Xu Feng sitting on the sofa.
Xu Feng? Where is Lu Hao? Why did he leave you here alone?
This was somewhat inconsistent with the etiquette of hospitality, and no wonder Shinran felt somewhat resentful. But Xu Feng smiled and waved his hand.
Mr. Lu has important things to do.
Of course, work is more important. Besides, I'm an adult, so I don't need to be taken care of like Henin and Xiaoyu.
Hearing him joking, Shinran didn't care about the matter anymore. I'm done with my work here, how about I take you around?
Xu Feng stood up with a smile and handed the phone to Shinran.
Put away your cell phone.
The two of them strolled inside the company. Xu Feng only knew that Shinran ran a pharmaceutical company, but he didn't know what it was about. Through her introduction, I learned that Shin's pharmaceutical company specializes in drugs for treating cancer.
This is definitely something that will benefit the whole world. Cancer kills so many people every year that it is impossible to estimate.
Xu Feng praised him a few times, but Shinran's expression was not that happy.
Alas. Actually, there are still big problems in technology.
The drugs currently produced can basically only suppress the disease, but cannot effectively eliminate cancer cells. Xu Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't understand the technical aspects, but at least I know that even if it can be suppressed, it is already like snatching people from the king of hell.
What is the saying? It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. If there is a choice, who doesn't want to live one more day? Maybe if you live one more day, you can get hope of being treated.
These words touched Shinran's heart. Among all the drugs for cancer, Shin Pharmaceutical Company's products were definitely among the best. However, when my parents were still alive, they set a rule for the company that their drugs could only be sold at a price 20% higher than the cost price, which was completely equivalent to doing good deeds. Otherwise, Shinran would not have been in the predicament of not being able to come up with 2 billion as before.
Shin's Pharmaceutical Company is a genuine conscientious company. By the way, Xu Feng, I still don't know what you do. Don't tell me you really drive an online car hailing company. How long will it take you to be able to afford a villa in Jinlong Bay?
Shinran also realized that his mood was not right and immediately changed the subject. It was unclear whether he didn't want to show his weak side or he didn't want this emotion to affect Xu Feng.
Me? Xu Feng thought for a moment and asked, what do you think I do?
Shinran bit his slender jade fingers, as if he was really thinking seriously. I think you look like a second-generation rich man, and your family is very powerful, but very low-key. You drive an online car hailing service just to hide your identity and experience the life of a commoner.
Am I right? Me? A rich second generation?
Xu Feng pointed at himself and laughed.
No matter how low-key they are, have you ever seen a rich second-generation person driving a Civic worth hundreds of thousands of yuan to the market to buy vegetables and cook for themselves? Well, that's true.
Shinran did not continue to dwell on this topic. He just mentioned it casually in the first place, and Xu Feng was happy to be free. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to explain what he did. But then again, Kiran's sixth sense was quite sharp. Although I am not a second-generation rich, I am now a genuine first-generation rich. Although there is no such thing as experiencing life, I am indeed low-key enough. Shin Ran still had some work to do, so Chu Feng went home first. As soon as he entered the house, Sun Chang called him. "Mr. Chu, I've asked, the auction of that restaurant will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow."
Tomorrow? So soon?
I originally thought I would have to wait for a while, and that's what Sun Chang said before. Fortunately, he put this matter on the agenda, otherwise if he had delayed it for a few more days, he would probably have missed this opportunity.
Well, I specifically asked around. There are a lot of things that need to be auctioned recently, so I added a special auction. What do you think?
Chu Feng thought for a moment and said, "Then send me the address and I'll go there tomorrow." Sun Chang immediately replied, "Okay, Mr. Chu, I will go and get a spot in the auction now, and then I will go with you tomorrow."
This is the best way.
After all, Chu Feng has never been involved in this kind of auction before, and he doesn't know if there are any other rules. Having someone who knows the business following him can naturally save a lot of trouble. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng told Lu Xian the news. Lu Xian now almost wishes he could stay with Fan Xiaoxian 24 hours a day. But in Chu Feng's opinion, Fan Xiaoxian was obviously more career-oriented and did not seem to have much interest in that aspect towards Lu Xian. But Lu Xian has been playing for so many years, and it's good that he can focus now. We can only hope that the two of them will have a good result. Lu Xian also reported the news to Chu Feng, saying that Fan Xiaoxuan's father did not agree with this matter at first, and also thought that 19 points was a bit too bullying. Chefs generally have bad tempers, especially those like Mr. Fan who have some skills. When talking about this, knowing that Lu Xian was Chu Feng's friend, he almost kicked him out. Fortunately, Fan Xiaoxian explained the origin of the 9 points in time, which calmed Fan's father down. After careful calculation, the profit is obviously higher than it is now, and he can also learn Chu Feng's recipe for that day.
Why not do it? This was just a step Chu Feng took to test the waters towards business development.
Now everything is moving in a good direction, which naturally makes him very happy.
Nothing happened that night.
Chu Feng no longer had to work hard for a living, but his good biological clock habits still made him wake up early in the morning. This made him feel a little self-deprecating. Although he became rich overnight, he was not destined to enjoy a good life. After wandering around for a while, at around 9:30, Sun Chang called him and said that he had arrived at the entrance of Jinlong Bay. Originally, Chu Feng planned to go there by himself, but then he remembered that there was a license plate restriction on him today and he couldn't drive. As the general manager of Shuguang Real Estate, Sun Chang also has a driver. However, today he drove himself and came to pick up Chu Feng in person, which was enough to prove that Sun Chang had a high EQ in this regard. On the way, Sun Chang said, "Mr. Chu, the situation has changed a bit today. I heard that someone wants to take our fancy piece of land, and they are determined to get it."
Oh? Then let's compete fairly. Isn't it true that the highest bidder wins in an auction?
Chu Feng wasn't too worried anyway, but looking at Sun Chang's expression, he knew that this competitor was probably someone powerful.
Chapter 33, Just Call for 100 million.
Originally, Chu Feng thought that this auction would be as grand as in the movies. But he was wrong, this was just an ordinary large conference room. There were no private rooms that symbolized status, nor were there beautiful waiters in cheongsams.
Even the auction table was just an iron frame. Those who attended the auction all sat on folding chairs.
The only consolation was that each person was given a bottle of mineral water and a number plate for bidding.
Mr. Chu, do you think the auction is different from what you imagined? Sun Chang's ability to read people's expressions was really strong.
Chu Feng had said that he had never participated in an auction, and now he was looking around with a slightly frown on his face. At a glance, he could tell what Chu Feng was thinking at the moment.
Yeah, it's indeed a little different. How should I put it? It just feels a little crude? Sun Chang smiled and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. This is how the auction is."
The auctions you imagine are all private, so they are much more luxurious in terms of specifications and pomp. After he said this, Chu Feng understood. Since it is a judicial auction, we must maintain the principle of keeping everything simple and rejecting extravagance and waste.
After finding a seat, the two sat down.
Then Sun Chang touched Chu Feng and said in a low voice, "Mr. Chu, the fat guy sitting on the right behind us is the one who is going to compete with us for the land today.
He is a member of the domestic catering industry giant, Food for Heaven Group." Chu Feng glanced back inconspicuously. The fat man had a greasy face. It seemed that he really lived up to his job.
This kind of judicial auction has a specified time and process. Basically, no one dares to be late, because being late means being turned away. No matter if you are the boss of a big company, there will be no leniency. 10:20, this is the time when the auction officially begins. A middle-aged man in a black suit and glasses walked onto the stage with a wooden hammer in his hand and stood behind the podium that was used as an auction stand. Cough. After he coughed lightly, the crowd immediately became quiet.
First of all, welcome everyone to this auction. Without further ado, let's get started.
This auctioneer seemed quite decisive and his meticulous face was expressionless, making him look more like a judge sitting in the bench.
Sun Chang, does this auctioneer have some background?
Sun Chang smiled and whispered, "No, he is just an auctioneer. However, he is in charge of almost all the auctions here, and he also manages all the auction items. Therefore, many people want to bypass the auction process and get what they want directly from him.
However, these people have no other results except being disappointed.
Come to think of it, this person definitely has a lucrative job here, and there's no telling how many eyes are staring at this position.
How could he give up an entire forest for some petty gains? First, the first lot is a Rolls-Royce. The reserve price is 200,000 yuan. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 yuan. Let's start now.
At the beginning, it was a luxury car worth over 1 million, but the starting price was forcibly lowered to 200,000.
This is not the scariest thing.
The scariest thing is that this luxury car was finally sold for only 430,000 yuan. No wonder so many people are trying their best to get a bargain at a judicial auction. Just for a car like this, you can make hundreds of thousands of dollars by reselling it.
Who wouldn't want to do such a good thing?
Unfortunately, not everyone is eligible to attend the judicial auction, and among those who can actually come, few care about the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
The things ahead were not attractive at all.
Chu Feng and Sun Chang chatted casually while waiting for the land. The next lot is the ownership of a piece of land. It used to be a hotel, and the location is one of the best.
But I still want to advise you to do it within your means. The last sentence is the auctioneer's motto.
Almost every time he asks everyone to bid within their means, as if he doesn't want the price to be too high.
In fact, it was all because the auctioneer was too cautious.
If the price of an item is higher than the estimated price, he will have a lot of unnecessary trouble.
Then let's start now.
The starting price of 5 million is nothing compared to the actual value of the land. Chu Feng gestured, and Sun Chang immediately raised his number plate and shouted, 10 million.
As soon as the price was announced, many people looked over.
However, when they saw that he was the general manager of Shuguang Real Estate, those who had originally had ideas had to give up. Since Shuguang Real Estate has set its eyes on this piece of land, that almost means it is determined to get it. What's more, even if you don't care about the money, you have to consider whether it will offend the Shuguang Group and lose the opportunity for future cooperation. But some people just didn't care about that and directly raised their sign and shouted, 20 million. Needless to say, the dull voice belonged to the fat man from the Shiwaishan Group. When they saw someone was clashing with the Shuguang Group, many people started to watch the show. After all, this kind of scene is rare.
Continue. Chu Feng didn't care much about the price.
After all, it was still far lower than Sun Chang's previous estimate.
25 million. Sun Chang continued to hold up his sign.
As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from behind, the price is 35 million. Sun Chang added 5 million each time, but the fat man added 10 million each time.
It was clearly a provocation using financial resources. Given the Shuguang Group's local reputation and status, this is tantamount to a slap in the face. 40 million.
If Chu Feng didn't call for a stop, Sun Chang would have continued filming. This was something they had agreed on beforehand.
50 million.
The auctioneer looked at the two people bidding and frowned slightly. Their estimated price is only 50 million. After all, the size of this piece of land is limited, and based on the area alone, it is far from worth the price.
What makes it truly valuable is its special location. Sun Chang's previous estimate was 50 million. If nothing unexpected happens, this price is already the limit of the auction. But now that the other party called him first, he was somewhat hesitant and couldn't help but look at Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not say anything, but raised his number plate. 100 million.
Either don't do it, or if you've already done it, there's no reason to stop for those messed up reasons.
As soon as the price was announced, the whole audience was shocked.
Directly raising the price by 50 million, this not only exceeds the estimated auction price of the land, but also exceeds the actual price.
Are you serious? Chapter 34 Zhang Hong Emergency.
No one had ever seen Chu Feng, and no one knew where he came from. However, seeing him sitting next to Sun Chang, one could only assume that he was also a senior executive of the Shiguan Group. Some people also looked at the fat man from Shiweishan Group. The fat man looked calm just now, but at this moment, his expression was somewhat ugly. This price was obviously beyond his expectations.
100 million once, 100 million twice.
The auctioneer didn't even bother to ask if anyone would continue to bid, and was ready to drop the hammer straight away. But before he shouted the third time, the fat man raised the number plate again.
101 million. As soon as this price was announced, many people couldn't help laughing and covered their mouths with their hands.
You were just adding tens of millions at a time, why are you so scared now? Most of the people present were bosses of local businesses, so naturally they could not stand the arrogance of the new foreign company, Shiweishan Group. Now seeing him being humiliated, everyone is very proud. Chu Feng looked back at the fat man and smiled slightly. The fat man didn't understand why, but he always felt that the smile had bad intentions. As expected, Chu Feng raised the sign again and shouted, 150 million. When this price was announced, everyone's eyes almost popped out. The fat man obviously had no more energy to spare.
Was it necessary to add 49 million in one go?
I'm afraid he could easily win by adding another 1 or 2 million.
Is this the legendary meaning of being rich and willful?
Not to mention others, even Sun Chang sucked his teeth. This young shareholder of the group doesn't take money seriously.
He wants to open a restaurant. With 150 million, how many dishes does he have to sell to make back the profit?
Sir, are you sure it's
150 million? Even the auctioneer thought he had heard it wrong.
He has presided over countless judicial auctions and has seen large-scale auctions, including items worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions.
But no one would ever raise the price in this way. It's just a complete waste of money. This is my first time here. Why, can't I increase the price like this?
Chu Feng asked with an open mind, which made the auctioneer speechless.
No, you can add it. I'm just confirming it.
After saying that, he looked at the fat man, and the others also looked over.
The fat guy is in agony now.
His task today is to get this piece of land, but the maximum amount of funds he is authorized to use is only 100 million. Adding another million was already a risky move, but now faced with the sky-high price of 150 million, he was really helpless. It is impossible that this person has no intention of suppressing local businesses. As proud as he was just now he felt so embarrassed under everyone's gaze that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
Finally, the auctioneer brought down the hammer.
As long as the auction was over, the money was paid and the signature was signed, the land would officially belong to Chu Feng.
Mr. Chu, isn't this price a bit too high?
After meeting Chu Feng, Sun Chang could feel that Chu Feng was a relatively easygoing person, so when he spoke, although he was still extremely respectful, he was also much more natural.
Hi. Not bad. If he keeps yelling, I might give up.
Chu Feng said so, but looking at his expression, Sun Chang didn't believe it at all. In his opinion, even if the fat man bid 200 million, Chu Feng would still follow.
Is this the iron-blooded tactics of the major shareholder of Shiguan Group?
He would rather lose money than let the reputation of the group fall. It was obvious that the more he thought about it, the more complicated it became.
In fact, Chu Feng did not have so many unnecessary thoughts.
He simply believed that as long as the restaurant was open, making back the money would be a piece of cake. There were no further twists and turns in the subsequent judicial auction, and everything ended smoothly. Sun Chang took Chu Feng to complete all the formalities, and then took the land deed and prepared to leave. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw the fat man from Shiweishan Group standing there with an unfriendly expression. The two of them didn't even look at him, and walked out talking and laughing.
Hey! Are you from Shiguan Group too? Sun Chang turned his head and glared at the fat man, asking, Who are you talking to? You people who live by food, besides guarding the stove every day, don't you even know basic manners?
The fat man's face darkened. He ignored Sun Chang and stared straight at Chu Feng.
I'm asking you, are you from the Shiguan Group? What is your identity?
Chu Feng smiled slightly, the same smile he gave the fat man just now, but this time, it made the fat man feel a chill down his spine.
You want to know my identity? Excuse me, have you ever seen a human or an animal introduce themselves?
Sun Chang almost burst out laughing, but Chu Feng patted him and he continued to walk out. Many people also felt relieved after hearing Chu Feng's words, especially those in the catering industry. Their biggest enemy is the Shiweishan group. Mr. Chu, what you just said is so refreshing.
Ha ha ha, that fat guy's expression is so funny.
As soon as he got in the car, Sun Chang's true colors were revealed. This guy has always acted a little reserved, and now it seems more realistic.
Okay, stop laughing. Now that we have the title deed, let's go to the site and take a look at the situation there. Good.
Sun Chang calmed down a bit and prepared to set off. Chu Feng had passed by here occasionally before, but at that time he was just passing by and didn't pay any attention to anything else. But now looking at it again with a purpose in mind, this location is really good. Located in the downtown area, there are many office buildings and residences nearby, and not far away is a commercial area. It can be said that this location is definitely the place with the largest passenger flow.
Mr. Chu, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to tear it all down and rebuild it, or just renovate it?
Our company has a professional construction team that can start work at any time. Chu Feng had already seen the situation inside and had to say that the previous owner had great taste. The entire hotel has a retro look, just like an ancient restaurant.
Don't bother with that. Just find some people to clean up the place. That way we can open the store as soon as possible. Okay, I'll arrange it.
Sun Chang took charge of all these matters and was about to send Chu Feng home when his cell phone suddenly rang.
Hello? Mr. Zhang, yes, I'm with Mr. Chu. Okay, I'll give it to him right away.
Sun Chang handed over the phone and said it was Zhang Heng's call.
Hello? Uncle Zhang? What's wrong? Chu Feng, I called you, why didn't you answer? Chu Feng took out his phone and looked at it, then said, Oh, weren't you attending the judicial auction just now? The phone is muted. Is there something urgent? Chapter 35, Consider it as your medical expenses.
Zhang Heng did not continue the topic, but said, Oh, it's not urgent. There was a small problem at the group, and someone came to make trouble.
It seems that they are targeting you. Do you want to take a look? If you don't have time, I will send someone to send them away. Making trouble? Attack me?
Chu Feng pondered for a while and felt that he didn't seem to have offended anyone recently. Besides, there were only a few people who knew that he was a major shareholder of Shiguang Group, and none of them had any conflict with him.
Uncle Zhang, let me go take a look. Please have someone hold them steady first. I'll be right over. Well, that's fine. After hanging up the phone, Sun Chang immediately asked, Mr. Chu, are you going to the group? Well, it just so happens that you have to go back too. This is just the right time for you. Let's go.
After driving all the way to the Shiguang building, as soon as he entered the door, Chu Feng saw the security guards standing on one side, a few people were making a scene at the front desk, and there was even a person dressed as a reporter conducting an interview nearby. Sun Chang waved his hand and a security guard immediately ran over.
What's going on?
Manager Sun, I don't know where these people come from. They rushed in and said that the shareholder of Shiguang Group is. Seeing the security guard hesitated and dared not speak, Sun Chang immediately said, You didn't say that.
I just asked you to repeat it. Hurry up and speak. The truth is, they say the shareholder of Shiguang Group is a bastard who cheated on his wife and then abandoned her, and they also say that you are not a good person either. Sun Chang pointed at himself, feeling somewhat puzzled as to why he was involved in this. Chu Feng smiled and said, There's no need to be so surprised. Look at who's in front of you first. Sun Chang looked over and was stunned. Isn't that Feng Kiki? Is this woman crazy? What's this about abandoning someone after having sex with them? Isn't this just making things up? The security guard continued, We originally wanted to kick them out, but who knew they would even bring reporters with them? We were afraid of affecting the company's image, so we didn't dare to do anything rash. Sun Chang remained silent, but Chu Feng patted the security guard on the shoulder and said, You did the right thing. Okay, leave this to me. Wait for a moment. Even the group's chairman, Zhang Heng, had to be polite to this young man. The security guard was immediately filled with pride when he was praised by Chu Feng. Even if Chu Feng ordered him to throw these people out, he would not hesitate at all. Let's go and see what your old classmate who specializes in fraud is up to. Fraud? Sun Chang obviously didn't know Feng Kik's background, so he could only follow behind in confusion. Mr. Chu.
When the staff at the front desk saw Chu Feng coming, they immediately bowed and called out. After hearing this, Fang Kiki turned her head to look at Chu Feng and immediately started wailing. She pointed at his nose and cried, "You bastard, you said you would take care of me for the rest of my life, but now I'm pregnant and you're disappearing." After saying this, the people around looked at Chu Feng with strange eyes.
Could it be that this young major shareholder is a scumbag? It's no wonder they look so similar.
After all, Chu Feng meets all the qualities of a scumbag. He is handsome, rich, and very kind to others.
He satisfies every girl's fantasy of a boyfriend. But you can never know a person's heart by just looking at his appearance. Fang Kiki is a great beauty.
If it wasn't true, there's no need for her to give up her reputation.
The reporters are right next to her. Fang Kiki, what nonsense are you talking about? Sun Chang couldn't listen any longer.
Having such a classmate was simply a stain on his life.
Who knew that Fang Kiki did not show weakness and pointed the finger at him again? And you? You're also a bastard. How did you get your current status? Don't you know?
You knew that Chu Feng was such a person, but you still introduced me to him.
Don't you feel guilty for treating your old classmate as a stepping stone to your success? The expressions of the onlookers became even weirder.
It turns out that this beauty was a classmate of Sun Chang, and Sun Chang introduced her to Chu Feng for his own future.
Then Chu Feng took advantage of her and now dumped this beauty?
She is pregnant now, and doing this is really inhumane.
However, some people are very worried. After all, there are reporters nearby.
If this matter gets out, the reputation of Shiguan Group may be ruined.
You're done?
Chu Feng's face was full of indifference, and he didn't seem to be panicked at all by having his true nature exposed.
Why, do you still want to bully us orphans and widows? Let me tell you, the reporters are here. If you mess around, you will definitely be exposed. Chu Feng nodded with deep concern. Indeed, you are right. If this matter gets out, I will be the sinner of Shiguan Group.
However, this requires a prerequisite, that is, this matter must be true, and the reporter must also be genuine.
As he spoke, Chu Feng reached out and snatched the camera that the man behind him was carrying, and slammed it to the ground. Many people exclaimed in surprise, secretly thinking that Chu Feng was going too far.
He had clearly done something wrong, but still wanted to destroy the evidence.
But when they looked again, they found a clue. At the same time, Chu Feng also said, even if you want to cheat, can you at least be serious? Buying a real camera is not very expensive, right? You are not willing to invest this little bit, and you still expect to make a lot of money?
Just as he said, the ground was covered with plastic fragments.
This so-called camera was just an empty shell.
The male cameraman's acting skills were really poor, otherwise Chu Feng wouldn't have discovered it so quickly.
You. What? Are you feeling uncomfortable because I've exposed your purpose before you even said it out loud? Fang Kiki's face was gloomy, and she said angrily, "You bastard, do you think this can cover up your scumbag nature? Even if there are no reporters, I can still expose you on the internet. Cyber violence is far more powerful than news."
Because those netizens don't care about the so-called evidence at all, they just infer right and wrong based on subjective conjecture. In today's world where women's rights are supreme, as long as Fang Kiki plays the victim, Chu Feng will be exposed by these netizens in a matter of minutes. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly and said, "Well, this threat is more like that."
Tell me, how much do you want?
There was a hint of joy in Fang Kiki's eyes, but she still pretended to look resentful.
Do you think I'm here for your money?
Chu Feng ignored her and said directly, "You only have this one chance.
If you don't cherish it, then just do whatever you want."
After saying that, Chu Feng turned around and was about to leave. Fang Kiki became anxious and hurriedly said, 10 million.
I want 10 million. Chu Feng stopped and walked back. 10 million? Sure, then consider it as medical expenses and support for the rest of your life.
After saying that, he grabbed Fang Kiki by the collar, turned her back, and threw her directly from the front desk to the door. The distance between them was more than 10 meters.
Chapter 36. Chu Xiaoyu is coming back.
This scene made everyone drop their jaws. That was a real person, not a sandbag that primary school students played with.
How could it be thrown so far?
The fake reporters and fake cameramen rushed over to fight with Chu Feng, but Chu Feng was too lazy to even move. He punched them one by one and made them bend down obediently like shrimps.
All those present were employees of the Shiguan Group.
Seeing Chu Feng display his might, they were all so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths.
It's fine if he hits a man, but he even hits a woman. Isn't that a bit too much?
A female employee whispered in a low voice, seeming to be somewhat dissatisfied with this behavior.
But the male employee next to him felt relieved and said directly, "What's wrong with women? Women are not human beings? Why can't you hit them? Don't you have eyes? Can't you see that they are scammers?"
The female employee felt very aggrieved by the series of questions and her eyes turned red.
"I was just saying it casually, why do you say that to me?" But the male employees did not know how to be gentle with women at all.
It seemed like they had had similar experiences before and could empathize with them.
Just saying it casually? Do you know how much harm women's casual remarks can cause to men?
And this time it has already reached the group headquarters.
If this matter is not handled properly, do you know how big the impact on the entire group will be?
The woman still wanted to seek protection from others, but looking around, the other male employees either pretended to turn a blind eye or simply laughed at her, as if she was the most hateful person. It was time to teach these women a lesson.
Chu Feng's actions drew praise from all the men. Why does the world have to favor women more? What have men done wrong?
Chu Feng also heard the discussion of the employees next to him, but he did not pay much attention to it.
He just said to Sun Chang, "The rest is up to you. Don't forget to transfer 10 million to Fong Kiki.
If nothing unexpected happens, she will spend the rest of her life in bed with this 10 million.
Sun Chang nodded. He did not think Chu Feng was cruel and ruthless.
In the final analysis, Fong Kiki can only say that she deserved it. Even though it was Chu Feng who hit her now, if she really succeeded, Chu Feng's fate would be far more miserable than hers now. After leaving the aftermath to Sun Chang, Chu Feng turned around and went upstairs.
Now that the matter has been resolved, I have to tell Zhang Hong about it to avoid any misunderstandings. Uncle Zhang.
After entering the office, Chu Feng shouted.
Zhang Hong raised his head and put the documents in his hand aside. Have you dealt with everything?
Actually, there's no need for you to come here in person for such a small matter.
You must have a lot on your plate recently, right? Chu Feng asked with some confusion. Uncle Zhang, how do you know that they are here to cause trouble and not for real?
From the very beginning when he called, Zhang Hong said that someone was making trouble, and it was obvious that he had seen through the trick a long time ago.
Zhang Hong smiled slightly. If I don't even have the ability to judge people, why should I be sitting in this position?
Chu Feng didn't know whether his so-called judgment of people was based on himself or Fong Kiki.
But it doesn't matter. At least it proves that there will be no rift between them because of this incident. Oh, by the way, Chu Feng, did you have a dispute with the people from the Food Heaven group during the auction today?
Chu Feng nodded and explained what happened.
150 million? Considering the special nature of that piece of land, it's worth it.
As expected of the chairman, even Sun Chang felt that his bid was too high, but Zhang Hong believed that the money was not wasted and was well worth it. But Chu Feng, the chairman of Food Heaven Group, called me and asked me what I meant by this and whether I wanted to suppress their group's development in our local area. It was no wonder that the chairman on the other side would think so. After all, Chu Feng's method of raising the price seemed too much like a deliberate targeting.
Suppress them? Don't I have the time to go and see if the renovation progress of the hotel is good? Could it be that the chairman of Shiwaishan has some paranoia? Zhang Hong smiled.
In fact, he also had some doubts at the beginning. If Chu Feng really has any special ideas about the Shiwaishan group, then he must make some preparations and arrangements as soon as possible. But on second thought, Chu Feng didn't seem to be such a rash person. If he really had any ideas, he would not act on his own. At least he would tell me. Seeing that he had no intention of targeting Shiwaishan group, Zhang Hong felt relieved. After all, the other party is a giant in the domestic catering industry.
If any conflict really arises, the loss will outweigh the gain.
After staying in the group for a while, Chu Feng prepared to go home. He didn't drive today, so he had to ask Zhang Heng's driver and bodyguard to take him there. Mr. Chu, I was also on the first floor just now.
Have you learned some martial arts? Otherwise, your explosive power wouldn't be so strong. After enduring for a long time, the bodyguard couldn't help but ask. Well, I guess so. They are just some small means of self-defense.
Not worth mentioning.
Chu Feng responded lightly. You can't say this is a reward from the system, right?
The bodyguard was very happy, as he also studied martial arts, so he could naturally resonate with the situation.
Mr. Chu is too modest. Fewer and fewer people are learning martial arts nowadays.
They are all learning taekwondo and other things, but they have thrown away everything left by their ancestors. These words touched Chu Feng a little. Indeed, instead of learning the things left by their ancestors, they chose to learn things from foreign countries. If we really trace back to the origins, most of the modern fighting styles can be traced back to Chinese martial arts. In other words, Chinese martial arts are the true ancestor of modern fighting. Chu Feng asked the bodyguard to stop the car at the entrance of Jilong Bay and planned to walk back by himself. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu playing in front. Uncle Chu. Qin Xiaoyu saw Chu Feng from a distance and waved her hands happily. After taking a photo of the restaurant today, Chu Feng was in a bad mood. He walked over quickly and hugged the two little girls. Then he said to Aunt Li next to him, "Let them go to my place for dinner tonight. I will call Qin Ran later and tell her." Aunt Li nodded with a smile and didn't say anything more. In her opinion, the hostess who hired her and Mr. Chu seemed to be a perfect match. But this is not something she, a nanny, should comment on casually. After agreeing on a time, Chu Feng decided to go home and have a rest. As soon as I entered the house, Chu Xiaoyu sent me a voice message on WeChat. "Brother, the school is about to close, come and pick me up tomorrow." Chu Feng looked at the date and found that it was already summer vacation. The last time he saw his sister was during the Chinese New Year. Chapter 37 Long-Term Free Meal Tickets. Luo Shui and Chu Jianghe were really worried about Chu Feng's lifelong affairs. However, the successive failed blind dates did not make the old couple depressed, but made them more motivated. Well, since he had nothing to do today, Chu Jianghe asked his old neighbor to help look after the supermarket, while he and his wife Luo Shui went to the blind date corner in the nearby park. After arriving here and seeing the crowded scene, the two looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh that young people nowadays are so troublesome that even finding a partner requires their parents' help. It's true that the quality of this blind date corner is quite high. In just 40 minutes, the old couple had obtained the information of the three girls. Their education, work, and appearance were all good. Anyway, judging from these external things, she is more than enough to match his disappointing son. "Hello, Chu Feng?" Chu Jianghe used his old phone to call Chu Feng. Under Luo Shui's coercion, he finally gave up the idea of buying a new phone. "Ah, Dad, what's wrong?" Chu Feng was just about to go to the market to buy vegetables when his father called. "Nothing. Your mom and I had nothing to do today, so we took a stroll around the neighborhood. We happened to walk into the park at the door and found a few blind dates for you." Chu Feng didn't know what to say. What was he talking about? The blind date corner in the park had been there for a long time, and he had known about it for a long time. This old couple must be heading for that place. "You little brat, why don't you speak?" "Wife, I told you this phone isn't working. Look, it's silent. You should get me a new one." Hearing his father complaining to his mother, Chu Feng sighed and smiled helplessly. His parents were worried about him, so they kept finding blind dates for him. He seemed to have no reason to refuse this kindness. "Hello? Son?" Luo Shui's voice came, and Chu Feng immediately responded, "Yes, Mom, I'm here." Then I heard a pop sound. Without looking, I knew it must be my mom beating my dad again. "Who said there was no sound? Isn't there a sound? You're going crazy if you try to lie to me." Regarding his parents' way of showing affection, Chu Feng said that he didn't want to eat this bowl of dog food. But Chu Jianghe didn't intend to let him go. He picked up the phone and said, "You little brat, can't you just cooperate a little?" "Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. I'm going on a blind date tomorrow. I'll ask your mom to send you the time and place later." After saying that, Chu Jianghe hung up the phone without giving Chu Feng a chance to speak. Well, Chu Feng was a little dazed. He had to pick up Chu Xiaoyu tomorrow, so how could he have the time to go on a blind date? If Chu Xiaoyu knew that I didn't pick her up because of a blind date, she would be furious when she came back. After checking the time, he decided to think about this matter later as it was more important to go buy groceries first. On the way, he called Qin Ran. "Eat? What happened today? Is there anything happy?" Qin Ran didn't refuse, he was just a little curious. Chu Feng did not hide anything and directly said that he was going to open a restaurant, and also explained that he had successfully photographed the location today. "Oh, you mean the old Fu Rue restaurant? That location is great, and with your cooking skills, business will definitely be booming." It was obvious from the words that Qin Ran was not complimenting him, but rather speaking from the bottom of his heart. "Okay, I'll go there directly after get off work."
That's it for now. I'm going to get busy.
Luo Shui sent a WeChat message to Chu Feng only after he returned home. The time and place of the blind date are scheduled for tomorrow at noon, in the park in front of my parents' house.
There are also photos of the girl.
Although the photos are a bit blurry, you can still see that she is a sweet-looking girl.
I have to pick up Chu Xiaoyu in the morning. If we have a blind date at noon, I should be able to make it in time.
In this case, Chu Feng no longer had any worries and walked into the kitchen carrying the dishes. In the evening, the two little girls had their mouths full of oil after eating the table full of delicious food. Even Qin Ran, who paid great attention to his body management, couldn't help but eat an extra bowl of rice. If I eat your cooking every day, I'll probably have to renew my gym membership card soon. Qin Ran joked with a smile on her face. She was now familiar enough with Chu Feng that she naturally did not need to be so polite when talking to him. Chu Feng was washing dishes while Qin Ran was standing beside him. She wanted to help, but was rejected by Chu Feng.
Okay, why are you being so polite? You've already worked a whole day, so just take a rest.
These were Chu Feng's original words. The company had indeed been busy during this period, so Qin Ran did not force it.
Chu Feng, will it be difficult to eat your cooking in the future?
After hearing what Qin Ran said, Chu Feng turned his head and looked at her curiously.
Why do you say that?
Qin Ran tilted her head, lacking the firmness of a strong woman and gaining more of the playfulness and charm of a young woman.
Think about it, now that we have a place, and you said we can open the business after a simple cleanup, then as the head chef, you will definitely not be as leisurely as you are now.
So this is what the woman thought. Before Chu Feng could answer, Qin Ran continued, "Hey, it's okay.
At most I'll come back to support you more often. Remember to give me a discount."
Chu Feng knew very well that Qin Ran was using chatting to relieve the pressure from work. In fact, it didn't matter what they talked about, as long as it could make Kiran forget about work for a while.
Oh, do you have any work to do tonight? If not, I'd like to make a few desserts for trial. Can you help me taste them? Dessert. Qin Ran's eyes lit up.
As a woman, no matter if she was a girl or a woman, she probably had no resistance to desserts.
Okay, I'm fine tonight.
Chu Feng smiled and began to make preparations. In fact, he originally planned to use these ingredients to make dessert for Chu Xiaoyu tomorrow.
This girl is just a greedy cat.
If you shut her mouth, she won't torture herself for no reason. However, seeing the fatigue that could not be concealed in Qin Ran's eyes, Chu Feng decided to help her relieve it first.
The preparation of desserts is much more sophisticated.
Fortunately, the villas are all finely decorated and the kitchen is equipped with all the necessary equipment. Qin Ran was dazzled watching from the side. Chu Feng's movements were so skillful that she had no chance to learn from him. Without thinking too much, Chu Feng put the semi-finished product into the oven and just waited until it was cooked.
Chu Feng, you are really a genius.
I have seen many famous chefs, but none of them are as good as you. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Okay, stop bragging.
At worst, you can come to the restaurant to eat for free next time, right?"
Chapter 38, The Nature of the Little Witch.
Mom, Uncle Chu, what are you doing? Why does it smell so good?
The sweet smell of the dessert just taken out of the oven immediately attracted the two little girls who were watching cartoons.
Come and try it. Chu Feng waved his hand and they immediately ran over. The mother, daughter and three of them watched Chu Feng carry out the final process with their eyes wide open, their mouths almost watering. Two little girls would be fine, but who would have thought that Qin Ran, a big boss of a pharmaceutical company, would have such a feminine side? Be careful, it's hot.
Chu Feng first gave one piece to each of the two little girls, and then gave one to Qin Ran. This made Kiran pout slightly, as she was clearly the one who had been waiting the longest. Perhaps she herself did not realize that after spending so much time with Chu Feng, she had slowly removed her disguise and returned to her original appearance.
It's delicious.
As a chef, there is nothing more gratifying than having others praise my cooking skills. This was also the first time for Chu Feng to make desserts, but the cooking skills rewarded by the system were not exaggerated. These things were definitely better than all the desserts in the world.
Don't eat so hastily. There's still some left. You can't eat too much at night. I'll pack this for you and you can eat it slowly when you get home.
Chu Feng only felt like he was taking care of three little girls, and the smile on his face never disappeared. It was too late, so Chu Feng sent the mother and daughter to the door of Villa Number 1 before handing over the small paper box in his hand. Keep an eye on them both.
Don't eat secretly at night. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to digest when you sleep,
and it will be hard for you too. Listening to Chu Feng's constant instructions, Qin Ran smiled and said, "Okay, you said it several times, I know." When Qin Ran smiled, it was so bright and charming that Chu Feng couldn't help but stare at her for 2 more seconds. As if he had sensed Chu Feng's gaze, Qin Ran couldn't help but feel his face getting hot. He immediately said, "Then I'll take them in first. You should also go to bed early." "Well, go ahead." After watching them enter the house, Chu Feng walked back home. After closing the door, Qin Ran touched his face and felt that something was wrong with him. But on second thought, no one would remain indifferent when being looked at by a man with that kind of eyes, right? Shaking off unnecessary thoughts, Qin Ran rejected the 2 little girls' request for dessert and took them into the bathroom to wash up. The next morning, Chu Feng drove to Dongzhou University. The relationship between him and Chu Xiaoyu has always been that the farther they are, the more fragrant they are. "After not seeing you for such a long time, I still miss you a little." But he also knew that this feeling might not last too long. Fortunately, he doesn't live with his parents now, otherwise, it would be a matter of days before the 2 of them are at war again. Nowadays, universities are far away from the city. Chu Feng drove for nearly 2 hours before arriving at Dongzhou University. To be precise, this is a university town, and each school occupies a very large area. Dongzhou University in particular even included a nearby lake into its school grounds. This was not the first time Chu Feng came here. He entered the school with ease and drove directly to the girls' dormitory. Many students were walking out carrying large and small bags, and there was an endless stream of people like him coming to pick up people. Fortunately, Chu Feng had contacted Chu Xiaoyu in advance, so when he arrived downstairs at the dormitory, Chu Xiaoyu was already waiting at the door. "Brother!" Seeing Chu Feng getting out of the car, Chu Xiaoyu rushed over and hung on him like a koala. Chu Feng laughed unhappily and said, "You are already this big, what are you doing? Come down quickly, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others?" Chu Xiaoyu didn't care at all. "You are my brother, my dear brother, and you are still afraid of other people's gossips." Ha! Chu Feng was very experienced and knew that he couldn't quarrel with Chu Xiaoyu. If he lost the quarrel, he would lose face, but if he won the quarrel, this girl would start to act like a rogue. When Chu Feng saw the little fangs of this girl, he still felt some trauma from the past. She really bit. The luggage was not much, and Chu Xiaoyu had never been the type of person who liked to compare herself with others. And this girl has another bad habit, which is that she likes to save money. From childhood to adulthood, Chu Feng's New Year's money was never taken away by his parents, but all went into Chu Xiaoyu's pocket. But Chu Feng had never seen her spend money. Whenever she went out, even if she just bought a bottle of water, he had to pay the bill. "Let's go home." Chu Xiaoyu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was very excited, and Chu Feng also started the car with a smile. "Xiaoyu, did you not tell your parents about your return home?" "Ah." As soon as Chu Feng finished asking, Chu Xiaoyu exclaimed. If Chu Feng had not been tempered by now, if it were someone else, he would have driven the car into the ditch. "I forgot, after sending you a WeChat message yesterday, I was busy helping others pick up girls." Chu Feng pursed his lips. Anyway, this was not the first time this girl had done something like this, so he was not surprised. "Hey bro, I didn't explain it clearly last time. How is your blind date going?" When this was mentioned, Chu Feng felt overwhelmed. "I'll take you home in a bit. I have to go on a blind date, so what do you think?" Chu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Then don't send me home, I'll go with you." "Don't worry, my vision is definitely better than yours." "Take her there?" Just thinking about it, Chu Feng felt terrified. This girl is a typical show-off, and you never know what kind of trouble she might cause. "Forget it, I'll go by myself." Chu Feng directly refused, but Chu Xiaoyu just rolled his eyes and said nothing. But the more she acted like this, the more uneasy Chu Feng felt. This girl wasn't someone who could be persuaded by just a few words. When I returned to my parents' neighborhood, it was almost 11 o'clock. Chu Xiaoyu skipped into the supermarket, and soon, Chu Jiangyan's rough laughter was heard from inside. This made Chu Feng wonder if he was picked up. His father had never been so happy to see him. "Girl, why did you come back without telling Dad in advance?" "Hey, I just want to give you and Mom a surprise." This girl didn't even think before she lied, which made Chu Feng, who followed in, speechless. "Hey, Xiao Feng? What time is it? Why haven't you gone on your blind date yet?" Chu Xiaoyu hurriedly said, "I asked my brother to pick me up." "Hey, brother, just take down the luggage. I can carry it home by myself later.
You can go and do your own thing. When did this girl become so sensible?
Although Chu Feng was suspicious, he still took down all the luggage. But as soon as he left, Chu Xiaoyu immediately asked stealthily, "Dad, where is my brother going on a blind date?" Chapter 39 Chu Xiaoyu vs Green Tea Bitch. The blind date partner this time is named Zhou Xiaoyu, which is a casual but cute name. Chu Feng parked the car at the entrance of the park and played with his phone for a while. When he saw that it was almost time, he got out of the car and walked inside. From a distance, he saw the famous blind date corner.
The meeting place definitely one T be chosen here, otherwise it would be a mess. Haven't you seen that any uninformed young people who walk over there will be surrounded and attacked by those uncles and aunts? Coming to the other side of the park, the situation here is much better.
Basically, either parents bring their children to play, or young couples whisper here.
Chu Feng looked around and didn't see Zhou Xiaoyu, so he found a bench and sat down.
Not long after, a not very tall girl in a tube-top dress appeared in his sight, and seemed to be looking for something. Chu Feng recognized her as Zhou Xiaoyu at a glance, so he stood up and walked over.
"Ms. Zhou?" Chu Feng asked with a smile.
When the girl nodded, he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Chu Feng, your blind date today."
Zhou Xiaoyu smiled brightly, seeming to have a good first impression of Chu Feng. "You are Chu Feng. I saw your photo yesterday. You look much better in person than in the photo."
Chu Feng smiled and said, "Why don't we go sit over there and talk?"
"Good." Zhou Xiaoyu seemed a little restrained and kept fiddling with his hands. Girls are shy, so Chu Feng always has to take the initiative. "Ms. Zhou." "Just call me Xiaoyu." Chu Feng paused and continued, "Okay, Xiaoyu, it's already noon, have you eaten? How about I treat you to a meal?"
Zhou Xiaoyu waved his hands hurriedly.
No, this is our first meeting, how can I let you treat me? If my parents knew about this, they would say I don't know etiquette. It's just a meal, is it that serious?"
Chu Feng was very confused. Just as Chu Feng was about to say something else, he felt someone standing in front of him. Especially after smelling that familiar smell, he knew trouble was coming. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw Chu Xiaoyu standing next to him, looking at him with a smile.
"Xiaoyu, you. Brother, this is my future sister-in-law, right? What should I call her?" Zhou Xiaoyu was stunned and looked at Chu Feng in confusion.
Chu Feng introduced helplessly, "I'm sorry, this is my sister, my biological sister, Chu Xiaoyu.
The school is on holiday and I just came back today." "I see." Zhou Xiaoyu immediately greeted Chu Xiaoyu with a smile. "Hello sister, my name is Zhou Xiaoyu, our names are very similar." Chu Xiaoyu went up and sat next to Zhou Xiaoyu, holding her arm intimately.
"Sister Xiaoyu, my brother is a bit dull, and I'm a little worried, so I came over to check on him."
"Do you mind?"
Chu Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes, her face full of anticipation. Zhou Xiaoyu had no choice but to smile and said, "You're so cute, of course I don't mind." That being said, her expression was somewhat gloomy. Although she concealed it well, it still did not escape Chu Xiaoyu's eyes.
"Hey, Sister Xiaoyu, I haven't eaten yet." "I guess you haven't eaten either. There's a snack street nearby. Let's go there and let brother treat us."
"Ah." Before Zhou Xiaoyu could say anything, he was pulled up by Chu Xiaoyu. Chu Feng had no choice. He was hungry anyway, so he just let Chu Xiaoyu do whatever she wanted. When he arrived at the snack street, Chu Xiaoyu rushed in like a wild horse. Chu Feng said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my sister is just a little too lively."
Zhou Xiaoyu waved his hands quickly. "It's okay, I think it's good for my sister." Chu Feng looked around and asked, "Would you like something to eat?"
"Don't worry, they are just some snacks and won't cost much." After hearing what Chu Feng said, Zhou Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before nodding.
"I can eat anything."
Since she said so, Chu Feng would naturally bring her a copy of whatever he bought. Anyway, the portion is not big. If she doesn't like it, she can eat it herself, so it won't be wasted.
"Hey, don't move. The food has reached your mouth. Let me wipe it for you."
Zhou Xiaoyu took out a tissue and carefully helped Chu Feng wipe the oil stains from the corners of his mouth.
"Okay, Chu Feng, you only buy food for me and not for my sister, will she be angry?" "Sister Xiaoyu, I won't be angry."
Chu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared from nowhere and scared Zhou Xiaoyu.
"Brother, come here, I just bought some food and I don't have any money, can you help me pay the bill?"
Chu Feng was still waiting in line, so he had no choice but to say to Zhou Xiaoyu, "Sorry, please wait in line here first. I'll go and pay for her and we'll be back soon."
Yeah, okay.
Zhou Xiaoyu nodded very reasonably, but as soon as Chu Feng was dragged away by Chu Xiaoyu, her smile froze and she seemed to be thinking about something. On the other side, Chu Feng had just helped Chu Xiaoyu pay the bill and was about to go back when he was grabbed by Chu Xiaoyu.
Brother, do you believe me?
Chu Feng was puzzled. He touched her forehead and asked, "You don't have a fever?"
What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Xiaoyu angrily slapped his hand away. I'm not kidding you. I'm telling you, this Zhou Xiaoyu is definitely a green tea bitch. I've been observing her for a long time. Green tea bitch?
Chu Feng had naturally heard of these popular words on the internet.
Shouldn't it be?
As far as he knows, Zhou Xiaoyu's behavior has nothing to do with a green tea bitch.
But Chu Xiaoyu looked very disappointed. Brother, do you think that only those who destroy other people's feelings can be called green tea bitches? Chu Feng nodded.
This was how he understood it.
Chu Xiaoyu sighed and said, "Your level is low.
Who told you that a green tea bitch would be someone who says, 'Will my sister be angry if you chat with me?' Or 'I hope my sister won't blame you if you buy me this?'"
Seeing that Chu Feng still couldn't understand, Chu Xiaoyu simply said, forget it, I'll do it myself.
She's just a little demon, yet she dares to act so presumptuous in front of me.
I'll show her her true form." As Chu Feng was still half comprehending, the two returned to Zhou Xiaoyu's side.
"You guys are back."
Zhou Xiaoyu greeted with a smile, holding the snacks he had just bought.
Chu Xiaoyu was eating the food in her hand and suddenly asked, "Oh, I forgot to ask you just now, Sister Xiaoyu, if I drag my brother away to pay for me, you won't be angry, right?"
Chapter 40 Zhou Xiaoyu's True Face.
Looking at Chu Xiaoyu's pretentious appearance, Chu Feng felt a chill down his spine.
He didn't know what this girl was up to. As for Zhou Xiaoyu, he was obviously a little dazed. After a moment, he reacted and said, "Of course not. How could I be angry?"
Chu Xiaoyu smiled sweetly, but there was a hint of sadness in the corners of her eyes. She continued, "Sister Xiaoyu, I think you and my brother are a perfect match."
You don't even know how outstanding my brother is. Ah, yes, Chu Feng is indeed very good.
Zhou Xiaoyu's expression was a little strange, but fortunately Chu Xiaoyu didn't continue talking, but ran to the front to find other food.
Chu Feng scratched his head. He didn't know how to tell Zhou Xiaoyu. Should he just tell her, "My sister said you are a green tea bitch"? Chu Feng, I just want to confirm, is Xiaoyu really your biological sister?
At this time, Zhou Xiaoyu asked first.
Chu Feng frowned slightly. Is this something worthy of suspicion?
Of course.
But
Zhou Xiaoyu seemed to want to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he just shook his head. The three of them came out of the snack street when a little puppy that looked only 2 or 3 months old ran over from somewhere.
It was dirty and didn't look like it was raised by anyone. Wow.
As soon as Zhou Xiaoyu opened his mouth, Chu Xiaoyu ran over.
Wow, brother, look, what a poor little puppy, can we feed it?
Oh, then I'll go buy 2 sausages. Having said that, Chu Feng ran towards the small supermarket opposite. The 2 girls stayed here. Chu Xiaoyu turned her head and looked at Zhou Xiaoyu, her eyes full of boasting. It was this one look that made Zhou Xiaoyu seem to understand many things.
Did you do this on purpose? Hearing Zhou Xiaoyu ask this, Chu Xiaoyu laughed. What? Are you anxious? Do you think the way I looked just now is very familiar? My little sister Xiaoyu. You. Zhou Xiaoyu was speechless, but the innocence on Chu Xiaoyu's face was gone. She stood up holding the puppy and looked straight at Zhou Xiaoyu. With your rank, you can at best fool an honest man like my brother and turn him into a member of your fish pond. What a pity, Sister Xiaoyu, you made a wrong calculation. Do you think that with me here, you will succeed easily? If we compare whores, I can beat you by 18 streets. Her words made Zhou Xiaoyu so angry that his face turned pale and his breathing became rapid. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand anything at all. Chu Xiaoyu showed his little fangs and smiled slyly. I don't understand? I don't understand why you are so angry. At this time, you still want to switch to a natural fool to get away with it? Then your skills are not up to standard. How about I teach you? Zhou Xiaoyu's expression became more and more ugly, and finally, she revealed a sinister smile. Chu Xiaoyu, I really underestimated you. Originally, I didn't have much interest in your brother, but now I have changed my mind.
Although you are his sister and have some advantages, don't forget that your brother is a man after all.
I have many ways to deal with men.
Believe it or not, it won't be long before I can completely break the relationship between you and your brother.
Zhou Xiaoyu didn't want to hide any longer.
Since they were all in the same boat, they might as well see who was better.
But Zhu Xiaoyu seemed to be frightened, and immediately said aggrievedly, Sister Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? Why do you want to break our brother-sister relationship? Did I do something wrong to make you unhappy? If that's the case, then can I apologize to you?
As soon as these words came out, Zhou Xiaoyu immediately turned around to look, only to see Chu Feng had just come out of the supermarket and was still across the street.
So she said, isn't it too early for you to get into the role now?
Zhu Xiaoyu, let me tell you, I have decided on your brother.
Just wait and see how much he will hate you when I dump him. Zhou Xiaoyu's appearance at this moment is completely inconsistent with her appearance.
This woman looks very innocent, but the words she said are so vicious. Chu Feng crossed the road and walked towards this side.
Zhou Xiaoyu immediately put on an aggrieved expression and walked over to him, holding his arm. Chu Feng, I don't know what I did wrong. My sister just said a lot of inexplicable things to me.
Ah? Chu Feng looked towards Zhu Xiaoyu, only to see that she was holding the puppy in one hand and fiddling with her phone with the other, with a faint smile on her face.
Chu Feng, if there is really something wrong with me, can you help me talk to my sister about it? I can change it.
The woman held Chu Feng's arm and shook it continuously, as if she didn't notice their physical contact at all.
Chu Feng was a little confused.
Although his sister always behaved like a spoiled brat at home, she was always very sensible outside. His classmates and friends all liked Zhu Xiaoyu very much, and some were even always jealous of Chu Feng, wondering why they didn't have such a cute and sensible sister. Just as I was about to ask Zhu Xiaoyu what was going on, the girl picked up her phone and pressed the play button on the screen. Immediately, the words Zhou Xiaoyu said after his true nature was exposed were heard from inside.
Zhou Xiaoyu's expression froze immediately.
She never expected that Zhu Xiaoyu had just recorded the conversation. After hearing this, Chu Feng turned his head to look at Zhou Xiaoyu with a cold expression, and withdrew his arm.
Chu Feng, that's not the case. Let me explain. What happened just now was.
Zhou Xiaoyu wanted to say something in panic, but Chu Feng turned his head away and didn't even look at her. He took the puppy from Zhu Xiaoyu's arms and put it on the ground, tore open the sausage package, and started feeding it bit by bit.
When has Zhou Xiaoyu ever been treated as heir?
This made her very dissatisfied.
I get it. There's something wrong with you too.
Disgusting, so disgusting. Zhu Xiaoyu opened her mouth to curse, but was stopped by Chu Feng. He said calmly, Miss Xiao, since we are not on the same page, please leave immediately.
Zhou Xiaoyu's face was filled with resentment, and he angrily said, Leave? Why should I leave? Is this road owned by your family? Don't think that I'm done just because you guys play tricks on me, especially you, Zhu Xiaoyu, you green tea bitch, just wait for me. After saying these harsh words, Zhou Xiaoyu turned around and was about to leave.
But after taking 2 steps, a big hand pressed on his shoulder. As soon as she turned her head, she was slapped in the face.
Say what you just said again, who is the green tea bitch? Who are you asking to wait?
Chu Feng is not a very principled person, and most of the time he just muddles through. But this was only for himself. But when someone threatens his relatives or friends, he will definitely not just laugh it off.
Chapter 41, Check-in on the top supercar.
Zhou Xiaoyu had tears in her eyes.
From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever hit her.
Whether at home or outside, everyone is around her and pampering her.
Apologize.
Chu Feng originally did not intend to embarrass her. He had no right to care about what others did, so he just stayed away from them. But she should never, ever scold Zhu Xiaoyu, let alone threaten her. This had already touched Chu Feng's reverse scale.
Why?
Zhou Xiaoyu was about to quibble, but was interrupted by another slap in the face.
I say it again, I apologize. Zhu Xiaoyu came over and held Chu Feng, advising him, Brother, forget it. There is no need to bother with such a person. Fish are not so easy to raise.
With her methods, she will drown in the fish pond sooner or later. With Zhu Xiaoyu trying to smooth things over, Chu Feng was too lazy to argue with her anymore. Besides, he had already slapped her twice, which was enough as a punishment. The brother and sister carried the puppy away, leaving Zhou Xiaoyu standing there sobbing alone.
Are you planning to adopt this dog?
Seeing that Zhu Xiaoyu didn't seem to have any intention of letting go of this little puppy, Chu Feng asked.
Why not?
Leave it in Dad's supermarket during the day and take it home to look after the house at night.
How great! Besides, it's still so small.
It will starve to death if left outside.
Chu Feng unconditionally supports his sister's kindness.
She just thought of the time when they saved a bird together when they were young. Although the bird died in the end, Chu Xiaoyu cried for several days because of it.
Hey, brother, I ruined your blind date, you won't blame me, right? Chu Feng smiled and said, do you think that without you, this blind date will not fail? It's just to deal with my parents. Chu Xiaoyu nodded, then suddenly realized what was happening and asked, are you trying to beat around the bush and say that I'm meddling in your business?
Chu Feng did not answer, because at this moment the system's voice was echoing in his mind.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for successfully exposing the true identity of the green tea bitch.
You have been given a chance to sign in. Do you want to use it immediately? Chu Feng was a little confused.
It was obviously his sister who revealed Zhou Xiaoyu's true identity, so why was this blamed on him?
To be honest, I don't really understand women very well.
If Chu Xiaoyu hadn't been there this time, he really wouldn't have been able to see the woman clearly.
But it doesn't matter. It's always good to get rewards. If this is feasible, I can ask Chu Xiaoyu to help me on blind dates in the future. Maybe I can still get unexpected gains. Don't use it yet.
He answered the system's questions in his mind.
Who knows what the reward for signing in will be? What if something strange happens? How will he explain it to Chu Xiaoyu?
There is no problem in adopting this puppy, but you need to confirm first whether it has any disease.
So the two of them went straight to the pet hospital.
While Chu Xiaoyu was communicating with the doctor inside, Chu Feng walked outside alone.
System, sign in. Bite. Sign in successfully, congratulations on winning a Lamborghini Veneno.
Tip, this reward has been directly distributed to the host's garage. I finally signed for a car, and it's a top-of-the-line luxury car. When Chu Feng had nothing to do, he also browsed websites about cars and saw quite a few luxury cars.
This Lamborghini Veneno can be considered the best of the best. The name Veneno may sound unfamiliar to some people. This car has another name, called Poison.
Its selling price reached more than 20 million, but its current actual price is far higher than the selling price.
The reason is simple, it's just that this car is limited edition and there are only 3 of them in the world. But from now on, there should be 4. Even though the car is just a means of transportation, which man's dream doesn't include this kind of top luxury car?
Now that the car was his, there was no need for him to rush. After checking, they found that the puppy did not have any disease and gave it an injection for 1 second.
Then the two of them went home. Okay, go back now. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
After sending Chu Xiaoyu to the supermarket entrance, Chu Feng got into the car and prepared to go home.
Hey, brother, can you come back for dinner tonight? I just got back today. Chu Feng thought about it and nodded.
Chu Xiaoyu had just helped him get a pack of poison. It was not reasonable for him to let her down.
Okay, I'll be back in the evening.
I drove back to Jilong Bay and opened the garage door, where a silver gray sports car with a very arrogant shape was parked. Even though he had seen countless pictures, Chu Feng was still shocked when he saw the real car. Not to mention anything else, as long as he drives this car out and finds a place with many beautiful women, it will definitely not be a problem for him to be a groom every night. But he didn't have such bad taste, and that kind of extravagant life was totally incompatible with him. But now that I have a new car, I would feel a little guilty if I don't drive it. Chu Feng simply got into the car. All the documents related to the car were placed on the passenger seat. The system was still so flawless. Changing from a Civic worth hundreds of thousands to a top-of-the-line supercar worth more than 20 million, it was impossible for Chu Feng not to be nervous. Especially when he drove the car out and wanted to try outside, the security guards at the door were dumbfounded.
Oh my god, a Lamborghini. This must be worth millions, right? An older security guard was filled with envy. But a younger man next to him said, "Uncle, I'll give you a few million, no, I'll give you 10 million, can you buy me one?" This is Poison, a global limited edition, the price alone is more than 20 million. What did you say? A car like this costs 20 million? When did we have such an expensive car in Jilong Bay? The young security guard didn't know either. Logically speaking, a car of this level would be hard to forget once you've seen it. But he couldn't find any trace of it in his memory. But this is not a strange thing.
After all, even if you are rich, you can't drive this kind of car to buy groceries, right? Besides, the collection value of poison is far greater than its actual value. It is harmless to buy it and display it as a work of art. It is just a symbol of status. Originally, Chu Feng was a little worried. Even though it was given for free, he would still feel bad if it got bumped or scratched. But what was beyond his imagination was that even if he wanted to collide with another car to see if he could do so, he would not have the chance. From the moment he got on the road, all the cars consciously kept a distance of more than 10 meters from him and did not dare to get close at all.
No one is a fool. How many drivers don't recognize this top supercar?
Not to mention a collision, even if the paint is scratched off, it would probably bankrupt an average family.
Chapter 42: Shocking the School Beauty. Wow, look, that car is so cool, take a picture. Damn, is this poison? Didn't they say there's only one in our country? Could it be here?
Oh my god, if I could sit on this just once, it would be worth it in my whole life.
Passers-by's reactions upon seeing this poison vehicle were almost all one of shock.
Chu Feng was not very familiar with this car and was just about to find someone to give him some pointers. So he stopped by the roadside, got out of the car, walked into a convenience store to buy some water, and called Lu Xian by the way.
What are you doing? I'm still sleeping. Don't bother me if there's nothing wrong. Fuck, it's already afternoon, and you're still sleeping? Chu Feng was a little puzzled. Wasn't Lu Xian busy with Fan Shaoxian every day recently preparing to open a restaurant? Why was he sleeping at this time? What do you know?
I stayed up all night with Xian to do the project and didn't go to bed until this morning. After taking a look at the current time, Chu Feng said, okay, you've almost fallen asleep, hurry up and get up.
I have something to talk to you about. I'll pick you up at your house later.
Okay, let me wake up first. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng took a bottle of mineral water and prepared to pay the bill.
Chu Feng?
He had only taken 2 steps when a girl's voice called him. When he turned around, he saw that it was Yu Ruyun, the beauty in his college class. Back then, Yu Ruyun was one of the top 10 beauties in the school. She was in the same department as Chu Feng and they were also in the same club. It was true that they saw each other every day.
Yu Ruyun, long time no see.
Chu Feng greeted them with a smile. After all, they were old classmates, so it was normal to greet each other when they met.
Xiao Yun, this is.
A man walked over and judging by his clothes, he should be of good condition. Oh, dear, this is my college classmate, Chu Feng. He was a very famous person in school at that time, a real school hunk. The man looked Chu Feng up and down, his expression was not very enthusiastic.
Hello, Chu Feng, I'm Xiao Yun's fiancé.
Out of politeness, Chu Feng shook hands with him. He could see that the man was a little wary of him. Yu Ruyun was beautiful, but Chu Feng had never had such thoughts about her, not before and certainly not now. Just as he was about to pay the bill and leave to avoid being misunderstood, he heard Yu Ruyun ask, Chu Feng, where do you work now?
This may be the question that old classmates must ask after reuniting.
Oh, I don't have a job now. I drive online taxis when I have nothing to do.
Ah. Yu Ruyun never imagined that Chu Feng was now an unemployed vagrant.
But after hearing this, her enthusiasm faded a lot, and her fiancé's expression became a little more cheerful.
The atmosphere became a little awkward.
Yu Ruyun smoothed her hair and said, we have things to do, so let's not waste our time. By the way, there will be a class reunion in a while, so remember to come. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the cashier counter. Only a fool could not see the change in Yu Ruyun's attitude, but Chu Feng did not care. The fickleness of human nature and the cruelty of the world are just how things are in this world. After the two of them left, Chu Feng went over to pay the bill to avoid further embarrassment. But as soon as he went out, he saw the two of them taking pictures around his poison. Helplessly, Chu Feng could only stand by and wait.
Hey, your old classmate seems very envious. Humph, what's the point of being envious? He had excellent grades in school and good interpersonal relationships.
I thought he would be able to do something great after graduation, but I didn't expect him to end up being a driver.
The man smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you're a driver. Being a driver for a big shot is what many people dream of. But being a ride-hailing driver, ah.
I saw that the two of them had stopped taking pictures and were still whispering beside their car.
Chu Feng looked at the time. Lu Xian was almost up.
He still had to drive over and would be delayed for some time on the road.
So he walked over and asked, are you done shooting? Yu Ruyun smiled and said, "Why, you want to take a photo too? Do you need my help?"
"That's not necessary." Chu Feng directly refused.
The man said, "Don't be embarrassed. You are still so young. If you work hard, you may be able to drive a car like this in the future."
Chu Feng was somewhat speechless.
This couple might have some IQ issues. Couldn't they see that he was about to leave? Chu Feng, what are you thinking about? Give me your phone, otherwise how can I help you take pictures?
Yu Ruyun continued with this topic. But Chu Feng took out the key from his pocket and said, "Really, it's not necessary."
"If you have nothing else, can you please let me go? I'm in a hurry." Yu Ruyun was a little angry at first.
If she didn't want to take pictures, then she wouldn't.
The road was so long, why should she ask us to move out of the way? But before he could finish his words, he saw Chu Feng walk to the driver's seat, open the door, and sit in.
"Oh, by the way, about that class reunion you mentioned, tell me the time and place later."
"I'll go if I have time."
After saying this, he pulled down the car door and slowly left as the two of them stared in amazement.
"That car is his? Xiaoyun, who is this classmate of yours? That's poison."
While the two were still in a mess, Chu Feng had already arrived at the door of Lu Xian's house.
"Hello? I'm here, come out."
After waiting for a while, I saw Lu Xian come out and stand on the side of the road looking around.
The cell phone suddenly rang.
It was Lu Xian calling.
"Damn it, Chu Feng, guess what car is parked outside my house? It's a Lamborghini Veneno. Where are you? Come and take a look. If you walk towards the poison car, you can see me." "No way, don't park behind him. If it gets bumped, you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you sell your supermarket." Lu Xian walked over here while muttering.
As he was about to pass the poison car, the door suddenly opened, startling him.
"What are you standing there for? Get in the car."
The sounds in the car and the phone overlapped, as if Lu Xian was hallucinating.
"Chu Feng, where are you? Why do I feel? Are you stupid? I opened the door for you, and you still asked me where I was?"
Lu Xian immediately bent down and saw Chu Feng sitting in the poison. In an instant, his eyes widened, as if filled with disbelief.
"No way, where did you steal this car? You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Come on up and teach me what to pay attention to when driving a supercar like this."
Lu Xian excitedly sat in the passenger seat, ignoring Chu Feng completely and looking around by himself. He was even more excited than when he saw a beautiful woman.
Chapter 43, Big Fish in the Pond.
After listening to Lu Xian's explanation, Chu Feng already understood. This supercar is indeed a little different from driving an ordinary car, but the essence remains the same and it is not as difficult as he imagined. On a relatively secluded road, Chu Feng practiced for a while and roughly understood the situation of the car. Especially the strong sense of push on the back when accelerating instantly is really exciting.
"Oh, by the way, when you have nothing to do, go over to the hotel and check on the progress of the renovation. Once it's done, we can open it right away." "Okay, I know. Come on, give me the key and let me have some fun first."
After playing with cars with Lu Xian for a while, this guy got a taxi and ran away as soon as he received a call from Fan Xiaoxian. Chu Feng originally wanted to give it to him, but who knew that this guy refused without even a second thought? He was still mumbling, "Who would dare to let their girlfriend see you driving this car?" Chu Feng also felt that the design of this poison car was a bit too high profile, and his own Civic was more in line with his temperament. Just as I was about to go home to change cars, Xu Xiaoyu called me. "Brother, that woman came to our supermarket to cause trouble."
"What?" Needless to say, the woman Xu Xiaoyu was talking about must be Zhou Xiaoyu. "Wait, I'll be there soon."
After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng immediately started the car and drove towards his parents' house at lightning speed. At this moment, there are many luxury cars gathered in front of the supermarket. Looking around, the worst ones are sports cars worth $500. Among them are many supercars worth millions.
"Xiaoyu, was it that girl who bullied you?"
A young man with dyed yellow hair and arrogance written all over his face. Zhou Xiaoyu hugged his arm, with a look of grievance on his face. "Not only her brother also slapped me twice."
"Look, it's still red now."
If Chu Feng heard this, he would definitely regret that he was too gentle at the time. If he had known that this woman would do such a thing, he would have slapped her so hard that all her teeth would have been knocked out to stop her from talking nonsense. Chu Jianghe was totally confused and had no idea what was going on. He was just doing business happily when his door was blocked by this group of rich kids. After his daughter told Chu Jianghe what happened, he was so angry that he wanted to go out to argue. Chu Xiaoyu hurriedly grabbed him. "Dad, my brother will be back soon, don't mess around." Chu Jianghe is old after all, and those rich kids seem to be the type who have no fears at all. If they start to fight, what will happen? Even if I don't do anything, there's no need to make my dad so angry. "Mr. Chu, if you don't want to cause trouble for your family, get out of here right now," Huang Mao shouted loudly. Chu Xiaoyu poked her head out of the supermarket and said, "My brother is not here." "Don't mess around. I've called the police." "Call the police? Humph, little girl, who are you trying to scare? Hurry up and get that Chu Feng out, or I'll smash your supermarket." Chu Xiaoyu was also anxious. She never thought that Zhou Xiaoyu would know such a person. It seemed that she had underestimated this woman's fish pond. There were still many big fish in it. "You're not coming out, are you? All right, brothers, let's do it." At Huang Mao's order, his younger brothers rushed into the supermarket with their weapons in hand. But at this moment, the roar of an engine was heard outside the community, like the roar of a wild beast. These second-generation rich people are all car enthusiasts. When they heard the sound, they could immediately tell that this was definitely not an ordinary car. When I turned around, I saw a Lamborghini driving in and I was stunned. If it was just an ordinary Lamborghini, it would be fine, but this one is poison. It is definitely the top king among supercars. Chu Feng got out of the car, looked at the situation here, and strode over. "It's him. He is Chu Feng," Zhou Xiaoyu shouted immediately. When Huang Mao heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Poison symbolizes not only financial resources, but also status. How can you just mess with a person like this? Are you sure it's him? Didn't you say that Chu Feng was a ride-hailing driver and his family didn't have any background? Zhou Xiaoyu immediately replied, "It must be him. He was the one who hit me. How could I admit my mistake?" While the two were talking, Chu Feng had already walked over and stood in front of the yellow-haired man. "You're the one who wants to destroy my supermarket?" Cold words came out of Chu Feng's mouth, and the yellow-haired man swallowed unconsciously. "You are a grown man, why do you hit a woman? If you don't give me an explanation today, this matter is not over." Huang Mao didn't mention the incident of smashing the supermarket again, and it seemed that he was a little afraid. After all, he was not sure about Chu Feng's background, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. If his younger brother and the woman were not there, he would not even want to conflict with Chu Feng, but now his face was stuck here. If he bowed his head in shame now, he would have no chance of survival in the future. "Beat a woman? Didn't she tell you why I beat her?" Chu Feng looked at Zhou Xiaoyu, and his emotionless gaze frightened her so much that she grabbed the yellow-haired man tightly. "No matter what the reason is, hitting a woman is wrong." Huang Mao said this very firmly, but Chu Feng sighed helplessly. It is because there are too many people like this that the status of women has been unconsciously improved. If a man hits a woman, no matter what the reason, it is the man's fault. Who made this rule? There is not even a chance for self-defense? Okay, I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Just tell me what you want to do. Chu Feng didn't want to waste time with these people. When Huang Mao heard this, his eyes rolled and he immediately said, "Nothing else, I need you to apologize. Also, let her slap those two back, and we'll be fine." Zhou Xiaoyu became unhappy when he heard this. I clearly agreed before that I would let her vent her anger, but now just apologizing and slapping her is not enough to make her vent. Oh, that's it? Huang Ma thought Chu Feng was going to agree, so he nodded quickly. But the next second, there was a pop sound, which made everyone's heart tighten. The yellow-haired man turned his head in disbelief and covered his face. Before he could speak, Chu Feng slapped him again, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. "Okay, you've given me 2 slaps, now you can apologize." The yellow-haired man opened his mouth and spat out 2 teeth, then turned his head and glared at Chu Feng. "Hit me? Do you want to die?" Huang Ma was furious at having lost such a huge face. "Kill him for me. If anything goes wrong, it's my fault." With a roar, the younger brothers rushed forward. Chu Feng kicked out like he was playing bowling, knocking down a group of people. Then he walked up to a sports car and kicked it with a whip kick, instantly deforming the front of the car. Everyone who saw it was terrified. Chapter 44, 2 million in compensation. Wow!
Chu Xiaoyu covered her mouth in surprise. Is this still the brother she knew? When did he become so powerful?
Not only Chu Xiaoyu was surprised, almost everyone present was stunned.
That sports car was even more miserable than if it had hit a telephone pole. How much strength must have been required to do this? Huang Mao was speechless.
He had seen many ruthless people, but this was the first time he had seen someone like Chu Feng.
Why aren't you guys moving? Hurry up and beat him up. Can't so many of you handle him alone?
Chu Feng has already demonstrated such strength, but some people are still blind.
For example, Zhou Xiaoyu, who is still clamoring now.
Seeing Chu Feng looking over, the yellow-haired man trembled all over and immediately got up from the ground. He grabbed Zhou Xiaoyu and yelled at her, "Shut your mouth, look at the trouble you've caused." Chu Feng had already walked over, and the yellow-haired man hurriedly said, "Big brother, this is all a misunderstanding.
I was blind and did not recognize a great man. I have offended you. Please forgive me and we will leave now." Leave? Didn't you just ask me to apologize?
Chu Feng looked at him with a half-smile, which made his hair stand on end.
Brother, you are joking. Look, you have hit me and my face is swollen. Why don't we just call it a day? Huang Mao didn't dare not to bow his head. With that kick just now, the car couldn't even withstand it.
If he were hit like this, he would be dead. This group of people are typical bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. They rely on their family's wealth to do a lot of evil. Anyway, if something really happens, it can be settled by spending some pocket money.
If it was really a misunderstanding, Chu Feng would definitely not care about it.
He was a person who disliked trouble. But this group of people were clearly here to cause trouble. If I weren't there, it wouldn't matter what happened in the supermarket, because I was afraid that my father and sister would definitely get hurt. Just for this reason, Chu Feng would never let them go so easily.
Seeing that Chu Feng didn't say anything, Huang Mao asked cautiously, "Brother, can we leave now?" Chu Feng tilted his head and looked at him, muttering, "What do you think?" Judging from the tone of his voice, it doesn't sound like he wants to let them go.
Huang Mao didn't hate Chu Feng now, and he didn't dare to hate him. Not to mention how powerful Chu Feng's skills were, just based on the poison car he drove. Even if his parents were here, they would have to be respectful to him.
Didn't you say you were going to help me vent my anger? What on earth are you doing now?
If it weren't for the fact that this person was asking for death, there would be no way to stop him. Even though Huang Mao was being so servile, Zhou Xiaoyu was still chattering.
It's all because of you, you stinky bitch. Huang Mao was furious.
He had known Zhou Xiaoyu for some time, but this woman always kept him on suspense and prevented him from succeeding.
Today Zhou Xiaoyu called him and said that he was bullied.
As long as Huang Mao can help her vent her anger, she will do anything.
Upon hearing this, Huang Mao couldn't hold back any longer. When he learned that the other party's family ran a small supermarket and had no background, he felt that he had a clear shot at winning. Who could have known that the person I would offend would be such a great god? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got.
If anything bad happened today, it would be all because of Zhou Xiaoyu. He grabbed Zhou Xiaoyu's hair, pulled her in front of him, kicked her out, and made her lie at Chu Feng's feet. Brother, this is all because of her.
You can handle it however you want.
You don't have to worry about any trouble later.
I will take care of it all. If you think this is not enough, then just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will never hesitate. Huang Mao immediately cut off his relationship with Zhou Xiaoyu.
He could not afford to offend someone like Chu Feng. If he did not resolve the matter today, he would probably not be able to survive in the future. Chu Feng looked down at Zhou Xiaoyu with cold eyes.
Deal with her? I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty.
Just deal with her the way she told you to deal with me.
As for you, you still need to be punished for your wrongdoings.
100,000 per person, and let's just leave it at that. Chu Feng was not short of money, he did this just to get an explanation.
Moreover, he had no plan to keep the money for himself.
He gave it all to his parents and let them spend it as they pleased. After all, he couldn't explain his current identity openly. If he suddenly told his family that he was now a major shareholder of Shiguang Group, his parents would probably send him directly to a mental hospital. For Huang Mao, as long as this matter can have a result, that would be the best. The only thing he was afraid of was that Chu Feng would not make any requests, and then he would probably be worried for a while.
No problem, no problem. There are 13 of us in total. How about this?
I have 2 million in this card, but there is no password.
Do you think it's okay?
Chu Feng took it and waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. The yellow-haired man immediately asked everyone to leave and grabbed Zhou Xiaoyu's hair. No matter how she screamed, he remained indifferent and threw her directly into the passenger seat. "Brother, don't worry, I promise that this woman will never appear in front of you again."
Leaving these words behind, the group walked away.
However, the car whose engine was smashed by Chu Feng's kick was already scrapped and could only wait for a tow truck to come and tow it away.
"Brother, you are so handsome. When I was not at home, did you meet some hermit or master, or fell into a cave and got some martial arts secrets? This girl's imagination is really out of this world. Can she believe the fictional plots in those TV dramas?" "Okay, what are you talking about? Is Dad okay?" Chu Jianghe was naturally fine, he was just very angry.
Seeing this, Chu Feng handed over the bank card and said, "Dad, there is 2 million in it. It is the compensation given by those people just now." Chu Jianghe subconsciously wanted to take it, but was stunned the next second.
"What? How much did you say?"
Before Chu Feng could say anything, Zhu Xiaoyu excitedly said, "Dad, how old are you to be hard of hearing? There is 2 million in it, you don't know, my brother just..." Chu Jianghe was not outside just now, and Chu Xiaoyu blocked the door and wouldn't let him out. So he had no idea what had just happened outside, especially after knowing that Chu Feng was here. He didn't intend to care about it anymore. He is old now, and his children will obviously handle this matter better than he can. But when he heard the huge sum of 2 million, his eyes widened. He had never seen what 2 million looked like put together in his life. After Chu Xiaoyu shut up, Chu Feng explained, "Dad, don't worry. Their behavior just now was obviously illegal. After I warned them, they paid compensation in order to avoid trouble.
You can keep the money." Chapter 45 Ferrari. Although it felt a bit hot, Chu Jianhe still took the money. Since his son said that everything would be fine, then there wouldn't be any problem. After all, Chu Feng had always been very reliable over the years, and even relatives and neighbors always praised him. The only flaw was probably the emotional issue.
"Hey, brother, is this car yours?" Chu Xiaoyu walked around the poison, her eyes full of stars.
"Yes, but don't tell my parents.
If they ask, just say I borrowed it from a friend."
Chu Xiaoyu nodded with an understanding expression. "I see.
I should have just said that this was brother Lu Xian's car."
But brother, what have you done in the past 6 months? Why do I feel like you've become a different person?"
Chu Feng didn't know how to explain it. After all, the existence of the system was really incredible. Fortunately, Chu Xiaoyu didn't intend to dig into the matter. The original plan was to have dinner at home, but having just received a huge sum of 2 million, my parents were a little uneasy, so they didn't even cook. Chu Feng had no choice but to cook by himself. The old couple sat in the house whispering to each other.
When they moved their noses, they immediately smelled an appetizing aroma.
When I came out, I found that there were several delicious dishes on the table.
"Dad, Mom, wash your hands and have dinner." "Son, you did all this?"
The old couple had no idea that their son was such a good cook. He had been coming home from time to eat with him some time ago. Xu Xiaoyu started stealing food from the kitchen, and now she was sitting at the table holding a bowl of rice, eating it with relish.
"We are all family, so naturally no one will care about etiquette or anything like that."
As she devoured her food, she said, "Dad, Mom, come and eat. The food my brother cooks is absolutely amazing.
It's enough to open a restaurant. It's definitely the best food I've ever eaten in my life."
As expected, except for Chu Feng, the family of 3 all ate too much. After sitting for a while, Chu Feng prepared to go home.
"Be careful on the road."
"No. I was driving the poisonous car home and happened to pass by Qin's pharmaceutical company on the way. When he was still some distance away, he saw a familiar figure standing at the company gate.
It was Qin Ran.
Normally at this time, Qin Ran would have gone home long ago.
But today, not only did she not go home, she didn't even drive the car.
Looking at her standing at the door, I knew she was preparing to take a taxi. So Chu Feng drove the car over and stopped beside her. Qin Ran took a look at the luxury supercar in front of her. Although she didn't know much about cars, she could tell that this car was definitely very expensive.
But she didn't show any reaction and instead walked away.
This was not the first time she had encountered someone who came to chat with her in a luxury car. Instead of feeling happy, she felt that it was somewhat impolite. Who knew that when she moved to the side, the car moved with her? This immediately made her a little dissatisfied. Just as she was about to step forward and say something, she saw the car door open and Chu Feng, who was sitting in the driver's seat, waved to her.
Chu Feng? Why is it you? Xin Ran obviously didn't expect that the person in the car was Chu Feng.
In her impression, although Chu Feng lived in Jinlong Bay, he was a very low-key person. Even the car he drove was worth more than 100,000 yuan, and his identity could not be seen at all. But she couldn't accept the sudden change to such a flashy car for a while. I just came back from my parents' place and I saw you here.
Hey, where's your car? Kiran pointed to the company behind. The car is inside. We had a lunch party today and drank some wine. I felt a little dizzy just now.
I was afraid something might happen, so I didn't drive.
So that's what is happening. Chu Feng nodded and said, let's go. I also want to go home, so I'll take you back with me. Oh, wait for me then.
Xin Ran raised his phone and cancelled the online taxi he had just ordered, then sat in the passenger seat.
Chu Feng, is this car yours? Why have I never seen you drive it before? I thought someone was trying to chat me up.
After hearing this, Chu Feng was a little curious.
Hey, is it true that driving a luxury car will increase your chances of picking up girls?
If so, I'll find a place to try tomorrow.
Xin Ran rolled her eyes.
Of course she could tell that Chu Feng was joking. I don't know about others, but I really hate this approach.
I just think that feelings shouldn't be measured by material things. Otherwise, isn't that too superficial?
What she said made sense, and the two of them continued chatting, and it was obvious that the distance they had in the beginning was no longer there.
Xin Ran naturally wouldn't mention the fare again.
The Duyu was driving very steadily on the road. Chu Feng rarely drove fast, whether it was the Civic or the Duyu, especially when there were other people in the car. But the rearview mirror flashed twice, and Chu Feng took a look and saw that it was the car behind that seemed to be urging him. So he turned on the turn signal and prepared to change lanes to the right to let the car behind him go first. Who knew that the bright red Ferrari would roar and in an instant be on par with him?
The car window rolled down and a young girl in the passenger seat waved.
Chu Feng didn't understand what was going on and thought something was wrong, so he had to lower the window as well.
Uncle, can you do this? You're driving a supercar and pretending to be a turtle here? Unexpectedly, the girl started to mock him right away.
Chu Feng just glanced at her and didn't say much.
The car is his, he is free to drive it however he wants, as long as he doesn't violate traffic regulations, right?
Moreover, he also noticed that the girl's eyes were drunk and it was obvious that she had just finished drinking, so he had no reason to care. There is a saying that goes, the tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop. Chu Feng did not want to cause trouble, but trouble kept coming to him. The Ferrari slowed down, and while waiting for the red light at the intersection, it drove to Chu Feng's right. The driver was a young man, his hair was even scarier than his previous yellow hair, it was colorful. Chu Feng couldn't quite understand the fashion among today's young people, and he didn't know whether they considered this kind of thing to be beautiful.
Hey, there's a girl sitting in the passenger seat. She's pretty, but a little old, right?
Xin Ran actually looks very young and doesn't look like she has a child at all.
It's just that she looks more mature because she is wearing professional attire.
Seeing Chu Feng about to open his mouth to reprimand him, Xin Ran stopped him.
Forget it. I can smell the alcohol from their side. Let's not bother with them, to avoid any trouble.
After saying that, Xin Ran closed the window. I thought everything would be fine, but who knew that the Ferrari would deliberately cut in? If Chu Feng hadn't reacted quickly, he would have almost rear-ended it.
Chapter 46. You deserve to be rich for the rest of your life. What on earth are they going to do?
Xin Ran was just startled. If she was driving, she would have definitely been hit. This was definitely not an accident, because the Ferrari was still cutting in front of it, which was full of provocation.
Chu Feng, don't be impulsive. Why don't we stop and let them go first?
Xin Ran still prioritized safety, fearing that Chu Feng would be provoked and really start a fight with the other party.
Well, there's a supermarket just in front. Let's go buy a bottle of water. Chu Feng accepted Xin Ran's suggestion and parked the car on the side of the road. Then you wait in the car and I'll go get some soda, right? Chu Feng got out of the car and went to the supermarket to buy some water. As soon as I came out after buying it, I saw the Ferrari speeding away. He ran over in a hurry.
The passenger window was sprayed with something. When he got in the car, he found Xin Ran curled up there in fear.
Xin Ran, are you okay?
No.
I'm fine.
Jean Ran was still pretending to be calm, but her slightly trembling body completely betrayed her. As soon as Chu Feng entered the supermarket, the red Ferrari moved back, and then the man and woman got out of the car and walked straight towards him. Not only did he stand outside and point fingers at Jean Ran, he even started spraying a can of unknown substance.
The man even planned to open the car door.
Fortunately, Chu Feng had the habit of locking the door, otherwise, who knows what they would do.
How could Jean Ran not be afraid when encountering such a thing?
Chu Feng's eyes flashed coldly. He got into the car, fastened his seatbelt, and said softly, "Sit tight." Jean Ran seemed to have guessed what Chu Feng was going to do. Before he could stop him, the entire car shot out like an arrow. The strong push on his back forced Jean Ran to hold onto the seatbelt tightly, closing his eyes and not daring to move. Chu Feng, however, held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and stared straight ahead. He had already seen the Ferrari in front of him, so he continued to speed up.
Oh hoo!
The young couple driving the Ferrari were very excited, especially when they found out that the drug car was chasing them.
You want to chase me, little brat? So what if I have a Lamborghini?
I'll show you my driving skills. The two supercars were speeding on the road like two streaks of light.
However, the gap between the two is getting smaller and smaller.
It is obvious that the straight-line speed of Venom is much faster than that of Ferrari. But there was a T-junction ahead and there was no way to move forward. The Ferrari wanted to turn, but the poison behind it showed no intention of slowing down.
Mad, is he going to die with me?
The young man driving the car widened his eyes. If he continued to turn, he would definitely be hit by the poison. At this moment, he almost subconsciously turned the steering wheel, and the Ferrari rushed towards the artificial lake in front. But Chu Feng had already stepped on the brakes, and the poison slid on the grass for a while before stopping steadily. Then I heard a loud bang coming from the front. The Ferrari hit a hidden stake in the lake, and the whole car was almost stuck there at an angle.
Okay, it's okay. Wait for me in the car for a while, I'll be back soon.
After saying that, Chu Feng got out of the car and walked towards the front. Jean Ran opened his eyes tentatively, only to discover the tragic scene in front of him. Chu Feng walked directly into the lake, grabbed the deformed car door with one hand, tried it, but couldn't pull it open, then used some strength, and who would have thought that he actually pulled the car door down? He curled his lips, threw the car door aside, stretched out his hand, picked up the young man with a bleeding head, and threw him at his feet. The man woke up immediately when he was shocked by the cold lake water, and then he covered his head with a grimace.
Chu Feng was not here to be a good guy. He didn't care whether the man was seriously injured or not.
He stepped on his shoulder and made him fall into the mud at the bottom of the water. No matter how the man struggled, he could not resist Chu Feng's strength. Seeing that it was almost done, Chu Feng let go of his feet.
Are you sober? Chu Feng asked in a deep voice.
The man coughed violently and looked at Chu Feng in horror. He was so proud just now, but now he is in a very embarrassed state. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chu Feng grabbed his hair and dragged him onto the lawn, all the way to the side of the car. He pressed his palm and signaled Jean Ran to roll down the window. Chu Feng grabbed the man's hair and said, "Apologize to her." The man felt pain and felt as if his scalp was being torn off.
I told you to apologize.
I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please let me go. The man finally apologized, and Chu Feng shook his hands, threw him aside, and got into the car. Du Yao returned to the road and continued driving towards Jinlong Bay. Jean Ran looked at Chu Feng cautiously. Seeing that he looked calm, he asked tentatively, "Chu Feng, are you angry?"
Chu Feng turned his head and looked at her in confusion, and said, "Me? Shouldn't you be the one who was angry?"
"I'm sorry for driving so fast without your consent."
Kiran shook his head.
"But I seem to have seen that man before. If I remember correctly, he should be Mr. Liao's son." Chu Feng didn't care who he was. Among all the rich second generations he had met, it seemed that only Lu Xian looked like a human being.
Apart from being a little lustful, there was nothing wrong with him.
But whether it was the yellow-haired guy in the afternoon or the guy with a head like a parrot just now, what they did was totally inhumane.
Is it because their parents have status and position that they don't have to be punished when they do something wrong? When we arrived at the entrance of Jinlong Bay, security guard Zhang Long was on duty. After Chu Feng lowered the car window, Zhang Long immediately came over to say hello.
"Mr. Chu, is it you? I heard from my colleagues that there is a poison machine in Jinlong Bay. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be yours."
Chu Feng smiled and nodded, then asked, "Do you know anyone who washes cars nearby?" I had a small accident just now and my car got dirty.
Zhang Long patted his chest and said directly, Mr. Chu, you have asked the right person. My second brother owns a car wash just down the street.
His craftsmanship is second to none.
Chu Feng didn't know what skills were involved in car washing, but he still got out of the car and threw the things into Zhang Long's hands.
Then I'll leave it to you. You can pay the money first and I'll give it to you later.
After saying that, he walked in with Qin Ran. Zhang Long was stunned. He stood there for 2 minutes before he came to his senses.
Chu Feng then threw a car worth more than 20 million yuan to him? Wasn't he afraid that he would just drive away and never come back? No wonder you are rich.
With such generosity and broad-mindedness, you deserve to be rich all your life.
Zhang Long was circling the car while muttering. If you didn't know, you might think he was cursing Chu Feng.
Chapter 47, Slapping a Girl in the Face.
Chu Feng, no matter what, I have to thank you for what you did today. But don't do such dangerous things next time.
After sending Qin Ran to the entrance of Villa Number 1, she spoke to Chu Feng in a gentle tone.
He knew very well that a big part of the reason why Chu Feng acted so radically was because he was almost hurt. Okay, I understand. Let's go back.
Chu Feng responded with a smile. Come to think of it, his actions just now were indeed likely to scare Qin Ran. Just as he was about to go home, Qin Ran seemed to remember something and turned to Chu Feng and said, Oh, there is one more thing.
Mr. Liao has some tricks.
If he knew that his son was beaten by you, I'm afraid he would not let it go.
If you have any trouble, remember to find me. Mr. Liao?
Chu Feng had never heard of such a person. However, he had nothing to worry about. It was his son who provoked first, so no matter what, Chu Feng was in the right. But no matter what he thought, he couldn't refuse Qin Ran's kindness. Well, if there's any trouble, I'll tell you. After returning home, Chu Feng immediately forgot about this matter.
Took a shower and went straight to bed.
The next morning, Sun Chang called. The hotel had been cleaned up according to Chu Feng's instructions.
There were not many places that needed to be changed.
In addition, the workers hired by Sun Chang were the most skilled in Shuguang real estate, so it was easy to do such a small job.
Okay, I'll go over and take a look later.
After a quick tidying up, I went out and saw Zhang Long walking into the yard.
Hey, Mr. Chu, you're here so early.
It just so happens that your car has been washed. It was too late yesterday, so I didn't come to disturb you. The car was parked right at the door and all the stains on it had been washed clean. It can be seen that the person washing the car must be very careful.
When you get closer, you can even smell some fragrance.
Thank you for your hard work.
I'll transfer the money to you.
Zhang Long did not charge more, but quoted a realistic price, which was obviously lower than the market price. Anyone who can live in Jinlong Bay is either rich or noble, and it is impossible for a small security guard like him to offend them.
Although they don't care about this little money, it's better for them to be more responsible.
After all, someone else's words may very likely determine their future. Previously, there was a very smart guy in their security team.
Because of his eloquence, he now works as a driver for a big boss. His income makes them jealous.
Chu Feng understood from yesterday's experience that in today's world, just because you don't want to cause trouble doesn't mean you want to get into trouble. Being deliberately low-key sometimes doesn't lead to any good results. I originally planned to continue driving my Civic, but having a luxury car can invisibly avoid a lot of trouble. Just as I was about to drive away, I saw Qin Ran coming out of the house in the rearview mirror. Her car didn't come back yesterday, so she must take a taxi to the company again today.
Although it's not smooth, it doesn't matter how much time is wasted.
Chu Feng simply stuck his head out, waved his hand, and shouted, I'll take you there.
Qin Ran also waved and walked over quickly with a smile.
The two of them now get along much better and there is no longer the awkwardness they had before.
We chatted and laughed along the way and soon arrived at the company. The fare is 27. Would you like to pay by cash or mobile phone?
Upon hearing this, Qin Ran, who had just unbuckled his seatbelt, rolled his eyes at Chu Feng.
27? That's not even enough for your gas, right? Okay, I'll owe you the money first and settle it monthly.
Qin Ran waved his hand and got out of the car. Chu Feng turned the car around and headed straight for the hotel. Along the way, this poison vehicle undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention from Chu Feng. When it stopped at the entrance of the hotel, it attracted countless people's attention.
Wow, this little brother is so handsome.
A very fashionably dressed girl exclaimed, but her best friend next to her mocked her, "Stop being such a fangirl.
You're attracted to his car, right? If he didn't have this car, would you still think he's handsome?"
The girl glared at her best friend and said unhappily, "No wonder you're single.
You don't know anything.
A car is also a criterion for measuring a man. It will make him look more handsome."
That's impressive. If you have the guts, just go and chat her up. I don't think she'll even look at you.
These two girls perfectly illustrate what plastic sisters are. There was already a dispute because of a man I had never met before.
Just flirt with me, huh? Do you think I'm you?
You only know how to pick men in the quagmire. After saying that, she shook her hair and walked straight towards Chu Feng with her two beautiful legs in high heels.
Chu Feng got out of the car and was about to ask where Sun Chang was.
Before he could make the call, he heard a girl's pleasant voice coming from the side.
"Sir, may I bother you for a moment?"
Chu Feng turned his head and glanced at the girl. To be honest, if the full score was 10, this girl would at least get 7 or 8 points.
"What is it?" Chu Feng asked indifferently.
The girl still smiled like a flower.
"It's nothing, I just want to make friends with you. Isn't there a saying that if you don't take the initiative and I don't take the initiative, there will definitely be no chance for you and me? Now that I have taken the initiative, I wonder if you are willing to cherish this opportunity?"
After saying this, the girl blinked her eyes, looking very charming.
Chu Feng had a strange expression on his face, and asked curiously, "Can I understand that you are trying to flirt with me?"
It's not that Chu Feng has low emotional intelligence, but this is really the first time he has encountered such a thing. Although he is handsome and tall, he has never been approached by a beautiful woman.
The girl looked a little embarrassed. It was already so obvious, was there any need to ask? "Oh, that's annoying. Do you really have to say it out loud? Here, this is my QR code. Scan it."
Chu Feng smiled slightly and picked up the phone, but did not scan the code. Instead, he put it to his ear.
"Well, I'm here. Where are you?" "Okay, I'll go in now."
After hanging up the phone, he looked at the woman.
"It's getting late. Aren't you afraid of being late for work?"
After saying that, he walked towards the hotel.
"Hey, what do you mean? Is it a big deal to be rich?" The girl was a little angry and embarrassed.
It was always others who chased her for contact information. When she took the initiative occasionally, she was determined to get it. Who knew that she would be rejected by Chu Feng? Chu Feng stopped and turned his head to look at her.
"You want to add me as your friend, but I don't want to. What does it have to do with my wealth?"
But you are right.
Being rich is great. Otherwise, why would you have the nerve to come and talk to me? Chapter 48. Did I ask you to come here to teach my grandson a lesson?
Another woman who thinks she is superior. For such a person, no matter how beautiful she is, Chu Feng doesn't want to take another look at her.
When I walked into the restaurant, Sun Chang was talking to the workers and seemed a little dissatisfied with some of the interior decorations. "How's it going?" Chu Feng walked over.
When Sun Chang saw him coming, he immediately said, "Mr. Chu, everything has been done as you requested, but Master Zhao said that the design of the private rooms upstairs in this restaurant is a bit unreasonable and wastes too much space. If business is good, it is likely that a lot of revenue will be lost because there are too few private rooms."
"Oh? I didn't get a good look last time. Come on, let's go up and take a look. Master Zhao is definitely a leader in the industry.
Not only is his construction skills impeccable, but his vision is even sharper than many current designers. Give him a floor plan and he can immediately tell you the best way to use the space. The hotel has 7 floors in total, and the private rooms start from the 3rd floor.
After reaching the 3rd floor, Master Zhao began to talk about his renovation plan.
It's no wonder that after he said this, even Chu Feng, an outsider, felt that the previous boss had been kicked in the head by a donkey.
This decoration is simply nothing. Not only is the space utilization rate low, but the complicated decoration also makes people feel depressed. "Mr. Chu, what do you think?" Sun Chang asked tentatively.
After all, according to Chu Feng's previous intention, he wanted to open the business as soon as possible. But since the thing has been done, Sun Chang still wants to do his best. At least put various plans in front of Chu Feng and let him choose for himself.
Chu Feng thought for a moment before he said, "If we want to renovate it, how long will it take?"
Master Zhao discussed it with several other masters and said, "If we rush the work, it will take about 3 days to renovate this floor. If we want to put it into use as soon as possible, we can use environmentally friendly materials, but the cost will be much higher.
I see. Chu Feng pondered for a moment.
He had never done business, let alone run a restaurant. He had no experience in this kind of thing.
Wait a minute, I'll make a phone call first.
Since he didn't know what was the best way to do it, he naturally had to ask professionals for their opinions. So he called Lu Xian. It has to be said that after Lu Xian decided to pursue Fan Xiaoxian, he actually corrected a lot of his bad habits.
The most obvious thing is that he doesn't sleep in anymore.
After answering the phone, his voice sounds much more energetic. But it was also a coincidence that Lu Xian's original plan today was to come to the hotel with Fan Xiaoxian.
Because Fan Xiaoxian said that there are still many things to prepare before the opening. The two are already on the way and will probably arrive in a few minutes.
If that's the case, there's no need to talk about it on the phone. After waiting for a while, they finally arrived, but there was another man with them.
This is?
Lu Xian didn't say they were going to bring someone else with them. Fan Xiaoxian immediately introduced, "Oh, this is my junior high school classmate, Miao Pei, who studied hotel management in college. I specifically asked him to help."
Miao Pei, this is the investor of our hotel, Chu Feng.
Since he was here to help, Chu Feng naturally welcomed him, so he extended his hand politely. But Miao Pei first adjusted his glasses, and then slowly shook hands with Chu Feng, with an attitude that was more or less arrogant.
Chu Feng didn't care. It wasn't a big deal anyway. You just said that the private rooms above the third floor need to be renovated? Didn't you say that they should be opened first?
Lu Xian opened the topic. After all, he also had shares in this restaurant. Master Zhao repeated his previous idea, and Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian also thought that it would be better after this transformation. What's more, the construction period is not that long, and there are still many things that need to be prepared, so it is definitely possible to catch up in time.
Basically, as long as the three of them agree, the matter is settled. But Fan Xiaoxuan's classmate who studies hotel management has a different opinion.
In my opinion, these changes are a complete waste of time. As soon as he said this, everyone looked over.
Miao Pei, what does this mean? Fan Xiaoxian asked curiously.
Miao Pei habitually raised his eyes and replied, "You guys can't think of such a simple thing?" He was just talking nonsense.
If he could think of it, who would ask him? Besides, not everyone has studied hotel management.
Who knows what it is from a professional perspective?
Miao Pei sighed, as if he was very disappointed and helpless.
You certainly don't understand the technical terms, so let me explain it in plain words.
Have you considered the cost?
The time period is relatively short, but have you really calculated it carefully?
And what about the rate of return after the transformation? You probably haven't considered that either, right? You didn't think of anything, but just said you wanted to change it. Isn't that a bit irresponsible?
He was clearly offering advice from a professional perspective, but when he said it, it always sounded like he was scolding someone. It seemed like he knew everything and everyone else was just fools who knew nothing.
But he obviously hadn't finished his words yet, and continued, "Do you think this is a small restaurant? You just need a place, a cook, a license, and a few tables to open it? This is a restaurant. You don't even have a basic plan. What are you opening? If you just open it, you will lose money." After hearing his reprimand, Lu Xian frowned and his expression turned gloomy. "We didn't ask you to come here to teach us a lesson. After all the bullshit, why don't you say something useful?"
Chu Feng, who knew him well, knew that Lu Xian was just suppressing his anger. This was done out of respect for Fan Xiaoxian, otherwise he would have probably swung his fist at her long ago. Fan Xiaoxian also heard Lu Xian's annoyance, and said to Miao Pei, "Yes, Miao Pei, it is because we have no relevant experience that we asked you to come. Can you explain it more simply and tell us what we should and should not do now?" Fan Xiaoxian had already tried to smooth things over, but Miao Pei still looked arrogant.
"Do you think planning is just a matter of talking?
It takes time to investigate and study.
It takes a comprehensive understanding before it can be put on paper. If you can get things done just by talking, then everyone should just go into business." No matter how good-tempered a person is, he or she will not be too indifferent when hearing what Miao Pei said. He was like a man who had been shot with gunpowder. Others were humbly seeking advice, but he just spoke in a horrible way, as if he was lecturing his grandson.
Chapter 49, 1001 times, no cheating to anyone.
Chu Feng didn't say anything just now.
After all, Lu Xian had spoken, so there was no need for him to offend Fan Xiaoxian.
But now Miao Pei doesn't know what's good for him at all.
He relies on what he has learned in this area to start giving orders. The most annoying thing is that he won't stop.
Even Fan Xiaoshuan's face looked very ugly now.
She could never have imagined that her old classmate would become like this.
Lu Xian had already clenched his fists.
Seeing this, Chu Feng patted his shoulder and said to Miao Pei with a smile,
"Mr. Miao, right? I welcome your invitation to help today and I am very grateful.
However, we just talked about something and I think your professional knowledge is not very suitable for our hotel, so thank you."
After all, she is Fan Xiaoshuan's classmate.
Even if Chu Feng doesn't have to give her face, he still has to consider Lu Xian. Therefore, he did not say anything too harsh, but his intention to send the guest away was already very obvious.
But Miao Pei seemed to have no idea what social etiquette was, and said directly, "What do you mean by this? Do you think you are great just because you are an investor? If it weren't for Fan Xiaoshuan's sake, do you think I would come to your shabby place?" "Miao Pei, have you said enough?" Fan Xiaoxian was really angry.
After all, she was the one who invited this person. This guy made the situation so awkward, and she must be the most uncomfortable one being caught in the middle.
"Fan Xiaoxian, you yelled at me? I put down a job worth millions to come and help you, and you treat me like this?"
Not only did he say that, he even reached out to grab Fan Xiaoxian.
Xu Feng's eyes turned cold.
He felt that there was no need to save face for this kind of person who was pushing his luck further. Then he reached out his big hand, grabbed Miao Pei's head, lifted him up, and slammed him hard on the table next to him. Suddenly, the table broke into pieces and Miao Pei lay on the ground wailing.
"Damn it, if you dare to hit me, I tell you, you will all be in trouble."
Even after being beaten by Chu Feng, this guy still spoke rudely.
Lu Xian went up and kicked him.
If Fan Xiaoxian hadn't held him back, he would have been beaten half to death. Sun Chang waved his hand, and the masters pulled Miao Pei up and made him sit on a chair.
"If Mr. Chu wasn't here, I would have spit at you when you were talking just now. Do you really think you are a big shot just because you have learned some professional knowledge? What did you say just now?
You gave up millions of dollars in business to come here.
Do you know how much Mr. Chu spent on the photo of this restaurant?"
Miao Pei covered his stomach with his hands, disdain written all over his face. It seems that this guy not only doesn't understand the ways of the world, but is also very stubborn, to the point of being completely stupid.
"Are you kidding me? Do you think I don't know that this place was sealed off before?
If it's sold at a judicial auction, it would only be worth 10 or 20 million at most."
Sun Chang smiled and said, "That may disappoint you.
Mr. Chu spent 150 million to buy this place."
"How dare you mention your work worth a few million?"
Miao Pei widened his eyes. He had seen the world and didn't care about 10 or 20 million.
But 150 million is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. So what you just said about cost considerations and this and that, is that a problem?
You thought you were using your expertise to attack others, but you didn't know that your performance just now was no different from that of a clown.
Sun Chang's words were heartbreaking. Indeed, Miao Pei's performance just now was really ridiculous.
It's like talking to the world's richest man about whether you should keep your 3,000 yuan monthly salary in the bank or invest in financial management.
After all that, you're nothing more than a lackey. Do you think you have the right to blame me?
Miao Pei may have discovered that he and Chu Feng were no longer on the same level, so he turned his attention to Sun Chang. But Sun Chang smiled, took out a business card and put it in his hand.
"Xu Guang, General Manager of Xu Guang Real Estate?" Miao Pei's eyes almost popped out.
This guy in front of him, who was helping his master vent his anger like a lackey, turned out to be the general manager of Xu Guang Real Estate.
"Okay, send him out."
Seeing that Miao Pei was speechless, Chu Feng didn't want to see this annoying guy anymore. Sun Chang nodded and asked several masters next to him to take Miao Pei away directly.
Fan Xiaoxian seemed very guilty, lowered her head and remained silent.
Chu Feng and Lu Xian looked at each other. They already had a tacit understanding, so there was no need to say much at this time. That's all for today, Master Zhao.
Let's start the work here according to what you just said. Use the best materials and try to use it immediately after the renovation. Master Zhao nodded in agreement, and everyone left the restaurant.
Xu Feng, I'm sorry. I wanted to help, but I didn't expect.
After hearing Fan Xiaoshuan's apology, Xu Feng just waved his hands.
Okay, it's not a big deal, but I know nothing about the hotel business, so I'll leave it to you guys to take care of it.
Okay, there's nothing to do here, you can go wherever you need to go.
After sending the two away, Xu Feng drove towards his parents' home.
We agreed yesterday that I would take Chu Xiaoyu out for a walk today.
After parking the car at the gate of the community, Chu Feng came in and saw Chu Jianghe sitting at the gate of the supermarket chatting with his neighbors.
Dad!
He shouted, and Chu Jianghe looked over.
Hey, son, I'm just talking to your uncles about you, come here quickly. Chu Feng walked over quickly.
These uncles, who were about the same age as his father, looked unfamiliar, as if he had never seen them before. After greeting each other politely, they looked at Chu Feng and said, "Good boy, you are very handsome, a bit like your father when he was young." Chu Jianghe was naturally very happy that someone praised his son.
Of course not, my son, can you not follow me?
One of the uncles said, "Okay, now that we've met the person, let us take care of it." Many of the people in our compound at that time had daughters. Some of them are about the same age as your son and look good. The most important thing is that we know their backgrounds well, so there won't be so many troubles. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng knew that trouble was coming again. First it was my mom, then my dad. They never gave up on arranging blind dates for me. After being looked at like an animal by these uncles for a long time, Chu Feng finally found an opportunity to slip away. As soon as I entered the house, I saw Chu Xiaoyu slumped on the sofa like a salted fish. Although she looks young and beautiful outside, she immediately becomes like this when she gets home. I wonder if all girls are like this.
Brother, you're back.
I heard our old neighbors are here.
Did you see them?
Yes, they are all in front of the supermarket.
Chu Xiaoyu chuckled and said, I guess you still can't escape the fate of a blind date? How about it? Do you want me to help you check it this time? 1,000 times, no cheating. Chapter 50, Satisfying Vanity. Good, you have become more capable. You have even taken over your brother's business?
Chu Feng kicked Chu Xiaoyu in annoyance, which made Chu Xiaoyu roll her eyes in disdain. Humph, if you weren't my brother, I wouldn't care about this troublesome matter. I can earn more than this money just by helping others pick up girls.
Chu Feng never asked about what Chu Xiaoyu did in school.
As long as it's not illegal and she can make some money with her cleverness, it's her own ability.
Okay, stop lying around. Do you want to go out and play? Go and pack your things. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu was no longer angry. She got up from the sofa and ran into the bathroom.
If a girl wants to go out, she has to make a lot of preparations, especially a young girl in her prime.
Chu Feng was bored as he watched TV. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed.
Chu Xiaoyu was hiding in the bathroom and no one knew what she was doing. If it weren't for the occasional sound of her humming and some clanging noises, Chu Feng would have thought she had fainted in there. Today's news: according to our previous report, the famous new generation singer Meng Ruyun was going to hold a charity concert in this city, but due to the reasons of the organizer Liao Group, the concert was decided to be postponed.
Meng Ruyun?
Chu Feng doesn't chase stars, nor does he pay much attention to things in the entertainment industry.
However, he was very familiar with Meng Ruyun. As soon as he debuted, he became famous overnight with his first album and won numerous awards.
Not only is she beautiful, her singing voice is also impeccable. Even someone like Chu Feng, who doesn't listen to music often, can hum a few of her famous songs. It is because her songs can be heard everywhere in the streets and alleys, and after hearing them so many times, the melodies are naturally imprinted in my mind.
However, this was just one focus.
Chu Feng also noticed the organizer mentioned in the news, which was the Liao Group.
Could it be the one that Kiran had told him about before?
Under normal circumstances, he might not pay attention to such things, but he had just had a conflict with the prince of the Liao Group last night, so he naturally noticed it. Logically speaking, for something like a concert, once the time is scheduled, it will not be easily changed. After all, the audience coming to the concert must be taken into consideration. They have already bought the tickets and made time for it, but you changed it with just one word.
Wouldn't that disrupt all their plans?
From this, we can see that the Liao Group must have encountered some trouble and had to postpone the concert. But these have nothing to do with Chu Feng, he is just a spectator. After a full hour and a half, Chu Xiaoyu finally came out of the bathroom.
Brother, how do you see my makeup? Chu Feng turned his head and looked at her, then asked in confusion, Are you wearing makeup?
Chu Xiaoyu gnashed her teeth in anger and said angrily, For someone like you, you deserve to be single.
Chu Feng was confused. He really didn't notice that Chu Xiaoyu was wearing makeup.
After waiting for another 10 minutes, Chu Xiaoyu finally changed her clothes. When Chu Feng was driving an online taxi before, he heard passengers talking about the question of whether girls should put on makeup first and then change clothes, or change clothes first and then put on makeup. He was very puzzled.
Is there any essential difference between the two? In the end, it can only be summed up in one word, that is pretentious. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Luo Shui coming back from the vegetable market. Hey, you two, get out. Well, my brother wants to take me out to play.
Chu Xiaoyu has always been the treasure of the family, and her status is much higher than Chu Feng's.
Luo Shui smiled and said, okay, go ahead and let your brother take you around.
After talking to Chu Xiaoyu, Luo Shui turned her head to look at Chu Feng again, but her smile disappeared immediately.
Take your sister out and be careful, don't let her get bullied. By the way, come back for dinner tonight, your dad has something to tell you. Chu Xiaoyu was bullied? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng wanted to denounce Chu Xiaoyu's many evil deeds since childhood. Thank God she doesn't bully others. Who can bully her? Okay, Mom, don't worry, but is my dad going to find me another blind date? Luo Shui sneered. You know that, too? Well, let me tell you right now. You have to go even if you don't want to. Our Chu family is counting on you to have children.
If you don't want to go on a blind date, then hurry up and find a girlfriend and get married.
Your father and I don't have any requirements.
It's all that matters as long as you can live a good life.
Chu Xiaoyu laughed secretly beside him and asked, Mom, do you mean that as long as my brother likes it, it's fine? Like? Luo Shui sighed helplessly. For someone like your brother, how can you even talk about whether you like her or not? As long as she's a woman, it's fine. Why are you being so picky?
Although Chu Feng knew that Luo Shui was joking, he still felt aggrieved.
Why was it that when it came to him, as long as the gender was right, he didn't have to consider anything else?
It was as if marrying him was a good deed to save all living beings.
After finally sending her mother home, Chu Xiaoyu almost had cramps from laughing. Have you laughed enough? If you have, leave now. I left home early in the morning and it's almost noon now. Chu Xiaoyu finally stopped laughing and twisted around in the passenger seat of the Duyao car. Are you imitating maggots? Fasten your seatbelts.
Hearing Chu Feng's words, Chu Xiaoyu pinched him directly.
You're so disgusting. This sports car is not comfortable to sit in. It hurts my back. It's worse than your Civic. Don't even mention the panic.
For most girls, even if they were asked to squat on this top-level supercar, they would still fight for it.
Chu Xiaoyu is so good that she is complaining now.
Complaints may be complaints, but after all, we are young and we still prefer the cool feeling of being noticed.
As soon as the car was on the road, Chu Xiaoyu's vanity was greatly satisfied. Put.
That guy just now crashed into a tree while trying to see this car.
I was dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha.
Chu Xiaoyu was a born optimist, and it seems that nothing can make her depressed. Some trivial things can often make her laugh.
Hey, brother, let's go to the University of Finance and Economics first. Isn't there a food court at the entrance? I haven't even had breakfast yet. Chu Feng nodded. But are you sure you're going to eat?
Chu Xiaoyu's little thoughts could not be hidden from Chu Feng, but she was not embarrassed at all.
Hey, my brother is so capable now, is it okay for me to show off?
Since Chu Xiaoyu wanted to be in the limelight, there was no need for Chu Feng to stop her. Those who boycott people showing off their wealth online all day long do so because they are poor, which is why they have this hatred towards the rich. After all, the money is theirs, and if they want to show off, that is their freedom and no one can interfere.
Chapter 51, Encountering a Big Star. With the development of the times, due to various factors, many universities have moved to places far away from the city. But the University of Finance and Economics is an exception. This school has been located in the urban area since its establishment, and with the campus as the center, many supporting facilities have been derived around it. For example, low-rent apartments, food courts, commercial streets, cinemas, libraries, entertainment venues, etc. These facilities are integrated into the school, and one move has a ripple effect on the entire body. So although the relocation issue was occasionally mentioned, it was always put on hold. This place is not only for students from the University of Finance and Economics, but also for young people. Even though it is already the holiday season, it is still bustling with people. When Chu Feng's poison appeared, it was like lighting a fuse. On both sides of the road, men and women were all holding their mobile phones to take pictures. Is this the effect you want? Chu Feng looked at Chu Xiaoyu's smug face and couldn't help but stretched out his hand and pinched her twice. Hate it, stop pinching me, it's taking off my makeup. The car slowly stopped at the entrance of the food street. As soon as Chu Feng and Chu Xiaoyu got out of the car, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. These young men and women had stars in their eyes.
If they hadn't seen Chu Xiaoyu holding Chu Feng intimately, they would have rushed up to ask for his contact information. After all, the brother and sister both have good genes. Chu Feng is tall and handsome, and Chu Xiaoyu is pretty and cute.
They are definitely a beautiful sight. Man, I want to eat that. Brother?
When everyone heard Chu Xiaoyu address Chu Feng, they looked at him carefully and found that the two had very similar eyebrows and eyes. Then I suddenly realized that these two were not lovers, but siblings.
Many brave people were already ready to make a move, and some even jogged over. Senior, can I have your contact information, please?
In this small piece of land, a culture belonging to young people is popular.
That is, strangers will use the terms senior and junior.
Chu Feng already had experience of being approached, so he seemed very calm.
But this was clearly an opportunity for Chu Xiaoyu to show off.
She immediately moved closer to the girl, sniffed her nose, and then said, "The perfume is all of low quality.
As a girl, you can't even take good care of yourself. How can I let you take care of my brother? How many times have you had surgery on your chin? It's old enough to peel an apple, right? Senior, please look in the mirror before you go out.
There are still oil stains on your clothes from eating spicy hot pot." All the girls who came to chat with Chu Feng were criticized by Chu Xiaoyu and left with their faces covered. As for those who came to chat with Chu Xiaoyu, that was even simpler. Chu Feng gave them a look and they immediately ran away in shame.
Why do I feel like you're here to choose a concubine for me?
This is Chu Feng's true feeling.
Chu Xiaoyu chuckled and said, "What's wrong with that?
If you can find a suitable one, you won't have to go on blind dates anymore.
Besides, I'm training my eyesight.
I'm determined to be a matchmaker, so I have to push myself all the time."
Chu Feng was no longer surprised by Chu Xiaoyu's weird remarks. "Junior, I wonder if I can pass your assessment and become friends with your brother?"
Originally, no one dared to come over and chat with her. After all, Chu Xiaoyu's sharp tongue was not exaggerated.
But there are still people who are fearless and brave. Chu Feng didn't even turn his head and let Chu Xiaoyu perform on her own. But after about 10 seconds, Chu Xiaoyu didn't say a word.
Chu Feng turned his head to look at her, but found that she had her mouth open, looking stunned.
Could it be that there really is a perfect girl in this world who even Chu Xiaoyu can't find any fault with?
Chu Feng shifted his gaze and saw a girl wearing sunglasses and a mask standing behind him.
How could such a tightly dressed person make Chu Xiaoyu so surprised?
But then, Chu Feng understood. When the girl saw Chu Feng looking over, she looked around, then carefully pulled down her mask and pushed up her sunglasses.
"You."
Seeing that face, Chu Feng was also a little surprised.
How could it be her? "It's not convenient to talk here, could you two please move?"
Chu Feng behaved fine, but Chu Xiaoyu was very upset.
"Okay, let's find a place where there's no one."
There was a KTV not far ahead, and Chu Feng booked a private room.
After the waiter left, the girl felt a little more relaxed.
She took off her sunglasses and mask, revealing a beautiful face.
"Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Meng Ruyun." "Ah." Chu Xiaoyu's scream made Chu Feng's eardrums hurt. "Meng Ruyun. How could it be you?"
"I am your loyal fan and I can sing all your songs." Different from Chu Xiaoyu's excitement, Chu Feng felt very strange at the moment. Logically speaking, how could such a popular superstar appear in such a mixed place? More than 90% of her fans are young people. If her identity is exposed, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble.
"Brother! What are you thinking about? Come over here and take a picture for me." This was not the first or second time that Chu Feng was used as a tool by Chu Xiaoyu.
He took out his cell phone and took a picture of the two girls leaning against each other.
"Sister Ruyun, why are you here? Oh, by the way, you are going to hold a concert, right? But why are you alone? It's so dangerous." Meng Ruyun smiled and said, "Apart from my identity as a singer, I am actually just an ordinary person. As long as I don't reveal my identity, there will be no danger."
Not to mention anything else, just Meng Ruyun's words made Chu Feng feel good about her, of course not the kind between men and women. Although she has only been in the industry for a short time, she has not been blinded by the halo around her, which is commendable.
But this doesn't explain why she appeared here alone. At least she should have an assistant with her, right? If you think about it this way, there is only one explanation left.
So Chu Feng said directly, "Ms. Meng, if you need any help, you might as well tell me directly.
I don't like the feeling of being used by others." "Brother, what do you mean?" Chu Xiaoyu was confused,
But she did not feel dissatisfied with Chu Feng's attitude just because she liked Meng Ruyan. In comparison, even though the person in front of her was a big star, she still trusted Chu Feng more. Chu Feng shrugged and looked at Meng Ruyan. Meng Ruyan seemed a little conflicted, but still said, I did run into some trouble. Someone was following me just now, so I had no choice but to talk to you and your sister. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have concealed this. Chapter 52 I Reject. After listening to what Meng Ruyan said, Chu Feng and Chu Xiaoyu finally understood what was going on. No wonder the news said that Meng Ruyan's concert had to be postponed. I thought there was a problem with the Liao group, but who would have thought that this was not the reason? Meng Ruyan, who is currently on the rise, needs to accumulate reputation and image. Therefore, this kind of concert, where all proceeds will be donated to charity, is very suitable for her now. But who could have thought that the Liao group, as the main organizer of the event, would actually make such excessive demands? As a celebrity, socializing is inevitable, but after the other party explained some details, Meng Ruyan felt something was wrong. This is not a social event at all, it's clearly asking me to go drinking with others. So Meng Ruyan directly chose to refuse, and then the Liao group became ruthless and even postponed the concert. Not only that, the hotel they stayed in, as well as their food, clothing, housing and transportation, were all arranged by the Liao group, and even their ability to go out was restricted. This is too much. Chu Xiaoyu was so angry that she slapped her thigh. But Meng Ruyan smiled miserably, because even more outrageous things were still to come. Not only was her freedom restricted, but even this morning, someone tried to use force to take Meng Ruyan away. The team members around her put in a lot of effort to help Meng Ruyan escape, but their whereabouts were still discovered. If she hadn't been smart enough, she would have been caught long ago. Chu Feng never thought that such a thing could happen in reality, but such scenes are very common in TV dramas. How dare the boss of the Liao group do such an unjust thing in broad daylight? Just as he finished talking, a waiter pushed the door and walked in. Meng Ruyan turned her head away, trying to cover her face. Hey, what are you doing? Why didn't you even knock on the door? Chu Xiaoyu scolded. The waiter bowed hurriedly. I'm sorry, I went into the wrong room. I'm so sorry. He apologized and bowed as he walked out. However, Chu Feng did not miss the strange look that flashed across his eyes. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, the door of the box was pushed open again. This time, 2 strong men came in. That's them. Meng Ruyan pointed at the 2 people in horror. She thought she had successfully gotten rid of them, so why were they chasing her again? Ms. Meng, you really made it hard for us to find you. Would you like to come with me by yourself, or would you like us to take you away? These 2 sturdy men have flesh on their faces and look ferocious. Needless to say, the waiter just now must have accepted their benefits and came here to investigate. Don't think I don't know what you guys are up to. I will never go with you. Meng Ruyan curled up in a corner of the sofa, looking a little pitiful. Chu Xiaoyu even stood in front of her and angrily said to the 2 strong men, I advise you not to mess around, go back to where you came from, otherwise, if you provoke my brother, believe it or not, he will break your legs. Your brother? The 2 sturdy men looked at Chu Feng, who was sitting on the side, their eyes full of disdain. Isn't he your brother? He's so delicate and yet he broke our legs? Hearing this, Chu Feng stood up and straightened his wrinkled clothes. Chu Xiaoyu had seen Chu Feng's skills before, but she still warned him worriedly, Brother, be careful. Chu Feng smiled and hooked his finger at the 2 burly men, full of provocation. Damn it, you little bastard, why don't you just watch the show quietly? You won't feel satisfied until I beat you up, right? The 2 big men were ready to fight and kill Chu Feng, the blind guy. But Chu Feng stood there motionless, waiting for the big man to swing his fist. Then he slowly raised his hand, clenched the fist in his palm, and then squeezed it tightly. The big man's face changed, and he knew that he might have met a tough guy, so he shouted directly, kill him. Another big man jumped onto the marble table and kicked it. But Chu Feng leaned back slightly, and the guy's leg kicked his companion directly in the face. Fuck, I asked you to fuck him, why did you kick me? The kick made his nose bleed, no wonder he was so furious. Chu Feng didn't want to waste time with this kind of scum who was an accomplice to the evil, so he kicked out, directly bending the leg of the strong man in front of him backwards, and it was obvious that his leg was broken. Before the other one could make another move, Chu Feng stretched out his hand and pulled him off the table, landing heavily on the ground. But that's not all. Chu Xiaoyu said that if she wanted to break both of their legs, she had to do it. So he walked over, raised his foot, and stepped down without thinking, and immediately another scream rang out. Let's get out of here first. Chu Feng was not afraid of causing trouble, he just found it troublesome.
Meng Wanyun thought she was finished, but Chu Feng's skills undoubtedly gave her new hope.
The three of them walked out of the box, and the waiter from before just came over.
Hey, you guys.
Chu Feng grabbed his collar and pressed him against the wall.
Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't say what you shouldn't say, keep your money. If you keep jumping around, I'll make you suffer the same fate as them. After leaving the KTV, Chu Feng stood at the door and said to Meng Ruyan, Ms. Meng, this is all I can help you with. The rest is up to you. Xiaoyu, let's go.
Chu Feng said and dragged Chu Xiaoyu away. Even though Meng Ruyun's experience was very pitiful, in the final analysis, this matter had nothing to do with Chu Feng.
In addition, if Meng Ruyun hadn't asked, she probably wouldn't have said it on her own initiative.
For her behavior, Chu Feng was able to help her once because of Chu Xiaoyu's face. Although Chu Xiaoyu wanted to help Meng Ruyun, she didn't ask since Chu Feng had already made the decision. She was a girl with great sense of propriety. No matter how she bullied Chu Feng at other times, when it came to serious matters, she would definitely listen to her brother.
After all, one should not turn one's elbow outward. Meng Ruyun obviously didn't expect that Chu Feng would actually leave her here.
But when she thought of the two people inside, she felt a pang of fear. If it weren't for Chu Feng, she would probably have been captured by now. So she gritted her teeth, took a step forward and chased after Chu Feng and the others.
Wait a minute, Mr. Chu, I was wrong before. I apologize to you, but can you help me?
I am unfamiliar with this place, and my assistants must be under surveillance.
I really have no other options.
Chu Feng just looked at her like this, and after a moment of silence, he said, I'm sorry, I refuse.
I thought about it, but I really can't find any reason to help you. Chapter 53, Deal with a Big Star.
It's true that Meng Ruyun is a big star, and there will be many people willing to help her as long as she needs it.
But this definitely does not include Chu Feng.
Coupled with Meng Ruyun's recent behavior, Chu Feng had even less favorable impression of her.
Mr. Chu, listen to me.
As long as you can help me get rid of the Liao group, no matter what conditions you put forward, as long as I can do it, I will agree to it.
Chu Feng smiled and said, It seems to be a good deal to have a big star like you owe me a favor. However, where do you get the confidence that I can definitely deal with the Liao group?
Chu Feng's words left Meng Ruyun speechless. What he said was indeed right.
The Liao group was of such a large scale, could ordinary people deal with it? Considering her current situation, how could she drag others into this? Meng Ruyun's face looked a little gloomy.
She shook her lips and wanted to leave in a daze.
She originally just liked singing and didn't want any fame.
Who knew that God would give her a chance and make her famous overnight? But there are a lot of troubles after becoming famous. I just wanted to hold a charity concert, who knew I would encounter something like this?
Brother, Sister Ruyun is so pitiful, can't you really help her?
Chu Xiaoyu still felt a little sympathetic, after all, this was her idol.
Seeing that Chu Feng didn't answer, Chu Xiaoyu murmured, Hey, why does Sister Ruyun always run into people like this?
It seems that the company that endorsed a product she used to do bullying also bullied her. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng seemed to be thinking about something.
Undoubtedly, Meng Ruyun is very popular now. If she is made the spokesperson, the star effect will definitely be very strong. The restaurant is about to open, and it might be beneficial if we could let her come and boost the business?
Thinking of this, Chu Feng said, Miss Meng, I have thought of the conditions I want to propose.
Meng Ruyun turned around in surprise, and Chu Xiaoyu's face was also full of excitement. Brother, are you going to help Sister Ruyun?
I know my brother is not the kind of person who would just stand by and watch someone in need.
I love you so much.
Chu Xiaoyu hung on Chu Feng like a pendant, expressing her emotions.
Mr. Chu, what you mean is?
Chu Feng pushed Chu Xiaoyu away and said, This is not the place to talk.
I'll give you an address. You can take a taxi there. I'll wait for you there. After watching Meng Ruyun get into a taxi and leave, Chu Feng took Chu Xiaoyu to Fan Xiaoshuan's small restaurant.
Since this matter is related to the hotel, Chu Feng will not act arbitrarily.
Xiaoyu, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me?
Lu Xian was extremely happy when he saw Chu Xiaoyu. He has said more than once that he wants a younger sister, but there is no way because he is the only child in his family. So he treated Chu Xiaoyu as his own sister and doted on her even more than Chu Feng. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what trouble Chu Xiaoyu got into, Lu Xian was always the first to rush in and could not bear to see her suffer any injustice.
Brother Xian, the school is on vacation. I just came back yesterday. I heard from my brother that you have found your life partner? Is it the beautiful sister next to you?
Lu Xian's love for Chu Xiaoyu was not in vain, her assist was absolutely perfect. Fan Xiaoxian blushed and lowered her head shyly. The sound of a car stopping was heard outside the door again. Chu Feng then said, "Today's protagonist is here.
I'll go pick him up." Lu Xian was confused.
When Chu Feng called in just now, he said that a friend was coming, but he didn't say who it was. He only said that it would definitely scare him. But Lu Xian had basically met everyone Chu Feng knew, but apart from the general manager of Shiguang Real Estate, there didn't seem to be any other important people. Soon, Chu Feng walked in with a graceful woman. But this woman was wearing sunglasses and a mask, and looked very mysterious.
"Okay, Chu Feng, tell me, have you found a girlfriend behind my back?"
"I hope your parents won't force you to go on blind dates anymore." Go away, get out of here, or I'll sew your mouth shut if you keep talking nonsense." Chu Xiaoyu laughed and said, "Brother Xian, if you can find me a sister-in-law like my brother, I would rather be single for the rest of my life." This made Lu Xian very confused.
If she wasn't Chu Feng's girlfriend and she was being so mysterious, then who could she be? Okay, there are no outsiders here, no need to hide.
After listening to Chu Feng, Lu Xian saw the woman take off her sunglasses and mask, and then smiled sweetly.
"Hello, I'm Mr. Chu's friend, Meng Ruyun." Meng Ruyun?
Lu Xian's voice was a little sharp with surprise. Fan Xiaoxian next to him hurriedly covered his mouth, then immediately ran to the door and closed it.
"Oh my god, are you really Meng Ruyun?"
Even Fan Xiaoxian, who always looked like a lady from a noble family, was now a little uneasy, leaning against the door excitedly.
"Yes, it's really me."
It took Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian about half an hour to calm down. Chu Feng then learned that the reason why Lu Xian got to know Fan Xiaoxian was because he heard Fan Xiaoxian singing in a bar, and that song was Meng Ruyun's famous song. I have to say, this is truly fate.
"Mr. Chu, what you said before meant."
Although Chu Feng's attitude was already very clear, Meng Ruyun still had doubts in her heart. Chu Feng did not beat around the bush and said directly, "I can help you solve your problem." Finally getting a definite answer, Meng Ruyun finally felt relieved. There was a look of relief on her face, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her. Lu Xian stared with curiosity, but with his idol in front of him, he didn't know whether he should ask.
"Then Mr. Chu, what are your conditions?"
Seeing that she was getting nervous again, Chu Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, what you are worried about will not happen."
This is what happened. We are planning to open a restaurant, and my condition is that you just need to help promote it on the opening day. How about that? That's all? Meng Ruyun was a little bit unbelievable.
In her opinion, Chu Feng was a very rational person. But no matter how you think about it, there is absolutely no equal between her troubles and promoting the hotel.
That's it. But this is just my idea.
I still need to seek the opinion of my partner.
What objections could Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian have?
They were eager for Meng Ruyun to help promote the product, so naturally they were very supportive.
Okay. I promise. Meng Ruyun agreed immediately.
She couldn't go back to the hotel for the time being, so Chu Feng called her assistant on her behalf. He didn't explain the actual situation, but just made up an excuse and asked indirectly. At least he could confirm that her team was absolutely safe now.
Chapter 54. Then I will teach you myself. Uncle Zhang, I have something to trouble you.
Chu Feng called Zhang Hong and explained Meng Ruyun's situation to him. After listening quietly, Zhang Hong was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Chu Feng, I have heard a little about this matter.
Liao Yuan is indeed not a good guy.
It is not surprising that he can do such a thing. Moreover, I heard that his son seems to have been beaten up, and now he is looking for the person who beat his son all over the world."
"Oh? Then he shouldn't have to bother. I was the one who beat his son." "What?" Zhang Hong was stunned.
He only heard that the person who beat up young Master Liao was a man driving a Lamborghini.
But now think about it, how many people in their city can afford such a top-level supercar?
So he was not surprised that it was Chu Feng who beat people. The reason why he was surprised was actually because in his impression, although Chu Feng had some tricks, he was a relatively stable person in most cases and should not do such a thing.
But considering young Master Liao's extremely dandy character, everything makes sense. How about this, Uncle Zhang?
I heard that the Liao group is quite large.
You don't have to show up in this matter. Just be a middleman.
Please help me make an appointment with him and I will talk to him directly. Zhang Heng thought about it and agreed. He only needed to go with him. With him present, no matter what Liao Yuan did, he would never dare to touch Chu Feng.
Okay, I'll make the arrangements. I'll let you know when I have news. Oh, by the way, what are you going to do with Meng Ruyun? Will you take her home, or?
Hearing the teasing tone in Zhang Heng's voice, Chu Feng said helplessly, of course not.
I remember that our group also has a hotel, right?
I'll take her there later.
Okay, Oklahoma.
I'll notify them later and send someone to protect her safety.
You can rest assured.
With Zhang Heng around, Chu Feng naturally wouldn't worry about Meng Ruyun getting into any danger again. All that was left was to have a face-to-face talk with Liao Yuan. If it is possible to reason, Chu Feng doesn't mind resolving it peacefully. At most it will just cost some money. But if Liao Yuan continues to push his limits, then of course we will have to use another solution. Then I'll take her to the hotel. Chu Feng and Meng Ruyun stood up. Lu Xian then said, okay, go ahead. Xian and I have nothing to do today. We'll take Xiaoyu out to play later. You should be busy with your own things. I'll take her home later. When we drove the car to the door of the hotel owned by Shiguan Group, the waiter immediately came to greet us. Zhang Heng had already made arrangements, and without wasting much time, Chu Feng sent Meng Ruyun to the presidential suite on the 33rd floor.
Mr. Chu, this room is so nice. You have already helped me a lot. There is no need for this.
Chu Feng waved his hand. This is not arranged by me, but it doesn't matter.
You can stay here peacefully.
I will bring your team here after I finish the matter. As he was saying this, there was a knock on the door. Meng Ruyun shuddered almost subconsciously.
Chu Feng gave her a reassuring look and said softly, it's okay. The people who are protecting you should have arrived. Chu Feng went over and opened the door.
Standing at the door was a woman in a black outfit with a high ponytail, which fully demonstrated her capability. Mr. Chu, I received an order from Director Zhang to come and protect Miss Meng. This woman looked cool and her face was expressionless when she spoke. However, Zhang Heng was quite smart.
Fearing that Meng Ruyun might be inconvenienced, he specially found a female bodyguard. Okay, then Miss Meng's safety is in your hands. You two can get to know each other first. I'll be leaving first. After coming out of the hotel, Chu Feng headed straight for Shiguang Building.
Zhang Heng is very efficient in his work and he said that there are already some results. Seeing Chu Feng enter the office, Zhang Heng put down the documents in his hand.
Come on, sit down. The two people sat down on the sofa facing each other. Chu Feng, I contacted Liao Yuan as you requested. As soon as this guy heard that you were the one who beat his son, he immediately asked me to hand you over. He also said that even if I wanted to save you, he would not give me face. Hearing this, Chu Feng just smiled. It seems that Liao Yuan is not easy to deal with. But it doesn't matter. If reason doesn't work, then let's use fists to make things clear. Maybe this is more direct. Zhang Heng nodded. He meant the same thing.
This is not a clash between groups, so there isn't that much trouble.
If Liao Yuan was going to attack Chu Feng, they would just fight back. That was the truth. Okay, I'll find someone right away.
Zhang Heng was about to make a phone call when he was stopped by Chu Feng.
Uncle Zhang, there's no need to bother. When did you decide? Just a moment. Liao Yuan asked me to take you there. I have to say, this Liao Yuan is quite arrogant. He actually asked Zhang Heng to meet him?
In terms of group size, Shiguan Group is obviously larger. But the Liao family has been doing business for generations, and the accumulated foundation is definitely not to be underestimated. Liao Yuan does have the capital to be arrogant. Uncle Zhang, give me his phone number. Zhang Heng didn't understand why, but he still did as Chu Feng said. As soon as the call was connected, an angry voice came from the receiver.
Liao Yuan, right?
I'm Chu Feng, the man who beat your son. I'm in Shiguang Building right now, and I'll only stay here for half an hour.
If I don't see you within half an hour, I'll leave immediately.
After saying that, Chu Feng hung up the call without waiting for Liao Yuan to reply. Zhang Heng gave a thumbs up beside him. It seemed that Chu Feng really didn't intend to let this matter go.
Less than half an hour later, only 10 minutes later, the phone on Zhang Heng's desk rang.
Well, there's no need to conflict with them, just let them come up. After waiting for a while, a group of people pushed open the door and walked in aggressively. The leader had a beard, small eyes, and looked a little funny.
He was Liao Yuan.
After entering, he pointed at Zhang Hong and said, "This matter has nothing to do with you.
You'd better not get involved. Otherwise, believe it or not, I will tear down your Shiguang building." Is Zhang Hong the kind of person who would be threatened?
Hearing this, he slammed the table and stood up.
Liao Yuan, you should see clearly where this is before you act so recklessly. If you have the guts, tear it down. I want to see who gave you the courage.
At this moment, Chu Feng on the sofa said, "Liao Yuan, I was the one who beat your son."
If you want to find someone, you should find me, right? Little bastard, are you Chu Feng?
Liao Yuan started to curse, causing Chu Feng to frown slightly and then stand up.
You know what? You just missed the last chance I gave you. Since you don't know how to take care of my son, I will teach you myself. Chapter 55, Qin Ran is drunk. Zhang Hong stood behind his desk in amazement.
His bodyguards and their men stood at the door, also extremely surprised. It took less than 20 seconds from the time I received the message to the time I ran over from the lounge. But when they pushed open the door, they found that all the people brought by Liao Yuan were lying on the ground. Chu Feng was standing in front of Liao Yuan, staring at him.
Do you know how I beat your son that day?
As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Feng tripped and made Liao Yuan fall to the ground, then stepped on his shoulder.
Given your personality, even if you knew what happened, you would probably pretend not to know.
But I'm telling you now that it was your son who provoked me first and frightened my friend, so he asked for the beating.
The same is true for you now. Do you understand? You little bastard, if you dare, let me go or I'll kill you.
Although he had already seen how powerful Chu Feng was, Liao Yuan still did not repent.
There is no need to show mercy to such people.
Chu Feng raised his foot and kicked him directly on the mouth, immediately stopping his voice.
Come on, keep going. One word for one kick. I want to see how many teeth you have left in the end.
Zhang Hong gestured, and the bodyguard hurried forward to stop Chu Feng.
Mr. Chu, it's almost done.
Chu Feng listened to the advice and let go of Liao Yuan directly, then turned around and sat back on the sofa. Zhang Hong walked over, squatted next to Liao Yuan, and said, "Why are you doing this?
You should be careful about the person you are protecting. Liao Yuan, didn't you try to find out who the major shareholder of our group is? Now I tell you, it's him." When Liao Yuan opened his mouth, he spat out a few teeth.
Fortunately, Chu Feng held back, otherwise, this kick would have cost him his life.
Your son deserves what he got. I advise you not to care about this matter anymore.
Besides, Chu Feng and Miss Meng Ruyun are friends.
The dirty things you did can no longer be hidden.
If you don't want to make things worse, I advise you to transfer the hosting rights of the charity concert to me.
At least you can recover some of your losses. What do you think?
Liao Yuan's eyes were filled with hatred, but when he saw Chu Feng, he couldn't help but tremble all over. People of his status have seen too many big scenes and have dealt with many ferocious guys. But even those who have been famous for many years are not as fierce as Chu Feng. Without even saying a word, he started fighting.
Not only did they beat up the bodyguards, they even beat him as well?
He was sure to suffer the loss today, but he ignored what Zhang Hong said just now and walked straight out.
I agree that you can go?
As soon as Chu Feng opened his mouth, he immediately stopped Liao Yuan.
I'm already like this, what else do you want? Do you want to kill me? Come on if you dare. This Liao Yuan is simply a scoundrel. Chu Feng smiled slightly and said, "Kill you? That's a nice thought. Do you have the qualifications to let me be buried with you?" You. What do you mean? Didn't you hear what Uncle Zhang just said?
Hand over the rights to host the concert, but I won't give you a penny. Also, if you harass Meng Ruyun and the people around her again, I promise you will regret it.
Do you believe it?
After Chu Feng finished speaking, Liao Yuan wanted to pounce on him and bite him twice.
What if I refuse?
Chu Feng stood up slowly, holding a glass in his hand and walking forward.
Refuse? Of course you can refuse. Although I don't want to be buried with you, it would be bad if I accidentally hurt you, right?
After saying this, he exerted force with his hand, and the glass in his hand immediately broke into pieces.
All right. You win today, Chu Feng, right?
Just wait, we are not done with this matter yet. Liao Yuan left angrily, and Chu Feng was not worried at all that he would dare to default on his debt.
If he really dared to do so,
he wouldn't mind going to Liao Group in person.
Chu Feng, this Liao Yuan is definitely a villain.
Even though he admitted defeat this time, he will definitely not give up. Chu Feng didn't care at all when he heard Zhang Heng's reminder.
If that's the case, wouldn't it be better if the entire Liao Group disappeared?
Even Zhang Heng had to admire his courage. Fortunately, the matter has been resolved satisfactorily. We just need to wait until we get the hosting rights and then we can talk about the rest. It was already getting late, so Chu Feng entrusted the remaining matters to Zhang Heng, then left Shuguang Building and drove home.
Hey, son, why did you come back by yourself?
Where's Xiaoyu? Luo Shui was sitting in the living room picking vegetables. Seeing Chu Feng coming back by himself, she asked. Oh, I have something to do this afternoon, so I asked Lu Xian to take her out to play.
I think she will be back soon.
Luo Shui responded but didn't say much. Lu Xian grew up in her care, so there was no difference between him and her own son.
After dinner in the evening, Chu Feng was about to go home when he was stopped by Chu Jianhe.
Hey, don't go yet. I want to tell you something. Dad, just ask Mom to send me the time and place, and I'll go there tomorrow. Chu Feng was somewhat numb to blind dates.
Okay, kid, go ahead, let's go. I'll ask your mom to send it to you later.
Chu Feng escaped, and just as he got downstairs, Chu Xiaoyu sent him a WeChat message.
Brother, do you want me to help you check it out tomorrow?
Since you helped my idol today, I'll give you a discount.
Chu Feng rolled his eyes and didn't even bother to reply.
He stuffed his phone into his pocket and drove away. When I returned to Jilong Bay, Zhang Long ran over as soon as I reached the door.
Mr. Chu, you're back. Are you familiar with Miss Qin from Villa Number 1?
Chu Feng nodded, not knowing why he asked this.
Oh, that's right. Miss Qin just went in.
But she looked drunk and staggered. I wanted to take her back, but she refused. Why don't you go and take a look at her quickly to prevent any more danger? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Mr. Chu, give me the keys.
I'll help you park the car at the door after get off work.
Okay then.
Thank you for your hard work. Chu Feng ran in immediately and saw Qin Ran drawing a dragon not far ahead. She walks crookedly in high heels.
What if she sprains her ankle?
He hurried over and supported Qin Ran. Qin Ran subconsciously wanted to dodge, but when he turned his head, he saw Chu Feng's worried face.
Chu Feng? You just came back too? What's with that expression on your face?
I'm fine. I just drank a couple of glasses too much and I'm a little weak. Chu Feng curled his lips. It seemed that Qin Ran was still conscious.
What kind of happy event is this that makes you drink so much? Happy event? Ha ha.
Chu Feng, why is it so difficult to start a company?
When my parents were still alive, I felt it was quite easy. Chapter 56, The Blind Date is Twins.
Chu Feng originally thought that Qin Ran was like this because of what happened before, but from some of her words, he realized that the reason she lost her composure like this was actually because she had been pent up for a long time. She took over the company when she was not too familiar with the business, and it was very hasty. After all, she was also deeply shocked by the loss of her parents at that time. But when many relatives were preparing to divide the company, she still managed to hold on. Afterwards, things kept happening at the company, and one can imagine the pressure she had to bear. For years have passed, and all the accumulated pressure is almost about to explode because of the previous inability to recover funds. Fortunately, she got through it again, but this was the limit of what she could bear. On the outside, she looks like a decisive female boss. But in the final analysis, she was just forced to become like this. Before that, she was just a carefree little girl under the protection of her parents.
There are no more breakthroughs in technology.
When we had the meeting today, the company's revenue was still declining compared to the previous quarter. This situation made her wonder how long the company could last in her hands. It was precisely because of this worry that she drank a few more glasses at the dinner after the quarterly meeting today. After walking and stopping along the way, Chu Feng finally sent her to her doorstep. After ringing the doorbell, Aunt Li opened the door and saw Chu Feng supporting the drunk Qin Ran, and hurriedly made way.
Why are you so drunk?
Aunt Li was very worried, as if she was concerned about her own daughter.
Chu Feng helped Qin Ran walk inside.
Not sure if it was because of the alcohol or because he felt safe at home, Qin Ran's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Chu Feng reacted quickly and picked her up with both hands.
Antly, please go make a bowl of hangover soup.
I'll take her back to her room first.
Okay, I'll go right away.
The two little girls were silent, they must have gone to sleep, but it was better this way, as it saved the two sensible little girls from worrying. It was the first time that Chu Feng entered Qin Ran's bedroom.
The pink and tender color inside was quite inconsistent with her identity as the big boss of Qin's pharmaceutical company.
Gently put Qin Ran on the bed, and leave the rest to Antly. Just as he was about to give Antly a few words of advice and then go home, as soon as he turned around, Chu Feng's wrist was grabbed. Chu Feng turned his head and saw that Qin Ran was looking at him with narrowed eyes. His throat moved as if he wanted to say something.
Hey, you're not.
Chu Feng reacted immediately, and quickly took the trash can next to him, then helped Qin Ran up and handed the trash can to him. Sure enough, it was better when I was outside in the evening breeze, but once I lay down, under the influence of alcohol, my brain felt dizzy, my stomach twitched, and vomiting was inevitable. Facts have proven that no matter how beautiful a woman is, she won't look much better when she is drunk. Fortunately, Chu Feng didn't think about these things at all.
After Qin Ran lay down again, he packed the trash can. Chu Feng.
Hearing Qin Ran calling his name unclearly, Chu Feng said softly, "Sleep for a while, wait for Antly to come up, drink the sobering soup, and then have a good sleep." Qin Ran did not answer, as if he had fallen asleep after hearing Chu Feng's words. I tiptoed out of the room and just closed the door when I saw Antly coming up to me.
"Mr. Chu, how is Miss Qin?" Chu Feng smiled and said, "She feels better after vomiting.
She just fell asleep.
When you cook the hangover soup and let it cool down a little, let her drink it.
Then help her take off her clothes and let her sleep more comfortably." Antly nodded, and her eyes showed a little more favor towards Chu Feng. There are few beauties like Qin Ran, even among the stars on TV. But Chu Feng not only did not have any evil thoughts, but he was very concerned about Qin Ran.
Such an outstanding young man is really rare. "Hey, Mr. Chu, are your clothes stained with dirt? Take them off quickly and I will help you wash them."
Chu Feng lowered his head to take a look. It should have been splashed when Qin Ran vomited just now.
"Oh, it's okay, I'll just wash it in the washing machine when I get home." Antly said angrily, "You young people are always trying to save trouble. How can you wash this kind of shirt in a washing machine?
Not only will it get stained over time, it will also get deformed." Chu Feng had heard this kind of complaints from his mother many times, and he didn't know if all elders liked to talk like this.
But Antly meant well.
She had been frugal all her life. It would be hard to tell her that the clothes would be thrown away before they could be worn to that extent, right? Chu Feng had a t-shirt underneath his shirt anyway, so he simply followed Antly's instructions and took it off.
"Thank you so much, Antly, I'll go back first."
After returning home, Chu Feng took out his cell phone and looked at it. When he was sending Qin Ran home just now, his phone vibrated several times, but he just didn't have time to check it. As expected, there was nothing serious.
It was a WeChat message from Luo Shui and Chu Xiaoyu. "Brother, why are you ignoring me? The price I gave you is already very fair, you cheapskate."
Hearing Chu Xiaoyu's voice, Chu Feng shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse to have a sister who was willing to squeeze every penny out of her own brother. But Chu Feng still decided to ignore her. Chu Xiaoyu was just feeling bored during the holidays, so he decided to let her stay at home. Luo Shui's WeChat was much simpler, it just informed Chu Feng of the location and time of the blind date, as well as some basic information of the other party. There was no problem with the time and place, but when Chu Feng saw the other party's basic information, he couldn't help but be stunned.
"Twin?"
Chu Feng looked at the time and thought his mother should not be asleep yet, so he directly replied to the voice message.
"Mom, these twins, should I go on a blind date with the older sister or the younger sister?"
After waiting for a while, Luo Shui replied, "Both will come, you can choose which one is more suitable."
"If you are really capable, it's okay to marry both of them. Can you make such a joke casually? You think monogamy is just a joke." But his parents had already made arrangements, what could he do?
When it comes to blind dates, he never has the right to refuse. But after taking another look, he felt that the names of the twins were very familiar.
Lu Yaqiu, Lu Yameng.
After thinking for a while, Chu Feng still had no clue, so he simply went to take a shower and go to bed. Anyway, even if he thought of it, he would still have to go tomorrow. Essentially, it couldn't change any facts, so why waste that brain cell?
Chapter 57. You are not qualified to live in the villa.
It must be said that Chu Zhenghe and Luo Shui, the old couple, have put a lot of effort into Chu Feng's lifelong event. One blind date partner was not enough, but this time, I got two, twins at that. Looking at the two girls sitting opposite him, Chu Feng couldn't tell who was the older sister and who was the younger sister for a moment. However, when they spoke, Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. The girl on the left said, "Chu Feng, I haven't seen you for many years.
I can't recognize you."
Well. Chu Feng was very confused. From what she said, it seemed that they should have known each other before. No wonder he felt familiar when he saw the two names. When the girl on the right saw Chu Feng's expression, she smiled and said, "It seems that Chu Feng doesn't remember us."
That's right.
After all, more than 20 years have passed. Hearing this, Chu Feng could only scratch his head in embarrassment.
"I'm sorry, I'm actually somewhat familiar with your names, but I just can't remember them right now." "It's okay, that's not important."
By the way, guess who is the older sister and who is the younger sister? This game seems to have become exclusive to twins.
Whenever they meet, they must play at once. Chu Feng looked carefully and said to the girl on the left, "You should be my sister, right?"
The two sisters looked at each other and smiled brightly.
"Okay, you guessed it right. I am my elder sister Lu Yakyu, and this is my younger sister Lu Yameng. Since you guessed it right, I will give you a chance to treat both of us sisters to a meal."
This sounded like a joke, but it was not difficult to tell from Lu Yakyu's expression that she really regarded inviting the sisters to dinner as a gift. Chu Feng remembered that when he was very young, he lived in a large courtyard. These two sisters are also residents of the compound. However, with the reconstruction of the old city at that time, the compound was demolished. He was not actually familiar with the two sisters. It was just that the children in the compound played together every day at that time, so they just met each other. Because the two sisters were not very sociable at that time, and the Lu family was doing business at the time and had a very good condition, the two of them wore little dresses every day, hid in a corner to eat snacks, and never shared. Of course, there's no problem with eating, just order.
Lu Yakyu didn't hesitate to take the menu and started ordering with Lu Yameng.
Logically speaking, today is a blind date, so we should be more restrained. And there are only 3 of them, so 3 or 5 dishes would be enough. However, the two sisters ordered more than 10 dishes in a row, and never asked Chu Feng what he wanted to eat.
"Okay, that's all."
The two girls closed their menus and whispered to each other.
The waiter looked at Chu Feng and asked with a smile, "Sir, do you need anything else?"
Chu Feng waved his hand. He had top-notch cooking skills, so he had little interest in eating outside.
He could eat anything. "No, that's all." "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter bowed slightly and turned away.
Until the dishes were served, the two girls did not say a word to Chu Feng, but were chatting happily over there.
"Hey, the food is here, Xiaomeng, come and try it."
When Lu Yakyu saw the waiter bring the dishes, she picked up her chopsticks and asked Lu Yameng to eat, but ignored Chu Feng. It was not until the 3rd dish was served that Lu Yameng said to Chu Feng, "By the way, Chu Feng, since this is a blind date, we still need to chat." They seemed to have no idea what politeness meant. Chu Feng hadn't moved his chopsticks, and they pretended not to notice.
"To be honest, my sister and I don't want to separate.
We have also agreed that even if one of us gets married first, we will still live together."
"Oh, what else?"
Chu Feng leaned back in his chair and watched their performance quietly.
Lu Yakyu added, "Chu Feng, you have also seen that we two sisters must be together, so we have very high requirements for food, clothing, housing, and transportation." Chu Feng nodded. "According to what you said, that's understandable. If we want to live there, a villa should be fine, right?" The two sisters looked at each other, and Lu Yakyu said, "Chu Feng, I am talking to you seriously, don't joke. I know your family's conditions. A 3-bedroom and 2-living room house is actually enough. A villa. I'm afraid you can't afford it, right?"
He asked for 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms.
Considering the current housing prices, that is definitely not a small amount of money.
Even his previous wedding house was just 2 bedrooms and a living room. "Okay, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, no problem, but I'm afraid the car won't work, my car can only seat 2 people.
2 people? Your car can't be a very small one, right? That won't do. You need a car worth at least 300,000 yuan, right? Otherwise, it will be embarrassing to go out." Lu Yameng also put forward her requirements for the car.
As they were talking, the table was already filled with dishes, and the two sisters had already put down their chopsticks. Obviously they were full. They insisted on ordering so much even though they couldn't finish it all, and it didn't seem like they had any intention of packing it up.
"Have you eaten enough?" The two nodded. Hey, let's talk about business. Don't talk about anything else first. Lu Yaming wanted to say more, but Xu Feng didn't want to listen anymore. He simply waved his hand and called the waiter over. Please pack. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yaqiu's face darkened. Xu Feng, although saving money is a good thing, isn't it a bit too embarrassing to pack up a meal when you go out to eat? Xu Feng checked the time on his phone, then said, Since you have talked so much, you can take a break. Now it's my turn to speak. After a pause, Xu Feng said, First of all, I have a villa in Jinlong Bay. Not to mention you two sisters, even if your whole family lives in it, it is more than enough. The two girls showed contemptuous looks at the same time. Needless to say, they thought Xu Feng was bragging. They just don't believe that a person without a formal job and whose parents run a small supermarket can afford a villa, let alone a villa in Jinlong Bay. How can it be affordable without 20 million? However, Xu Feng seemed to be unable to see their expressions and continued, However, judging from your performance just now, I don't think you are qualified to live here. As old neighbors, I will treat you to dinner today, but we should not meet again in the future. As we were talking, the waiter had already finished packing 2 large bags with great skill. Xu Feng did not say anything unpleasant. After all, he was in public and did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. He stood up, picked up the bag, and prepared to pay the bill and leave. Xu Feng, stop. What do you mean by that? Explain to me clearly what you mean by not being qualified to live here. Chapter 58, The Down-and-Out Socialite. Xu Feng stopped and turned to look at them. Do I need to make it so clear? I think instead of worrying about these things, you should go see a psychiatrist first. I suspect you have a serious mental illness. Xu Feng. Are you insulting us? If you don't make things clear today, don't even think about leaving. 2 women ran over, blocking Xu Feng, one in front and one behind. The commotion here attracted a lot of people to watch. They didn't know what was going on and were just ready to watch the excitement. Insult? Am I the one who insults you, or are you the ones who insult yourselves? It's normal for sisters to have a good relationship, but I've never heard of a couple living together after getting married. What's going on? Buy one, get one free? Do you need to double the dowry? When the onlookers heard this, they thought, isn't this a good thing? These are twins, marrying one and taking care of the other, isn't that a wonderful thing? But then Xu Feng continued, the house must have at least 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and the car must be worth 300,000. These are not a problem, but I just want to ask, are they worth it? From beginning to end, you didn't even have the most basic courtesy. I didn't say anything, which is already giving you face. Lu Yaqiu's face turned red with anger. You are a grown man, why are you so fussy? It's just a few more dishes I ordered, why do you have to worry about it? This time, before Xu Feng could say anything, the waiter beside him couldn't help but say, you ordered a few more. Although her voice was very soft, Lu Yaming, who was standing behind her, still heard it. You stinky worker, what are you talking about? As soon as she said these sarcastic words, all goodwill was immediately ruined, and the onlookers fully understood why Xu Feng said they were impolite. Not only is it impolite, it's also a lack of quality. He is a worker, but he also earns money through his own labor, why should he be looked down upon? Although this waitress had a good service attitude, she had just seen the whole thing from beginning to end, and no one knew better than her what happened to this table of guests. Now that she was insulted, she was very angry. Miss, it's okay for you to scold me, but did this gentleman do anything wrong? There are only 3 of you, and you ordered so many dishes. It's okay that there are too many dishes, but did you ask this gentleman what he wanted to eat and if he had any dietary restrictions? Putting aside these, after the dishes came, you two were full, but this gentleman didn't eat a single bite. Did you ask him a question? After hearing what the waiter said, everyone finally understood what was going on. I have to say that Lu Yaqiu and Lu Yaming are indeed good looking, and being twins is a plus too. But after hearing what they had done, no one had any good feelings towards them anymore. Thinking of what Xu Feng said before, someone said, why do I feel like the 2 of them are the kind of people who are looking for an honest man to take over after hooking up with a rich man? As soon as these words were spoken, they resonated with countless people. The 2 girls were so angry that they couldn't say anything. Xu Feng did not continue speaking. He walked straight to the front desk with the waiter and settled the bill. Sir, please take care. Xu Feng smiled at the waiter and then walked away. As I walked into the parking lot, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. Xu Feng, stop right there. Who told you to leave before you could finish your sentence?
apologize to us." The two girls were still trying to make trouble, but Chu Feng didn't want to get entangled with them. He walked straight to his poison, opened the car door and got in. Lu Yaqiu was stunned, and Lu Yaming was also stunned. "Chu Feng, is this your car? If I'm not mistaken, this should be a poison car? The one that costs more than 20 million and is limited to the world?" Lu Yaming has good vision. Lu Yaqiu also thought of what Chu Feng had said before, that he had a villa in Jilong Bay. The price of this car is equivalent to that of a villa. If he says so, then he is not lying? If it's not mine, how can it be yours? I told you I have a villa, and I also told you my car can only hold 2 people. You just made up your mind. Okay, I'm going home, so get out of the way. The two of them blocked the car, making it impossible for Chu Feng to drive out. Lu Yaming hurried to the driver's seat and said with a smile, "Chu Feng, I was just joking. My sister and I have a good relationship, but if we really get married, it will be inconvenient to live together." Seeing that Lu Yaming took the initiative, Lu Yaqiu could no longer stand it and hurried over, pushing Lu Yaming aside. "Chu Feng, don't listen to my sister's nonsense. What I meant just now was that if you want, you can marry both of us. It doesn't matter even if one of us doesn't have a legitimate status. We don't mind." The sight of this top-of-the-line supercar immediately exposed their true natures. Just now in the restaurant, someone said that the sisters were looking for an honest man to take over. To be honest, Chu Feng thought that what the man said was a bit too much. But now it seems that what that person said was right. It seems that the two sisters do not really have a good relationship. They are just using their twin identities to exchange for what they want. If you're done, then get out of the way. I can't enjoy your double happiness. When I see you, I can only feel double disgust. Chu Feng had already said something very unpleasant, but Lu Yaqiu and Lu Yaming continued to chatter shamelessly. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the huge sound immediately scared them so much that they took 2 steps back. Chu Feng seized the opportunity and jumped out directly. "Is this what you call a socialite?" Chu Feng had only heard of this term on the internet but had never seen it before. But today has broadened my horizons. But to be honest, if the Lu sisters' requirements were not so high and they wanted to find a loser to take over, it wouldn't be a big problem. I just don't know whether that loser is lucky or miserable, but one thing is certain, that is, there will always be a green grassland on his head in the future. While I was driving, Chu Xiaoyu called. "Brother, give me $1,000 as hard work fee." What kind of labor fee? Chu Feng was confused. Chu Xiaoyu couldn't make the deal, so now she was planning to rob him? But Chu Xiaoyu was very confident. "I'll send you something. Take a look at it first. I promise you that this $1,000 is worth it." After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng parked the car on the side of the road. Chu Xiaoyu sent a forum URL, and when Chu Feng saw it, he smiled. It turned out to be an exposed post, and the protagonists in it were the Lu sisters. The post describes their true natures vividly from beginning to end. No wonder they are looking for someone to take over at such a young age. It turns out that they can no longer make it in their circle. Chapter 59: Signing in Artist Talent. Byte. Congratulations to the host for revealing the true identity of the blind date partner and receiving 2 sign-in rewards. Do you want to use them immediately? Twice? Chu Feng put down his phone and confirmed with the system. He did not hear wrongly. It was indeed twice. It seems that the sign-in rewards given by this system are not only based on the number of blind dates, but also calculated according to the number of people. The Lu sisters got 2 sign-in opportunities. If they were to hold a blind date conference in the future. However, Chu Feng was just thinking about this casually. He was too lazy to even deal with blind dates, let alone blind date conferences. It just so happened that he had nothing to do now, so he took the lead in starting a sign-in. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving the reward, All-Round Artist Talent. Hint: this talent includes singing, dancing and creative ability. This talent made Chu Feng feel a little amused and helpless. Could it be that the system was planning to let him debut as a group? But no matter how you look at it, I'm not the type of young and handsome guy. Hey, it seems that my luck is not very good today. Forget it, I will not use the remaining sign-in opportunity for now. In the morning, Zhang Heng received news that the Liao Group had transferred the hosting rights of the concert, so he was now preparing to go to the hotel to find Meng Ruyan, tell her the good news, and bring her a meal.
Mr. Chu, you are here. The female bodyguard that Zhang Heng hired was very dedicated.
After welcoming Chu Feng in, she looked outside vigilantly, and her professionalism was evident. Meng Ruyun also stood up to greet him, but Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "Since we are friends, don't be so polite."
You haven't eaten yet, I packed some food from the restaurant, come and eat. Eating also depends on one's mood.
At least looking at the beautiful woman Meng Ruyun can make Chu Feng feel much happier.
Sister Chen Ling, please sit down and eat with us. Chen Ling was the female bodyguard.
Seeing that Meng Ruyun and Chu Feng were both inviting her, she simply sat down.
While eating, Chu Feng told Meng Ruyun about the hosting rights. She was so surprised that she didn't even notice the chopsticks in her hand fell.
So now, you can make your own decisions about the concert, including the time, venue, or other arrangements. There will be a professional team to assist you.
This matter was not something Chu Feng took the initiative to do.
For the Shuguang group, this kind of charity concert can also enhance the group's image.
This is the fundamental reason why Zhang Heng agreed to help without any hesitation. Chu Feng, I really don't know how to thank you.
After Meng Ruyun was so excited, her eyes turned red.
She was really moved.
She and Chu Feng had never met each other before, but Chu Feng actually risked offending the Liao group to help her to this extent.
Chu Feng didn't really care about it.
It would be better to say that he just did it casually. Anyway, even if there was no Meng Ruyun incident, he and the Liao family had already had conflicts and disputes.
Oh, by the way, you can call your team and ask them to come over. If there is not enough room, go find the manager and ask him to arrange a few more rooms for you.
Chu Feng did not stay for too long. He said everything he needed to say and finished his meal. Then he stood up and left. Meng Ruyun sat on the bay window and looked at the sky outside, wondering about Chu Feng's identity and background. Judging from the car he drives, he must be either rich or noble.
Moreover, he has a close relationship with Shuguang Group. But he doesn't seem to be very old. Could it be that he is the son of the CEO of Shuguang Group? Chen Ling looked at Meng Ruyun talking to herself from behind.
She knew Chu Feng's identity, but she had no intention of telling Meng Ruyun.
As a professional bodyguard, she knows exactly what to say and what not to say.
However, as a woman herself, Chen Ling could already tell that this big star was probably very interested in Chu Feng. They were a perfect match, with their talent and beauty. Chu Feng had no idea that one of the two women was speculating about his identity, while the other was preparing to watch the show and support their relationship. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have become busy recently.
I have no worries about food and clothing now, so why can't I stay idle? Life is all about struggle, eh?
Chu Feng found an excuse for himself and prepared to go home. As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, Chu Feng saw Qin Ran walking towards him with two little girls.
Wow, Uncle Chu, is this car yours? So cool.
Qin Xiaoyu ran over directly, her eyes shining.
Chu Feng found it a little funny that such a young kid actually knew what cool meant.
Qin Shihan was much more steady. She greeted Chu Feng and after getting permission, she ran to the car to take a look.
You're not working today? Chu Feng greeted Qin Ran. Qin Ran was a little embarrassed and lowered his head and said, I drank too much yesterday. Anyway, there is nothing big going on in the company. It's enough to have Lu Hao here. I'll take a day off.
It just so happens that I haven't been with Xiaohan and Xiaoyu for a long time.
Chu Feng nodded. Are you planning to take them to the park? I'm free, so let's go. Good.
After Chu Feng promised to take the two little girls to ride in his car next time, they walked out reluctantly. Qin Ran held Qin Shihan's hand, while Chu Feng held Qin Xiaoyu. When I walked to the gate of the community, the security guard on duty was really envious.
Sir, you have a very happy family. Unfortunately, my wife and children are all in my hometown. I haven't seen them for almost a year.
This security guard was obviously a newcomer and treated them as family.
Qin Ran's face turned red.
Just as he was about to explain, he heard Chu Feng say to the security guard, "You misunderstood.
We are neighbors. Please open the door for us."
The security guard looked a little embarrassed and apologized quickly. It wasn't a big deal in the first place, so Chu Feng certainly wouldn't care about it. However, Qin Ran's eyes were a little dim. For some reason, when Chu Feng said that they were neighbors, she felt a little blocked in her chest.
Mother?
Chu Feng had already gone out carrying Qin Xiaoyu, so Qin Shihan had no choice but to look up at Qin Ran who was standing there.
Oh, sorry, Mom was thinking about something and got distracted. let's go.
When they arrived at the park, Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu went to play with other children, so Chu Feng and Qin Ran sat down on a bench nearby.
Chu Feng, I heard from Aunt Li that you were the one who sent me back yesterday. I'm sorry, I made you laugh. I didn't do anything weird, did I? Strange things? What do you mean?
Hearing Chu Feng's question, Qin Ran shook his head.
Nothing, but thank you anyway.
After a moment of silence, Chu Feng said, if you really feel too stressed, just relax yourself at the right time. Drinking has no other effect except making you feel worse.
Chapter 60, Notorious. Chu Feng's caring words seemed to touch Qin Ran.
It had been a long time since her parents passed away since anyone had cared for her so sincerely.
Okay, I understand. I won't drink anymore.
Qin Ran responded very obediently, just like a little girl who had made a mistake.
At this moment, in front of Jianglin's supermarket.
This should be it, right? The Lu sisters asked for the address of Chu Jianghe's supermarket and ran back directly. Chu Feng has a top-notch supercar and a villa worth tens of millions, so how could he let the two of them give up so easily?
Greed is insatiable.
Because of the various actions of these two sisters, they have become notorious in their circle. Chu Jianghe was naturally very happy to see the two girls. I didn't expect that my son was so capable that two girls could chase him home.
Why bother with business at this time? He just asked an old neighbor to help look after it.
He took the two girls home and planned to let Luo Shui take a good look at it too.
Auntie, you look so young. How do you maintain your looks? Can you teach us?
The Lu sisters were full of sweet words, which made the two elders very happy. However, they just greeted Chu Xiaoyu and ignored her. Chu Xiaoyu already knew the details of these two girls, but she did nothing. She just returned to her room and called Chu Feng.
They went to our house? Okay, I get it. Chu Feng frowned slightly.
He could never have imagined that the Lu sisters could be so shameless.
Chu Feng, are you going to be busy? Qin Ran asked when he saw Chu Feng's face turn unhappy after he answered the phone.
Chu Feng nodded.
Well, it's not a big deal, but I have to go to my parents' place.
Then you should go quickly.
It's getting late. I'll take Xiaohan and Xiaoyu back later.
As a smart woman, Qin Ran would not ask Chu Feng what he was going to do. Besides, Qin Ran thought that their relationship was far from that level.
Chu Feng returned home and drove away. Not long after, he arrived at Jianglin community. Brother Chu Feng, you're back.
As soon as Chu Feng entered the room, the Lu sisters rushed over, holding Chu Feng's arms on the left and right, looking very friendly. Chu Jianghe and Luo Shui were beaming with joy at seeing this scene.
If nothing unexpected happened, their son's lifelong event would be secure. But Chu Feng didn't think so. Instead, he shook off the two people and asked directly, "Who asked you to come?" "Xiao Feng. How can you talk like that?" Chu Jianghe was a little unhappy.
The girl was so proactive, but he was so rude in his words.
"Brother Chu Feng, I know we shouldn't have ordered so many dishes just now. It's shameful to waste them. We will remember this. Please don't be angry, okay?" Lu Yameng looked aggrieved, and Lu Yaqiu nodded quickly. These words made Chu Jianghe even more unhappy. "Xiao Feng, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with ordering 2 more dishes when you go out to eat? It's not like you can't take it away." Luo Shui didn't say anything.
She knew her son very well and knew that he was not the kind of person who would fuss over trivial matters.
Could there be something fishy about this matter? Hubby, let's not get involved in the children's affairs. Let them talk on their own.
Luo Shui spoke, and Chu Jianghe had no choice but to shut up. He pointed at Chu Feng, as if to warn him, and then was pulled into the bedroom by Luo Shui. Only Chu Feng and the Lu sisters were left in the living room.
Chu Feng walked to the sofa and sat down, then said, "I should have explained it to you clearly, right? Also, do you really think I don't know about your past?"
According to normal logic, Chu Feng has already said this, and anyone who has any dignity will not be able to stay here.
But the Lu sisters have fully demonstrated how shameless people can be. Lu Yaming sat next to Chu Feng, took his arm and said, "Brother Chu Feng, we were just too young before. Look at us now. Haven't we changed our ways? Can't you give us a chance?"
Chu Feng pulled back his arm with some disgust and warned, "Just talk, don't pull and tug." Lu Yaqiu sat on the other side and did not take any action, but she sandwiched Chu Feng in the middle.
"Brother Chu Feng, if you give us a chance, we can do anything." The level of her words is very high. Can she do anything?
Coupled with the two people's current expressions and actions, it is really hard not to imagine those blood-pumping scenes.
Hey, there's a child here. Can you please stop saying things that are inappropriate for children?
Xu Xiaoyu opened the door and leaned against it, looking at the Lu sisters with a smile.
Hey, brother, it's fine if you're messing around outside, but can you please not bring them home?
Can't you see that the air at home is not good? It's full of coquettish smells. Xu Feng smiled helplessly. With Xu Xiaoyu's mouth, it was not difficult to make people angry to death. The Lu sisters looked at Xu Xiaoyu viciously, as if they wanted to eat her alive. But they obviously chose the wrong target.
Would Xu Xiaoyu be the type of person who would be easily scared by them? Why are you glaring at me? Did you do something wrong? Do you think you can come into my house just by dealing with my parents?
I tell you, if I don't agree, you won't have a chance at all.
Bro, right. Xu Feng nodded. He knew that he could not keep his $1,000. But it doesn't matter.
Since Xu Xiaoyu has come forward, there is no need for him to say so much nonsense.
Oh, by the way, I was the one who told my brother about your situation. Also, I have prepared a surprise for you.
After saying that, Xu Xiaoyu checked the time on her phone and said with a smile, "It should be here soon." The Lu sisters looked at each other and couldn't help feeling a little scared. But Xu Xiaoyu walked to her parents' bedroom, knocked on the door, and said, "Mom and Dad, come out and watch the show." As soon as the two elders came out, the doorbell rang outside the gate. Xu Xiaoyu came running over, and when she opened the door, she saw a man in a suit with a sullen face.
"Hello, are you Miss Xiaoyu?" Xu Xiaoyu smiled and said, "It's me, please come in." Just hearing the sound at the door was enough to terrify the Lu sisters.
They were so panicked that they wanted to crawl under the table.
But Xu Feng did not give them this opportunity.
Since Xu Xiaoyu directed the play, he naturally had to cooperate.
So he pressed the Lu sisters down on the sofa, one in each hand. As soon as the man came in and saw the two of them, his eyes instantly flashed with coldness. "It's really hard for me to find it. Tell me, where are the things you stole?" Chapter 61 Concert Invitation. There is an unwritten rule in the socialite circle.
No matter what means you use to get money from your sponsor, whether it's schemes or beauty, even if it's the lowest kind, exchanging your body for money, no one will look down on you.
But this is based on the premise that the financier takes the initiative to give you the money. But if you have evil thoughts and steal things from your sponsor, you will definitely be despised by everyone.
The Lu sisters did just that. And what they stole were not ordinary items, but the heirlooms of the man in front of them. Not to mention its value, the fact that it is inherited from our ancestors is beyond measure. So this man has been tracking the whereabouts of the Lu sisters.
Otherwise, how could the two sisters run back to their hometown from the big city? What's going on?
Chu Jianghe was a little confused.
Xu Xiaoyu said beside him, "Dad, you will understand in a moment, just watch first."
The man's eyes widened, and he stepped forward and pulled Lu Yamling up, shouting, "Tell me quickly, where is the thing?"
Xu Feng frowned slightly.
There was nothing wrong with the play arranged by Xu Xiaoyu, but the behavior of this man might scare his parents. So he stood up and patted the man on the shoulder.
"Brother, we are all here and can't run away. Let's talk slowly."
But the man seemed to be blinded by anger and turned around and grabbed Xu Feng by the collar.
"You're crazy, let my brother go."
Xu Xiaoyu was shocked and rushed over. But Xu Feng stopped her, grabbed the man's wrist with his hand, and exerted a little force, causing the man to turn his back in pain.
"This is my home, not a place for you to act recklessly.
You've already scared my parents.
I'm saying it again. Let's talk it over nicely. Do you understand?"
The man nodded hurriedly, and Xu Feng let go. However, this man was indeed too anxious just now. After being taught a lesson by Xu Feng, he calmed down and immediately bowed to Chu Jianghe and Luo Shui.
"Uncle, Aunt, I'm sorry, I lost my composure a little."
Seeing that his attitude was not bad, Xu Feng asked him to sit down and solve the problem slowly. Anyway, as long as he is around, the Lu sisters have no chance of escaping.
The man told them the whole story.
Only then did Chu Jianghe and Luo Shui know about what had happened to the Lu sisters. They couldn't help but look disgusted. However, it can also be seen that they are not disgusted by the previous occupations of the two girls. As the saying goes, people laugh at poverty but not at prostitution.
This has been the case in ancient times, and how can it be different now? What they hated was that these two girls stole things and cheated on them. Chu Jianghe was even more angry now.
He had thought that these two girls were pretty good just now. Now thinking about it, he was really blind at that time. Uncle, aunt, what they stole were my family heirlooms. Although they are not valuable, they are of great significance to me.
So can you give them to me?
This.
Chu Junha looked embarrassed.
It's not that he has any compassion, but the Lu sisters are, after all, the daughters of an old neighbor. It would be a bit unreasonable if he just sat back and did nothing. Seeing this, Chu Feng said, "Brother, how are you going to solve this problem? It seems that the things are no longer in their hands. Otherwise, they would not have returned them to you in this situation." The man couldn't understand it, but he said, "Whether it was sold or thrown away, I have to find it back. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't be able to face my parents after I go to hell."
Chu Feng nodded and looked towards Chu Junha. "Dad, do you have the Lu family's phone number?
If not, please ask those uncles from last time to contact them and let their parents handle this matter."
Chu Junha nodded. This was the best way.
It would also give an explanation to the old neighbors. Anyway, no matter what the result is, it has nothing to do with them. After waiting for about an hour, the parents of the Lu sisters finally arrived. As soon as Mr. Lu entered the room, he took a stick and hit Lu Yaqiu and Lu Yaming on the head without saying a word.
"I raised you to this age, and you're going to do something shameful?"
According to Chu Feng's memory, the Lu family used to be very rich, but now it seems that Father Lu and Mother Lu's clothes and other things are very tight. It seems that something must have happened in the family. From this, it is not difficult to guess why the Lu sisters went back to do that kind of business. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frug.
"Miss Xiaoyu, thank you very much for this time. When I find the thing, I will definitely prepare a generous gift for you."
When leaving, the man did not forget to say thank you.
Chu Xiaoyu waved her hand generously. "It's just a small matter. If you really want to thank me, I won't stop you."
The man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, said goodbye to Chu Feng's family, and then left.
"I hope he can find it, otherwise my generous gift will be lost."
Chu Xiaoyu muttered to herself, but was hit on the head by Chu Feng's fist.
"Ouch. Brother, why did you hit me?"
Chu Feng looked at her unhappily and said, "Look at what you have done.
You even made trouble at home. What if you really scare your parents?" Chu Xiaoyu pouted in grievance.
"I didn't expect this to happen, but you're here too, so what trouble can that guy cause?" Although the man was reasonable, if Chu Feng was not there, who knows what he would have done in his rage just now.
"Okay, don't do this kind of thing again."
As he spoke, Chu Feng took out his mobile phone and directly transferred 5,000 yuan to Chu Xiaoyu. "Take the flowers first, and tell me when you're out of them."
Chu Xiaoyu's expression changed instantly.
She was feeling extremely aggrieved just now, but now she was hanging on Chu Feng happily.
"I know my brother is the best. I love you so much."
Since he was already here, Chu Feng simply finished his meal at home. After eating and drinking, Chu Feng was leaning on the sofa watching TV when his cell phone rang. He took a look and picked it up casually.
"Hello? Chu Feng, it's me, Meng Ruyun.
Sister Chen Ling helped me contact Mr. Zhang from Shuguang Group.
Everything about the concert should be carried out according to the original plan.
This way, it will be easier to explain to the audience, and we don't have to spend extra time on the rest of the donation arrangements."
"Oh, isn't this great? What day is it exactly?"
Regardless of whether the date was changed or not, Chu Feng had no idea when the concert would start.
"It's tomorrow night, at the Civic Stadium, starting at 8 p.m. Chu Feng, do you have time?"
"I still have a few VIP tickets here, you can bring your sister and friends along."
At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chu Feng had nothing to do.
"Okay, I'll go. I'll stop by and get the ticket on my way home."
Chapter 62, First Date? Chu Xiaoyu pricked up her ears and waited for Chu Feng to hang up the phone before asking, "Brother, is this Sister Ruyun?" Chu Feng nodded. "She said she wanted to give me some VIP tickets for the concert." "Are you going?" "Ah!" Chu Xiaoyu screamed, scaring both Chu Junha and Luo Shui. "I'm going. Of course I'm going. If you don't take me with you, I'll bite you to death."
This idle chaser was even trying to murder his own brother.
Chu Feng could only shake his head and smile bitterly. I asked Chu Junha and Luo Shui again.
Although the two elders also knew Meng Ruyun, they were not interested in the concert.
"Okay, it's getting late, I'll go get the ticket first, and I'll pick you up tomorrow night."
Well, long live brother. I hurried to the hotel, and as soon as I opened the door, the entire suite was packed with people. I didn't expect Meng Ruyun's team to have so many people. Xu Feng, you are here. Meng Ruyun's face was full of excitement, and it seemed that they were discussing the schedule of tomorrow's concert.
Well, didn't I tell you to get a few more rooms if there aren't enough?
How can we rest if we're all crowded here?
Meng Ruyun smiled and said, It's okay. We are used to it. After all, something like that just happened. Now everyone is still a little uneasy. It will be more relaxing to get together.
Since she had said so, Xu Feng didn't know what to say. After getting the ticket, he did not stay for long. Time was very tight, and Meng Ruyun and the others still had a lot of preparation to do. There were 10 tickets in total, 1 for himself, 1 for Chu Xiaoyu, 2 for Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian, and 6 left. Xu Feng pondered for a moment and realized that he didn't seem to have so many friends around him. When I got home and got out of the car, I saw Aunt Li standing at the door of Villa number 1, looking a little anxious. Seeing this, Xu Feng thought something had happened and hurried over.
Aunt Li, why are you standing outside? Mr. Chu, something happened at home and I need to go back now.
I just called Miss Qin and she is on her way home, but it will take a while. In this situation, Aunt Li did not leave directly, but waited for Qin Ran to come back, which is enough to show that she is really a serious and responsible person.
Then Aunt Li, please go back soon.
I'll just wait here for Qin Ran to come back.
But Aunt Li was still a little hesitant, but Xu Feng said, You still don't trust me? Go quickly, but no matter how anxious you are, you must pay attention to safety on the road.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chu. After watching Aunt Li leave, Xu Feng sat down at the door and informed Lu Xian about the concert. Less than 10 minutes later, Qin Ran's car stopped at the door.
Xu Feng, why are you here? Where is Aunt Li?
Oh, I just happened to come back, and I heard Aunt Li say something happened at home, so I asked her to go back first.
Qin Ran breathed a sigh of relief and said, Then why are you sitting at the door?
It would be better if you could ask Aunt Li to open the door and go in and wait. As he spoke, Qin Ran opened the door.
Come in and sit for a while.
Xu Feng touched the ticket in his pocket and followed him in.
Do you have anything to do tomorrow night?
Qin Ran, who was pouring water, heard Xu Feng's question and put down the kettle and said, Tomorrow night, there should be nothing to do.
What's wrong?
Xu Feng took out the ticket and shook it.
Would you like to go to Meng Ruyun's concert? Qin Ran couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, Is he asking me out?
Why did you suddenly want to go to the concert? Xu Feng didn't notice Qin Ran's slight nervousness, but said, Nothing, I just got the ticket, so I asked you. He really didn't mean anything else, he just didn't want to waste these tickets. Qin Ran, however, was full of thoughts and nodded with a red face.
If Aunt Li can come back tomorrow, I can go.
Okay, then it's settled. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. You should also go to bed early. After saying that, Xu Feng placed the ticket on the table and then turned and left. Qin Ran picked up the ticket and looked at it carefully. It seemed as if there was some inexplicable attraction on the ticket that made her smile unconsciously. After Xu Feng returned home, he looked at the remaining 5 tickets, pondered for a while, and finally decided to give them to Chu Xiaoyu and let her deal with them herself. Even if he asked some classmates to come, it would not be wasted. The next morning, Xu Feng, as usual, wore sportswear and went for a morning run outside.
Xu Feng!
Qin Ran shouted from behind. She hadn't gone for a morning run for a long time since the last incident at the company.
You're in a good mood today. Did you go out and pick up some money?
Xu Feng made a joke, but Qin Ran rolled his eyes, looking cute like a young girl.
By the way, how is Aunt Li doing?
The two had been running for a while and were now taking a walk to catch their breath. Aunt Li called me and said that her son had a small conflict with someone else, but it has been resolved and he will be back soon.
Well, that's good. Then we can go to the concert tonight, right?
Hearing Xu Feng mention this, Qin Ran said softly.
Then when I get off work, can you pick me up?
After saying this, Qin Ran spat at herself fiercely. Her tone sounded like she was acting coquettishly with her boyfriend. But he secretly glanced at Xu Feng and saw that he didn't notice, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Okay, then it's settled. When you're about to get off work, let me know and I'll pick you up.
The two of them went back to their respective homes.
Qin Ran still had to go to the company.
Xu Feng had nothing to do, so he was just preparing to print out the recipes in his mind and bind them into a book. This recipe book will undoubtedly become the foundation of the restaurant in the future, so he will only give it to the chef, that is, Fan Xiaoshuan's father.
To be honest, Chu Feng didn't really value these things.
Anyway, he is not short of money now, and he can spend it freely. I am afraid he will never spend all his savings in his lifetime.
But this is how the world is.
The easier it is to get something, the more suspicious it will arouse, so he makes it so mysterious.
Before I knew it, the morning had passed. Chu Feng has also typed out hundreds of recipes on the computer.
It includes cold dishes, hot dishes, soups, desserts, and some gourmet dishes. In detail, even someone with some basic cooking skills can make it successfully as long as they follow the recipe completely. He checked it carefully again to make sure there were no omissions, then he copied it to a USB drive and prepared to find a printing shop to print it out. But as soon as I went out, I heard the sound of quarreling. And one of the voices inside was Aunt Li's. Security guard Zhang Long happened to pass by the door, and Chu Feng immediately called him.
Zhang Long, what happened? Chapter 63, Touching is like being possessed by a demon.
Mr. Chu, the patrol officer just notified me that something happened at the entrance of Villa Number 1.
I was just about to go take a look.
After listening to Zhang Long, Chu Feng said, "Let's go."
I'll go with you.
Zhang Long knew that Chu Feng had a good relationship with Miss Qin from Villa Number 1, so he naturally would not refuse.
The two rushed to the door of Villa Number 1 and saw another security guard pulling a man who looked to be around 30 years old.
The man had a hideous face and his skin was a sickly pale color. Aunt Li stood at the door of the villa, tears streaming down her face. Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu curiously poked their heads out, but were gently coaxed back by her. Zhang Long rushed forward and helped his colleagues stop the man.
What's going on? What are you doing? Damn it, this is our family affair. What does it have to do with you bunch of watchdogs? Get out of here.
This man's attitude is very arrogant, but he is just relying on his stupidity. Anyone who can work as a security guard in a residential area of the level of Jinlong Bay must be quite skilled. If he wasn't concerned about getting complained about, Zhang Long alone could have beaten this man to a pulp.
Chu Feng ignored the man, but walked to the door and gently patted Aunt Li on the back. What's going on? Aunt Li, who is he?
Hearing Chu Feng's question, Aunt Li covered her mouth and sobbed, shaking her head and unable to speak.
Uncle Chu, that's a bad guy.
He just cursed at me, and his curses were really ugly.
Qin Xiaoyu poked her head out again and told Chu Feng about everything.
Seeing that Aunt Li was a little excited, Chu Feng opened the door, squatted on the ground and hugged the two little girls in his arms.
Tell Uncle what you just saw.
Qin Shihan thought for a moment, then said, "We were having dinner just now, and that bad uncle came knocking on the door." Grandma Li was scared, but she was still trying to comfort us.
Then that bad uncle started banging on the door again. Grandma Li was afraid that we would be in danger, so she came out on her own.
Qin Shihan recounted the incident very objectively, allowing Chu Feng to understand what had happened.
Qin Xiaoyu looked at Aunt Li, and then whispered, "Uncle Chu, let me tell you, that bad uncle seems to be Grandma Li's son."
Son?
Chu Feng turned his head and glanced at the man. It was true that he did look somewhat similar to Aunt Li. Okay, Xiaohan, Xiaoyu, Uncle wants to ask you, do you like Grandma Li?
The two little girls nodded without hesitation. Besides my mother and Uncle Chu, Grandma Li is the one who loves me the most. Listening to Qin Xiaoyu's words, Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction.
Now Grandma Li is very scared and sad. Can you comfort her? Leave the rest to Uncle.
Good. The two little girls agreed readily, then ran to Aunt Li together and dragged her into the house one after the other.
You. Aunt Li, please accompany them into the house first.
I will take care of these things.
Aunt Li's face didn't look very good.
After a moment, she said, "Mr. Chu, he is actually a good boy, really, but..." "Don't worry, I know he is your son, but no matter what he was like before, now that he has been exposed to that kind of stuff, he has lost his mind.
We must use some tough measures."
After winking at Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu, they used all their strength to push Aunt Li into the house. The smile on Chu Feng's face disappeared, and was replaced by indifference. As the saying goes, filial piety is the most important virtue. If a person does not even respect his parents, then he has lost the bottom line as a human being.
Seeing Aunt Li enter the room, the man struggled even harder.
Zhang Long and his colleagues couldn't take any action, so they could only try their best to stop them.
Zhang Long, let go.
Hearing Chu Feng's words, Zhang Long looked back in confusion. Seeing Chu Feng nod, he gritted his teeth and winked at his colleague, and the two of them immediately stepped aside. The obstructing force suddenly disappeared, and the man lost his balance and fell directly to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist and abdomen, and the huge force made him roll out. This was not the end. He endured the pain and was about to curse when his collar tightened and he was pulled up. The slaps were slapped on his face as if they were free, leaving him no time to even beg for mercy.
Mr. Chu, it's almost done. Zhang Long was watching from the side with his heart trembling with fear.
The man's face had been beaten into a pig's head by Chu Feng, and several teeth had flew out. As soon as Chu Feng let go, the man collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Zhang Long, call the drug rehabilitation center and ask them to pick him up.
Oh, I'll call right away.
Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this man's illness and madness must have been caused by something that could bankrupt a person. Chu Feng squatted down and looked straight at the man.
Aunt Lee said you were a good kid, but to be honest, I don't see it.
No matter what your reason was for touching those things, you have done something extremely rebellious.
Tears flowed from the man's swollen face, and it was unclear whether it was out of pain or regret. I'll give you a chance now. After you go in, quit these things and stop being half human and half ghost. If you do it again, I will turn you into a real wandering ghost.
After handing the man over to Zhang Long, Chu Feng turned back to the villa and knocked on the door.
Qin Shuhan hurriedly opened the door.
As soon as he entered the door, Chu Feng saw Qin Xiaoyu took out all of his favorite snacks and gave them to Aunt Lee. After Qin Shuhan ran back, she carefully used a tissue to wipe Aunt Lee's tears.
Mr. Chu, Chu Feng said directly, he has been taken away.
Aunt Lee, now is not the time to be soft-hearted.
He can still be saved. You don't want to see him in a half-human state all the time, do you?
Knowing that Chu Feng's approach was the most correct, Aunt Lee had also advised her son before.
But those things are like demons.
Nothing happens when you are sober, but once they start to break out, it is like being possessed by a demon.
Don't worry, I will pay for the relevant expenses. Everything will be fine after a while. Thank you, thank you. Aunt Lee didn't know what else to say except thank you.
Fortunately, there were Qin Shuhan and Qin Xiaoyu, who were like two little sons and quickly helped Aunt Lee dispel the haze. Chu Feng specifically called Qin Han and told her about this matter.
How could this happen? Aunt Lee is such an honest person, how could her son touch that kind of thing?
Chu Feng knew very well that perhaps this matter was not initiated by Aunt Lee's son, and it was very likely that he was deceived. But no matter what, now that things have come to this, he will always have to pay the price for his actions.
Chapter 64 Chu Xiaoyu as a scalper. Before Chu Feng left, he told Aunt Lee that Qin Ran would be back late that night.
Aunt Lee did not ask any further questions, but assured Chu Feng that she would take good care of Qin Shuhan and Qin Xiaoyu. It can be seen that she really treats the two little girls as her own granddaughters. He would print out the recipes at a nearby printing shop and bind them into books, and that would be considered completing his work. Before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Ran sent a WeChat message to Chu Feng, saying that he could leave work. Chu Feng did not drive the poison car, after all, he had to pick up Chu Xiaoyu later. This supercar is good in every way except that these two seats are a bit inconvenient in most situations.
I haven't driven my Civic for a few days and I'm actually a little uncomfortable with it.
When he arrived at Qin's pharmaceutical company, the security guard at the door already knew Chu Feng. He exchanged a few words and then opened the door for him. When they reached the downstairs of the office building, Chu Feng sent a WeChat message to Qin Ran, asking her to come downstairs. Soon, the bright and charming Qin Ran appeared in sight. It can be seen that she dressed up specially today. She is already incredibly beautiful with light makeup on ordinary days, and after being dressed up so carefully, she is even more eye-catching.
Even Chu Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. Qin Ran got in the car and asked curiously, "Why are you driving this car today?" After she finished speaking, she didn't hear Chu Feng's reply. She turned her head and found that Chu Feng was staring at her. "What are you looking at?"
Qin Han's face flushed, and she felt very shy when he looked at her like that. Chu Feng also came back to his senses and scratched his hair awkwardly.
"Nothing, I just felt that you looked a little different today, like you looked better than usual." Kiran's face turned even redder and his heartbeat started to speed up.
Humph, men's words are deceitful.
Who knows whether what you say is true or false?
Although she said this, she was still very happy in her heart.
After all, which woman doesn't like compliments from others?
As for her questions just now, they were all thrown behind her mind.
It's still early, let's go have a meal first.
Shin Ran didn't have any objections, but just said that he hadn't eaten hot pot for a long time.
Okay, let's eat hot pot.
Wait a minute, I'll call my sister and ask her if she's done packing.
Ah.
Shin Ran was a little surprised.
Could it be that Chu Feng had made an appointment with more than just her today?
Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then he said, yes, I forgot to tell you, my sister is also going to the concert, and my buddy and his girlfriend are also there. It won't be inconvenient, right?
No. Shin Ran waved his hand quickly and said, then ask them to come and eat together. It will be more lively this way.
Although his expression did not change, Kieran could not help but feel a little disappointed. She originally thought that Chu Feng had just made an appointment with her alone today, which also explained why Chu Feng drove out in this car today. When we arrived at Jianglin Community, Xu Xiaoyu was already waiting at the door. Seeing that there was someone in the passenger seat, she immediately sat in the back seat. Brother, who is this beautiful sister?
Come on, introduce her to me.
Chu Feng said directly, her name is Qin Ran, she is my friend, a real strong woman.
Xu Xiaoyu was too tired to complain about Chu Feng's emotional intelligence. How could you introduce girls like this? Hello, Sister Qin Ran. I'm Chu Xiaoyu. Just call me Xiaoyu. Don't bother with my brother. He's just a blockhead.
Qin Ran felt that Chu Xiaoyu's evaluation of Chu Feng was very pertinent.
He turned around and said with a smile, hello, I'm Qin Ran, your brother's friend. Wow.
Chu Xiaoyu exclaimed, and then she said, Sister Qin Ran, I didn't realize just now that you were so beautiful, you are simply like a fairy descending to earth. Although Chu Xiaoyu's words were not exaggerated, they still made Qin Ran blush.
Brother, tell me the truth, when did you meet such a beautiful sister? No wonder you are not in a hurry when your parents urge you to find a partner, it turns out you already have a target. Chu Feng knew Chu Xiaoyu well.
If he continued talking at this time, she would just keep talking. So he simply shut up and drove obediently.
Qin Ran quickly said, Xiaoyu, you misunderstood. Your brother and I are just friends. We are not the kind of relationship you think. Chu Xiaoyu couldn't hide the disappointment on her face. That's what I said. How can my brother be worthy of a fairy? He's not even worthy enough to carry her shoes. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. He really didn't want to bother with this traitorous sister. But generally speaking, Qin Ran and Chu Xiaoyu got along very well. They didn't give Chu Feng any chance to interrupt them, and the two sisters chatted animatedly. Sometimes they talk about cosmetics, sometimes they talk about the entertainment industry, there is always something to talk about. This situation became even more terrifying after arriving at the hot pot restaurant. Chu Feng finally understood what three women in one drama meant. Together with Fan Xiaoxian, the voices of the three of them far surpassed those of a group of ducks. Chu Feng and Lu Xian looked at each other in silence, and could only go get the drinks and seasonings on their own. Chu Feng, you are really good. When did you meet such a beautiful lady?
Lu Xian never speaks seriously, especially when Fan Xiaoxian is not around.
Don't talk nonsense, she's just a friend. She also lives in Jinlong Bay and has 2 daughters. Damn, a rich woman. But you're not short of money now, so you don't need to rely on a rich woman. Lu Xian's words became more and more outrageous. Fortunately, after being glared at by Chu Feng, he restrained himself. After the meal, Qin Ran became familiar with them. It's almost time, we should go. Starting from the hot pot restaurant, 2 cars headed straight to the concert venue. When they reached the door, Chu Xiaoyu said, Brother, where are the remaining 5 tickets? Give them to me quickly. Here. Chu Xiaoyu grabbed the ticket and got off the car, running towards the gate in a hurry. What is Xiaoyu going to do? Kieran asked curiously.
Chu Feng curled his lips and said, according to my guess, she should have gone to be a scalper.
Ah? Yellow cattle? Qin Ran's face was full of disbelief. Given Chu Feng's conditions, how could his sister do such a thing? There's nothing to be surprised about. This girl is just a money grubber.
From childhood to adulthood, I have never seen her spend a penny of her own money. Qin Ran covered her mouth and smiled, and her beautiful curved eyes were even more charming.
Okay, let's go too. It's almost time to check our tickets. The 4 of them walked towards the entrance together. When they were still some distance away, they saw Chu Xiaoyu shouting over there. This girl actually became a scalper. But you know what, there are quite a few people who are willing to buy high-priced tickets, especially VIP tickets. Soon a lot of people gathered around.
The security guard was unhappy when there were too many people on her side. He immediately came over to drive away the crowd and wanted to drive Chu Xiaoyu away as well. When Chu Feng and the others walked over, they just happened to hear Chu Xiaoyu loudly say, "Just chase them away, why are you doing this?" Chapter 65, Piss Off Teammates. Do it? Upon hearing that Chu Xiaoyu might have been wronged, Chu Feng and the other three immediately pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. Then I saw a security guard grabbing Chu Xiaoyu's wrist, with an unconcealable lewd smile on his face. "Let me go." Chu Xiaoyu struggled violently, trying to break free from the security guard's hands. But she was no match for the tall and strong security guard. No matter how hard she tried, it was in vain. It is forbidden to resell tickets here. Since you have been caught, come with me and let me question you. The security guard did not look serious at all in performing his duties. Instead, he was nonchalant and his tone was even more frivolous. "You are worthy of being my brother? Bah! If you don't let me go, I promise you will regret it." Regret? I've never regretted anything in my life. As soon as he finished speaking, the security guard was about to drag Chu Xiaoyu away. However, as he turned around, his eyes went dark and he flew backwards like a cannonball. If the crowd had not dodged in time, he would have been knocked down. "Xiaoyu, are you okay?" Qin Ran hurried to Chu Xiaoyu and looked at her carefully. Seeing that she was not injured, I felt relieved. "Who hit me, you bastard?" The security guard struggled to get up from the ground. Chu Feng's kick had seriously injured him, and there was even blood at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this guy dare to curse, Lu Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed up and kicked him in the face. The commotion here also attracted other security guards. But instead of asking the reason, they saw their companions being beaten and started attacking without saying a word. Seeing that the situation was not going to end well, Chu Feng said directly, "Lu Xian, protect Xiaoyu and the others." After saying that, he walked towards the group of security guards. There was an evil smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with anger. He would not show any mercy to such a person who wanted to do evil by taking chicken feathers as a token of authority. The security guard's job was to maintain law and order at the scene, but instead they became the source of chaos. Chu Feng grabbed a security guard's arm and twisted it hard, breaking his arm abruptly. Another kick came towards his waist and abdomen, but he was the first to arrive and used the same method to retaliate, kicking the other person's leg into a deformed state. The sound of broken bones and the miserable howling made the onlookers feel a little scared. I've seen a lot of street fights, but I've never seen one where every move was so brutal. But no one condemned Chu Feng's somewhat extreme behavior. Everyone saw the right and wrong. Even if there are regulations prohibiting the reselling of scalped tickets, the security guard can safely drive Chu Xiaoyu away instead of directly taking physical action. Besides, the security guard just now clearly had bad intentions. He said he wanted to take Chu Xiaoyu away for questioning. Who knows what he was thinking? "Okay. Kill these bastards." Someone screamed loudly, which immediately attracted resonance. However, no matter how impulsive the remaining security guards were, they knew that Chu Feng was not someone who could be easily dealt with. They dared not engage in combat with him and could not help but retreat. The staff also informed the organizer, who was the person in charge sent by Shiguang Group, about what happened here. They rushed to the scene immediately, only to see a mess. When the person in charge saw Chu Feng, he immediately broke out in a sweat. Others didn't know Chu Feng, but he did. Moreover, he hired all the security guards, and the one who first teased Chu Xiaoyu was his brother-in-law. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. Once he got the position of concert director, of course he wanted to let his own people make the money. But it would be bad for them to have a conflict with anyone. Even if they are some rich second generations, they might consider the reputation of Shiguang Group and not pursue the matter further. But the person who happened to be offended was the major shareholder of the group, which was tantamount to seeking death. But the person in charge has to show up at this time, otherwise, things will only get worse. So he could only bite the bullet and walked over, bowed, and said, "Mr. Chu, I am the person in charge of this concert, Before the person in charge could finish, Chu Feng interrupted him and said, "Okay, you are the person in charge, right? In other words, these security guards are under your charge? If you want to keep your job at a time like this, it all depends on the person in charge." "Yes, they are all under my jurisdiction, but I didn't expect them to conflict with you. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you a satisfactory explanation." The person in charge's words are clearly trying to avoid the main issue and gloss over it.
Chu Feng is not the kind of person who is easily fooled.
If these security guards had provoked someone else, he would not sit idly by, but at most he would try to smooth things over. After all, as a major shareholder of the Shuguang Group, he still has to consider the image of the group. But this time, the security guards offended Chu Xiaoyu. If I hadn't been there, given the arrogance of these security guards, who knows what kind of danger they would encounter?
Whether they will explain or not is not the point. I want to know now, who hired these security guards? The group has so many security personnel, do they need to find people from outside? Needless to say, the quality of Shuguang Group's employees is absolutely top-notch. Instead of using the existing person, they insist on looking for another one. I don't know what's in the head of this person in charge. Seeing that he couldn't get away with it, the person in charge wanted to distance himself from the matter. As long as he didn't admit that he hired these security guards, he would at most be charged with dereliction of duty and have his salary and bonus deducted, but at least he could keep his job. But before he could open his mouth, the security guard who was beaten first climbed up with blood all over his face. Brother-in-law, that bastard was the one who beat me up. You have to help me get revenge. As soon as these words were spoken, the person in charge's face instantly turned dark. This guy who was more likely to cause trouble than to help others, I helped him make money, and now he has directly exposed himself. Brother-in-law? In other words, you found them? Chu Feng had narrowed his eyes, and the person in charge trembled unconsciously. Mr. Chu, please listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Unexpectedly, this time, Chu Feng did not interrupt him, but nodded quietly. Okay, explain it to me, I'm listening. The person in charge was speechless. What could he explain? He was the one who hired the security guard. He didn't use any better options. Did he need to explain this? I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I'm willing to bear all the consequences. The person in charge had no way to excuse himself and could only grit his teeth and admit it. There is no other way if he doesn't admit it. If he admits it, maybe he can be forgiven this time because of his good attitude. But he was wrong. He would never show any mercy to someone who almost hurt Chu Xiaoyu. Chapter 66, The Song That Pierced the Ceiling. Chu Feng called Zhang Heng immediately. After learning the news, Zhang Heng immediately made new arrangements. Another person who was specifically responsible for this work was sent to take over, and all the security guards currently on duty in the group were transferred over. As for the person in charge, Chu Feng said directly, You, take these people with you and disappear immediately. After the concert, I will settle this account with you. What can the person in charge say? No matter how strong his arms are, they can't twist the thighs. He didn't dare to act presumptuously with Chu Feng, so he could only drag his brother-in-law up in an unfriendly manner, and regardless of the injuries all over his body, asked him to take all these people away. The farce came to an end, and until new personnel arrived, the staff had to take over. Fortunately, no further disturbances occurred and the audience all entered the venue smoothly. Chu Xiaoyu covered her pocket happily, as if nothing had happened. She had already sold the remaining 5 VIP tickets and made a good profit. Xin Ran walked to Chu Feng and asked in a low voice, Are you okay? Are you injured? Chu Feng smiled. With those people, they can't hurt me. Xin Ran rolled his eyes in annoyance and said with some complaints, Even if you are very skilled, you still have to be careful. What if you really get hurt? After finding a seat, several people sat down. But you know what, the tickets Meng Ruyun gave to Chu Feng definitely have the best seats in the entire venue. At 8 o'clock sharp, the concert officially began. Because the organizer was changed at the last minute, Meng Ruyun did not have much time to rehearse. At times like this, her extraordinary talent was fully demonstrated. Within the first 10 minutes, everything went extremely smoothly. The audience couldn't tell that this was a rehearsal at all. Screams came one after another, and even Chu Feng and Xin Ran couldn't help but be moved by this atmosphere. It has to be said that there is a reason why Meng Ruyun became an overnight sensation. Her songs have various styles. Her hot dance music can make the whole audience excited, and when she turns into sad love songs, she touches the hearts of all the audience. The effect of watching a concert on TV is absolutely different from watching it in person. Before I knew it, more than 2 hours had passed and the concert was coming to an end. When the stage lit up again, Meng Ruyun changed into a dress and stood in the center of the stage. Her beautiful face and perfect figure outlined by the dress undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. Her smile was broadcast by the camera onto the big screen, making countless men and women feel their breathing quicken. This was Meng Ruyun, the celebrity with a halo. She was completely different from the one Chu Feng knew before. The next song is an old song called Thanks and I Want to Give It to Someone. Meng Ruyun said this in a very gentle voice, which made the audience curious. This person helped me, a complete stranger, when I was in the most difficult time. If it weren't for him, I don't think I would be standing here singing for you all. As fans of Meng Ruyun, many people were keenly aware of the organizer's replacement. Could it be that Meng Ruyun was talking about the boss of Shiguan Group? Chu Feng suddenly felt something was wrong because Meng Ruyun was looking at him at this moment. This person is also here today, but I don't know if he is willing to come on stage to accept my most sincere thanks. Chu Xiaoyu's face flushed with excitement, and she shouted to Chu Feng, "Brother, Sister Ruyun must be talking about you, why don't you hurry up and go up?" Xin Ran, who was sitting on the other side of Chu Feng, was full of confusion. From what Chu Xiaoyu said, Chu Feng and Meng Ruyun knew each other, and Chu Feng had helped her? Seeing Meng Ruyun staring at him, Chu Feng was really confused. The most hateful person was the lighting technician, who actually moved the light over following Meng Ruyun's line of sight. Although this was not arranged by Meng Ruyun, things had already come to this, and Chu Feng had no choice but to stand up and walk towards the stage. There was a burst of discussion in the audience, and everyone seemed to be guessing about Chu Feng's identity. After all, Chu Feng is a handsome guy with good taste in clothes and a strong face like a knife. He is much more pleasing to the eye than those popular pretty boys. Seeing Chu Feng coming up on stage, Meng Ruyun directly extended a hand to him. With so many spectators watching, Chu Feng didn't want to embarrass Meng Ruyun, so he had to hold her hand. "I say, you are a big star after all, aren't you afraid of scandals if you play like this?" Meng Ruyun smiled and said, "If it were you, I wouldn't mind some scandals." Seeing Chu Feng was a little stunned, Meng Ruyun immediately said, "It's just a joke, don't take it seriously." The two did not speak through a microphone, so the audience naturally could not hear them. Meng Ruyun handed Chu Feng a microphone. Chu Feng took it but was confused. "You sing, why give me the microphone?" Meng Ruyun smiled and said, "You haven't heard this song before? This is a duet between a man and a woman. If you can't sing it, then I'll sing it myself. This song Thanks is an old song and is widely sung. Of course Chu Feng can sing it. I'm not looking down on anyone. Just sing if you want to." Meng Ruyun was secretly delighted that her little trick had worked, and immediately made a gesture to the sound engineer, and the prelude slowly began to sound. The first to speak was Meng Ruyun. Even though she had been singing for more than 2 hours, her voice was still melodious and she fully displayed the mood of the song. Following her ending note, there was an interlude, and when she spoke again, it was Chu Feng's turn. "It's okay, just sing it with confidence. If you can't sing well, I will help you with the harmony." Meng Ruyun was afraid that Chu Feng would be nervous, so she encouraged him. But Chu Feng glanced at her and said, "Don't make trouble." The interlude time came, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Feng slowly raised the microphone. Chu Xiaoyu was so nervous that she covered her eyes. She didn't know why, but she always felt a little ashamed. It's not like she hasn't heard Chu Feng sing before. Although it can't be said to be bad, it's not that good either. But when Chu Feng really opened his mouth, Chu Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. Not only him, but all the audience were stunned. With Meng Ruyun as a role model, the audience didn't think there would be any surprises even if Chu Feng could sing. But the reality was beyond their expectations. Chu Feng completely demonstrated what it meant to be kneeling down upon hearing someone speak. When that deep voice sounded, everyone seemed to be in the story, as if they had become the protagonist of the movie and felt all the emotions contained in the song. Meng Ruyun was also stunned. Her singing was already at the ceiling level, but she didn't expect that Chu Feng would open his mouth and directly pierce through the ceiling. Chapter 67, Dangers After the Concert. Until the end of the song, the perfect cooperation between the two made the whole audience silent. All the audience seemed to be immersed in the scene and could not extricate themselves from it at all. Those who were more emotional were already in tears and were so excited that they could not control themselves. Especially the final look between Chu Feng and Meng Ruyun, the rich emotions in their eyes were very touching. "After singing, can I go down now?" Chu Feng turned off the microphone and asked. There was some mist in Meng Ruyun's eyes. She smiled slightly, took a step forward and hugged Chu Feng. Then she leaned close to his ear and said, "Thank you, really." This brief hug did not cause any associations in the audience, except that they felt the scene was very beautiful. At this time, if there was no such hug, they would not be able to vent the pent-up emotions caused by this song. Everyone was satisfied, but there was one person who was very uneasy at this moment.
For some reason, Qin Ran felt extremely annoyed when he saw Chu Feng holding Meng Ruyun's hand, seeing them looking at each other, and even the final hug. She knew clearly that these were just stage effects, but she just couldn't suppress her emotions. After Chu Feng stepped down from the stage, he asked with a smile, "How was it? Did I sing well?" She was waiting for Qin Ran to praise her, but she remained silent and stared straight ahead.
Chu Feng was confused and could only ask Chu Xiaoyu, "What happened to your sister Qin Ran? Did you make her unhappy?"
Chu Xiaoyu was stunned and looked at Qin Ran's expression, as if he had thought of something. "Brother, your IQ really needs to be recharged.
How about you give me some tuition and I'll give you extra lessons?" Chu Feng curled his lips. "What a mess, Meng Ruyun said she wants to treat us to a midnight snack later."
Chu Xiaoyu was naturally excited to have something to eat. But she rolled her eyes and asked in a low voice, "Brother, tell me, do you have any feelings for Sister Ruyun?"
"What are you thinking about?" Chu Feng patted Chu Xiaoyu on the head in annoyance. The concert ended and the audience left one after another. "Let's go too." Several people stood up and prepared to return to the parking lot.
Seeing Lu Xian was about to drive, Chu Feng said, "Meng Ruyun said she would treat us to a midnight snack later.
Do you want to go?"
Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian are also loyal fans.
How could they not go when their idol invited them to dinner?
They immediately agreed excitedly.
"Qin Ran, let's go together. We're going the same way anyway. I'll take you back,"
Chu Feng said with a smile. But Qin Ran changed his usual behavior and said with a sullen face, "Forget it, I won't go.
I have a meeting tomorrow morning." "Well,
you clearly said before that we could come any later today. Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Chu Feng thought about it and decided that he could eat at any time and there was no need to delay his work. So he wanted Lu Xian to bring Chu Xiaoyu to wait for Meng Ruyun here, and he would send Qin Ran home first. But just as he was about to speak, he saw two people running towards him with panicked looks on their faces.
Chu Feng found that the two looked familiar and immediately thought, "Aren't they Meng Ruyun's assistants? Mr. Chu, Ruyun is in trouble." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. "Don't be anxious, tell me slowly, what happened to her?"
After Chu Feng finished speaking, he noticed that there seemed to be blood on the assistant's wrist and immediately realized that something was wrong. When we were about to leave from the backstage, a group of people suddenly rushed in. They started beating us without saying a word. We asked Ruyun to run away through the small door, but we couldn't stop them.
They chased us out anyway.
After listening to the assistant, Chu Feng immediately said, "Lu Xian, help me send Qin Ran home."
"I'll go over and take a look."
Qin Ran had not expected this to happen, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry about me now. Let Lu Xian go with you, so that you too can have someone to take care of you."
Chu Feng and Lu Xian looked at each other and immediately ran in the direction the assistant pointed. Meng Ruyun was very scared now.
After she ran out from the back door, there was no one around and she couldn't even call for help.
She was not stupid.
She was wearing high heels, so it would be strange for her to outrun the other person. So the first thing she thought of was to hide and wait for rescue. The assistants would definitely notify the security guards and Chu Feng and the others.
As long as they arrived, they would be safe. So Meng Ruyun looked around and immediately hid behind a bush of flowers that was half a person's height.
There weren't many places to hide here, so she had no choice. She had just hidden herself when she heard the sound of chaotic footsteps.
"Where's her? It's so empty here, she can't run far, look around for her."
Meng Ruyun knew that it was only a matter of time before she was discovered, so she could only close her eyes and hope to be rescued. The sound of footsteps was getting closer, making her heart beat faster and faster. But she didn't dare to move, for fear of being discovered sooner.
"So you are here. It's easy for me to find you." Meng Ruyun's heart sank. It was over. She was finally found by the other party.
There were more footsteps heard, it must be the other side gathering around. Meng Ruyun was too frightened to open her eyes. A hand touched her, causing her to struggle violently and fall onto the grass.
"Meng Ruyun, are you crazy? Isn't it cold to sit on the ground?" This familiar voice.
Meng Ruyun opened her eyes and immediately saw that familiar face. He was in danger again, and this time, it was this man who saved him again.
"You're not hurt?"
He pulled Meng Ruyun up, but she immediately threw herself into Chu Feng's arms, sobbing softly.
All right, it's all right now, why are you crying?"
Lu Xian was holding a stick and beat all those people away.
When he turned around to show off, he saw this scene. Can you please stop pretending I don't exist, idol? I saved you, too, okay?
After being teased by Lu Xian, Meng Ruyun quickly let go of Chu Feng. I'm sorry, I'm just too scared. Chu Feng didn't mind it very much, since he wasn't at a disadvantage anyway.
Chu Feng, there is another one here, his leg is broken, but he didn't run away. How do you think we can solve this problem?
Lu Xian pointed his stick at a man who was lying on the ground wailing. When the security guards who were temporarily transferred here received the news, they rushed here immediately even though they were originally preparing to return to the group.
Mr. Chu, where are those criminals?
The leading security captain had seen Chu Feng display his might in the group. Chu Feng said, they have been driven away, but there is still one left here.
I leave it to you.
Please help me ask who asked them to come. The security captain waved his hand and his men immediately lifted up the man.
Don't worry, Mr. Chu. I'm a retired scout. I'm a professional at interrogation. Okay, thank you for your hard work today. I'll talk to Director Zhang later and give you guys a bonus. Chapter 68, Xin Ran's Change.
After the danger was resolved, Meng Ruyun did not go back to the hotel directly, but insisted on treating Chu Feng and the others to a meal.
She is leaving tomorrow and has many other schedules ahead. Xin Ran, you. I'll go with you, too. Xin Ran gave up the idea of going home, which made Chu Feng confused and he didn't know what was going on.
So a few of them went straight to find a food stall nearby. Although it was already very late, the food stall was still very bustling. This was the golden time for nightlife. They found a table by the side and sat down. No one would have thought that the big star Meng Ruyun, who had just finished a concert, was sitting so close to them.
Without the halo of a star, Meng Ruyun is just an ordinary girl.
The air of fireworks makes her seem more real.
Chu Feng, Lu Xian, thank you for saving me just now. This glass of wine is for you.
Meng Ruyun poured a glass of beer and drank it in one gulp. Chu Feng just smiled and drank a glass with him, but Lu Xian was very excited.
I never thought that I would have the chance to sit down with my idol and have a meal and drink with him, and he would even toast me.
This guy's words made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere was pretty good. After eating and drinking, Lu Xian prepared to send Fan Xiaoxian home, and he could also take Chu Xiaoyu back with him on the way. As for Meng Ruyun and Xin Ran, Chu Feng was naturally in charge.
Chu Feng was about to get in the car when he saw the two women standing next to the passenger seat, about to open the door at almost the same time. The scene was a bit awkward, so Xin Ran took the lead and said, "Please sit down."
No, I'll just sit in the back. Chu Feng always felt that there was something strange between the two women. It was like that when they were having dinner just now, but with Lu Xian and the others there, it wasn't particularly obvious. But now, he felt more or less confused. Neither Xin Ran nor Meng Ruyun are the shy type. On the contrary, one of them is a big boss and the other is a female star, and both are very good at socializing. But when the two of them get together, there is always a hint of disharmony.
Chu Feng, why are you standing there?
Xin Ran asked, and Chu Feng came back to his senses.
When we drove to the hotel entrance, Meng Ruyun's assistant was already waiting.
After all, what happened just now made them much more vigilant.
Chu Feng, thank you. I won't forget what I promised you. I'll contact you anytime.
Yeah, okay. Chu Feng responded, and Meng Ruyun then said to Xin Ran, "Miss Qin, thank you for coming today.
I hope we can have a meal together again in the future."
Okay, take care of yourself.
After watching Meng Ruyun enter the hotel, Chu Feng drove back to Jinlong Bay.
On the way, Xin Ran kept looking at the scenery outside the window and didn't speak for a long time.
Xin Ran, I'm sorry. It's so late, and I made you drink. Will it affect your meeting tomorrow?
Chu Feng felt very uncomfortable with the current atmosphere in the car, so he spoke up and wanted to change it. When Xin Ran heard his words, he turned his head and looked at him, then said listlessly, "It's okay, I'm used to it anyway." She answered like this, and Chu Feng had no way to respond.
Chu Feng, do you have any agreement with Meng Ruyun? Xin Ran finally took the initiative to speak.
Chu Feng turned his head and happened to meet her eyes.
I'm just asking casually. If it's inconvenient to answer, forget it.
Xin Ran didn't know why she asked, but she always felt a blockage in her heart, which made her very uncomfortable.
Chu Feng immediately said, "It's not inconvenient. Didn't I help her change the organizer?
In exchange, when the hotel opens, she has to help me promote it."
That's it.
After Xin Ran heard this, the uncomfortable feeling disappeared a lot. But when she thought of Meng Ruyun hugging Chu Feng on the stage, she was still very unhappy.
The car stopped at the entrance of Villa Number 1.
Chu Feng looked at Qin Ran, but found that she seemed to be distracted and didn't realize that she had arrived home.
Kiran?
Chu Feng pointed outside, and Qin Ran came back to his senses.
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about something. Thank you for taking me back.
Having said that, Qin Ran was about to get off the car. But as soon as her hand touched the car door, Chu Feng immediately grabbed her. In an instant, Qin Ran's heartbeat quickened, his face felt a little hot, and he even had a strange feeling of anticipation.
She turned around nervously and asked, Chu Feng, what's wrong?
Chu Feng smiled at her, which made her breathing a little difficult.
Click.
A light sound came from below, and Chu Feng finally said, the seatbelt hasn't been unfastened yet, how are you getting out of the car? At that moment just now, countless possibilities flashed through Qin Ran's mind. She even began to think about how she should deal with each possible event. But who could have thought that the result would be like this? She could feel her face getting hot and she felt like she was about to explode with shame. So she hurriedly shook off Chu Feng's hand and opened the car door.
I am very happy today, thank you for taking me to the concert.
After saying that, she quickly ran to the door, opened it and rushed in. Chu Feng scratched his hair. Qin Ran's attitude changed several times, which made him completely confused.
Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. I really can't understand them.
Forget it, go home and sleep. Qin Ran leaned against the gate and listened to the sound of Chu Feng driving away, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Qin Ran, what is wrong with you? Who Chu Feng is dating has nothing to do with you. Could it be that you really?
Qin Ran muttered to himself, seemingly unwilling to admit the fact. He shook his head and slapped his face hard.
Miss Qin, you.
Aunt Li was standing in front wearing a coat, looking at Qin Ran in confusion. She came out to see what was going on after hearing the door open. She saw everything Qin Ran did just now.
Qin Ran was even more flustered now.
He didn't even change his shoes and just walked forward with his head down.
I'm fine, Aunt Li, go to bed.
He ran upstairs as if escaping, leaving Aunt Li confused. The next morning, Chu Feng was jogging as usual. When passing by Villa Number 1, he turned his head and saw Qin Ran's back as he was about to enter the door. It seemed that he had just come back from shopping.
Kiran, good morning.
Chu Feng shouted, but Qin Ran walked straight in and closed the door with a bang.
Didn't you hear?
Chu Feng didn't pay much attention to it and ran back home directly. But he didn't know that Qin Ran was a little flustered at the moment. It's not that she didn't hear Chu Feng calling her, but she hid subconsciously.
Chu Feng's original plan today was to attend the interview as an investor. The hotel is very large, and the staff from Fan Xiaoshuan's family are obviously not enough.
Just as I was about to go out, Lu Xian called.
Chu Feng, guess who was among the people being interviewed today? Chapter 69, First Love Qiao Shiyu.
Chu Feng said he was going for an interview, but he was just going through the motions.
Fan Xiaoxian will be the main person in charge of the hotel in the future.
She has the final say on who to hire and who not to hire. But when he heard Lu Xian ask this, he couldn't help but become curious.
Who is it? From what you said, I think I know him.
Lu Xian's voice was somewhat teasing as he said, of course you know him, and you are very familiar with him. But I'm telling you in advance, this is the first time that I'm serious about my career, so you can't use the back door. After he said this, Chu Feng felt even more strange.
Who could have allowed him to enter through the back door?
No matter how he asked, Lu Xian refused to tell him and said he wanted to give him a surprise.
Chu Feng was too lazy to pay attention to Lu Xian's bad taste. He would know the truth soon anyway, so what mystery was there?
The interview started at 9 o'clock and was held in a separate office area on the second floor of the hotel. Chu Feng had already arrived at 8:30.
When he walked into the hotel, he saw many people who were waiting for interviews.
He looked around but didn't see any familiar faces, and he didn't know who Lu Xian was talking about. When I went up to the second floor, Lu Xian was whispering in front of Fan Xiaoxian.
This is a workplace, go outside to talk about love.
Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaoxian rolled her eyes at Lu Xian and said unhappily, did you hear that? The big boss has said that if you want to talk about love, go outside.
Go away and don't disturb me while I'm working.
Lu Xian chuckled and said, look at how powerful he is now, but he will suffer in the future, just wait and see.
Fan Xiaoxian seemed to know something as well.
She couldn't help but glance at Chu Feng with sympathy in her eyes.
The time has come and the interview officially begins.
The three of them sat behind the table, acting like interviewers. At the beginning, Chu Feng was somewhat curious. After all, he had always been the one sitting outside the table. But as he had more and more interviews, he began to feel bored. There were quite a lot of people interviewed this time, including waiters, security guards, cooks, and even clerical staff such as finance and human resources.
If you do something, you have to do it formally. Chu Feng supports this. Well, you can go back and wait for the result. Let the next person come in. After the interviewer walked out, Chu Feng yawned out of boredom.
I think you two are more than capable of handling this matter.
Why are you looking for me to fill in the gaps?
Lu Xian smiled slyly and said, "Don't worry, I'll make you energetic right away." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. A beautiful figure walked in, and a clear and pleasant voice sounded at the same time.
Hello, 3 interviewers. I'm here to apply for the position of lobby manager. My name is Xiao Yushi.
Chu Feng, who was originally preparing to lie on the table, was stunned when he heard this voice. After hearing the name Xiao Yushi, he raised his head directly.
Jojo? Xiao Yushi turned around in surprise and looked at Chu Feng, immediately revealing a look of surprise. Chu Feng? Is that you?
Lu Xian said sarcastically, as expected of an old lover, "You recognized me at the first sight."
It's a pity for me that I worked so hard in the beginning and now I don't even deserve a name. Lu Xian, you are Lu Xian. Xiao Yushi also recognized Lu Xian and was extremely surprised. Why are you two here?
Without waiting for Chu Feng to speak, Lu Xian knocked on the table.
Miss Xiao, please pay attention. This is an interview, not a reunion. Please be serious. We are looking at workability here. Backdoors are strictly prohibited.
It's okay to say this to others, but to Xiao Yushi, it's worse than farting.
Well done, Lu Xian. I haven't seen you for so many years. You must have become more capable, right? Don't you want your ears anymore?
Familiar voice, familiar feeling. These immediately reminded Chu Feng of his youthful days. This Xiao Yushi was Chu Feng's first love. At that age when he was ignorant about the opposite sex, Xiao Yushi was definitely the epitome of a perfect girlfriend in the hearts of many boys. Chu Feng was naturally no exception. They were not from the same school. In order to pursue Xiao Yushi, he and Lu Xian skipped classes many times and fought with boys from the same school as Xiao Yushi. Fortunately, hard work pays off. With the help of his best friend Lu Xian, Chu Feng successfully defeated all his competitors and successfully confirmed his relationship with Xiao Yushi. To be honest, at that time Chu Feng really believed that he could be with Xiao Yushi for the rest of his life.
But the good times didn't last long. Xiao Yushi's father had to move to another city due to a job change.
The two of them could not withstand the obstacle of distance, and soon they completely lost contact, and their relationship naturally ended. Xiao Yushi, please don't mess around.
My girlfriend is still here, and I don't want to cause any family conflicts.
Lu Xian wanted to seek shelter, but was pushed away by Fan Xiaoxian.
Beat me. Beat me to death.
I will pretend not to see anything. This is not an interview at all, it has turned into a meeting with old friends. Fortunately, Lu Xian was well prepared and said directly, "Chu Feng, you are in the way if you stay here.
Xiao Chao's interview is now handed over to you. I don't need to explain the importance of the position of lobby manager, right? You can take charge of it yourself."
As expected of a brother, Lu Xian directly created an opportunity for Chu Feng to rekindle their old friendship.
Xiao Yushi didn't say anything and followed Chu Feng out of the meeting room.
Part of the first and second floors are open for dining, and the third floor and above are all private rooms. They are still under renovation, but they won't be used for long.
In addition, Chu Feng, after not seeing you for so many years, is this what you want to tell me? Xiao Yushi's words immediately left Chu Feng speechless. To be honest, the two of them are now feeling very awkward together. After all, they broke up without knowing the reason, and now when they meet again, they still can't get over that hurdle. Chu Feng sighed, turned around and looked at Xiao Yushi, and said, "Xiao Xiao, how have you been these years?" Xiao Yushi smiled.
"You're still the same, always afraid that I'll be angry.
Can't you tell that I'm teasing you? Well, now it looks like you're doing well. I'm relieved. Do you have a girlfriend?" Chu Feng shook his head. Xiao Yushi smiled even more brightly and said, "That's good. Let's go. I'm a little hungry.
Let's go eat something and talk while we eat." Arriving at the parking lot, Xiao Yusher took out the key to a Volkswagen. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the lights of the poison car not far away flash twice. She had noticed the car when she came just now, and thought it was parked here by a big boss nearby. But when he saw the key in Chu Feng's hand, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide.
Chu Feng, is this car yours? Chu Feng nodded. Let's go.
After getting in the car, Xiao Yusher was still very emotional.
I didn't expect that.
I originally thought you were doing well, but I didn't expect you to drive such a luxury car.
So, this restaurant. Yeah, it's mine too. Chapter 70, Xin Ran's Little Thoughts.
After learning that the restaurant also belonged to Chu Feng, Xiao Yusher did not continue the topic.
Chu Feng, I just came back to settle down.
These years, I really want to eat the food from the small restaurant we always went to. Chu Feng thought for a while before saying, that place has been demolished, but I know where the boss has moved to.
Xiao Yusher was very excited. Then let's go quickly.
I've been craving their sweet and sour spare ribs and dry pot for years. It was a coincidence that Chu Feng originally didn't know where the restaurant had moved to. But later when I drove an online ride-hailing car, I always had to eat outside.
I found the location of this boss's new store by accident. It was not far from Qin's pharmaceutical company, just across the street.
Chu Feng started the car and drove towards that place.
It was still early and there was only one table of customers in the restaurant.
After the two of them sat down, Xiao Yusher didn't even look at the menu. She greeted the boss and directly ordered a few dishes that she always ordered in the past. It can be seen that she has been looking forward to it for a long time. When the food came, she didn't care whether it was hot or not and started eating it impatiently. While eating, the two chatted about interesting things that happened in the past and their experiences with each other over the years.
The atmosphere was very harmonious. It was almost lunchtime and more people started to come to the restaurant. Let's eat here today. His food tastes good.
While they were chatting, Chu Feng heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw who else could it be but Qin Ran. After Qin Ran finished talking to a department manager of the company, he turned around and happened to meet Chu Feng's eyes.
Chu Feng, you.
Before she finished her words, she saw Xiao Yusher sitting opposite Chu Feng, picking up food for him, and her expression immediately turned not so good.
Qin Ran, you're here to eat too, how about joining us? Chu Feng greeted with a smile.
But Qin Ran waved his hand and said in a bad tone, no, I suddenly remembered that there is still a document that I haven't dealt with.
Xiao Wang, you guys eat here, I will go back and deal with it first. Ah. Mr. Qin, do you want us to pack a portion for you later?
Qin Ran didn't even answer, he just turned and walked out.
Chu Feng was a little surprised and said to Xiao Yusher, you eat first. I'll go out for a while.
Xiao Yusher nodded, but there was a hint of understanding in her eyes.
Qin Ran, what's wrong with you?
Chu Feng ran out of the restaurant and caught up with Qin Ran in just a few steps.
Qin Ran frowned slightly and said directly, I'm fine. Didn't I tell you that I have some documents to deal with?
You should go back quickly.
Your friends are still waiting. Fine?
It would be strange if Chu Feng believed her words.
How could she have such an attitude if everything was fine? Qin Ran, did I disturb your rest yesterday? If so, I apologize.
Qin Ran suddenly stopped, catching Chu Feng off guard.
Chu Feng, I'm really fine. Don't follow me.
If you make your girlfriend wait for too long, she will misunderstand.
Girlfriend? Chu Feng was confused.
Oh, you mean Xiao Qiao.
She's an old friend of mine from many years ago. She just came back and went to my hotel for an interview.
Qin Ran had a puzzled look in his eyes, and was obviously a little unconvinced.
Could friends pick up food so intimately?
However, Chu Feng's ability to chase her out and explain to her still made her feel better. As a result, the tone of voice also improved a little. Even if she's a friend, it's not good to make her wait so long.
You should go back soon.
I'll ask Xiao Wang and the others to bring me some food later.
Well, be careful on your way back and don't get too tired.
Seeing that Qin Ran seemed to be really in trouble, Chu Feng stopped trying to persuade him. But after returning to the company, Qin Ran calmed down and suddenly felt that he had been a little too strange recently. As long as it was about Chu Feng, she would immediately lose her calm judgment. Especially when I saw him having contact with other girls, a nameless anger burned in my heart. That sour feeling in her heart was very bad, and it made her fall into a low point.
I'm not really in love with Chu Feng, am I?
Jean Ran questioned herself while writing and drawing on paper with a pen. Before she knew it, she had written down all her experiences since she met Chu Feng. There is no doubt that this man who suddenly broke into her life did bring about significant changes in her. As for whether or not he liked her, she couldn't confirm it yet, but she just didn't want to see Chu Feng have any intimate contact with other girls. So she immediately picked up her phone, found Chu Feng's number and called him.
Chu Feng, do you have anything to do this afternoon?
I need to go to the World Trade Center, but my car is broken.
Can you give me a ride? The car broke down again?
After Chu Feng answered the phone, his head was full of question marks.
Jean Ran's Continental had just been repaired not long ago, how come it broke down again?
After all, it was a luxury car worth 3 million yuan, the quality was really worrying. I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I'll pick you up at the company later.
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yushir asked, is it your friend just now? How do you know?
Chu Feng was a little surprised.
Xiao Yushir didn't say much, but said, if you have something to do, go and do it first.
Don't worry, now that I know the restaurant is yours, I will definitely work hard and won't embarrass you. The two of them just talked a lot, and Chu Feng had already recognized Xiao Yushir's expertise. There shouldn't be any big problem in letting her be the lobby manager.
Okay, I've settled the bill, so I'll leave first. If you need anything, call me. Chu Feng left the restaurant and drove towards Qin's pharmaceutical company. Jean Ran's car was not broken at all. She parked it at the company last night and took a taxi today. She didn't even touch it, so how could it be broken?
She just didn't want Chu Feng to be with that girl, so she called Chu Feng over on purpose.
After receiving Jean Ran's call, Chu Feng said, do you want to change your car? This car breaks down every few days. What if something dangerous happens on the road? Okay, I'll change it later. I'm tired of driving this car anyway.
Jean Ran's cheerful tone at this moment made Chu Feng look at her.
More than half an hour ago, she was still very angry. How come she was fine all of a sudden? Women, I don't understand.
After sending Jean Ran to the World Trade Center, she heard her stomach growling. This immediately made Jean Ran's face slightly red.
You haven't eaten yet? Then you should consider whether you have enough time. You can't go to work on an empty stomach.
Jean Ran glanced at his watch and said, there's still some time, Chu Feng.
I want to eat a hamburger. Please go with me.
But Chu Feng said, the hamburgers outside are not healthy.
If you want to eat them, I'll make them for you later. There's fast food over there. Wait in the car and I'll go get some. Chapter 71 I'm talking to you. Looking at Chu Feng's back as he ran to buy fast food, Jean Ran couldn't help but secretly rejoice. No matter what, Chu Feng still cares about her very much. After quickly finishing his meal in the car, Chu Feng said, how long will it take you? If it's not long, I'll wait for you here. Kiran smiled and looked at his watch. I'm not sure, probably about an hour or so. Chu Feng nodded. He was too lazy to attend the interview in the afternoon anyway. Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian were enough. Okay, I'll just hang around, and call me when you're done. Chu Feng got out of the car after watching Jean Ran walk into the World Trade Center. This area is a commercial district with many shopping places. As his father's birthday is coming soon, he plans to look around to see if there are any suitable birthday gifts. Chu Jianghe doesn't have many bad habits. He drinks occasionally and doesn't smoke often. Even so, Luo Shui still nagged him a lot. Chu Feng thought about it and realized that if he gave cigarettes and alcohol as a gift, he would inevitably be scolded by his mother. After all, Chu Jianghe is old, and he should try not to touch those things that are not good for his health. After looking around, I didn't find anything suitable. Gold and silver are okay for my mother, but my father doesn't like antique vases. As he walked, Chu Feng saw a famous watch store. What Chu Jianghe is wearing on his hand now is the dowry given by his parents when he married Luo Shui. There is no comparison between that era and now. If you really convert it, this watch is no different from a car. Although there is a rumor among the people that you cannot give a watch as a birthday gift, there is some ambiguity in it. But these are just rumors. Neither Chu Jianghe nor Luo Shui are superstitious people at all. Since childhood, they have taught Chu Feng to believe in science. When I walked into the store, the enthusiastic salesperson smiled at me. Hello sir, how can I help you? In a high-end store, the quality of the employees is naturally high. This attitude alone makes people feel very friendly.
Chu Feng nodded and smiled. Hello, it's like this, my father's birthday is in a few days, so I want to pick a better watch for him. The salesperson understood what he meant and said quickly, so that's how it is. Then I wish your father good health and a long life in advance. Look at what they said. I feel embarrassed to just look at the place and not buy anything. I feel like I am letting them down. Sir, please move over here. There are some styles that are more suitable for older people. The salesperson took Chu Feng to the counter near the inside, and then walked into the counter. Sir, please take a look at these to see if there is anything you like. I can take it out for you to see. If you don't like what you see, you can also look at the ones in other counters. Chu Feng looked at it carefully. This store is a boutique that houses many high-end brand watches. Each one is well made and under the lighting, they look like they are worth a fortune. In fact, none of these watches are cheap. The worst one starts at 5 figures. No wonder the service attitude is so good. Those who can really consume here are probably those who have some wealth. Anyway, ordinary people will not consider this place. Chu Feng had never studied watches. He used to be an online car hailing driver. Things like these used to highlight one's identity were destined to have nothing to do with him. At first glance, I really don't know which one to choose. Just as I was about to consult the salesperson's advice, someone bumped into my shoulder. Chu Feng turned his head and took a look. He saw a burly man who was nearly 1.9 meters tall and had a big gold chain around his neck. The sturdy man was wearing a t-shirt, and his muscles were about to burst the t-shirt. Maybe some people think that his figure is pleasing to the eye, but Chu Feng always feels a little disgusted when he looks at him. He looks very much like the pigs in the slaughterhouse that have been shaved and are about to be gutted. The sturdy man saw Chu Feng looking at him, and said coldly, "What the hell are you looking at? If you don't want to buy, get out of here, don't block me. In fact, it's not a big deal. It's just a bump. You don't even need to apologize. Just smile at each other and that's it." But this sturdy man just kept swearing. It was clearly him who bumped into Chu Feng first, but now he turned around and accused Chu Feng of being in the way. The salesperson serving Chu Feng immediately said, "Sir, there is a lot of space in front of the counter. You don't have to do this." Although there was a hint of blame in his words, the salesperson's attitude was very respectful and he had a smile on his face. The sturdy man immediately frowned, clearly angered by her words. But before he could say anything, a woman dressed up in a colorful uniform came over. "Shut up. Xiao Chen, do you know who this person is? If you dare to be rude again, you won't get this month's bonus. Why don't you apologize quickly?" Salesman Xiao Chen quickly said, "But manager, I am serving this gentleman, he..." "What do you mean by he? He's the boss of Zhanlong Security Company. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll have to pack up and leave." The manager's fawning attitude towards the salesperson Xiao Chen's service attitude was truly disgusting. But the boss of the security company just fell for it. "Alright, I'm a big shot and I don't bear grudges. She's just a small employee, so don't make things difficult for her." The manager said quickly, "Boss Joe is really generous. Xiao Chen, why don't you go and pour Boss Joe a cup of tea?" Xiao Chen had no choice but to bow to the manager's intimidation. After all, it concerned her job and bonus. The income here is very high, and it would be a waste of time if I were fired because of this. Chu Feng didn't say much. He came here to pick a gift for his father, not to cause trouble. He had to send Qin ran off soon, so he didn't have so much time to waste. He had actually already taken a fancy to 2 pieces on the counter, so he said to the manager, "Please bring these 2 pieces out for me to see." The manager glanced at Chu Feng, then chose to ignore him and continued talking to Boss Joe. Chu Feng could ignore what happened just now, but was it a bit too much to treat him as a transparent person now? "I'm talking to you, can't you hear me?" After hearing Chu Feng's question, the manager said, "How can you be so tactless? Can't you see that I am serving Boss Joe?" Her attitude was really bad, but that was not the end. Boss Joe also said, "Don't be angry. I've seen many people like this. They go to this kind of boutique to show off. They look around but don't buy anything. In fact, they just want to take a few photos so that they can show off their wealth and their circle of friends." Chapter 72, Send You a Ride. There are indeed many people like the one Boss Joe mentioned, but Chu Feng is definitely not one of them. At this moment, Xiao Chen came back quickly with 2 glasses of water, placed one in front of Boss Joe, and handed the other to Chu Feng with both hands. "Sir, you just told me which 2 pieces you wanted to see. I'll get them for you." Seeing this, Chu Feng was too lazy to argue with the two people and pointed at the two pieces he had just taken a fancy to. These two watches are not expensive in the entire counter, both costing around 100,000 yuan, but they look very calm and elegant, which is more in line with Chu Jianghe's temperament. Just as I was about to take a closer look, Boss Joe next to me reached out and took one of them.
This watch looks nice. How much is it? The manager immediately responded, it's not expensive. If you want it, I'll give you a 10% discount. It's less than 100,000 yuan. Boss Joe showed disdain on his face and threw it back. You can call something worth $100,000 a watch?
Only country bumpkins would wear it.
You don't even know how to buy something expensive if you want to show off. You probably won't achieve anything in your life.
Chu Feng was a person who hated trouble, so most of the time, he would rather suffer a small loss than waste time and get angry. But he kept enduring, but was regarded as weak by the other party. So he raised the corners of his mouth, smiled slightly, looked at Boss Joe and said, okay, since you said so, let me see what the most expensive watch in this store looks like, so that I can broaden my horizons. Hearing Chu Feng's slightly sarcastic tone, Boss Joe turned his head and looked at him.
You? What qualifications do you have to look? You look so poor. You're lucky to have a cell phone to check the time. Why do you want to look at a watch? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?
Chu Feng was not angry at this insult. Instead, he said, why, just because I can't watch it, you are qualified to watch it.
If you are really that good, why are you still standing here? Just buy the most expensive one. Hearing this, Boss Joe got furious. Fuck, kid, you want to pick on me, don't you? Do you think I can't afford it?
After saying that, he waved his hand and asked the manager to take out the store's treasure. Soon, the manager took the key, opened the display window on the other wall, and carefully took out a watch from it. Xiao Chen immediately whispered to Chu Feng, sir, this watch is a limited edition Patek Philippe watch. There are only 100 of them in the world, and the current selling price is over 19 million.
19 million?
Chu Feng knew that some famous watches were very expensive, but the ones he had heard of were only worth a few million.
There are tens of millions of this thing? In this comparison, wouldn't those watches worth millions become entry-level ones?
After the manager brought the watch over, Boss Joe said, boy, take a good look at it. It's a watch worth 19 million.
Even if you don't eat or drink, you probably won't be able to earn 9 million in your lifetime, right?
Chu Feng did not respond, but asked, you are so powerful, why don't you buy this?
Are you here to take pictures secretly and show off your wealth in the circle of friends?
Many people are the type who can ridicule and insult others, but if others respond with the same words, they cannot accept it.
It is obvious that Boss Joe is such a person. Boy, I think you are itching for something. Do you need me to help you relax?
Boss Joe clenched his fists, and the muscles on his arms bulged high, making him look even stronger.
Chu Feng waved his hand. Want to fight me? You may not be qualified, so forget it.
As he spoke, he looked at the limited edition Patek Philippe watch.
You know what, this really proves the saying that you get what you pay for.
This watch, which costs nearly 20 million yuan, is different from those that cost only 100,000 yuan.
Just looking at it gives you a special feeling.
A strong wind blew from the side, and it was obvious that Boss Joe, who could no longer suppress his anger, took action. But Chu Feng just narrowed his eyes, raised his hand and held Boss Joe's fist, preventing him from injecting even a single cent.
Boss Joe frowned and was about to say something when he saw Chu Feng take out a card from his pocket and hand it to Xiao Chen. I want this watch. Please pay with your credit card. Xiao Chen was stunned and didn't even reach out to take the card.
Not only him, but also the manager and Boss Joe were all dumbfounded.
19 million, not 1,900 yuan, could he have heard it wrong? Sir, are you sure you want to buy this watch? 19 million.
Xiao Chen deliberately mentioned the price and emphasized the counting unit of 10,000.
Chu Feng nodded. Yes, I bought it. I'm in a hurry. Hurry up. Xiao Chen quickly took the bank card.
Sir, this is what we have in place. According to our store's rules, if you purchase a watch worth more than 1 million, we will help you register as a member for free, and members will receive discounts.
In addition, we can promise that we will not disclose your personal information.
Chu Feng nodded, searched his pockets again, took out his ID card, and revealed his cell phone number. After Xiao Chen went to handle the formalities, Chu Feng turned around and looked at Boss Joe.
Did you just want to hit me? Boss Joe swallowed his saliva and said, "So what? Don't think you are great just because you have some dirty money. It's only 20 million. I have it."
Chu Feng let go of his hand and said with a smile, "Just now you kept mocking me for being poor. Why, now that I have taken out money, you say that being rich is nothing great?
Are you the double standard dog that others say you are? Who are you scolding, you bastard?"
Boss Joe still wanted to take action, but reason made him control himself at the critical moment. When it comes to fighting, he is also a good fighter. But the punch just now had already made him realize that the young man in front of him was definitely not as simple as he looked. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge.
Anyway, this store already has his information.
Given his relationship with the manager, he won't be afraid of not being able to get the information out. When he goes back, he can call some help and teach him a lesson.
Good boy, I have something else to do today, so I don't want to argue with you. We'll see what happens. After saying that, Boss Joe walked out.
But Chu Feng turned around and pressed his shoulders.
With a force on his hands, Boss Joe's shoulder blades seemed to be crushed. Want to leave? Then I'll give you a ride.
After saying that, Chu Feng kicked Boss Joe on the waist, and his power exploded, causing him to fly out of the store in an instant like a bullet just fired from a gun.
It's not that easy to just leave after scolding someone.
Chu Feng found it troublesome, but that didn't mean he was afraid, nor did it mean that anyone could shit on his neck. Turning her head to look at the manager again, the woman trembled all over and immediately showed a flattering smile.
"Mr. Chu, right?
I was blind just now, please don't hold it against me."
Chapter 73 Rectification.
Chu Feng originally didn't want to bother with someone as powerful as the manager. But when Xiao Chen was making the invoice, this shameless woman pushed Xiao Chen aside and wrote her name on the lower right corner of the document where the salesperson's signature was.
But Xiao Chen could only stand by, angry but not able to say anything. "Mr. Chu, this is your receipt. Please keep it. My name and phone number are also on it. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time."
After saying that, she threw a coquettish glance at Chu Feng. It's just that the makeup on her face was too thick, which made people feel a little disgusted.
I took the receipt and suddenly saw the trademark in the upper left corner. I was stunned and then smiled bitterly.
The next second, when the manager was about to say something, he saw Chu Feng tear the receipt into pieces and throw it on the ground. "You're not the one who provided the service to me, so why is your name on the receipt?"
"Give me a new one."
The manager's face instantly darkened. Selling this Patek Philippe would not only mean high commissions and bonuses, but it could also become an important basis for promotion in the annual review. Normally when she does this kind of thing, customers never mind, after all, it has nothing to do with them, and with a manager serving her, it is much more convenient than with ordinary employees.
She is not a fool.
She will not touch the commission and bonus.
She will return them to the salesperson intact.
All she cares about is performance. After hearing Chu Feng's words, she immediately said, "Mr. Chu, you may have some misunderstandings. We have a rule that all watches worth more than 1 million need to be signed by me, the manager."
"Yeah?" Chu Feng looked at Xiao Chen, obviously asking her if this was true.
The manager also gave Xiao Chen a vicious look, as if he would eat her alive if Xiao Chen shook her head. Xiao Chen had no choice but to nod.
"Mr. Chu, you see, right? We do have this rule."
Chu Feng nodded and asked again, "Okay, since you said this is a rule, then I would like to ask, who made this rule, you?" The manager shook his head quickly.
"How can I have such a right?
Of course it was decided by the top management of our group." Chu Feng took out his phone, looked at the manager and said, "Okay, don't forget what you said now." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Feng flipped through his contacts. This action gave the manager a bad feeling, but she didn't know how to stop it.
"It's me. Oh, it's not about the hotel.
I just want to ask, who is in charge of the group's business? I'm in this famous watch shop near the World Trade Center right now, and I have some issues to deal with." For such a small matter, Chu Feng did not look for Zhang Hong, but contacted Sun Chang. Sun Chang immediately said, "Lu Dongshu is in charge of the business side.
He seems to be conducting an internal survey recently. He just sent a location in the group.
He is near the World Trade Center.
Do you need me to contact him?"
"Well, give him my phone number and ask him to contact me."
After hanging up the phone, the manager asked tentatively, "Mr. Chu, I'll ask Xiao Chen to issue you a ticket right away. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Chu Feng tilted his head and said, "Didn't you just say that the group has rules?" Why are you saying that again now?
Sun Chang has always been very efficient in his work. After just 2 sentences, before the manager could explain anything, a strange phone call came in. Chu Feng answered the call immediately and turned on the speaker, and a man's hoarse voice suddenly rang out.
Mr. Chu, I'm Lu Dongxiu. Manager Sun said you need me for something. I'm near you now. I'll be there in about 2 minutes. Okay, then let's talk about it when you come.
The manager was completely panicked. Lu Dongxiu was their immediate superior, and they could only meet him at the year-end meeting.
He was a real big shot.
He was so respectful to Chu Feng, so what about Chu Feng's identity? She hurriedly ran out of the counter and hugged Chu Feng's arm.
Mr. Chu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. The group doesn't have such a rule. I made it up.
I have worked in the group for several years. Please forgive me this time, even though I have no merits, I have worked hard. Chu Feng pulled his arm back in disgust and signaled the manager to stay away from him. Then tell me, if I steal other employees' performance, is that considered merit or hard work? The manager was speechless.
Soon, several people walked in from the door, led by the general manager of Shuguang Trading, Lu Dongxiu. Mr. Chu.
As soon as Lu Dongxiu came in, he bowed respectfully, and the people behind him did the same.
Chu Feng just nodded slightly. The difference in status was self-evident.
Come on, tell him about the good things you have done. Chu Feng was too lazy to repeat what he had just said and directly asked the manager to confess to Lu Dongxiu himself.
How could she dare to talk nonsense?
She had a boss who was followed by many leaders, not to mention Chu Feng, a big shot with an even more mysterious identity. If you lie at this time, not only will you lose your job, but you will probably lose everything you got before.
The group's legal department is no joke.
After hearing the whole story, Lu Dongxiu's brows jumped and he turned to look at the crowd behind him.
Don't tell me you don't know this.
Those people wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. It seemed that the group was the Shuguang group, and there were also such things as hiding things from the superiors but not from the subordinates.
If Mr. Chu hadn't experienced this personally, would you guys also want to put on a show for me from beginning to end for this internal investigation? Chu Feng glanced at the time. It was almost an hour.
Then he said, okay, I'll leave this to you.
I have something else to do.
Also, that Xiaochen over there is pretty good, don't forget to ask her to get me a ticket. Lu Dongxiu immediately restrained his angry tone.
Okay, Mr. Chu, the group just needs to be reorganized recently. Leave this matter to me. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Chu Feng walked towards the parking lot carrying the small bag.
No one would have thought that this inconspicuous small bag actually contained 19 million. Putting the watch in the car, Chu Feng looked at the time. It had been an hour and a half, but Qin Ran still hadn't contacted him.
Could it be that he wasn't done with his work yet?
After thinking about it, Chu Feng sent a WeChat message to Qin Ran, but after waiting for more than 10 minutes, he still didn't get a reply. Just as he was about to go inside the building to take a look, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Qin Ran calling. He answered the call immediately, but there was only noisy sound on the phone. Chu Feng immediately returned to the car. The closed environment allowed him to hear more clearly.
On the phone? Damn it, you dare to call.
After hearing this, there was some noise again, and then the call was automatically hung up.
Chapter 74, They're All Mine.
There was no doubt that something had happened to Kiran. She secretly called herself at the critical moment, but no sound came out, which proved that her current situation was very bad. Combined with the last man's words, the truth has become clear. The entire World Trade Center has more than 20 floors, and Qin Ran did not tell Chu Feng which floor she was going to, so searching like this would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chu Feng immediately found the security guard and explained the situation. He wanted to find Qin Ran's location through the surveillance inside the World Trade Center. But he received some bad news from the security guard, that is, there was a fault in the surveillance circuit inside the World Trade Center. It has been under investigation and repair since yesterday, but it has not been repaired yet. This was really too much of a coincidence, but the security guard did not look like he was lying, and he even asked Chu Feng if he needed their help to search door to door. There are only a few security guards in this building with more than 20 floors, so it is impossible to check everything. Chu Feng then took out his phone and found a photo of Qin Ran and showed it to the security guard. He then said, "Brother, please keep an eye on the front and back doors for me.
I will do the search myself."
Okay, don't worry.
Leave this to me.
The security guard made a solemn promise and seemed to be a very kind-hearted person. It was impossible for Chu Feng to go look for him alone, so he took out his cell phone, found the number Lu Dongxu had just called, and called him.
Mr. Chu, you're looking for me?
Well, let me ask you, how many stores of the group are there around here, and how many employees do they have? Lu Dongxu didn't know why Chu Feng asked this, but as the general manager of Shuguang Trading, and with the recent internal survey being conducted, he was already familiar with this data. There are a total of 137 shops of various types under the name of the group in the World Trade Center, with more than 2,000 employees, and more than 1,000 are currently on the job. After hearing this answer, Chu Feng felt relieved.
Okay, then please arrange for the nearest 200 people to come to the World Trade Center to find me. Don't worry about business. I will bear all the losses.
Chu Feng is the largest shareholder of the group, not to mention the 200 people in the World Trade Center. Even if all the stores under the group were to be closed, he would have to do it, and there was no need to ask the reason.
Okay, I'll arrange it right away.
Just 5 minutes after I hung up the phone, people started arriving one after another. It didn't take long before the entrance of the World Trade Center was crowded with people. Lu Dongxu also rushed over with his team. After passing through the crowd, he said to Chu Feng, "Mr. Chu, I was afraid that we didn't have enough people, so I mobilized 300 people nearby."
What do you want?
Chu Feng showed him Qin Ran's photo, and Lu Dongxu immediately felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while.
This is my friend. She is in this building right now and is in danger. I need everyone to help me find her as quickly as possible.
Lu Dongxu understood Chu Feng's meaning, nodded, and immediately asked his subordinates to arrange the matter. The Shuguang Group attaches great importance to the organization of its employees, and the deployment is very smooth without any trouble.
About 300 people rushed into the World Trade Center.
If they hadn't informed the security in advance, they would probably have called the police.
Mr. Chu, don't worry. As long as your friend is here, there will be news soon. Chu Feng nodded.
Then he said, if there are those who don't cooperate, it's okay to be tough.
No matter what happens, it will be my fault.
Lu Dongxu had considered this problem a long time ago, but he initially wanted to take responsibility for it himself. After all, with the Shuguang Group's golden name as their backing, the companies in the World Trade Center shouldn't be too difficult. But now that Chu Feng is willing to take the blame, that is naturally better. In terms of status, the gap between him and me is not even a little bit. Another 10 minutes passed, but there was still no news. Just when Chu Feng was about to ask, a middle-level leader came up with a cell phone and said a few words to Lu Dongxu. Lu Dongxu immediately said, "Mr. Chu, there is news. There is a company on the 17th floor that refused to cooperate and even beat up our employees."
Okay, let's go.
Even if Qin Ran was not in this company, these employees were here to help.
Beating them would be like slapping Chu Feng in the face.
I took the elevator up to the 17th floor, and as soon as I walked out the door I saw a group of people gathered together. All of them were employees of the group. Moreover, 2 of them were injured, one with a bleeding head and the other covering his arm, grimacing in pain.
What's going on? Lu Dongxu asked. An employee immediately said, "General Manager, we are following your instructions to check every company."
When other companies heard that we are from Shuguang Group, they all cooperated very well.
Only this company did not listen to us and even beat us up.
Now they have even locked the door from the inside. If these employees were the first to make rude remarks, then both parties would be responsible for the conflict. After all, they are in the wrong to search someone else's company without any reason. But the quality of these grassroots employees is very good. After all, they are in the service industry, and there is nothing wrong with their interpersonal relationships. That only proves that the other party has something to hide, so his attitude is so tough. Chu Feng walked over to the 2 injured employees and squatted down, saying, "Don't worry, your injuries will not be in vain.
Lu Dongxu, send them to the hospital first.
They will be treated well, plus 5,000 yuan for hard work, and the other brothers will each receive 1,000 yuan.
After hearing Chu Feng's words, the employees were extremely excited. They could get a bonus of 1,000 just for running errands. Some people even envied the 2 injured people. They only had minor injuries, but they could get 5,000 yuan, and they didn't have to pay for medical expenses themselves. It was simply pie in the sky. All of a sudden, everyone was full of respect and affection for Chu Feng. Although I don't know his identity, since he can even order the general manager around, he must be no small figure. "Boss, the people in this company are so hateful. Do you want me to break down the door?"
A quick-witted employee started shouting, and others responded one after another.
Chu Feng waved his hand. Don't bother with that. Leave it to me.
After saying that, Chu Feng walked to the door and pulled it hard.
The lock on the door could not withstand his huge force and was forcibly pulled open.
Then he walked in first, followed by the others.
Fuck, what are you doing? Who let you in? Get out.
Chu Feng looked at the group of ferocious people in front of him and said, "Search them.
If anyone tries to stop you, then do it. Don't worry about anything. Everything is mine." Chapter 75 New Rewards. There are quite a lot of people in this company. After the conflict between the two sides, even Lu Dongxu was not idle. He picked up a chair and rushed over. Fortunately, employees on other floors received the news and rushed over. They instantly gained the advantage in numbers and subdued all these people in a short while. Found it.
Someone shouted loudly, and Chu Feng walked over quickly. They found Qin Ran locked in a small room. The chaos just now frightened Qin Ran, but after seeing Chu Feng through the glass door, he finally felt relieved. Chu Feng gestured to Qin Ran to move aside, then he kicked the finger-thick glass door, instantly shattering it into pieces. The surrounding employees all gasped.
Qin Ran, are you okay? Chu Feng asked with concern.
Suddenly, all of Qin Ran's fear and grievance turned into tears. He threw himself into Chu Feng's arms, tears streaming down his face. She was really scared. She thought it was just an ordinary negotiation, but who knew something like this would happen?
Okay, it's okay.
Chu Feng patted her back gently and comforted her softly. Lu Dongxu, these people's behavior has violated the law.
You know how to deal with the rest, right? Lu Dongxu nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. The group has a dedicated legal department. I will let them handle this matter. These people will get the punishment they deserve.
After listening to him, Chu Feng took Qin Ran through the crowd and took the elevator downstairs. Along the way, Qin Ran didn't say a word, just sobbed softly.
After returning to the car, Chu Feng asked, "What exactly happened?"
Qin Ran wiped the tears from his face and said, "Since my parents passed away, the company's research and development of anti-cancer drugs has reached a bottleneck." After listening to Qin Ran's story, Chu Feng realized that Qin Ran's parents were not only businessmen, but also very high-end researchers. The anti-cancer drugs currently produced by Qin's pharmaceutical company are all the result of the efforts of this couple. But when they passed away, research and development came to a standstill, and the company could only rely on existing products to keep running. No wonder Qin Ran said those words after getting drunk. After so many years, the emergence of other anti-cancer drugs on the market has made Qin Pharmaceutical Company no longer the only one. If this continues, the inability to update products will lead to Qin's Pharmaceutical Company being undervalued and eventually eliminated from the market.
In this situation, Qin Ran couldn't help but be anxious. But this matter had to be done in secret, otherwise it would likely affect the company.
So she decided to contact a new R&D team, inherit her parents' research results, and continue development.
Perhaps out of desperation, the person she came to see today was a so-called agency.
They claimed that they could contact the overseas R&D team and invited Qin Ran to come for an interview.
Then what just happened. These people were a fraud company in the first place. When they saw Qin Ran coming alone, they immediately had evil thoughts. You are really brave. You met with a stranger like this without bringing anyone else.
Hearing Chu Feng say this, Qin Ran felt even more aggrieved.
If she didn't want Chu Feng to be with other women, how could she go alone?
But she couldn't say these words no matter what, and could only suffer by herself.
Don't go to the company today. I'll take you home.
Qin Ran had just been frightened, and even if he returned to the company, he had no intention of handling official business.
It would be better for him to go home and have a good rest. Qin Ran did not resist Chu Feng's somewhat commanding words at all.
As soon as he got home, Zhang Hong called Chu Feng.
Chu Feng, I heard everything from Lu Dongxu. I also sent people from the legal department over. Is your friend okay? It should be fine now, Uncle Zhang. I'm sorry for letting so many people leave their jobs without your permission. I'll include the losses in my dividend.
Zhang Hong smiled, seemingly not caring about this little thing at all.
That was true. Even the daily turnover of the entire World Trade Center business district could not match Chu Feng's daily dividend. No one would care about such a small amount of money. Oh, one more thing.
Zhang Heng paused, then said, "The security captain couldn't contact you, so he handed the report to me. It said that the people who attacked Meng Ruyun at the concert were employees of Zhanlong Security Company, and they were the ones who were responsible for the security of the concert at the beginning."
Zhanlong Security Company?
This name sounded familiar to Chu Feng.
He thought, isn't this the company of Boss Joe who was kicked away by him? Okay, I understand. Thanks, Uncle Zhang.
After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng sat on the sofa and thought. After what happened just now, Chu Feng suddenly realized that many things could not be solved by him alone.
We were just in the World Trade Center business district, and there were many employees from the group there, but what about other places?
Thinking of this, Chu Feng felt that he needed to find some helpers who would be available at any time. Then setting up a security company seems to be a good choice.
My phone vibrated.
I picked it up and saw it was a WeChat message from Chu Xiaoyu. "Brother, I heard that my parents seem to have found another blind date for you, so you better be prepared." It seems that Chu Jianghe and Luo Shui are not going to give up their plan of arranging blind dates for him before he finds a girlfriend. However, this also reminded Chu Feng that he still had a sign-in reward that he hadn't used.
System, I need to sign in. Byte. Sign in successfully, congratulations on receiving the reward, Perfect Genetic Modification Project.
Tip: this project requires relevant knowledge reserves before research and development.
Genetic modification?
Chu Feng was somewhat curious and checked it out immediately, but the results surprised him greatly.
As the name suggests, this genetic modification can allow ordinary humans to break through genetic limitations and evolve all physical indicators to perfection. The most intuitive manifestations are strength, agility, IQ, etc.
In other words, as long as genetic modification is successful, an ordinary person can have a super strong physique and super high IQ.
Not only that, Chu Feng also discovered the most crucial point here.
That is, through genetic modification, the human body's immunity can be enhanced, not only to resist most diseases, but even patients who are already seriously ill can be cured.
This includes cancer. If this research and development is successful, can it solve Karen's current predicament? This is very possible, but the prerequisite is that Chu Feng must first find professional talents.
He himself has no relevant knowledge reserves, and he doesn't know how long it will take him to start learning now.
So he picked up the phone again. Uncle Zhang, I need your help with something very important. Chapter 76, Deep into the Tiger's Den. Chu Feng was still somewhat worried about Qin Ran's condition, so he took the initiative to send her to the company the next morning. Qin Ran did not refuse.
After a night of adjustment, she recovered a lot. The two were chatting on the road when Chu Feng's cell phone rang.
"Xiao Xiao, what's wrong?"
Hearing this name, Qin Ran's mood suddenly changed subtly.
"Oh, okay, I'll pick you up later." Chu Feng hung up the phone.
He saw Qin Ran looking at him from the corner of his eye, so he smiled and said, "Xiao Xiao just came back.
She rented a house and needs some daily necessities. She doesn't know where to buy them. Let me help you." Qin Ran felt better after listening to Chu Feng's explanation. Although she didn't really want Chu Feng to go, she couldn't find any reasonable reason. He drove the car directly to the front of the company's office building. His arrogant appearance made the employees look at him sideways.
"I still say the same thing, don't put too much pressure on yourself, maybe a miracle will happen."
Qin Ran smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll borrow your good words then."
Chu Feng did not tell Qin Ran that he already had a way to save Qin Pharmaceutical Company because he still needed some time. After driving to the location sent by Qiao Yushi, Chu Feng discovered that the place where she lived was just one street away from Jianglin community. I sent a WeChat message to Qiao Yushi, and soon, that beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the community.
"You came pretty fast."
Qiao Yushi got in the car and said, "If I remember correctly, your home is nearby, right?" "Well, my parents and Xiaoyu live here now, and I have moved out." After saying this, Chu Feng noticed that Qiao Yushi's expression had changed a little.
"What's wrong?"
he asked curiously, but Qiao Yushi waved her hand.
"Nothing. Xiaoyu should be a sophomore, right? It's summer vacation now. Is she at home?" Chu Feng glanced at the time. Yes, but she probably hasn't gotten up yet at this time. If you want to see her, it will probably be noon."
When Xu Xiaoyu was a child, she always liked to follow behind Chu Feng.
Naturally, she knew Qiao Yushi, and they had a good relationship.
But so many years have passed, and I don't know what the little girl who always called me Sister Qiao Qiao has become like now. Arriving at the largest supermarket nearby, the two pushed a shopping cart in.
Xiao Yusher took out a list with everything she needed clearly written on it.
Chu Feng took the time to take a look at the densely packed list, which made his scalp tingle.
How nice of you to treat me as free labor. Xiao Yusher chuckled and said, I just came back and I haven't contacted any of my former classmates. Lu Xian has a girlfriend, so it's not convenient for him to come. You're the only one left. Can't I treat you to lunch at noon?
Chu Feng just said it casually. To him, it was just a piece of cake. I spent 2 hours in the supermarket before I bought everything I needed. The house that Xiao Yusher rented was pretty good.
It faced south and had a floor-to-ceiling window that made the entire living room very airy. Put your things aside.
I'll clean them up later.
Give Xiaoyu a call and ask her if she's awake. I'll treat you to dinner.
Xu Xiaoyu's voice was hazy, and you could tell at the first glance that she had just woken up. However, when he heard Chu Feng say that Xiao Yusher had returned, he immediately became excited. It was not possible for 3 people to drive.
Chu Feng was thinking that if Qin Ran planned to change cars, should he also change one?
This poison helped him avoid a lot of trouble, but it also made his travel a lot more troublesome. After Chu Xiaoyu and Xiao Yusher met, they chatted animatedly, leaving Chu Feng no chance to speak. The 2 girls discussed it and decided to check in at a new store that has become very popular online recently. They hailed a taxi and headed to their destination. As soon as he got off the car, Xu Feng's attention was attracted by a company across the street.
This is really fate.
Xu Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, because the sign hanging at the door of the company opposite had the word Zhanlong Security Company written on it in large letters.
Brother, what are you doing? There will be a lot of people and we will have to line up soon. Let's go in quickly.
Nowadays, most of the so-called internet celebrity stores rely on publicity to create momentum.
In fact, the taste is just like that.
Fortunately, the 2 girls were quite happy with their meal, so Chu Feng naturally wouldn't complain about anything. After all, the food in this ordinary restaurant is completely different from his cooking skills. The 3 of them were eating when Chu Feng saw 2 people walking in from the door.
And what a coincidence, these 2 people are acquaintances.
One was the creepy security guard who made things difficult for Chu Xiaoyu at the concert entrance, and the other was the person in charge of the concert at the beginning. I heard that this guy voluntarily submitted his resignation and has left Shuguang Group. Chu Feng originally planned to deal with the security company issue in 2 days, but it is better to be lucky than to be early. Since he has encountered it, he might as well solve it in advance.
You guys eat first. I saw 2 friends and went over to say hello.
Oh, go ahead, just come back and pay the bill. Xu Xiaoyu didn't want to care about Chu Feng at all, as if it didn't matter whether he was there or not.
Xiao Yusher gave Chu Feng a complicated look. I said do ours first, don't you understand?
The shabby security guard was yelling at the counter, scaring the waitress so much that she almost cried. Just then, an arm was placed on his shoulder, and then he heard a voice that made his hair stand on end.
Don't you know that buying things should be done on a first-come, first-served basis? Since your parents didn't teach you, do you need me to tell you what this means?
The person in charge and the shabby security guard were both shocked, and their previous arrogance completely disappeared.
Mr. Chu, why are you here? You're here to eat too? That's a coincidence. Since we've met, it's fate. I'll take your table, how about that?
The person in charge was quite knowledgeable and knew that Chu Feng was not someone to be trifled with. But the wretched security guard glanced at Chu Feng with a vicious look, as if he was still full of jealousy.
Is your company across the street? It's inconvenient here with so many people around. Let's go to your company and have a chat.
When the wretched security guard heard this, he immediately looked at the person in charge. Chu Feng's skills are indeed not weak, but there are also many martial artists in their company.
If Chu Feng goes in, wouldn't he be able to get revenge by closing the door and beating the dog?
The person in charge was still a little hesitant, fearing Chu Feng's identity. But the shabby security guard didn't care and said directly, "Brother, I was wrong in the previous incident. How about you come back to the company with me? I'll give you a cup of tea, and we can forget our grudges with a smile."
Okay, let's go. Chapter 77. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Boss, who beat you like this?
I'll bring my brothers to catch him right away.
Boss Zhou was lying on the sofa, unable to move.
Chu Feng kicked him out of the store yesterday, almost breaking his spine. The doctor said that his condition is quite serious and it will take at least a year and a half for him to recover. Even if you recover, you can no longer engage in high-intensity exercise, otherwise there is a high possibility of paralysis.
It's really unlucky. I don't know what that guy does.
You guys go to the watch shop over at the World Trade Center.
They should have information about that guy. But be careful when you do it. That guy has some background. Don't let him get into trouble. The younger brother next to him nodded immediately. Don't worry, boss.
Wang Tang and his men were also taken away a few days ago.
Things are indeed a bit unstable recently. I will be careful.
As soon as the two finished talking, the sound of conversation was heard outside. It sounds like it should be Wang Tang and his brother-in-law.
This Wang Tang was the wretched security guard, who is currently leading Chu Feng towards the office. Didn't this kid go out to buy food? How come he's back so soon?
Boss Joe was a little confused, and I also found it strange. The door of the office was pushed open, and Wang Tang walked in first, then he winked frantically. When the younger brother saw this, he saw another stranger and immediately understood.
Wang Tang, who is this brother? Someone is coming to visit, but you didn't inform us in advance. This is not the way to treat guests. Any guests? Boss Joe didn't know what was going on.
He turned his head and was immediately shocked.
It's you. Now everyone else was stunned. They didn't expect that Boss Joe also knew this person. Boss, he is.
Boss Joe's face was full of ferocity, and he angrily said, he was the one who beat me yesterday. Upon hearing this, I immediately looked at Wang Tang and the person in charge with cold eyes.
Wang Tang, you are so bold that you actually call yourself a brother to the person who beat up the boss? Wang Tang was frightened and waved his hands quickly. No, Okay.
Chu Feng spoke directly to attract their attention, and then smiled and said, I beat them, and I also beat your boss.
I really have a connection with your company.
The younger brother's face was cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, then how dare you come to our door?
Do you really think we are so easy to bully?
After that, he picked up the intercom at his waist and shouted directly, come here. The next moment, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps outside the office, and dozens of people rushed in, blocking the door tightly.
He's here to mess things up, destroy him.
At the command, dozens of people prepared to take action.
Chu Feng did not panic.
He turned around and kicked the solid wood desk worth more than 20,000 yuan, smashing it into pieces. The loud noise made everyone stop what they were doing and no longer dared to act recklessly.
They are all here to make a living. Now that they have seen how powerful Chu Feng is, who would dare to rush up and die?
I'm not here to fight today, but I have something to discuss with your boss. Boss Joe was also shocked, and cold sweat dripped down his face unconsciously. It seemed that Chu Feng had shown some mercy yesterday. With just this kick, it shouldn't be difficult to break his spine into pieces.
What is it? Tell me.
Now Boss Joe no longer thinks about revenge, he just wants to get rid of this plague god as soon as possible.
Chu Feng looked at the person in charge in Wang Tang, and asked, I want to know who sent people to harass Meng Ruyan after the concert ended that day? Mr. Chu, this matter has nothing to do with us.
After you showed up that day, I took my brother-in-law away directly.
I don't know anything about what happened afterwards.
The person in charge quickly denied it, and his expression was very sincere.
But Wang Tang's expression was somewhat intriguing.
He avoided Chu Feng's gaze and did not dare to look him in the eye.
Boss Joe was a little surprised and asked, I know about the concert, but didn't you just say that you beat them up?
Chu Feng didn't want to explain so much, so he took 2 steps forward and directly pulled Wang Tang over.
Tell me, what's going on? I have no idea.
Before Wang Tang could finish his words, a huge force slammed him down onto the broken table.
I don't want to ask again. It's me who did it. Wang Tang was bleeding from his head and dared not hide it anymore.
His injury had not yet healed, and now it was even worse.
Good. Chu Feng threw Wang Tang aside and said to Boss Joe, did you hear everything? How do you plan to solve this matter?
The conflict between Boss Joe and Chu Feng was not that big, especially after Chu Feng showed his incomparably powerful strength, which made him very fearful. But now, Chu Feng obviously blamed Wang Tang for the trouble he had caused.
Brother, tell me, how do you think this matter can be best resolved?
Boss Joe had no choice but to give in. After making some connections, he realized that Chu Feng was the major shareholder of the Shiguan Group mentioned by Wang Tang's brother-in-law. Such a big shot is not someone that a small security company owner like him can afford to offend.
Chu Feng was not polite and said directly, asking for money is too vulgar. It just so happens that I am planning to open a security company recently. I think the location here is good. Just give it to me. Boss Joe's eyes widened.
This security company was the result of his years of hard work.
Chu Feng's request was simply too high. He might as well ask for money. Looking at your expression, do you think you are unwilling?
Chu Feng asked again, and Boss Joe moved his mouth but no sound came out.
After a moment, he said, okay, the company can be given to you. Then, can we write off the matter between us?
Chu Feng smiled slightly and said, the concert issue has been resolved, but it seems that we haven't discussed the matter between us yet. Boss Joe was now filled with regret.
Why did he have to offend Chu Feng when he could have offended anyone else? Brother, I've given you the company, what else do you want to do? Are you really going to push me into a desperate situation and make me lose everything?
Chu Feng shook his finger with a look of disdain.
You're still fighting for your life, are you worthy of that?
These words were not very harmful, but they were extremely insulting, leaving Boss Joe speechless.
Chu Feng continued, okay, I won't beat around the bush. I'm very busy and don't have time to manage the company.
So, except for me being the boss, everything else remains the same. You and your brothers will manage it and get paid monthly.
Is that a problem?
Boss Joe originally thought Chu Feng would make some more outrageous demands, but he didn't expect it to be like this.
He couldn't help but laugh.
But Chu Feng's face darkened, and he said, but I have to say something ugly in advance. If something like that happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Chapter 78, Effortless Gain.
With Chu Feng's assets, opening a security company is not a problem. But like he said, he didn't have time to take care of it. And the more important problem is that his purpose is just to get a group of subordinates, and he can't support them for nothing, so when they are free, he lets them take on some security work, and they get extra bonuses when they help him.
Isn't this the best of both worlds?
So he used the most convenient way, which was to directly swallow up Boss Joe's company.
Of course, Boss Joe's subordinates do not meet the standards that Chu Feng wants.
They are just working for him, and Chu Feng will find a group of reliable people to join.
With Boss Joe managing the company, he doesn't have to worry about basic profitability issues.
This hands-off boss feels very content with his job.
Okay, I'll let a lawyer handle the company transfer. If there are any follow-up questions, I'll contact you. I'm leaving now.
After saying that, Chu Feng walked out. The younger brothers who were blocking the door quickly made way for him and watched him leave.
Boss, this. The younger brothers all cast questioning looks at Boss Joe.
Boss Joe sighed, what's this?
How can I not agree to him?
When I asked you to do it, you acted like your grandsons, but why are you all so tough now?
He is in a very bad mood now.
Even though his younger brothers didn't say much, he still scolded them. At this time, the person in charge suddenly said, Boss Joe, I don't think this is a bad thing. Mr. Chu is the major shareholder of Shuguang Group. You are now his direct subordinate, which means you are on the same level as Chairman Zhang Heng.
After hearing this, Boss Joe suddenly realized. It is true to think so.
Although I lost the company, it was like holding on to a very strong thigh.
From now on, when he goes out, with the Shuguang Group as his backer, won't he be able to walk around freely? The anger and hatred just now disappeared at this moment. Boss Joe even waved his hand and ordered everyone to come to the meeting. The company must be reorganized, and we must be more formal in the future. Do you hear me? Chu Feng was just acting on impulse.
He did not expect Boss Joe to agree so readily. Originally, I thought that if he didn't agree, it would be difficult for me to rob him, so I could just ask for some money.
Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The remaining thing is to find some reliable subordinates.
The security captain of Shuguang Building is a good one. I will go back and discuss with Zhang Hong and ask him to come over. When we returned to the restaurant, Xu Xiaoyu and Xiao Yushi had already finished their meal.
Brother, where have you been?
Sister Qiao Qiao and I have been waiting for you for a long time. Nothing much, just chatted with friends for a while, let's go after we finish eating. When Xu Xiaoyu heard that Xiao Yushi had just moved in, she volunteered to take Chu Feng with her to help. The three of them got out of the car at the gate of the community and walked inside leisurely. A man was running towards me in a panic, looking back from time to time, as if he was being chased by someone.
Stop, don't run. Sure enough, there were a few big men in suits following him, with fierce looks on their faces.
The man was in a panic and didn't notice the pit under his feet. He stepped into it directly, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. The metal box in his arms also flew out and stopped right at Chu Feng's feet. The man looked a little sloppy, with a messy beard and hair that hadn't been washed in who knows how long. He tried to get up in a hurry, but his body seemed very weak. He staggered and couldn't get up. The big man in the suit behind him had already caught up with him and grabbed him directly. One of them walked towards Chu Feng and said in a bad tone, "Hey, give me the box under your feet." Chu Feng has never been the type to meddle in other people's affairs. If the man had spoken politely, he would have returned the box to him. But his tone made Chu Feng very unhappy, so he pretended not to hear it and remained motionless. "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" As he was speaking, he had already walked over. "Don't give them to them. Please, don't give them to them." When the man saw the box was about to be taken away, he struggled and begged, but was beaten twice by the people who restrained him, and then he shut up. Seeing the big man in a suit about to bend down to pick up the box, Chu Feng stepped on him directly. "Damn it, you want to die, right? I'll help you do that." After saying that, he punched Chu Feng in the side of the face. But Chu Feng grabbed his clothes and threw him directly into the bushes beside him. When the others saw this, they looked at each other, immediately let go of the man, and rushed over in unison. Xiao Yushi was a little nervous, but was pulled back a few steps by Chu Xiaoyu. And he even shouted in a tone of watching a good show, "Come on, brother." Chu Feng was speechless. Although these men in suits looked fierce, they were just that. Chu Feng threw them all into the flowers effortlessly. The man crawled over, opened the box tremblingly, and burst into tears the next second. Chu Feng frowned slightly, and looked inside, only to find some glass fragments inside the box. It looked like it was some kind of container. "It's over, it's all over. All my 10 years of hard work is gone." The man cried so heartbreakingly that Chu Feng's eardrums ached from listening to him. "Okay, you're a grown man, why do you have to cry like this?" Chu Feng had just saved him, but he roared, "What do you know? It took me 10 years to research this reagent. As long as I can make one step further, it will benefit all mankind." Chu Feng suddenly had an idea and asked, "Are you a scientist? What do you research?" The man looked at the broken glass pieces with a distressed look on his face and said, "You won't understand even if I tell you." Before he could finish his words, Chu Feng grabbed him up. "Let me ask you one more question. What are you researching? Disease, virus, genetic virus?" The man was terrified. Chu Feng's look at this moment frightened him far more than when he was being chased just now. "I don't understand. Please explain it more clearly." The man swallowed and said, "To put it simply, it is to cultivate viruses that act on human genes and use them to repair some genetic problems. To put it bluntly, it is to fight poison with poison." Chu Feng pondered for a while and roughly understood what he meant. "In other words, the virus you developed can also be used to treat some difficult and complicated diseases? What about cancer?" Although the man was horrified, he showed a hint of disdain when he heard this. "My virus acts directly on genes, which is not on the same level as those drugs that treat diseases. But in theory, this gene virus can be used to fight and prevent cancer with a slight adjustment." Chapter 79, Big Surprise. After sending Chu Xiaoyu and Xiao Yushi downstairs, Chu Feng grabbed the man and walked out of the community. "Sir, where are you taking me?" Chu Feng did not answer his question, but went directly to the gate of Jianglin community and asked him to get in the car. After starting the car, Chu Feng asked, "Tell me, what happened? Who are you? Why did those people chase you just now?" The man was silent for a moment, then said, "Sir, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's useless for you to know about this. You'd better hand me over to those people, otherwise they won't let you go, and your friends will be in danger too." The fact that he could say such words proves that he is not a bad person. But Chu Feng didn't know where to find a professional in genetics, and now that one was finally found, how could he let him go easily? "If you don't want me to be in danger, then answer my questions honestly. As for what to do, I naturally have my own ideas." The man hesitated for a long time before making a decision. Through his narration, Chu Feng finally understood that his identity was not simple either. 10 years ago, when the man was still in college, he became famous for his major discovery in genetics. This originally meant that his future life would be prosperous, but the reality was quite the opposite. One night, a group of people broke into his house and took him to a laboratory, where he stayed for 10 years. He was only allowed to go out when he had a break, but there would also be many people following him openly or secretly, leaving him no chance to even ask for help. Finally, a few days ago, his research was almost perfect, so he was brought to the city. Perhaps in order to hide his tracks, he did not stay in a hotel but lived in Xiao Yusher's community. He didn't know what the person behind the scenes wanted to do, but he knew that it was definitely not a good thing, otherwise he would not treat him in this way. So he found the right opportunity and ran out directly, but he didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. It sounded like just a few words, but it was hard for Chu Feng to imagine how he had survived the past 10 years. Sir, I didn't lie to you. Those people have great powers, so you'd better send me back. Okay, you can shut up now. I told you I'll take care of it myself. 10 minutes later, Chu Feng drove to Qin's pharmaceutical group. Laboratory? Qin Ran was a little surprised to see Chu Feng coming, and was even more confused when he heard that he wanted to go to the laboratory. Well, I need the equipment there to verify something, is that okay? Qin Ran nodded. The laboratory had not been used for a long time. It was idle anyway, so it would be fine to let Chu Feng use it. Here are the keys. Go ahead. I have a video conference and will come see you after it's over. Good. The laboratory was in another building. Chu Feng went downstairs and saw a security guard standing next to his car. This was deliberately arranged by Chu Feng to prevent the man from running away. Thank you for your hard work. I'll leave the rest to you. Go ahead and get busy. Okay, Mr. Chu, if you need anything, just call me again. Arriving at the laboratory, Chu Feng said, "To be honest, I am not interested in your previous experiences, but I value your abilities, so I want to show you something now." The man was confused. He didn't think Chu Feng was like those people who would force him to do research. Moreover, he had heard of Qin's pharmaceutical company 10 years ago. The anti-cancer drugs developed by this company have saved countless lives. Chu Feng had already found the time to copy all the relevant information about the perfect genetic modification project into a document, and there was a copy in his mobile phone. However, he did not take out all of it, but only took out a part of it to show the man. The man showed no expression at first, but after a minute, his face began to change, sometimes ferocious, sometimes ecstatic. "Sir, where did you get this stuff? These studies on genetic engineering are more precise than what I have done in the past 10 years. Even some of my conjectures can be realized here." Chu Feng made the right bet. This guy could really understand these things. You don't need to ask about the source. Can we sit down and talk now? The man forced himself to look away from the phone screen, and then he heard Chu Feng say, "I need you to help me research the contents here. In exchange, I can help you solve all your problems." All that trouble? The man couldn't believe it. He didn't know where Chu Feng got the confidence to say such a thing. During these 10 years, he has fully understood how terrifying the person behind the scenes is. Chu Feng nodded without hesitation. "Yes, you heard me right. I will help you solve all your problems. In addition, I will not restrict your personal freedom. We are in an employment relationship. I will provide you with the best food, clothing, housing, and transportation. You have the final say on your salary. As long as it is not excessive, I will never bargain." This condition was so generous that the man couldn't react for a while. "If you agree, I will immediately find professionals to draft a contract. This will be a guarantee for both of us. But there is one thing I want to make clear in advance. You have to carry out these studies according to my wishes. What I need most now is an anti-cancer drug that far outperforms the market. Can you do that?" When it comes to professional fields, the man nodded immediately. "No problem. But I also have two conditions. First, I need you to help me solve all my worries. I don't want to go back to that dark place. Second, in terms of material things, I don't have any requirements. I just want enough money to spend. But I need a team. After all, my energy is limited." Chu Feng would certainly meet these two conditions. "Okay, then it's settled. Once the contract is drawn up, our cooperation will officially begin." After copying part of the genetic engineering into the laboratory computer, the man stayed there directly. Chu Feng walked out and saw Qin Ran walking towards him. "Chu Feng, what do you want the laboratory for?" Qin Ran asked curiously. She just found out that Chu Feng brought someone with him. "Oh, it's not a big deal. I have a friend who studies genetic engineering and is planning to find a laboratory. Didn't you say last time that this place was unused? I'll bring him over to have a look. You can decide on the rent." By the way, I can also let him research anti-cancer drugs.
Maybe he can help you. What are you talking about rent? Since you're my friend, just use it. I'm free anyway.
Jean Ran did not think that genetic engineering research had any direct relationship with anti-cancer drugs, but Chu Feng's words still touched her. But she didn't know yet that Chu Feng would soon give her a huge surprise.
Chapter 80, The Blind Date is a Host. The next day. Hello, I'm Chu Feng.
In a popular coffee shop, Chu Feng saw the visitor and stood up to greet him politely. Under the tyranny of Chu Jianhe and Luo Shui, although he was reluctant, he had no choice but to go on the blind date.
Hello, I'm Qi Xiaoming, you can also call me Bunny.
The girl in front of me smiled brightly and her voice was very sweet, a little bit like a baby voice, but not harsh. She was wearing a pink and white sweatshirt, denim shorts, and a pair of high-top sneakers, which made her straight and long legs look even more beautiful. Her loose light brown curly hair also adds a touch of charm to her youth.
Let's sit down and chat. What would you like to drink?
Chu Feng is now very experienced in blind dates. When interacting with strange girls, I am no longer as restrained as I was at the beginning. Qi Xiaoming ordered a cup of handmade latte art, which is very popular online and is also one of the specialties of this store. Maybe girls are used to sending photos of eating and drinking, Qi Xiaoming was no exception. She took several photos with her mobile phone before stopping. Chu Feng did not disturb them, but he always felt that someone was looking at him. He turned his head slightly and glanced at them out of the corner of his eye. Sure enough, there were two men at the table behind them, pointing their phones at him. Perhaps they realized that Chu Feng had discovered them, so they hurriedly covered it up.
Chu Feng? What's wrong? Qi Xiaoming asked curiously, drawing Chu Feng's attention back. Nothing, where were we talking about? Oh, I just mentioned your profession. Chu Feng nodded.
I don't have a formal job, and I'm planning to open a restaurant with my friends. Chu Feng spoke the truth, but Qi Xiaoming showed a somewhat exaggerated expression.
Wow, a restaurant, that must be a lot of investment?
Chu Feng didn't think anything of it just now, but after discovering that someone seemed to be taking pictures secretly, he felt that Qi Xiaoming's action seemed a bit artificial.
For example, this surprise seems to be acted out on purpose.
Luo Shui mentioned this when she was talking to him about the blind date. She said that she and Chu Jianhe went to the blind date corner in the park again, but this time they were not chatting with other parents. Qi Xiaoming herself was there looking for a blind date. Logically speaking, most people who can find a partner at the blind date corner are busy with work, or are older and their parents are anxious. It is rare for the blind date person to appear in such a place. Especially for a young girl like Qi Xiaoming who has good looks, there is absolutely no need for this. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a link sent by Chu Xiaoyu.
Brother, take a look at this. You are going to be famous. Chu Feng was confused and clicked on the link.
It turned out to be a live broadcast platform software. After the buffering was completed, he immediately saw his own back.
Now he understood.
After all the fuss, he had become the protagonist of this live blind date drama without knowing it.
Taking a look at the host's information, both the avatar and the online name matched Qi Xiaoming.
Chu Feng was no stranger to live broadcasts and would occasionally watch them in his spare time. In order to attract fans, many anchors will try every possible means, and the most effective one among them is nothing more than the plot. Especially those plots with a set theme and no script at all, which are full of variables, are the audience's favorite. Chu Feng took a look and found that Qi Xiaoming's live broadcast room was quite popular, and the barrage was also very lively. Some people suggested that Qi Xiaoming find a way to get Chu Feng to show up, while others questioned what Chu Feng had just said about opening a restaurant, thinking that he was just showing off. Chu Feng also likes to watch this kind of plot, but it does not mean that he is willing to become a character in the plot, even without knowing it.
To put it bluntly, this has violated personal privacy rights.
It is not only an immoral behavior, but also illegal. But Chu Feng did not expose it directly. Instead, he exited the live broadcast, raised his head and said to Qi Xiaoming, "Sorry, my friend just asked me something."
It's okay, I don't mind. Qi Xiaoming didn't care and looked very generous.
It can be said that among so many blind date candidates, Qi Xiaoming left the best impression on Chu Feng.
Positive and optimistic, and can chat about any topic.
But now that he knew the truth, Chu Feng felt that this girl was very hypocritical.
Since she wanted to play, Chu Feng didn't mind playing with her. It's a nice day today. Why don't we just sit here? Why don't we go out for a walk?
Qi Xiaoming hesitated for a moment before saying, okay. After saying that, Xu Feng stood up. The moment he turned around, the two men behind him immediately put away their phones in panic, fearing that they would be discovered. But when passing by them, Xu Feng clearly heard Qi Xiaoming snort softly, which was clearly a secret signal. When they got outside the coffee shop, Qi Xiaoming said, I'm not very familiar with this area.
Do you know where I can take a walk?
Xu Feng smiled slightly, and his already handsome face looked even more sunny, which made Qi Xiaoming stunned for a moment.
There's really no such thing around here. If you don't mind, you can go to the restaurant I'm about to open and have a look. How about that?
Xu Feng originally didn't want to reveal these things during the blind date, for fear of meeting a materialistic woman who would pester him. But this time, Xu Feng did not intend to hide it. Since Qi Xiaoming can use him to attract attention, why can't Xu Feng do the opposite? The live broadcast room is so popular, there must be a lot of local people in it. There was no reason for him to miss such a good publicity opportunity. Qi Xiaoming didn't expect Xu Feng to make this suggestion. But after thinking about it, based on her experience in live streaming, the audience definitely doesn't want to watch two people walking on the street.
Going to Chu Feng's restaurant might attract more people. Okay, did you drive here? My car is over there, why don't you drive mine? Qi Xiaoming pointed to a red Beetle in the parking lot diagonally ahead.
This car costs about 300,000 yuan, which is quite good for an average family. Moreover, she has live broadcast equipment in her car, so the live broadcast will not be interrupted. But Xu Feng would naturally not follow her pace.
If Qi Xiaoming wanted popularity, Xu Feng would give her popularity.
Anyway, the final publicity effect would be beneficial to him.
You'd better drive my car. My car is over here.
Qi Xiaoming did not insist, as she was afraid that Xu Feng would discover something.
Wow, there's actually a poison here.
I heard there are only 3 of these cars in the world.
I didn't expect there's one here. Qi Xiaoming couldn't help but exclaim, and prepared to go over and take 2 photos.
But Xu Feng said, we have plenty of time to take pictures.
We don't need to waste this little time. Let's go first. Chapter 81, Anti-Routine. Qi Xiaoming did not understand what Xu Feng said.
I'll just take a few pictures, quickly, wait for me. After saying that, she ran to the poison and posed in various postures.
But he seemed to be dissatisfied with the photos, so he said to Xu Feng, this is a rare opportunity, can you help me take a few photos, please?
There was a hint of coquettishness in her tone, but Xu Feng didn't care.
He put away his phone and prepared to take a photo of her.
The 2 men who were taking the photos secretly were hiding behind. Xu Feng clearly noticed it, but he said nothing. And he just took a look at the live broadcast room while Qi Xiaoming was taking a selfie, and it was just as he guessed. As soon as this poison appeared, the popularity of the live broadcast room skyrocketed instantly, and the overwhelming barrage of comments was so dazzling that it was impossible to see clearly.
I didn't expect you to be good at taking photos. Qi Xiaoming looked at the photo Xu Feng had just taken of him with satisfaction, and then said, let's go, where is your car?
Xu Feng pursed his lips and gestured to the poison beside him.
Qi Xiaoming blinked, very confused. This car is mine. Didn't I just say there's plenty of time to take pictures? What? Qi Xiaoming is not stupid.
People who have the courage to do this kind of live broadcast without a script have very high IQ and EQ. But no matter what, she couldn't connect this poison with Xu Feng.
This is a top-of-the-line luxury car worth more than 20 million. Xu Feng's parents run a small supermarket and are obviously an ordinary family. Let alone this car, they probably can't even afford a wheel.
Qi Xiaoming had a microphone pinned to her collar so that visitors in the live broadcast room could hear the conversation between the two. In other words, the entire live broadcast room heard what Xu Feng said just now. This time, the live broadcast room became even more chaotic.
Most people thought that Xu Feng was being too arrogant.
He just said that he ran a restaurant, and now he said that the truck with poison was his. Although he looks good, it is not a good habit for him to brag like this. Although Qi Xiaoming couldn't see the comments now, she could still imagine the situation in the live broadcast room, and immediately said with a wry smile, "Stop joking, let's go quickly."
But Xu Feng was not joking at all. He took out the key and opened the car door in front of everyone. What are you standing there for? Get in the car.
Qi Xiaoming was stunned, and the entire live broadcast room was filled with an outburst of "Oh my god." Who would have thought that Xu Feng was not bragging, and this car was actually his? Impossible, he must have rented it. Someone else thought of this possibility, but soon he was overwhelmed by the comments of other tourists. You should think before you speak. This is poison. The world's top supercar, rent it? You must be kidding. Chu Feng glanced at the two men holding cell phones inconspicuously, stepped on the accelerator, and the poison shot out like an arrow. In just a few seconds, even the taillights of the car could no longer be seen. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded again, and all the tourists angrily scolded the people holding the mobile phones, ordering them to hurry up and catch up, even if it was just to look at the back of the car. But these two have to suffer the consequences themselves. That is poison. How can an ordinary car catch up with it? However, the two of them were conscientious and drove quickly to chase after them. Chu Feng mentioned the address of the hotel intentionally or unintentionally, which gave the two people a direction. Otherwise, they would have to contact Qi Xiaoming at the risk of being exposed. This your restaurant? When he arrived at the hotel entrance, Qi Xiaoming was shocked again.
Such a prime location, this big hotel, in terms of value, is definitely far more valuable than poison. How rich is Chu Feng? Is he an invisible rich second generation? Although showing off wealth can easily attract hatred, it is undoubtedly also a means of attracting traffic. When Qi Xiaoming thought of this, he directly asked about the value of this restaurant. It didn't cost much. It only cost 150 million at the auction. The decoration inside plus other miscellaneous things probably cost a few million. Although they cannot see the images, tourists can hear them. 150 million, such an astronomical sum of money, but in Chu Feng's mouth he said it was not much money? There were voices of curses, there were admirers, and some even directly expressed their desire to hug Chu Feng's thighs and become a strong leg hair. With Chu Feng showing off his wealth, the popularity of the live broadcast room reached a new high and even attracted the attention of the official live broadcast platform. After the reviewers found out the situation, they directly arranged a large number of recommendations for Qi Xiaoming. After hearing about the restaurant worth 150 million yuan and the world's top supercar worth 20 million yuan, the influx of tourists almost caused the live broadcast platform's server to crash. Fortunately, maintenance personnel responded promptly and started the backup server, thus avoiding this embarrassment. Damn it, how come I can only hear the voice but can't see the person? What does this mysterious rich man look like? Let me see. Dude, you just got here, right? Let me tell you, that rich guy is so handsome, he's no worse than a celebrity. If I were the anchor, I would have pledged my love to him by now. You can't see the screen now, so how do you know that the anchor didn't promise to marry you? Maybe they have already, he. They started chatting on the barrage, and it was very lively. Chu Feng, that. Others may watch the fun, but Qi Xiaoming is extremely nervous now. She originally just wanted to attract some popularity, but who would have thought that she would meet a big shot like Chu Feng? She was very self-aware. Compared with Chu Feng, she was nothing. If Chu Feng knew the truth, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Feng, I have something to tell you. Qi Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, but decided to confess to Chu Feng. But Chu Feng didn't wait for him to speak, and said directly, "It's almost done, let's go in and take a look." After saying that, he got out of the car on his own. Qi Xiaoming had no choice but to follow him. It wasn't that Chu Feng didn't let Qi Xiaoming speak, but he saw that the two people who were following him had arrived. I think I have attracted enough popularity, and now it's time to promote my restaurant. Boss Chu. As soon as Chu Feng came in, the employees who had met him during the interview immediately greeted him. As the hotel was about to open, there were a lot of clutter in the restaurant, so those employees who passed the interview were directly put to work. Well, you guys are busy, I'll take my friend around. Rather than saying that Chu Feng was introducing it to Qi Xiaoming, it would be more accurate to say that he was speaking to the visitors in the live broadcast room. The introduction was almost over, and at the end, he didn't forget to say, the restaurant will be open in the next few days, and there will be an opening event. Remember to come and support it when the time comes. Before Qi Xiaoming could say anything, the comments on the live broadcast room were already flooded with comments like, "I'll definitely support you." Chapter 82 Charming Internet Celebrities. The traditional Chinese-style decoration in the entire hotel has attracted countless good impressions. Chu Feng's goal was naturally achieved. Chu Feng, I really have something to tell you. Qi Xiaoming didn't want to wait any longer. After entering the restaurant, the more she looked, the more frightened she became. She also became more and more afraid of the consequences after Chu Feng knew the truth.
But Chu Feng still didn't let her speak, and said, "Your two friends are also having a hard time, let them come in and rest for a while."
After hearing this, Shi Xiaoming was stunned. You know everything?
Chu Feng smiled and said, "Here's a suggestion for you.
Next time you want to secretly take photos, find two professional people.
They both want to stick their phones on my forehead.
It would be strange if I didn't notice it, right?"
After he said this, the live broadcast room was filled with comments of "ha ha ha," which made the two people who were taking the photos so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into the ground.
Shi Xiaoming was also extremely embarrassed and lowered her head, not knowing what to say.
"Okay, let them both come in and take a photo, and we'll go over to the side and have a good chat." Shi Xiaoming heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Chu Feng's tone, which seemed to indicate that he was not going to embarrass her. He waved his hand and called his companions in, asking them to take pictures of the interior of the hotel and help promote Chu Feng. Then he took out the microphone from his clothes and turned it off.
Chu Feng, I'm sorry.
Shi Xiaoming took the initiative to apologize. Chu Feng was actually a little angry at first, but when he looked at his phone, his anger immediately subsided.
Millions of people were watching online at the same time. This publicity effort was truly incredible.
Not counting the locals for now, those from other places, as long as they come here for tourism or business trips, 9 out of 10 will come to the hotel to punch in.
What reason does Chu Feng have to be angry? No need to apologize. You have achieved your goal, and so have I. This time, it's a win-win for both of us.
Shi Xiaoming thought that no matter how generous Chu Feng was, he would definitely say some harsh words, but she didn't expect that he would be so gentle. She wanted to say thank you, but when Chu Feng put the phone in front of her, Shi Xiaoming was dumbfounded. She originally only had a few 100,000 followers, but now, the number has increased by a single digit.
1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000.
Shi Xiaoming counted several times to confirm that she was not mistaken, and excitedly rushed over and hugged Chu Feng. Just then, the two men who were filming came down from upstairs, and this scene was seen directly by millions of people.
This is really a lot of money. They just met and they're already hugging each other?
You are so jealous. If you were a woman and met a handsome, rich, and most importantly, gentleman, would you not be tempted?
My goddess, you actually hugged another man. I'm so sad. But I'm really not qualified to compare with this great man. I wish you happiness. Shi Xiaoming was just happy and had no other intentions.
After she realized what was happening, she quickly let go of Chu Feng.
I'm sorry, I seem to be a little too excited.
Chu Feng didn't care and just said, "Okay, if you really feel guilty, just help me promote the store when it opens and come and show your support.
I'll give you a discount then."
This is the only blind date candidate so far who has not had any conflict with Chu Feng. But in the final analysis, Shi Xiaoming didn't really come here for a blind date, so it was normal that no conflicts arose, especially after she knew Chu Feng's true identity. Shi Xiaoming said that she wanted to shoot some footage here and then go back to make a promotional video for Chu Feng. When you are not broadcasting live, you can play it repeatedly in the live broadcast room, which can have some publicity effect. Chu Feng was very satisfied and directly promised that on the opening day, Shi Xiaoming's table of guests would get a free meal. This farce came to an end, but Chu Feng didn't know it yet. Because of this live broadcast, he had become a little famous on the internet. The video was forwarded crazily, and more netizens knew that there was such a mysterious rich man who was handsome and rich. Of course, there are people who will resort to malicious editing in order to attract attention. For example, with a catchy headline like "Well-known internet celebrity went on a blind date with a mysterious rich man and actually gave herself to him on the spot," the video was edited to only show the blind date and the hug in the hotel. Shin Ran had just finished dealing with a document that gave her a headache. "I was just about to look up some information when I opened the webpage and this video popped up immediately." She originally wanted to turn it off, but the man in the picture looked so familiar.
After clicking on the play button, she recognized it. Who else could it be but Chu Feng?
In an instant, her mood fell to the bottom, and an inexplicable feeling of grievance surged in her heart. Especially when seeing Shi Xiaoming and Chu Feng hugging each other, even his vision became blurred. Chu Feng didn't know that he had become famous. Just as he came out of the restaurant, the system's voice suddenly exploded. "Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the blind date, and I will reward you with 1 sign-in.
Do you want to use it immediately?" Chu Feng looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he said directly, "Use it."
Bite. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Charm Value Max. This reward made Chu Feng frown, and he was a little confused about what it meant. Could it be that I will be the kind of person who is loved by everyone, flowers bloom when I see them, and cars get flat tires when I see them? Obviously, Chu Feng was overthinking this, because there was another prompt below the system. Tip: after this reward takes effect, any behavior of the host will easily attract the favor of others. In other words, I can easily make others like me, but I am far from being loved by everyone. Useless, what use do I have for this thing? Chu Feng sighed, but the system had already given him the reward, and it couldn't be returned, so having it was better than having nothing. After Chu Jianghe and Luo Shui knew about this, they felt helpless. Why is it so difficult for my son to find a blind date? We have tried so many times, but why is there not even one person who can make the slightest progress? Chu Feng was also helpless. Could it be that he was destined to be single for the rest of his life? Xu Xiaoyu, however, was trying to hold back her laughter until she almost fainted. Laugh if you want to. Why are you holding it back? What did you see? Brother, you don't know you've become famous, right? Look at these, they're all speculations about your identity. Some people even say you're from outer space. It makes me laugh to death. Chu Feng was speechless, but the internet was a thing where any hotspot was temporary, and it wouldn't be long before his news would disappear into thin air. Okay, just take your time to smile, I'm leaving now. Luo Shui looked up at him and said, "It's already dinner time, aren't you going to eat at home?" No, I'm a big internet celebrity now, I have to pay attention to my figure. Chapter 83, Qin Ran's Despair. On the way home, when Chu Feng passed by Qin's pharmaceutical group, he was going to ask Qin Ran whether she had finished get off work and whether he should take her home with him. But the call was connected, but no one answered. Chu Feng thought Qin Ran was still busy, so he prepared to go home first. But just as he started the car, he saw Qin Ran's car driving out of the company. Isn't the car broken down? He felt a little strange and stepped on the accelerator and followed. When the two cars were driving side by side, he saw that it was indeed Qin Ran who was driving, so he honked the horn. Logically speaking, my car would be easily seen, especially since I intentionally reminded people of it. But Qin Ran seemed not to hear it, and didn't even turn his head. Instead, he sped up. What's going on? Is there something wrong at home? After all, the Continental is a luxury car worth more than 3 million yuan, and it can reach very high speeds. Seeing Qin Ran, who was always steady, driving so fast, Chu Feng felt more and more that his idea was right. Apart from something going on at home, what else could have made Qin Ran so impulsive? So he followed closely behind the Continental, with the two luxury cars one in front and one behind. The other cars didn't dare to get close, but instead all avoided to the sides. Seeing that Jilong Bay was just around the corner, Chu Feng turned on the turn signal, but Qin Ran showed no intention of slowing down and rushed straight through the intersection while the street lights were on. Chu Feng quickly straightened the wheels and continued to chase. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and continued to call Qin Ran. This time, Qin Ran finally answered the call. But before Chu Feng could ask what was going on, Qin Ran said in a bad tone, "Why are you following me? I don't want to see you now." As soon as Chu Feng opened his mouth, the call was hung up. He looked puzzled. He didn't seem to have offended Qin Ran. Wasn't it resolved the last time she was angry? Maybe you've run into some trouble at work again? Thinking of this, Chu Feng decided to continue following. Looking at Qin Ran's current state, it was too easy for him to get into trouble. Before he knew it, Qin Ran had driven to the lake where he had previously clashed with the eldest young master of the Liao family. Seeing Qin Ran finally stop the car, Chu Feng was ready to ask what was going on. He didn't mind Qin Ran's attitude just now. After all, they were friends, and it was normal for friends to vent to him when they were in a bad mood occasionally. As soon as he got off the car, he saw Qin Ran running towards the big lake in front. Damn, is this just too much? Chu Feng was startled and kicked his feet hard, with such a huge force that the floor tiles were shattered into pieces. But with the help of this effort, he rushed out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up with Kiran. What are you doing? What's the matter that's making you so upset? Let me go. Let me go. Qin Ran refused and struggled, trying to get rid of Chu Feng's hands. But how could Chu Feng let her do as she wished? Seeing that she was struggling, he got angry, bent down, and carried her on his shoulders. There were many passers-by near the lake. When they saw this, they thought Qin Ran was kidnapped and tried to rush over, but were stopped by their companions. What were you doing over there?
Can't you see that they were a couple arguing?
The enthusiastic man was confused and looked in the direction his companion pointed out. Only then did he see two luxury cars parked on the side of the road.
Oh my god, isn't that the Poison? The one that's really popular on the internet. So, this person is the mysterious rich man?
The companion nodded.
It seems so, but this woman is not the anchor. Could it be that this woman is the principal wife and the anchor is the mistress? Did they quarrel over this matter as well?
As soon as he thought of this, he reacted immediately.
Whether it's true or not, this is big news. He works for an internet information company. How could he miss such an event that could help him get attention? He might even get a large bonus.
So I immediately took out my phone to shoot, prepared to go back and edit it, and then go to the editor-in-chief to ask for a reward. I have to say, this mysterious rich man looks so handsome from behind. He's carrying a living person weighing over 100 pounds and walking so fast. His physical fitness should be pretty good.
Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating.
Chu Feng carried Qin Ran directly to his car, opened the door, and stuffed her in.
After he got in the car, he asked, "What's the matter that's bothering you? Are you going to ignore Xiaohan and Xiaoyu?"
Qin Ran was really feeling more and more aggrieved. She originally wanted to go home, but who knew that she would see Chu Feng's car as soon as she walked out of the company gate. Just as I was about to pretend I didn't see it and drive away, his phone call came. The video footage she saw in the afternoon was still lingering in her mind, so she threw her phone aside and drove away. Chu Feng caught up with him and even ran up to him and honked the horn, which made Qin Ran very angry.
He has had such intimate contact with other women, why does he want to mess with me?
Then the road racing scene happened. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Qin Ran didn't want to cry in front of Chu Feng because it would make her look weak. But she couldn't help it after all, especially after Chu Feng questioned her with a hint of impatience, which made her tears burst out.
Chu Feng was a little flustered. He really didn't know how to deal with a crying woman.
If Chu Xiaoyu was okay, giving her some money would immediately make her smile like a flower.
Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu are also easy to deal with.
Just make something delicious for them and they will immediately forget the unhappy things. But Chu Feng had no idea what to do with other women.
Don't be so quick to cry. You can tell me what's wrong. If you have any difficulties, just solve them. Why do you have to come here and jump into the lake when you can't overcome them?
Hearing Chu Feng's words, Qin Ran cried even louder, but he cried while saying, "Who wants to jump into the lake?"
Are you sick?
Chu Feng scratched his head.
Could it be that he had misunderstood? Then why did Qin Ran run to the lake? Could it be to get some fresh air?
After a long time, Qin Ran's crying finally stopped. Chu Feng remained silent until he saw that she had calmed down.
He then asked, "Do you feel better after crying? Now can you tell me why?"
Qin Ran couldn't hear Chu Feng's voice now, let alone look at him, otherwise the feeling of grievance would not dissipate.
But she was also feeling upset. Why was she feeling so uncomfortable while Chu Feng seemed to be fine?
So she turned her head, stared at me with a pair of red eyes, and asked, "What did you do during the day?" Chu Feng thought for a moment and said, "I went to meet someone for a blind date, but it didn't work out. However, I took the opportunity to help promote the hotel, so it wasn't in vain."
Chapter 84, Misunderstanding Resolved. You're still lying to me.
Qin Ran roared, and Chu Feng's head was filled with question marks.
What did I lie to you about?
Seeing Chu Feng still quibbling, Qin Ran rubbed his body, as if looking for his cell phone.
But her cell phone was on the passenger seat of the Continental, how could she find it?
So she unreasonably snatched Chu Feng's phone away, opened the website and started searching.
Look for yourself.
She found the video she had watched before and handed it to Chu Feng.
Chu Feng took it and took a look. Wasn't this the scene of his blind date that was secretly photographed? Qi Xiaoming's two friends are really amazing.
Not only do they not have the skills to take secret photos, but even the pictures they took are so blurry.
I don't know how many people scolded them during the live broadcast.
The editing and name of this video are full of malice, and it is clearly done intentionally to attract attention. Qi Xiaoming hugged him that time out of excitement and gratitude, and it was not a gesture of surrender at all. Chu Feng closed the webpage and directly opened the live broadcast software, then found the replay of the live broadcast in it.
This is the original playback. Do you believe those malicious edits? Take a look for yourself.
Qin Ran took it and watched it at triple speed. Xu Feng explained, I noticed someone was filming it secretly from the beginning, and Xiao Yu happened to see the live broadcast and told me. I thought I couldn't perform for free, so I just took advantage of the situation and promoted the restaurant.
You should have seen the effect.
The popularity of this live broadcast room soared from hundreds of thousands to millions.
Don't talk.
Xu Feng originally wanted Qin Ran to praise him, but Qin Ran told him to shut up.
Qin Ran saw the clip of Qi Xiaoming hugging Xu Feng.
It was just a hug, and there didn't seem to be anything wrong. It was just like a hug between friends. But the video she had seen before was not like this. The person who edited the video deliberately froze and prolonged this scene, as if the two of them were hugging each other intimately for a long time, which made it impossible not to cause misunderstanding.
But even so, Kiran was still unhappy. Is this your blind date today?
You're hugging me when we just met.
How shameless.
Xu Feng curled his lips and said, she was just too excited when she saw that her followers had reached millions.
But what happened to you today? Why are you so weird? Qin Ran was startled, and threw the phone to Xu Feng, saying, What can happen to me?
I'm just in a bad mood, and I happened to see your video, so I wanted to ask what's going on.
Xu Feng was puzzled. Qin Ran's explanation was the same as if he hadn't said anything at all. But how could Qin Ran tell the truth? Could she just tell Xu Feng that she lost her composure because he had intimate behavior with another woman?
She would never say such words even if you beat her to death.
It's getting late. I have to go home. Bye.
After saying that, Qin Ran opened the car door, got out, and walked towards his own Continental.
Xu Feng did not move.
Since Qin Ran was fine, there was no need for him to worry anymore.
As for what the truth was, Qin Ran didn't want to say it. He couldn't just keep asking about it.
However, in his opinion, it was probably for the company's business, so he planned to let the man he had rescued before speed up the research on some anti-cancer genes. At night, Qin Ran lay on the bed, thinking about what happened before. She felt that she had gone too far, and all her grievances turned into guilt. Obviously, the truth was not like that, but she didn't ask for the reason clearly and misunderstood Xu Feng.
Will he hate me for this?
Qin Ran couldn't help but think of this possibility, so he quickly picked up his phone and wanted to apologize to Xu Feng. But when I picked up the phone, I didn't know whether to make a call or send a WeChat message. As she was hesitating, there was a sudden noise, which scared her so much that she almost threw her phone away. After a panicked look, he realized that it was a WeChat message from Xu Feng.
Isn't there something wrong with your car? I'm planning to change my car too. Do you have time tomorrow? Do you want to go take a look together?
Seeing this, Qin Ran smiled and replied, Okay, see you tomorrow.
No words were spoken that night.
The next morning, Xu Feng was jogging when he saw security guard Zhang Long walking towards the duty room with his head down.
Zhang Long.
Xu Feng slowed down his pace and shouted. Zhang Long turned his head and saw Xu Feng, and forced a smile.
Mr. Chu, good morning.
Normally, Zhang Long always looked full of energy and spirit, but today he looked a little strange.
What's wrong with you?
You look like an eggplant hit by frost. Zhang Long sighed and said, Mr. Chu, I may be leaving Jinlong Bay soon. Yesterday, when I was on patrol, I had a conflict with a drunk resident, and he told me to get out. People who live in Jinlong Bay are either rich or noble, and are definitely not people that an ordinary security guard can afford to offend. In fact, Zhang Long cannot be blamed for this matter. He was just performing his official duties. The problem lies with the drunk resident. He didn't go home after drinking and was wandering around the community. Zhang Long kindly stepped forward and asked if he needed help, but the resident not only insulted Zhang Long indiscriminately, but also screamed and yelled.
Even though the villa has good sound insulation, his behavior is extremely immoral.
Zhang Long didn't care that he was scolding him, he just tried to persuade him kindly to stop shouting like that. Who would have thought that the resident not only refused to listen, but also tried to beat Zhang Long?
Mr. Chu, I really didn't fight back.
You can see it on the surveillance video. But the captain has already talked to me and said that he can only try his best to negotiate.
If the resident doesn't agree, I have to pack up and leave. Xu Feng frowned slightly. This resident was really going too far. Zhang Long did nothing wrong, why should he lose his job?
But he also understood that this was the current state of society. Such things were common, and he had even experienced them personally.
Otherwise, how could he become a ride-hailing driver?
It was all because of his former boss who was a jerk. It was clearly the business he had negotiated, but it was snatched away by someone else when the contract was finally signed. He was not convinced and went to find his boss, but the boss told him to pack up and leave because the person who stole the order was his relative.
Don't worry, it's okay. I happen to own a security company.
If you can't continue working here, just come to my company. I can't say the treatment will be better than here, but at least I won't let you wander the streets.
Zhang Long thanked Chu Feng profusely.
He had never expected that Chu Feng would be able to help him. As for the grievances he suffered, he could only grit his teeth and swallow them. Chu Feng was about to run for a while, but as soon as he turned around, he saw a familiar figure.
Chapter 85, It's not that I won't take revenge, it's just that the time has not come yet. You are Chu Feng?
There stood a greasy fat man in front of me, with the aura of a nouveau riche.
Speak of the devil and he will appear.
Chu Feng just thought of his previous boss because of Zhang Long's experience, but now he has met him.
Chu Feng, what are you doing here? Can someone like you just come to Jinlong Bay casually? What are the security guards at the door doing?
Zhang Long hadn't taken 2 steps when he heard a voice and turned around, and was immediately seen by the fat man.
It's you. You were the one who beat me up last night, right?
You're still here, kid.
I'm telling you, if you don't get out of here today, you'll have to wait and see. Chu Feng understood after hearing this.
It turns out that it's not that there are too many unreasonable people, but that the world is too small. He could never have imagined that the person who would have a conflict with Zhang Long would be his former boss, Niu Shua.
Niu Shua's original name was Niu Dazhuang.
His parents and ancestors were all farmers. However, when he was delivering goods to the city, he saw the prosperity of the city, so he started to do business.
Unexpectedly, he actually made money.
When Chu Feng worked for him, he was still a small trading company. But now they all live in Jinlong Bay, and it seems that his business is getting bigger and bigger. The security captain rushed over.
When Niu Shua saw him, he immediately said, "Didn't I tell you to get him out of here? Don't you want to be the security captain anymore?"
Niu Shua looked very superior, but his appearance had nothing to do with nobility. Upon hearing this, the security captain's face darkened, but not towards Niu Shua, but towards Zhang Long.
"Zhang Long, didn't I tell you to pack up and get out? Why are you still hanging around here?"
Zhang Long was stunned. The captain clearly asked him to negotiate a little longer and did not let him leave immediately.
"Captain, didn't you say?" "What did I say?" "I told you to get out." "What, are you waiting for me to send you off?"
Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth. He never thought that he would see such a fickle world right at the gate of Jinlong Bay. "Niu Shua, I originally thought that your business wouldn't last long, but I didn't expect that God might be blind, and even a bastard like you can live in Jinlong Bay."
Upon hearing this, Niu Shua's brows immediately raised. "Chu Feng, what the hell are you talking about? Who do you think you are? Pointing fingers here? How can you be the head of the security team? Can you let anyone in casually? How could the security captain not know Chu Feng?"
His poison truck had become a bragging asset for the entire security team. When I was drinking with my buddies outside, he kept saying we have a poison car in Jinlongwan, as if the car was his.
"Boss Niu, there is absolutely no problem with our security measures. Mr. Chu is also a resident here." "What?" Niu Shua pointed at Chu Feng and asked doubtfully, Is he worthy of living here?"
Chu Feng raised his eyebrows. He really didn't like others pointing fingers at him. So he directly slapped Niu Shua's hand aside and said, "Niu Shua, where I live seems to have nothing to do with you, right?
Who are you fighting with, you little bastard?" Chu Feng's actions angered Niu Shua, and he was about to beat Chu Feng.
Who knew that suddenly a big foot kicked over from the side, causing Niu Shua to stagger.
"Zhang Long, you're crazy."
The security captain was terrified and angrily scolded Zhang Long, who took action. Zhang Long threw his hat aside and said angrily, "No need to fire me, I quit." After saying that, he rushed over, pounced on Niu Shua and started beating him up, making Niu Shua scream in pain. If the security captain hadn't stopped him, Zhang Long would have beaten Niu Shua half to death.
With that fat body of his, how could he possibly be a match for Zhang Long? "Bah, you bastard, do you think you're so great just because you have a few bucks? I'm telling you, I won't serve you anymore." Niu Shua struggled to get up and yelled at Zhang Long, Okay, you dare to hit me, right? I'm telling you, you're dead." Chu Feng smiled and patted Zhang Long on the shoulder, asking him to step back.
"Niu Shua, Zhang Long is my man now.
If you want to touch him, you should at least ask me first, right? Who the hell do you think you are, Chu Feng? I'm telling you, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you insist on getting involved in this mess, I'll kill you too. This kind of threat is nothing to Chu Feng. He just looked at Niu Shua and said directly, whatever you want to do is your business, but don't you like to bully others? Well, I'll let you experience the feeling of being bullied, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Niu Shua didn't understand what Chu Feng meant, but he could hear the threatening tone clearly. Are you trying to scare me? Chu Feng shrugged, think whatever you want, but you will soon know whether this is to scare you. Zhang Long, go pack your things. I'll give you an address. Just go there and tell them I told you to go. Now that his realm was different, Chu Feng naturally would not take people like Niu Shua seriously. He turned around and walked back home, then called Zhang Heng directly. Ask him to help investigate Niu Shua's company. It was a coincidence that Zhang Heng actually knew Niu Shua and could tell us something about his company. Chu Feng, has this Niu Shua ever offended you? Zhang Heng was so smart, how could he not understand the meaning behind Chu Feng's words? Yes, not only did I offend him before, but I just met him and he threatened me. After hearing this, Zhang Heng couldn't help but smile. This Niu Shua is really something. He has offended many people, but he just had to offend Chu Feng. Although this young man looks harmless, his methods are definitely not something that ordinary people can withstand. Well, what do you need me to do? Zhang Heng asked. Chu Feng thought about it, and then said, not really, but I have something else to discuss with you. I think the security captain of the group is good, can you give him to me? You mean Zhao Hu? Chu Feng didn't know what the Group S security captain's name was, but he knew a Zhang Long, and now there was a Zhao Hu. He really didn't know if he would meet someone named Wang Chao or Ma Han in the future. If this continued, he might as well change his name to Bao Zhang. It should be him, what do you think? Zhang Heng thought for a moment, and then said, you are good at choosing. I have no problem with this, but we have to see what Zhao Hu thinks. He is a retired soldier, and not just one person. When he first came to apply for the job, he was part of their team. You mean, they're all veterans? If this is the case, then Chu Feng is definitely going to win. With a group of veterans around him, wouldn't it be easier for him to do anything in the future? Chapter 86, Winning Over. Boss Nyo, Mr. Chu is also a resident here. It's not good to offend him, right? The security captain of Jinlong Bay specially invited Niu Shua to his office. Zhang Long just patted his butt and left, but if anything happened later, he, as the security captain, would be held responsible. Niu Shua also calmed down after his excitement. What on earth does this Chu Feng do? He worked for me a few years ago. How come he lives in Jinlong Bay now? Are you sure this house is his? The security captain nodded. Their owner's information had Chu Feng's name on it. Moreover, Niu Shua had just moved in, and Chu Feng arrived much earlier than him. But Niu Shua became angrier the more he thought about it. There were a lot of people watching him just now, and he was really embarrassed. If he just brushed this matter aside, how would he raise his head in Jinlong Bay in the future? He directly said to the security captain, go and help me find out what Chu Feng does. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. When the security captain heard what Niu Shua said, he felt extremely reluctant. Boss Niu, it's not that I don't want to help you. Mr. Chu is also the owner. If I do this, I won't be able to explain myself later. Niu Shua was holding his phone and about to make a call. After hearing what he said directly, stop talking nonsense. 200,000, do you want to do it? Even though the salary level in Jinlong Bay is high, 200,000 is also the annual salary of a security captain. He thought about it for a moment and immediately put on a flattering smile. Okay, I'll check it out right away. After the security captain left, Niu Shua showed a look of contempt and then made a phone call. Brother Liao, it's me, Xiao Niu. This is what happened. I had some conflicts with a bastard, but this guy might be someone powerful. I just want to trouble you for a while. Liao Yuan always felt a bad feeling in his chest these days, which he could neither swallow nor spit out. Needless to say, it was because of Chu Feng. Fortunately, a new female secretary came yesterday, and she is very capable. The two were talking about their ideals when Niu Shua called. Liao Yuan didn't want to accept the call at first. He had no good feelings towards Niu Shua at all. But there was no way. If I didn't answer the phone, Niu Shua would definitely look for the old man again, which would be even more troublesome.
It was Niu Shua who saved the old man's life, but Liao Yuan had also provided him with a lot of help, and the cooperation he gave him was basically equivalent to giving him money directly. I have also talked about this matter with the old man, but I don't know what kind of magic potion Niu Shua gave the old man.
The old man just said, "Can the grace of saving your life be measured by money?" And sent Liao Yuan away.
Hearing Niu Shua say that he had a conflict with others, Liao Yuan pushed the female secretary away and suppressed his anger.
"Niu Shua, did I give you face? Now you call me even for such a small matter. Do you really think that I won't dare to touch you because the old man is protecting you?"
Niu Shua was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he quickly said, "Brother Liao, that's not what I meant, listen to me." After he told the story again with exaggeration, Liao Yuan said, "Okay, I'll help you this time, but I'm going to say this is the last time. If you bother me again in the future, believe it or not, I will make you go back to the days before liberation overnight."
Yes, I won't dare to do that again, I won't dare to do that again.
Niu Shua agreed verbally, but after hanging up the phone, his expression changed completely.
"Not looking for you? Ha ha.
Then I'll go directly to Mr. Liao and see if you still dare to talk to me like that." However, since Liao Yuan agreed to help, Niu Shua felt relieved.
What remains is to find out Chu Feng's background and teach him a lesson he will never forget.
Qin Ran deliberately handed over all the company's affairs to others today. He got up early, but did not go for a run. Instead, he dressed up carefully. She got angry with Chu Feng yesterday because she didn't find out the facts clearly. Although Chu Feng didn't seem to care, she still felt a little guilty. She planned to apologize to him today and treat him to a meal or something. But after waiting for more than 9 o'clock, Chu Feng still didn't contact her, which made her a little nervous, but she was too embarrassed to take the initiative to contact him.
At 10 o'clock, there was still no movement from the phone.
Qin Ran could not help it and sent a tentative WeChat message to Chu Feng, asking him if he had woken up. When Chu Feng received the WeChat message, he was in the restaurant of Shuguang building. Except for those who were on duty, all the security guards were here.
"Eat and drink as much as you want. We are in a hurry today, so just make do with this one meal. I will treat you to a good meal when there is a chance. Thank you, Mr. Chu."
The security guards had no complaints. They were all former soldiers, so they weren't that spoiled. All they wanted was to have enough to eat. Zhao Hu and Chu Feng sat alone at a table. The former sat upright with his hands on his legs, and did not start eating like the others. "Mr. Chu, Director Zhang has contacted me.
I roughly understand what you mean.
If it is a general work arrangement, I can totally accept it, but from what I understand, it seems not to be the case."
Chu Feng nodded.
If it was just a personnel change within the group, there would be no need to ask Zhao Hu for his opinion. Zhao Hu is a straightforward person, and Chu Feng doesn't like to hide things.
"I just got a company and I need some of my own people to support it."
"Oh, yes, you know this company, it's the Zhanlong Security Company."
Hearing this, Zhao Hu couldn't help but show a look of admiration. "Mr. Chu, you are really capable. Is that company yours now?" Chu Feng waved his hand indifferently. "Let's not talk about that.
I heard from Uncle Zhang that all of you are together, so I want to take you all away, so I don't have to recruit others.
You can decide the treatment and other things by yourselves. I have no objection. How do you think?"
The conditions he offered were truly very generous, and he was full of sincerity.
Zhao Hu was somewhat flattered. They had just returned from demobilization and did not have many skills.
They were just security guards. He did not expect to be valued so much.
"Mr. Chu, you have given us brother's face, so we have to cover for you.
I have made the decision for the brothers.
We will follow you from now on." Chu Feng smiled knowingly, finally getting this matter done. "Okay, then it's settled. When Uncle Zhang finds someone to replace you, you can call me."
After coming out of the restaurant, Chu Feng saw the WeChat message from Qin Ran and immediately called him. Half an hour had passed, and Chu Feng hadn't replied.
Was it because he had something else to do and didn't see it, or? Just as I was about to start daydreaming, the cell phone rang.
Qin Ran answered the call immediately, and heard Chu Feng say, "Sorry, something urgent happened.
I'll go back and pick you up right away." Chapter 87 Car Purchase Troubles. Chu Feng drove the Civic today and brought Qin Ran all the way to the Auto City. This used to be a large industrial park, but after planning, it became the current automobile city. Except for some special brands, all the manufacturers available on the market are located here.
We have everything from commuter cars costing tens of thousands to luxury cars costing millions.
Chu Feng's Civic also drove out from here.
Which car should we go see first? Chu Feng asked. Xin Ran thought for a moment and then said, Xiao Han and Xiao Yu have grown up now. I want to change to something more suitable for home use, so that when I have a break, I can take them to play far away.
I see.
Chu Feng hesitated for a moment and said, I also want to change to a car with a larger interior space.
Whether it was Chu Feng's Poison or Qin Ran's European continent, they were both double seats.
Although they look cool to drive, to be honest, if you are not using them to attract the opposite sex or to race, these two luxury cars are basically useless in daily life. As they walked and looked, it seemed that the deeper they went, the bigger the brand of the cars became, and naturally the more expensive they would be.
Chu Feng, what is that car? In the Auto City, in addition to every 4S store, there are also many platforms set up on the open space. There are different cars on display every day. The car that Karen was referring to was the model on their side of the booth. The one on the left is black, and the front of the car looks a bit ferocious. The one on the right is white.
Although the style looks similar, there are some changes in the front of the car, making it look a lot softer. Looking at the logo, it should be a Huachi car, probably a new model.
Let's go and take a look.
The two walked to the booth, where someone was introducing the various parameters and performance of the car. Wow, this car costs more than 1 million.
This should be the most expensive car of Huachi, right?
More than 1 million, not to mention compared with Poison, even compared with the European continent, it would be crushed in minutes. What really surprised Qin Ran was that as a nationally recognized automobile manufacturer, Huachi always prioritized cost-effectiveness in the vehicles it produced. Whether it is a small truck or a car for commuting, the most expensive one does not exceed 150,000 yuan.
But this new car costs millions? How can an average family afford it?
But Chu Feng didn't think so, because after he looked at the introduction of the car, he knew that the price was really very reasonable. If it were any other brand, they would even dare to price this car at 5 million. However, this is also a signal that Huachi is truly going to enter the ranks of luxury cars and take back the market that should belong to them from those domestic luxury car manufacturers. But everyone's attitude towards this matter is completely different, such as the person next to Chu Feng.
I think Huachi is crazy about making money. How can a company that makes low-end cars make high-end models? Only a fool would buy them.
Xin Ran's attention was all on the car, so he didn't hear what the man said. At this moment, he heard that the car was on sale, so he said to Chu Feng, I think this car is good.
Chu Feng, do you want to go for a test drive? Damn, there really are fools.
The passerby next to him seemed to be talking to himself, but it was okay to think about what he said in his heart, but it would be a bit unpleasant if he said it out loud.
Chu Feng immediately turned around, looked at him and asked, who do you say is a fool?
If it were an ordinary person, they would probably just apologize and be done with it. But this person curled his lips in disdain.
Am I wrong? How can such a rubbish brand make luxury cars? And it's so expensive. Anyone who buys it must be a fool.
His voice became louder and louder, and many people around looked over.
Rubbish? Qin Ran was very unhappy. As a businessman, Huachi Group was definitely a benchmark for all of them.
Not only did he put people's livelihood issues first, but he also did many great things that impressed the people of the country and even the world. When his parents were still alive, they had set Huachi Group as their goal. Over time, Qin Ran also developed a sense of admiration for Huachi Group. But now, some people actually say it is garbage.
If Huachi Group is really garbage, then what are these businessmen like them? Even worse than garbage?
Qin Ran, who always didn't want to cause trouble, was really angry this time. He directly stood up and said, You said Huachi's cars are rubbish, then what do you think is a good car? The passerby was a little stunned, but after he came to his senses, he immediately pointed to several foreign brand 4S stores nearby.
These are what we call cars, okay? Huachi's cars are just means of transportation at best.
This person has not yet realized that his words have aroused public anger, and many people around him have already looked at him unfriendly. The manufacturing technology of these foreign brands is indeed much more advanced, but emotionally speaking, his words were a bit too much.
There is nothing wrong with objective analysis, but malicious denigration is despicable.
Chu Feng held Qin Ran and said to the passerby, How you understand these things is your problem.
I have no right to interfere. But you just insulted my friend. I need you to apologize to her now.
Indeed, the brain is in other people's heads, and it is his freedom to decide what he thinks is good.
But he was wrong to say that Kieran was a fool. Apologize? Why should I apologize? I said that anyone who bought this car is a fool. Did you buy it? I said that if you want to scam someone, you have to be qualified. Can you afford this car? Why are you pretending?
This man was making a specious argument. He had just said that Sheen Ran was a fool, but now he was denying it.
Okay, then according to what you mean, if I buy the car, you can apologize, right?
The passerby snorted coldly.
If you have the guts, buy it. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I didn't see that you guys drove a broken Civic here? Are you still pretending to be cool?
Xu Feng didn't waste time talking to him and directly waved to the staff of the Huachi 4S store at the booth. The staff member was also paying attention to what was happening here, and immediately came over when he saw what was happening.
Sir, how can I help you?
Xu Feng took out his bank card and said directly, "One black and one white, pay now, full amount." When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked.
2 cars, 1 black and 1 white, that's more than $2 million, don't you even blink an eye?
The staff member was also surprised. He had been in this business for many years and had never seen anyone buy a car in this way.
Sir, are you sure?
He politely confirmed it, and Xu Feng nodded without hesitation.
Okay, I'll help you with the formalities right away. The passerby was a little panicked.
He did not expect Xu Feng to do this.
Keep pretending.
When there's not that much money in the card, I wonder who will be embarrassed.
Chapter 88, $1 million gift.
All the procedures of the staff were handled in full view of the public.
Everyone is waiting for the result and watching the fun. Who doesn't like it? Transaction successful.
When the card reader sounded a prompt, the crowd cheered spontaneously, which scared the passerby. Seeing that the situation was not right, he turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by the people watching the fun behind him. No matter how anxious he was, these people who had long disliked him refused to let him go. A large hand pressed down on his shoulder, causing his entire body to tremble. Turning around, he saw Xu Feng holding 2 contracts.
The car is mine now, shouldn't you apologize?
The passerby could never have imagined this would happen.
His eyes rolled and he immediately shouted, I know. You two must be hired by the China Auto Group. Just to stimulate consumption, am I right? Otherwise, how could you buy it without even a test drive? This is unreasonable.
He was somewhat in a state of not shedding tears until he saw the coffin.
Someone watching nearby shouted directly, what's unreasonable?
Huachi's cars have a good reputation and the damage rate is the lowest among all brands.
Is it necessary to test drive them? That's right. You think 2 million is a lot? For rich people, 2 million is just pocket money.
You should apologize quickly. Everyone stood on Xu Feng's side, and even the staff looked at him eagerly. Considering that he slandered Huachi's cars in this way, the staff was very polite by not kicking him out directly. The pointing and talking around made the passerby wish he could find a hole to crawl into.
In a rage, he shouted, I won't apologize, so what? Kill me if you dare.
He is planning to go all out and be shameless to the end.
Just at this moment, a tall and strong man with a face full of flesh and tattoos all over his exposed skin squeezed in. I heard someone just said that anyone who buys this car is a fool? I just finished the formalities. Who said that? Everyone pointed at the passerby, and the sturdy man grabbed him and asked, Is that what you said? Passers-by were terrified. It was obvious that this burly man was not someone who was easy to mess with. This was not just a matter of face, he was going to get beaten. But just as the big man was about to take action, someone grabbed his wrist. Turning around, he saw that it was Xu Feng. Who are you? Don't stop me, or I'll beat you up too. Xu Feng smiled slightly and said, I don't want to stop you, but there has to be a first-come first-served order, right? Let him apologize to my friend first, then you can beat him up as you like. It doesn't matter to me if he dies. The sturdy man looked very arrogant, but after hearing Xu Feng's words, he let go of his hand. Okay, you first. Ah, help. No one expected that as soon as the sturdy man let go, the passerby turned and ran. Xu Feng rushed forward, grabbed his clothes, lifted him up with one hand, and threw him directly at Qin Ran's feet. Not only did the onlookers gasp, even the sturdy man stared. Xu Feng doesn't look very strong, but he is so strong that he can lift a living person weighing over 100 pounds just by saying so? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm such a jerk. Please forgive me.
The passerby was so frightened that he didn't even dare to scream even though he was in pain. He could only keep apologizing to Qin Ran. Qin Ran was a little at a loss, so Chu Feng came over and kicked the passerby to the feet of the sturdy man.
Okay, it's your turn this time.
The sturdy man couldn't help but give Chu Feng a thumbs up, then grabbed a passerby and slapped him twice. The onlookers felt so relieved watching this. Such a shameless person who worships foreign things and fawns on foreigners deserves to be beaten.
His life is a waste of air.
If they weren't afraid of getting into trouble, they would have wanted to just go up and kick him a few times.
Misters and ladies, please follow me. I will take you three to pick up the car.
The staff member spoke politely to Chu Feng and the sturdy man. Although the 4S store is here, there is a special place for storing vehicles in the Auto City. After completing the formalities, you have to go there to pick up the car. The sturdy man was a generous person and patted Chu Feng directly.
Brother, I see you have some skills, have you ever practiced? Let's be friends. My name is Mengde, what's your name?
Chu Feng smiled and said, My name is Chu Feng, and this is my friend, Qin Ran.
Qin Ran nodded politely as a greeting.
But Mengde smiled and gave Chu Feng a thumbs up, whispering, Brother, it's good, you have good taste. He looks like a fierce person, but the feeling we give to Chu Feng now is so wretched. But he was too lazy to explain, who knew if he would meet her again in the future.
Brother, I'm leaving now. We'll meet again if we're lucky. Mengde had obviously already test-driven the car.
After getting in the car, he drove away directly. Chu Feng and Qin Ran tried it and found that this new model was really worth the money. Let us not talk about comparing it with Poison, but Qin Ran felt that it was no worse than her Continental.
Chu Feng, this car is better than I thought. I will transfer the money to you in a moment.
Chu Feng waved his hand and said, Alright, it's only 1 million, I'll just give it to you as a gift. The staff standing by seemed to be eating a mouthful of dog food, as they would give away a million-class luxury car at any time.
How rich must they be? Qin Ran didn't insist, as she really wasn't well off at the moment.
There will be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway, so just send it back when the time comes.
So the two of them drove back to Geelong Bay in two brand new SUVs, one black and one white.
As for the Civic, the staff of the Auto City will help Chu Feng send it back. In the next 2 days, Chu Feng didn't have anything important to do.
He just took Chu Xiaoyu around.
Just think of it as running in for a new car. Zhao Hu had also completed the handover and called Chu Feng.
Okay, I'll give you an address.
You guys go there first and I'll get someone to pick you up.
We'll talk when I get there.
After sending Chu Xiaoyu back home, Chu Feng headed to Zhanlong Security Company. When he arrived, Zhao Hu had already been there for a while.
The person who received them was Zhanlong.
It was also said that the two brothers felt very close to each other as soon as they met, which might mean that they really had some special fate in their previous lives.
Okay, Zhanlong, go call Lao Zhou and the others over.
Lao Zhou is naturally boss Zhou, but now he is no longer the boss, he is just the general manager of the company. After everyone gathered in the conference room, Chu Feng, who was sitting in the first seat, spoke.
As for the introduction, we'll finish it in a while. You can just get to know each other. I'll announce a few decisions now. After saying that, Chu Feng opened his phone and took a look.
From now on, Lao Zhou will be the general manager of the company, and Zhao Hu will be the deputy general manager.
If there is anything, we will discuss it together.
You brothers will manage the company by yourselves.
I only have one request.
If anyone dares to do evil, just pack up and get out.
Chapter 89, Trouble.
After the meeting, Zhou Jian didn't look very good. Chu Feng brought in another group of people, which made him feel somewhat threatened. It was okay before when it was just Zhanlong, but now it's obvious that Zhao Hu's group is not someone you want to mess with. He was afraid that after this group of people found out the situation of the company, they would kick him out. Then he would lose both the wife and the army, and be left with nothing. Chu Feng did not stay for long. Zhao Hu was not a greedy person. He did not take the opportunity to ask for a high price. He just wanted to be treated the same as before in the group. Zhou Jian was just wondering what to do when someone knocked on the door.
Come in.
The door was pushed open, and Zhao Hu and Zhang Long walked in together.
Mr. Zhou, I didn't have time just now.
Let me introduce myself.
My name is Zhao Hu.
I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future.
Don't hit a smiling person.
Zhao Hu looked polite. Even though Zhou Jian had a lot of thoughts in his mind, he had to do his best to save face. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Hu wanted to inquire about the content of his future work. Before he could open his mouth, one of Zhou Jian's younger brothers ran in.
Boss, something bad has happened. Someone is here to cause trouble. What? Call everyone here and grab the weapons.
Zhou Jian shouted loudly, stood up and was about to walk out, but was stopped by Zhao Hu.
Boss Zhou, just leave this little thing to me.
I am also a member of the company, and I should do my duty. After saying that, Zhao Hu walked out with Zhang Long without waiting for Zhou Jian to answer. The company's door had been smashed, and many people were still smashing things with knives, guns, sticks, and clubs. Many of Zhou Jian's younger brothers were beaten, and their heads were bleeding, looking very miserable. Zhao Hu rushed out with his men and shouted angrily, "Attack!" Even after retiring from the army, Zhao Hu and his men did not give up exercising.
Their strong physiques are simply not comparable to that of ordinary people. Coupled with their extraordinary skills, they rushed out and beat the troublemakers to a pulp.
Even though the other side had a large number of people and were armed, they were no match for Zhao Hu and his men. When Zhou Jian came out, all the other enemies had been driven away. Zhao Hu habitually captured 2 people and wanted to ask who sent them.
Someone is causing trouble, and is it targeting me?
When Xu Feng received the news, he was discussing the opening of the restaurant with Lu Xian. This was all Zhao Hu learned from the people he captured, but he did not find out who sent them. They are all a bunch of people who do things for money, so I guess it's hard to ask them anything. As soon as I hung up the phone, Xiao Yusher ran up in a hurry. "Xu Feng, it's bad. A group of people came outside, without saying anything, they just came in and smashed things."
Xu Feng frowned. The security company had just been smashed, and now the hotel had also encountered such a thing? But who is behind this?
He and Lu Xian ran down immediately, and the latter picked up a chair and started fighting with the other party without saying a word. Xu Feng naturally would not sit idle. He spotted a guy standing still at the door, who looked like the leader of this group of people.
He walked straight over.
Someone tried to stop him, but Xu Feng kicked him away without even blinking. The leader's face changed and he shouted twice, and immediately more people rushed towards Xu Feng. But they were no match for Xu Feng, and they were all knocked to the ground with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. The leader wanted to run, but Xu Feng rushed forward and grabbed his collar.
"Tell them to stop."
After Xu Feng gave the order, the leader still wanted to pretend to be tough. Seeing this, Xu Feng didn't waste any time talking to him. He grabbed his wrist and twisted it hard. The severe pain from the broken bone made the leader howl miserably. Without any further orders from him, the howl made everyone stop. "Mad, let my boss go, or I'll kill you." There was a gangster who started cursing and even tried to threaten Xu Feng. Lu Xian grabbed the chair and smashed it down behind him. The chair broke into pieces, and the gangster fell to the ground.
"Bah! You are so wild without even looking at the place you are in. What a joke!" Xu Feng didn't care about what was going on over there. Instead, he asked with a cold face, "Who asked you to come?" The leader still had some backbone.
He sneered and said, "I take money from people and help them get rid of disasters."
"Boy, I also have professional ethics. Do you think I will tell you? Unless..."
This guy has no backbone at all, he just wants to raise the price. He didn't get much money, and now he has a broken bone.
If he doesn't make some of his money back, it would be a huge loss.
It is true that Xu Feng is rich, but that doesn't mean he will squander it at will. Instead of giving money to such a person, he might as well throw it into the river and see the noise.
"I want to ask a second time." He grabbed the leader's other wrist, and the latter finally panicked and said quickly, "Don't mess around, we are Mr. Liao's people."
"If Mr. Liao finds out, you will definitely be in big trouble."
"Mr. Liao? Are you talking about Liao Yuan?"
The leader nodded quickly.
"It's Mr. Liao Yuan. Are you scared now? Why don't you let go right away?"
He thought Xu Feng was scared after hearing Liao Yuan's name, but who knew that the next second, another sharp pain came, and Xu Feng broke his other hand.
"Throw them out."
At Xu Feng's command, Lu Xian and his employees kicked and beat the group of people out. Seeing that their boss had behaved like that, these little hooligans no longer dared to act recklessly. "Lu Xian, take your people and pack up.
I'm going to go out for a while."
As the best brother, Lu Xian knew what Xu Feng was going to do without Xu Feng telling him.
"Be careful. If anything happens, contact me immediately."
Xu Feng went out and drove straight to Liao Group. This time he didn't even contact Zhang Hong and planned to solve the matter alone. Seeing that the hotel is about to open, Liao Yuan coming to cause trouble at this time is clearly adding to the trouble. Last time, Chu Feng did not go too far for Zhang Heng's sake. But Liao Yuan actually wanted to push further, which had already touched Chu Feng's bottom line. He is easygoing and doesn't like to care about trivial matters, but that doesn't mean he can tolerate everything. The headquarters of Liao Group. Chu Feng parked the car and walked straight inside. The security guard at the door wanted to stop him, but he said directly, "I'm looking for Liao Yuan, it has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to cause trouble, get out of the way." The security guard's attitude was even worse, and he said angrily, "Fuck, who do you think you are? You're looking for our President Liao. Do you think you're some royal relative? You can see whoever you want. Get out of here, or I'll take action." Birds of a feather flocked together. The security guards of the Liao Group are so overbearing, which is enough to show what kind of person Liao Yuan is. Chu Feng didn't want to waste time, so he pushed hard. The security guard immediately took several steps back as if he was hit by a car, but still couldn't offset the force and fell directly to the ground. Chapter 90: Solving Hidden Dangers. Chu Feng was already very merciful when he attacked. After all, he was only looking for Liao Yuan. But the security guard who was patrolling inside happened to see this scene, picked up the intercom and started calling for help. Chu Feng saw it but pretended not to see it and walked straight inside. A group of security guards came over and stood in front of Chu Feng. "No matter who you are, this is Liao Group, get out now, or don't blame us for being rude." Chu Feng acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued walking inside. The group of security guards looked at each other, picked up rubber sticks and were about to start fighting. Chu Feng had already said what needed to be said and did not want to repeat himself. He came here today just to see what Liao Yuan was trying to do. The security guard who was rushing in the front was caught by Chu Feng and thrown to the ground directly. His movements were sharp and there was no drag at all. This also made everyone else stop in fear. "He's alone, what are you afraid of?" Someone shouted, but even he didn't dare to move, let alone others. Chu Feng was completely unaffected. He just walked forward and the security guards surrounded him. This situation continued until the elevator door, when Chu Feng stopped and turned to look at a security guard. "Which floor is Liao Yuan on?" 220. After the security guard saw Chu Feng's eyes, he answered subconsciously. But as soon as he said it, he almost regretted it. Needless to say, he would definitely lose his job. "Thanks." Chu Feng thanked him and went straight into the elevator. The security guards watched the elevator door close, and finally someone reacted. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and catch up." They then remembered to press the button for another elevator, but they could not catch up with Chu Feng at all. Liao Yuan was working when he heard a noisy sound coming from outside the office. He frowned and was about to ask what was going on when the door was kicked open. Chu Feng walked in with a swagger, and the male assistant behind him started running away, crawling all the way. "Boss Liao, I really can't stop him." Liao Yuan's face was gloomy, and he said, "It's none of your business, get out." The assistant immediately withdrew, and Liao Yuan then looked at Chu Feng. "What are you doing here? I haven't settled the matter with you yet, and now you're delivering it to me." Chu Feng walked over, sat on the chair and looked directly at Liao Yuan. "You are allowed to smash my company and restaurant, but I am not allowed to smash your place?" "Liao Yuan, I originally didn't intend to have anything to do with people like you, but that doesn't mean I won't get serious with you." Liao Yuan was confused by what he said. "What nonsense are you talking about? What about destroying the company? Although I have long disliked Shuguang Group, there is no way I would do such a thing." "Quibble?" Chu Feng slapped the table and said angrily, "I thought you were a great person, but now that you've done it, why don't you dare admit it? Your subordinates have already admitted it." Just as he was about to refute Chu Feng, Liao Yuan suddenly thought of something. "You mean my men?" He did send his men out, and handed them all over to Niu Shua. He had never had a good impression of Niu Shua, and he was too lazy to ask him who he was going to deal with. In Liao Yuan's opinion, for a small figure like Niu Shua, he would naturally have to deal with small fish and shrimps, and it was not his turn to step in. Could it be that Niu Shua's target is Chu Feng? When Liao Yuan thought of this, his scalp tingled. Although he hated Chu Feng very much, he also knew that this young man was not so easy to deal with. In addition, there was a huge Shuguang group behind him, which made him even more cautious. Therefore, he would not act rashly without being fully prepared. Who could have known that Niu Shua would completely disrupt his plan and even make Chu Feng come to him?
It's true that the person is mine, but if I say that I'm not the one who wants to deal with you, do you believe me?
Liao Yuan's tone softened a little, and it was obvious that he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Chu Feng also understood what he meant and immediately said, since he allowed you to lend him this person, then your relationship with him must be quite complicated, right?
Liao Yuan picked up the phone and said unhappily, it's not as complicated as you think.
I'm not familiar with him, I just owe him a favor, but it's almost paid off. I'll call him over and you guys can handle it yourselves. After saying that, he dialed the phone directly.
Come see me, I have something to tell you.
He had a very bad attitude, and it seemed that, as he said, he was not on good terms with the real instigator.
Not long after, Niu Shua walked into the office with a smirk on his face. Brother Liao, are you looking for me? Liao Yuan glanced at Niu Shua and pointed to the side.
When Niu Shua turned around, he immediately saw Chu Feng waving at him.
Brother Liao, this. Niu Shua was a little panicked. He didn't understand why Chu Feng was here.
Liao Yuan put down his pen and said, Niu Shua, my Liao family has almost repaid the favor I owe you, but I can't help you with this matter. He is the major shareholder of Shiguang Group, and I can't afford to offend him. You should solve it yourself.
What? A major shareholder of Shiguang Group? Niu Shua's eyes widened.
This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for him. After knowing that Chu Feng also lived in Jinlong Bay, he thought that Chu Feng might have some abilities now, but who could have thought that he had such a powerful background? Not to mention that he is a major shareholder of Shiguang Group. Even if he is a manager or something like that, he is definitely not someone Niu Shua can afford to offend.
Liao Yuan said that you brought people to smash my security company and hotel, right?
Chu Feng asked, his narrowed eyes emitting endless chill.
Niu Shua was sweating profusely. After a long while, he said, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Chu Feng, I didn't know you were from Shiguang Group. You're really not being honest. How can I say that I was your boss before? You've become so successful, but you didn't even tell me.
Niu Shua pulled closer, but Chu Feng smiled.
According to you, if I am not a shareholder of Shiguang Group, you can do whatever you want to me? No, that's not what I meant, No matter what Niu Shua said, it didn't feel right, so he could only look at Liao Yuan with pleading eyes. Brother Liao, help me.
Liao Yuan stood up, and Niu Shua seemed to see hope.
But the next moment, Liao Yuan walked straight to the office door. Chu Feng, this is just one time, don't do it again. Don't make my office too messy.
After saying that, he opened the door and walked out, leaving the office completely to Chu Feng and Niu Shua. Hearing the screams coming from inside, Liao Yuan felt a chill in his heart. If he had really acted on impulse and sent people to deal with Chu Feng, he might be the one screaming now.
Don't mess with this kid anymore. Chapter 91 Surprise.
Chu Feng naturally didn't know that his action of punishing Niu Shua made Liao Yuan give up the idea of dealing with him secretly.
But this is a permanent solution, saving me from any trouble in the future.
The hotel is about to open, which is the most important thing for Chu Feng at the moment. In the evening, he specially invited Qin Ran to bring Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu to his house for dinner and asked them about some business matters. Qin Ran was naturally happy to help.
According to the current schedule, you should let Meng Ruyun do the promotion.
Of course, it would be more effective if she could come in person. Although Qin Ran didn't like Meng Ruyun very much, from a business perspective, the results that the star effect could bring were by no means comparable to ordinary advertising.
Is that so?
Then I'll give her a call and ask her. After dinner, Chu Feng cleaned the table while Qin Ran washed the dishes at the sink. The two of them cooperated very well, as if this was just their daily life.
By the way, you have to come on the opening day. I've reserved a table for you. You can invite some friends and colleagues to come and show your support.
Qin Ran would definitely go, but he was still very happy to hear Chu Feng invite him.
The next morning, Chu Feng received a call from Meng Ruyun just after he got up.
When Chu Feng called her last night, it was the assistant who answered the phone and said that Meng Ruyun was going to be busy all night and asked her to come back after finishing work.
You've been busy all night. It's not easy to be a star.
Listening to Chu Feng's joke, Meng Ruyun smiled and said, okay, stop talking about me.
What do you want from me? Chu Feng directly explained the purpose of the call, and Meng Ruyun asked, that's it? There seemed to be some expectation and some complaint in her tone.
Chu Feng had not contacted her since he left, which made her somewhat dissatisfied. We finally got in touch with each other, and it was about the opening of a restaurant. Well, that's it. You must be tired after staying up all night. You can take a rest first and then help me promote it online. Seeing that she was so busy, Chu Feng didn't feel comfortable asking her to come over. Although it was an exchange of interests before, they were friends now after all, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Meng Ruyun. But after hanging up the phone, Meng Ruyun sighed. There was some loss on the tired face. What else do I have planned recently? The assistant immediately opened his phone and read it to her. The more Meng Ruyun listened, the more annoyed she felt. She immediately said, cancel all the trips within 3 days. If you can postpone them, postpone them. If you can't postpone them, compensate them according to the contract. Then help me book a plane ticket. The sooner the better. The assistant looked embarrassed, but she knew Meng Ruyun's character very well. Although she seems easy to get along with, few people can change her decisions and you can only do what she says. Chu Feng originally just wanted to be a hands-off boss, but the reality was obviously not that simple. Seeing Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian busy as he was, he felt embarrassed to just sit there doing nothing. After finishing the call with Meng Ruyun, he contacted Qi Xiaomeng again. The opening time has been decided. This is good news. But Chu Feng, you don't know yet, right? You are more popular than me now. How about you also come to the live broadcast for the opening? I estimate that more people will come to support you then. The memory of the internet is very short, and Chu Feng did not expect that his popularity would still remain high. Forget it, I can't play that kind of thing. Chu Feng refused without even thinking about it. He didn't really like the feeling of being noticed. Oh, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. I can teach you. After all, I am also a veteran in the live broadcast industry. Let's talk later. I have a call. I'm going to hang up first. You. Before Qi Xiaomeng could say anything else, a busy tone came from the receiver. What kind of person is this, really? Qi Xiaomeng muttered something, but still held up her phone and posted a new message on her personal updates. The restaurant will open in 2 days, please don't forget to go with Tutu to show your support. As soon as the news was released, countless people commented and left messages, most of them assured that they would definitely go, which made Qi Xiaomeng very happy. Chu Feng didn't hang up the phone just to make an excuse, but someone really called back, and it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Chu, it's me. As soon as Chu Feng heard the voice, he knew who this person was. It was the genetic researcher whom he saved, Xiaoshen. Oh, it's you. How are you? Are you used to it? Xiaoshen immediately said, well, that's good, Mr. Chu. I called you because I have developed an anti-cancer gene virus, but it still needs clinical trials. You figured it out? So fast. Chu Feng was very surprised. Although he didn't understand scientific research, no matter what kind of research it was, it would take a very long research cycle. But it's only been a few days, and Xiaoshen has actually succeeded in his research? I looked through the original records and found out that this laboratory had previously been developing an anti-cancer gene virus, but it was stuck at a bottleneck. I followed the engineering records you gave me and found the relevant records. After trying a few times, I succeeded. From this point, it is not difficult to see that Qin Ran's parents are really geniuses in this area. Chu Feng received a reward from the system, but they had researched it completely according to what they had learned. Unfortunately, God was jealous of their talents and made them leave this world early. Okay, I'll contact Kiran right away to see how to proceed. Chu Feng didn't understand anything too professional, so he had to announce the good news to Qin Ran in advance. The call came just as Qin Ran was about to go out. Then wait for me, I will go to the company with you. Chu Feng immediately went to clean himself up. Qin Ran was confused and didn't know why he was so anxious. The poison lay quietly in the garage. If nothing unexpected happened, Chu Feng would not touch it for a while. Driving the newly purchased Huaqi HX1, Chu Feng picked up Qin Ran and drove to Qin's pharmaceutical company. Chu Feng, what's the matter that requires you to send me off so early in the morning? Qin Ran couldn't help but ask. Chu Feng smiled mysteriously and said, don't ask yet. I'll give you a surprise later. This made Qin Ran feel even more puzzled. It wasn't a festival, so why give a surprise? But she still had some expectations. After all, who doesn't like surprises? After entering the company, Chu Feng drove directly to the entrance of the laboratory building. Come with me. Shu Feng pulled Qin Ran inside. Qin Ran was a little dazed, as if he had guessed something but was not sure.
Shu Feng, it can't be. Chapter 92, Opening.
It can be said that when his parents were alive, Qin Ran didn't care about the company's affairs. Although she studied business in school, her original plan was just to accumulate experience and then start her own business. She knew nothing about research. She just listened to her parents and understood the basics, but when it came to something a little more complicated, she was at a loss. But after entering the laboratory, listening to Qiushen's report, those familiar professional terms and the final results, Qin Ran almost cried. The day before the accident, my parents had a fight because their research had reached a bottleneck. The two of them went out that day to relax, and that's why the accident happened. Now that this bottleneck has been broken, it means that the spirits of my parents in heaven can finally be comforted.
Shu Feng, thank you.
Qin Ran's eyes were red, but Shu Feng said, "Why thank me?
It's not me who researched it. If you want to thank someone, thank Qiushen."
But don't you say that there are still clinical trials to be conducted?
I don't understand these. You two can discuss it. Professional matters should be left to professionals.
Shu Feng would never pretend to know something he did not. Doing so would not only delay things, but also waste time, and ultimately make people despise him. The surprise has already been given to Qin Ran, so Shu Feng has nothing to do here. The hotel will open tomorrow, and he needs to confirm with Lu Xin the list of people to be invited tomorrow and arrange the venue in advance.
Ever since Fan Xiaoshuan's father got Shu Feng's recipe, he has almost been in seclusion.
The hotel's kitchen was the first to be cleaned up.
He brought a few cooks and worked on it day and night. For a real chef, what they have to do is to master the recipe. Following a recipe is something that only amateurs do. When I arrived at the restaurant, I happened to see Fan Xiaoxian arguing with his father. The reason is that once the business opens tomorrow, the workload will be enormous, and without sufficient physical and mental strength, it will be impossible to hold on. So Fan Xiaoxian wanted them to have a good rest today and stop hanging around in the kitchen. But Mr. Fan and the others just wouldn't listen, and they've almost gone crazy during this period of time. After Chu Feng understood the situation, he directly ordered, all kitchen staff should go to rest now. Anyone who pretends to obey will be fired immediately.
Although the hotel is Chu Feng's stepping stone to the business world, to be honest, the fact that he spent 150 million to buy this hotel proves that he doesn't care about the profit at all, and he doesn't like the money. Nothing happened yet, but he was already exhausted.
This was definitely not what Chu Feng wanted to see.
The chefs walked out dejectedly.
Chu Feng's threat was far more effective than Fan Xiaoshuan's persuasion. Lu Xian, gather everyone else.
Since we are about to open the business, we need to discuss the rules first. Lu Xian immediately did as he was told, and soon he called all the people around him to the lobby. Everyone was wearing uniforms and standing together neatly, which looked quite realistic. Especially Chao Yushi, who is standing at the front, is the perfect person to be the face of the restaurant.
The hotel will open tomorrow.
You can listen to Manager Fan on business matters, but I also have a few rules to tell you.
Chu Feng paced in front of everyone.
Seeing that they were all looking at him, he said, "First of all, do your job well. In addition to the basic salary, I will give you bonuses every month based on your performance and business situation.
People come out to work to make money.
Chu Feng once worked at the bottom of society for others.
How could he not know that it is better to give something practical than to draw empty promises?
No matter how tempting your vision for the future is, it is not as good as giving out an extra $200. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. But I'll be frank with you.
Since this is a job, you can't just sit there and wait for death. If I find out, I'll fire you immediately and never hire you again.
These people were selected through interviews, and most of them have relevant work experience, so I don't think they would make such low-level mistakes. Also, although we serve customers, it is inevitable that we will encounter some arrogant people.
In such cases, I will make you a promise. As long as you are right, no matter who the other party is, you don't have to worry about anything. I will help you solve it. Do you understand?
If the bonus provided motivation for these people, then Chu Feng's promise at this moment was undoubtedly a reassurance to stabilize morale. If some conflicts occurred in other restaurants, even if they knew it was the customer's fault, in order to preserve the restaurant's reputation and word of mouth, the workers would be the ones who would be punished in the end. Many people also say that if you are in this line of work, you have to be able to endure grievances.
Now I tell you, this statement is bullshit to me.
We all make money with our own hands, and no one is superior to anyone else. Several people looked excited. It was obvious that they had suffered such injustice before. After hearing what Chu Feng said, they wanted to sign a contract to sell themselves immediately. Such a good boss is hard to find in today's world. After hearing what Chu Feng said, the others also felt very comfortable. Working for a boss like this, what else could they wait for if they didn't work very hard? Chu Feng actually didn't have much to say. He understood the thoughts of these low-level workers, so he naturally gave them the guarantees and promises they needed most.
Ultimately, it was because he had sufficient confidence in this restaurant. After the meeting, everyone went back to their normal business.
While confirming the guest list with Lu Xian, Chu Feng suddenly received a call from Meng Ruyun. After the call was connected, Meng Ruyun's voice came through immediately.
Chu Feng, can you come to the airport to pick me up?
Airport?
Chu Feng was a little confused and asked, you came here? But didn't your assistant say that your schedule is very full recently?
He originally wanted to invite Meng Ruyun. If such a big star just showed up, the business on the opening day would surely boom. But after listening to what her assistant said, Chu Feng gave up the idea. Who knew that Meng Ruyun actually came over by herself? My schedule has been postponed.
I'm exhausted these past few days. I'm just taking a vacation. Will you come pick me up?
There was a hint of coquettishness in Meng Ruyun's tone. Chu Feng smiled and said, okay, wait for me at the airport, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng said something to Lu Xian, and then under his half-smiley gaze, he walked out the door and headed straight for the airport.
Lu Xian, where is Chu Feng going? Fan Xiaoxian just happened to walk over. Lu Xian chuckled and said, Xian, do you think we still need to buy tickets if we want to watch Meng Ruyun's concert next time? Chapter 93 Invitation.
Chu Feng knew Lu Xian too well. Just by looking at his eyes, he knew what dirty thoughts he had. Although Meng Ruyun was indeed very outstanding, Chu Feng only regarded her as a friend. After all, she is a big star with countless halos. Stories like the ones that often appear in TV dramas, where ordinary people and big stars fall in love at first sight and then have all kinds of love, hate, and vengeance, are impossible to happen in reality. People at Meng Ruyun's level have almost no private time, so how can they have the time to argue with you about love, hate, and vengeance? It was already very good that she could put aside her notice and come here. The Huachi HX1 attracted a lot of people's attention when driving on the road.
Although this car is an SUV, its size is almost as big as an MPV.
Coupled with its arrogant appearance, you can tell at a glance that it is expensive. Of course, compared with Chu Feng's Poison, the gap is extremely large. But to be honest, only after driving the Poison, you will know that the top supercar worth 20 million is actually not very comfortable to drive, and is far inferior to the current car.
Of course, the airport could not be within the city. It took Chu Feng nearly an hour to get there. From a distance, I saw Meng Ruyun, wearing sunglasses and a mask, waving at me. She was dragging a suitcase and there was no one else around her. Why did you come here by yourself? And so blatantly, aren't you afraid of being exposed and besieged?
Meng Ruyun chuckled and said, except for my assistants, no one knows I'm here. Besides, I'm in disguise, so it's not easy for anyone to see through me.
Chu Feng did not continue the topic. He was not a celebrity and did not know what was going on.
We always see on TV stars getting off planes surrounded by fans, so we naturally think that is the inevitable situation when stars travel.
You didn't change the car just to pick me up, did you?
Seeing that Chu Feng did not prescribe his poison, Meng Ruyun asked curiously. Chu Feng didn't give her any face and said directly, then you are overthinking it. I just felt that the car was inconvenient, so I bought a new one. Meng Ruyun curled her lips. Although she was a little unhappy, it did not affect her mood. On the way back to the city, Meng Ruyun sat in the passenger seat and fiddled with her cell phone. While waiting for the red light, she handed the phone to Chu Feng as if to seek credit. Look! I posted a status saying that I will also attend the restaurant opening tomorrow, and many fans said they want to come.
Do you have to give me some dividends?
Her little woman's attitude made Chu Feng shake his head and smile bitterly.
Okay, you are considered the spokesperson for the hotel. I will give you dividends later.
Although it was all because of a transaction, Chu Feng was never so harsh towards his friends. Besides, Meng Ruyun's star effect far exceeded Chu Feng's expectations.
TSK, I don't want money, I just want you to promise me something.
Chu Feng was a little surprised, and then he heard Meng Ruyun say, I will come here often to support you in the future.
I need you to be my full-time driver, is that okay? What kind of request is that? Chu Feng was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It was definitely a good thing that she came to show her support. Even if she didn't say anything, Chu Feng knew she was coming and there was no way he could pretend not to know. Just tell me if it's okay or not. Okay. Hearing Chu Feng's agreement, Meng Ruyun smiled slyly. Arriving at the entrance of the hotel owned by the Shuguang Group, Chu Feng said, I have already booked a room for you. It is the same room as last time. Go and have a rest first. I still have some things to do at the hotel. I will come back later to take you out for dinner. Okay, then go ahead and get busy. I'll contact you by phone. After settling her down, Chu Feng drove straight to Shuguang Building. Zhang Hong must be invited. He has helped me a lot. How could I miss such an opportunity? In addition, the management of the group were also on the invitation list. However, except for Sun Chang, who was in charge of real estate, and Lu Dongshu, who was in charge of business, Chu Feng didn't know anyone else, so he could only ask Zhang Hong to invite them on his behalf. You can just call for this kind of thing, why bother making this trip yourself? Although he said so, Zhang Hong was still very happy. At least this proved that Chu Feng valued him enough. Chu Feng, I heard that you went to see Liao Yuan? After finishing the business, Zhang Hong asked Chu Feng. Well, it was because of a little misunderstanding, but it's been resolved. After Chu Feng finished speaking, Zhang Hong pondered for a moment before saying, Do you think we should invite him to the opening of the restaurant? After all, he is a well-known figure, and we will inevitably have to deal with him in the future. To be honest, when Chu Feng heard his proposal, he originally planned to reject it outright. But on second thought, Zhang Hong knew that he and Liao Yuan didn't get along, but since he still said it, he must have his reasons. Uncle Zhang, what you mean is that more friends are better than more enemies? Zhang Hong nodded. Even if we can't be friends, it's better than being enemies, right? We have to save face. Of course, I'm just making a suggestion, the decision is still yours. Chu Feng was originally a small figure in the market, but it was because of the system that his life trajectory was changed. But to be honest, his vision is somewhat limited and is completely unable to reach the level of a big shot like Zhang Hong. But if Chu Feng really thought about it carefully, it would not be difficult for him to understand Zhang Heng's meaning. There is no deep hatred between him and Liao Yuan, and the Liao Group is not much worse than the Shuguang Group. We are all from the same city, we will see each other every day. After all, there is no need to make the relationship so stiff. Moreover, Liao Yuan did give Chu Feng face during the Niu Shua incident. Regardless of the relationship between him and Niu Shua, he clearly had reasons to take advantage of the situation, but in the end he still chose to cooperate with Chu Feng. Okay, Uncle Zhang, I'll listen to you this time. Zhang Hong smiled with satisfaction. He was also very satisfied that Chu Feng listened to others' advice. But inviting Liao Yuan is not as formal as inviting Zhang Hong. Chu Feng would not do something that would only benefit him if he got something cold. The main reason why he decided to do so was just because of Zhang Heng. So he just called. Hello? Who is this? After Liao Yuan answered the phone, Chu Feng came in and said, Boss Liao, I'm Chu Feng. My restaurant is opening tomorrow and I'd like to invite you. Would you be willing to come? Liao Yuan frowned. Invite me? Chu Feng, what do you mean? It can be heard that he felt it was incredible that Chu Feng had invited him. To be honest, I didn't plan to invite you at first, but Uncle Zhang is right. Even if we can't be friends, it's better than having more enemies, isn't it? Chapter 94, Pre-Opening Carnival. Chu Feng always gave Liao Yuan the impression of being a young man with arrogance. But his attitude at this moment made Liao Yuan feel that he still underestimated him. Being able to take on and let go is the real attitude for doing great things. Okay, since you have invited me, I will definitely go. But Chu Feng, you are right. We can't be friends, but it's best not to be enemies either. The goal was achieved, and Chu Feng had nothing more to say to Liao Yuan, so he hung up the phone. Liao Yuan also put down his phone, lit a cigarette, and looked out the window to ponder. Chu Feng walked out of the Shuguang building while sending WeChat messages to Qi Xiaoming. Qi Xiaoming was still inviting Chu Feng to do a live broadcast with her, and she also explained many benefits of doing so. Chu Feng was a little resistant at first, but after seeing what Qi Xiaoming said, he found it really made sense. Okay, let's have dinner together tonight and then we can do a live broadcast. Qi Xiaoming was extremely happy when she saw Chu Feng agreed.
Of course, she also had her own selfish motives. Xu Feng was very popular now, and many tourists were asking when they could let the mysterious rich man appear on camera again.
However, Qi Xiaoming is not a greedy woman.
Otherwise, she could have made up some random stories without Xu Feng's consent and achieved the same effect. Qi Xiaoming just wanted to repay a favor, but she didn't know how to do anything else except live streaming, so she wanted to use this method that she was good at to help Xu Feng. The errands were almost done, and the sky was getting a little dark.
Everything is ready and we will open on time tomorrow at noon. Let's go, let's eat.
Xu Feng called out, and Lu Xian, Fan Xiaoshen, and Xiao Yushi all followed him out.
Just the few of us? Aren't we going to pick up Xiaoyu?
Lu Xian really treats Chu Xiaoyu as his own sister and can never forget this little girl no matter what.
Of course, not just us. You go pick up Xiaoyu and Qi Xiaoming. I'll send you the address.
I'll pick up Qin Ran and Meng Ruyun.
Meng Ruyun?
Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoshen didn't say anything, but Xiao Yushi on the side whitened her eyes.
You look like you have never seen the world. What happened to Meng Ruyun?
We Chu Feng can summon her and dismiss her at will. Lu Xian's expression made Xiao Yushi angry immediately, and she stepped on his instep with her high heels.
Wow, Xian, she stepped on me.
Fan Xiaoxian rolled her eyes at him and said, "You deserve it.
Why didn't I step on you to death?"
The women obviously reached a consensus, and Lu Xian could only run to the side silently and lick his wounds like a lonely wolf cub. In the car, Xiao Yushi kept asking about Meng Ruyun. It was obvious that she was also a little fan.
Xu Feng first came to Qin's pharmaceutical company.
He had just called Qin Ran. Before Qin Ran came out, Xiao Yushi tactfully sat in the back row.
Why did you run to the back? Xu Feng's face was full of doubts.
Xiao Yushi sighed and said, "You haven't changed in all these years. If you want to enjoy this meal, don't worry about this problem."
Although he still didn't understand, Xu Feng didn't plan to dwell on it any longer. Women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea, so why waste time on it? Not long after, Qin Ran came out.
Xu Feng told her who would be having dinner today, so when she saw Xiao Yushi after getting in the car, she didn't have any strange expression and greeted her with a smile.
However, Qin Ran was still relieved that Xiao Yushi was sitting in the back. Fasten your seatbelts.
Oh. Looking at the very natural interaction between the two people in front of her, a hint of sadness flashed across Xiao Yushi's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. When they arrived at the hotel entrance again, Meng Ruyun was already waiting there.
When she saw Meng Ruyun in person, Xiao Yushi immediately became a little fangirl. Lu Xian also received calls from Chu Xiaoyu and Qi Xiaoming. The 8 people quickly gathered together.
Since they were all celebrities and internet celebrities, they naturally couldn't go to a place like a food stall. Xu Feng had been prepared.
He had asked Lu Dongshu to arrange a restaurant under the name of Shiguan Group in advance.
He stopped operating to the public and completely reserved the restaurant. Needless to say, when Qi Xiaoming met Meng Ruyun, it was another lively scene. Everyone knew Xu Feng was rich, but who would have thought that he had such a good relationship with this big star? Although the entire restaurant has stopped operating to the public, the employees are still there and are only serving the 8 of them. All the dishes were prepared according to the highest standards. Xu Feng tasted them and found them to be quite good.
"Brother, this dish is far from what you made."
As soon as Chu Xiaoyu finished speaking, Meng Ruyun, Xiao Yushi, and Qi Xiaoming all looked over. Although Xiao Yushi worked in a restaurant, she didn't know that the recipes used in the kitchen were all Xu Feng's.
"Can you cook now?" Hearing Xiao Yushi's question, Xu Feng shrugged. "Okay, I know what you mean, wait."
Xu Feng stood up and walked towards the kitchen under the guidance of the waiter. The chef thought there was something wrong with the dish he made, and when he saw Xu Feng coming in, he became extremely nervous. Lu Dongshu came over in person and told him that the major shareholder of the group invited his friends to dinner and asked him to show all his skills. If this goes wrong, the job is over. But after learning that Xu Feng was going to make 2 dishes himself, the chef felt relieved, but he was still somewhat worried.
In his opinion, how could a high-ranking major shareholder cook? If something unexpected happened, who would be responsible?
But he didn't dare to stop him. Just as he was about to help, he saw Xu Feng had already started cutting vegetables. The perfect knife skills and the uninterrupted rhythm between the knife and the chopping board made him marvel. Xu Feng's movements were fast and very organized, without any confusion, and could be described as flowing like water. After a while, the 2 dishes were out of the pot. Just by smelling the smell, the chef felt a little embarrassed. With his level, he definitely can't cook food with this flavor.
The rest is up to you.
Thank you for your hard work. I'll let Lu Dongshu give you bonuses later.
Xu Feng walked out carrying 2 plates of food.
His friendly appearance made everyone in the kitchen feel good about this young major shareholder.
Sweep away everything in whirlwind.
Xu Feng had just served 2 dishes when he witnessed with his own eyes what it meant to be swept away in a flash.
Lu Xian, a grown man, couldn't even compete with those women.
Now he could only use the silver thread rolls to dip in the vegetable soup out of grievance, and he couldn't even eat a piece of vegetable leaf.
Xu Feng, it's almost time. It's peak time now. Can we start the live broadcast?
Xiao Xiaoming had been waiting for a long time. It was almost 8 o'clock, the prime time for live broadcast.
Oh, okay, let's go ahead. Chapter 95 Live Broadcast.
Qi Xiaoming first went to the side and started the live broadcast, wanting to create a good atmosphere.
She was very excited now. Today, Xu Feng was not the only one who was going to show up.
She had just asked tentatively, but she did not expect that everyone would agree to cooperate with the live broadcast. There is no need to say much about Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian. They are a handsome man and a beautiful woman, definitely a pleasing combination to the eyes. The remaining Qin Ran, Xu Xiaoyu, and Xiao Yushi all have their own characteristics, but the same thing is that they are all beauties that are rarely seen in daily life. As for the last Meng Ruyun, there is no need to say more. Logically speaking, if a big star of her level wants to appear on such a live streaming platform, the platform should pay her. But today she was doing this completely on a voluntary basis, and it was estimated that even the official staff of the platform would be shocked in a moment.
However, these official personnel are no pushovers.
They must have real skills to be able to operate the platform so well. After the last surge in popularity, they have been paying special attention to Qi Xiaoming.
While Qi Xiaoming was laying the groundwork, official personnel had already quietly recommended her and promoted her in every possible way. The backup server in the background was also started again, for fear that the influx of tourists would once again overwhelm the platform.
Xu Xiaoyu and the others are currently watching the situation in the live broadcast room on their mobile phones. Neither Xu Feng nor Meng Ruyun felt much. After all, Xu Feng had experienced it once, and Meng Ruyun had long been accustomed to life under the spotlight. But everyone else was nervous, even Kirin, who was in charge of a large company. Initially they did not think there was anything wrong, but after seeing the number of viewers growing rapidly, soon reaching hundreds of thousands, and the number still rising, they became restless and at a loss. All they thought before was that this matter could help Xu Feng and help the hotel attract customers, but now their palms are sweating and they are nervous to go to the toilet.
Bunny, didn't they say there was a mysterious guest today? Where is he?
Yeah, I came here to see that super rich guy from last time.
Is he here?
The comments in the live broadcast room kept scrolling. Qi Xiaoming saw that the warm-up was almost done and the current number of people had exceeded her expectations.
Since everyone is looking forward to it, I will introduce some new friends to you.
Qi Xiaoming walked back and pointed the phone at Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian as planned. The two of them greeted each other stiffly and were obviously a little uncomfortable in front of the camera. Fortunately, Qi Xiaoming took the initiative to guide them, allowing the two to slowly relax. Other people came one after another, and the popularity of the live broadcast room became higher and higher. After all, both Xu Xiaoyu and Xiao Yushi were absolutely top beauties, and with the beauty effect, they were like goddesses who had descended to the earth.
Most of the tourists watching Qi Xiaoming's live broadcast are male.
Now with so many beauties present, they immediately get excited and want to get to know each other and interact with each other. But this was just the beginning. When Xu Feng and Qin Ran appeared in the live broadcast, another climax was immediately set off. After all, Xu Feng's reputation as a wealthy man has spread far and wide, and there are countless people who want to see him. The female tourists who came here because of the fame caused a riot. He was young, handsome, had money, and seemed to have a good personality, which almost satisfied all the girls' fantasies about the Prince Charming. Even the male tourists had to admit at this moment that compared to Xu Feng, they were indeed not competitive.
Apart from feeling ashamed of myself, all that is left is envy. Brother, many people say that you and Sister Qin Ran look like a couple. I want to know what your relationship is.
Xu Xiaoyu is still young after all, and she accepts new things quickly. After being broadcast live just now, he has completely relaxed. Now he is holding a mobile phone and reporting the situation in the live broadcast room. When Qin Ran heard this, he immediately felt his face getting hot. Fortunately, he had just drunk some wine and his pretty face was flushed, so he didn't show it. But the tourists had sharp eyes, and many of them immediately asked Qin Ran if he was shy, otherwise why he kept his head down and didn't speak. Shi Xiaoming then said, "Stop trying to match people up with each other. You have to make something that doesn't exist into something that does exist." Shi Xiaoming sounded like she was joking, but only she knew that seeing others talking about Chu Feng and Qin Ran like this made her feel a little jealous.
She was not the only one who was unhappy.
The spoon in Xiao Yusher's hand was already slightly bent. Meng Ruyun, who had not yet shown up, was just drinking by herself.
"Everyone is welcome to come and support us tomorrow."
After Chu Feng finished speaking, Shi Xiaoming turned the camera and pointed it at himself.
"Okay, now I want to announce a good news to everyone.
All friends who are watching the live broadcast now can enjoy a 10% discount on all their purchases if they come to support us tomorrow.
I fought for this for you all." Many tourists thought that today's surprise event ended here.
Some people had satisfied their curiosity about Chu Feng and were ready to exit the live broadcast room. But at this moment, Shi Xiaoming suddenly said, "We have a surprise guest at the end, everyone can guess who it is."
"And? Who?"
"Bunny, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us now."
"He was put on the stage last. Could it be that he is more powerful than Brother Shinhao?"
Everyone made guesses, but no one got it right.
"Okay, stop guessing. I'll reveal the answer to you right away."
After saying that, Shi Xiaoming looked at Meng Ruyun, and when he saw her nod, he turned the camera to her.
Is this Meng Ruyun? Oh my god, my idol. My favorite internet celebrity and star are in the same frame.
Come quickly, chop off my head to cheer them up.
My mother asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my phone.
Bunny, you are so great. Sure enough, just as Shi Xiaoming expected, the appearance of a big star like Meng Ruyun under the spotlight in the live broadcast room was bound to cause a sensation.
"Hello everyone, I'm Meng Ruyun."
In the short time it took her to say hello, all the official staff of the platform rushed into the live broadcast room and used their authority to maintain order in the barrage. They didn't spend a penny to get such a big star to appear on their live streaming platform. There is no doubt that as long as the news spreads, the traffic occupied by their platform will inevitably increase, completely beating other platforms. There are millions of visitors in the live broadcast room, and naturally there are many fans of Meng Ruyun. They have also seen the updates that Meng Ruyun posted before.
They originally thought that it was just a commercial behavior.
Who would have thought that the relationship between Meng Ruyun and Chu Feng was so close that they could even get together privately?
Chapter 96, Opening a Business Blind Date.
The tourists who were originally just watching the live broadcast for fun, now heard that Meng Ruyun would also attend the hotel's opening tomorrow, and they all swore that they would come to show their support. Even many tourists from other places have expressed their desire to buy air or train tickets immediately. After all, this is the best opportunity to get close to Meng Ruyun, how could they let it go? Shi Xiaoming has been live streaming for quite some time and has strong control over the situation, but she now suddenly discovers that her live streaming room is completely out of control.
Meng Ruyun's influence is so powerful that it is terrifying.
Word of mouth spread, and more people flocked to the live broadcast room. The platform officials had to contact Shi Xiaoming and ask her to shut down the live broadcast immediately. Otherwise, the platform's server would be on the verge of collapse, and the losses caused would be incalculable.
Today's live broadcast ends here. Don't forget to come and support us tomorrow. Bye.
The live broadcast has been shut down, but the popularity continues unabated.
Even a hot search titled "What is the relationship between Meng Ruyun and the mysterious rich man?" has already ranked among the top 3 on the entire internet and is still rising steadily. Why do I feel like I'm going to the battlefield tomorrow?
Lu Xian murmured to himself, and Fan Xiaoxian nodded in agreement.
Originally on the opening day, the more customers the better. But judging by the current momentum, the situation tomorrow won't be much easier than going to the battlefield.
Seeing that it was already past 10 o'clock, everyone still needed to get enough rest, so they ended the dinner. For some reason, Chu Feng could feel the atmosphere in the car was a bit depressing when he was driving, even though everything was fine when he came. Qin Ran, Meng Ruyun, and Shi Xiaoming were silent, so Chu Feng wanted to speak to ease the atmosphere, but he didn't know what to say. Xiao Yusher lived closer to Chu Xiaoyu, so she went with Lu Xian and the others.
"Ruyun, Xiaoming, thank you."
Chu Feng still spoke, but Meng Ruyun and Shi Xiaoming said in unison, "It's okay, you're welcome." The two looked at each other, smiled, and then the atmosphere froze again.
"Okay, I'm here. I'll be there on time tomorrow."
Chu Feng first sent Shi Xiaoming home, and then drove to the hotel to send Meng Ruyun off. Xu Feng didn't feel relieved until he and Qin Ran were the only ones left in the car.
Qin Ran, what happened just now? Weren't you guys still talking and laughing before? Why are you all of a sudden silent?
In comparison, Xu Feng and Qin Ran were obviously more familiar with each other, so he could only ask Qin Ran about this matter. Qin Ran turned his head and looked at Xu Feng with a deep gaze.
Maybe I'm just tired.
Xu Feng agreed with this explanation. After all, Meng Ruyun came here by plane and couldn't get a good rest during the day. Shi Xiaomeng worked hard to help with the live broadcast promotion, which was not an easy task. The traffic light turned green and Xu Feng stepped on the accelerator. At this time, Qin Ran said, "Xu Feng, I'm sorry, I can't help you like they did."
Xu Feng was confused and muttered, "Why are you apologizing so suddenly? Besides, didn't you also help me research business and publicity issues before? That was also helping me, there's nothing different."
After hearing Xu Feng's words, Qin Ran felt somewhat relieved, but he still felt something was wrong.
Meng Ruyun is a big star, Shi Xiaomeng is an internet celebrity, and Xiao Yushi is also a supervisor in a hotel.
Regardless of the appearance and figure of the women around Xu Feng, they were undoubtedly helping Xu Feng. This made Qin Ran feel a sense of crisis, just like when he was a child and relatives or friends came to his house, and their children took a fancy to his toys and were about to be taken away. This feeling made her very uncomfortable, but she didn't know how to vent it. Returning to Jilong Bay, Xu Feng stopped the car. "I'll pick you up and go to the restaurant with Xiaohan and Xiaoyu tomorrow morning."
"No need, I can drive there." "Aren't you going to pick up Ruyun and the others?" Xu Feng thought about it and said, "That's fine, see you tomorrow."
When Qin Ran returned home, Aunt Li had not yet gone to bed and was sitting at the dining table looking at her phone.
"Xiao Ran, I'm back."
At Qin Ran's request, Aunt Li changed the way she addressed her.
However, seeing that Qin Ran didn't look very happy, Aunt Li asked worriedly, "What happened?"
Qin Ran shook his head as he changed his shoes.
As someone who has experienced this, Aunt Li might not be able to see Qin Ran as current loss. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be because of Mr. Chu's matter, right?"
"Xiao Ran, Auntie knows that I shouldn't say too much, but I think that if you want something, you should always fight for it.
Even if you fail, you won't have any regrets."
Qin Ran froze. Aunt Li's words clearly touched her heart.
"Strive for it?"
With doubts, Qin Ran secretly glanced at Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu who were already asleep, and then returned to his room.
"Yes, Aunt Li is right. You have to fight for what you want." "But what do I want?"
Qin Ran fell into deep thought, while Xu Feng had a headache at the moment. As soon as he entered the house, Luo Shui called him. "Mom, you know that the restaurant will open tomorrow, so I don't have time for a blind date."
The unavoidable curse came again.
It would be fine if it was any other day, but tomorrow would definitely be very busy. As the boss, Xu Feng couldn't just leave all the work to Lu Xian and the others and go on a blind date himself, right? Even if no one else says anything, he himself will feel that it is unkind to do so.
"Kid, are there any conflicts between these two things? Isn't a blind date just about having a meal and getting to know each other? It just so happens that I'll have the girl go to the restaurant tomorrow.
You can take some time to treat her to a meal and chat.
It won't delay much."
Okay, I get it.
"I have to get up early tomorrow.
I'll take a shower and go to bed first. It's almost time tomorrow, so I'll let Xiaoyu take you to the hotel." Xu Feng did not hide the fact of opening a restaurant, but he did not tell Chu Jianhe and Luo Shui how big the restaurant was.
He could also understand Luo Shui's good intentions.
She just wanted to take this opportunity to let her blind date see how motivated she was. This way, the probability of a successful blind date would increase. No matter what, it is natural for parents to worry about their children's lifelong affairs.
No matter from what angle, Xu Feng cannot refuse this kindness.
The night passed in a flash, and the sun came out, meaning that today's challenge was about to begin. But before he even left the house, Xu Feng received a WeChat message from Lu Xian, which was a picture. After clicking on it, even a calm Xu Feng could not help but feel his scalp tingling.
Chapter 97, Two Giants.
The picture was taken at the hotel entrance. But at this moment, the entire gate was dark and crowded with people.
Isn't this propaganda a bit too much?
Although he had prepared himself mentally in advance, Xu Feng did not expect that the entrance would be like this before the store officially opened. He immediately called Zhao Hu and asked him to bring people to maintain order at the scene. If a stampede happens, it will be troublesome. A little after 9 o'clock, Xu Feng and Meng Ruyun arrived at the hotel, but they entered through the back door. If Meng Ruyun appeared in front now, it would probably cause even greater chaos. In fact, opening a business is not that complicated. As long as the time comes and the ribbon is cut, it is officially open.
Although the door was closed at the moment, the restaurant was already bustling with activity.
Especially the kitchen, which has already started preparing the food. Fan Xiaoxian brought her father to find Chu Feng. Father Fan had just secretly looked at the person at the door and was now filled with worry.
We would definitely not be able to handle the workload relying solely on the current staff in the kitchen.
Okay, don't worry, I'll find a way. Chu Feng called Lu Dongshu and asked him to transfer some chefs over. Lu Dongshu naturally would not refuse and immediately started to make arrangements. The crisis in the kitchen was temporarily resolved, and just when everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Xian came running over in a panic again. Chu Feng, the people from the Gourmet Association are here, but it seems like they have bad intentions.
Chu Feng frowned slightly and asked, Gourmet Association, what do they do?
Fan Xiaoxian immediately explained, they are an association spontaneously organized by the catering industry. To describe it, they are similar to market administrators, but they do not have any real power. Lu Xian continued, I feel like they are here to take advantage of me.
What did they say just now? They didn't even inform them before they opened the restaurant. Did they think they were nothing? We have all the qualifications and procedures. Why should we inform them?
Lu Xian was somewhat indignant, but this was business, so he restrained his temper somewhat. If it were in the past, he would have probably kicked this group of people out long ago.
Chu Feng glanced at the time.
It was already 9:40. The store was about to open, and he didn't want any sudden accidents to happen.
Let's go meet them. The three of them went downstairs together and saw 7 or 8 people standing in the hall.
Who asked the boss? The leader, a fat man with a greasy face, asked in a cold voice.
Chu Feng took a step forward and said, I am.
If you guys are here to show your support today, I welcome you. All your purchases will be discounted by 30%. Chu Feng was already giving the other party face by saying this.
If it wasn't for the fact that the store was about to open, would Chu Feng have paid attention to them?
He would have asked Zhao Hu and the others at the door to throw them out. But that group of people just laughed with disdain.
Why are you playing dumb? You didn't even inform us of the opening, and you still expect us to come and support you? You're in the catering industry, and you don't even have the tact to do that? You're also offering a 30% discount. Are you trying to get rid of beggars?
They are just a group of powerless civilian organizations, yet they dare to speak so arrogantly. Chu Feng really doesn't know who gave them the courage. The fat man in the lead continued, you don't look like someone who is short of money, so I'll tell you straight, if you want to run your business steadily, you should follow the rules and pay the management fee honestly. Otherwise, believe it or not, I will not allow you to open your business today. What he said was really direct, and it was clear that he was planning to take advantage of the situation.
Asshole, why are you charging management fees? Who do you think you are?
Lu Xian got angry and started cursing at the fat man, pointing at his nose. The fat man's face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, it's okay if you don't want to give it.
Didn't I just say that if you don't give it, then forget about opening the business?
As soon as he finished speaking, another voice rang out.
Not allowed to open? Let me see who has the authority to say such a thing. Hearing this voice, Chu Feng laughed.
It seems that he doesn't need to take any tough measures, someone can naturally solve this problem.
The fat man turned around angrily and said, it's me, and you are.
Once he had said it, the rest was stuck in his mouth.
Zhang Heng, along with a dozen other people, walked over majestically and stood directly next to Chu Feng. Zhang. Mr. Zhang?
The fat man was stunned. He never expected that Zhang Heng would appear here.
Who are you?
Zhang Heng didn't recognize this fat man at all, so Lu Dongshu next to him spoke up, Boss Zhang, he is the president of the Gourmet Association, Zhou Chang.
Gourmet Association? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows slightly, what Gourmet Association? Why haven't I heard of this department? Xiao Chang was sweating profusely.
Compared with the Shiguang group, he was nothing. It would be strange if Zhang Heng had heard of it.
You don't even know about the Gourmet Association?
They are just a bunch of bastards who specialize in bullying small vendors. They took money from me before and I gave them a good lesson. I didn't expect that they would dare to do such a thing now. There were more than a dozen footsteps coming from afar. It was Liao Yuan and the management of Liao Group who arrived. Both of them were responsible for cutting the ribbon, so naturally they had to come earlier. Xiao Chang was stunned. Who could have thought that just the opening of a restaurant would bring together two major business giants? If either of these two people stomps their feet, the business world will tremble. How could Xiao Chang afford to offend such a big shot? Seeing Xiao Chang sweating profusely from fear, Chu Feng said, "You just said you want to pay a management fee, right? How much?" Hearing Chu Feng's question, Xiao Chang was startled and said quickly, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. With Director Zhang and Director Liao here, how dare I take your money?" Chu Feng was too lazy to waste time with him and directly waved to Zhao Hu, who had just brought Liao Yuan in. Zhao Hu understood and came over with a few people. He grabbed Xiao Chang and the others and walked towards the back door. Chu Feng asked Zheng Hong and Liao Yuan to sit down first, as there were still 10 minutes left and they needed to wait for a while. Zheng Hong told Chu Feng to do what he needed to do, and that there would be no problem as long as he was here to take care of Liao Yuan. After Chu Feng left, Zheng Hong smiled and said to Liao Yuan, "Didn't you have a bad attitude towards Chu Feng before? Why are you here today?" Liao Yuan glanced at Zheng Hong and said, "Don't try to trick me. Since I'm here today and brought everyone from the group with me, I've already made my stance clear." Zheng Hong looked at him and smiled, but said nothing, which made Liao Yuan feel a little scared. "Okay, don't you know why I'm here? I don't believe you haven't investigated. This guy's background seems ordinary, but he can become a major shareholder of your Shiguan group. Doesn't this explain the problem?" Chapter 98, Good Luck in Opening. This is because Chu Feng did not hear the conversation between the two, otherwise, he would be more wrong than Doi. What mysterious background could he have? Everything he had was a reward given by the system for signing in. However, facts have also proved that the more important people are, the more complicated their way of thinking is. The less clues they can find, the more they think Chu Feng's background is huge. But it was also good this way, as it saved Chu Feng from a lot of trouble. At least Liao Yuan wouldn't be plotting those conspiracies behind his back. Finally, at 10 o'clock, the door of the hotel opened, and the people outside who heard the news were all excited. Zhao Hu led his men to clear out a space at the entrance, and Chu Feng and the others filed out. The situation suddenly became somewhat out of control. Meng Ruyun took the microphone and said, "Hello everyone, first of all, I would like to welcome everyone to come and support us. However, I hope everyone can stay calm and cooperate with the staff to avoid any danger." As soon as she finished speaking, the group of enthusiastic fans shouted in unison, "Good." Then they really stopped crowding and spontaneously organized the people behind them, and the situation stabilized instantly. Those who cut the ribbon included Chu Feng, Zheng Hong, Liao Yuan, Meng Ruyun, Lu Shen, Fan Xiaoshen, and others. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was completed amid the crackling sound of firecrackers. Chu Feng picked up the microphone and said, "I declare that Honkulu is officially open for business." The name of the hotel was proposed by Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoshen. It echoed the ancient decoration style. Chu Feng also thought it was a good idea and naturally did not object. The guests entered the restaurant first, and then Zhao Hu opened a passage to allow the customers to enter in an orderly manner. As the foreman, Xiao Yushir led dozens of waiters to stand in an orderly manner at the door, and the kitchen also received manpower support. Honka Tower was like a newly manufactured precision instrument that began its first operation. Chu Feng was not idle either. Most of the guests came for him, so naturally he was needed to make arrangements. Fortunately, we were prepared and no major chaos occurred. Call. Just when I breathed a sigh of relief, Xiao Yushir happened to come down from upstairs. "You should be happy to see that business is so good, right?" Chu Feng turned around when he heard her voice. "Good business is of course a good thing, but we just opened and there are so many people here, can you handle it? Xiao Yushir is not just a vase, she has real talent. Report the current situation directly to Chu Feng. So far, the lobbies on the first and second floors are full. Fortunately, the private rooms upstairs have been renovated, and now the space is used more reasonably, which can accommodate more guests. But even so, there are only 2 or 3 private rooms left on the 3rd floor, and guests will enter soon. If there are more scattered guests, I will temporarily add small tables in the lobby and give a certain discount on the fees. It shouldn't be a big problem." They had prepared these emergency plans long ago to prevent many unexpected situations. Since they were confident, Chu Feng felt relieved. He only needed to entertain the invited guests. If we were to ask who was most surprised by this restaurant, it would definitely be Chu Zhanghe and Luo Shui. The old couple had previously mistakenly thought that Chu Feng only opened a small restaurant, but who would have thought that it was actually such a large restaurant? Until now, neither of them has come to their senses.
This bastard didn't tell me clearly in advance.
If I had known this, I would have called all my relatives and friends to come and have a good look, so that they wouldn't make sarcastic remarks every time they meet during the holidays. Chu Feng has not had a formal job since he was fired by Niu Shua.
In the eyes of people of Chu Jianghe's generation, driving an online ride-hailing car is not considered a job at all.
They have been criticized for this, which has made him very angry for a long time.
The old couple was talking when Xiao Yushi walked in. "Uncle, aunt, long time no see."
Luo Shui was stunned for a moment, looked at Xiao Yushi, and then smiled. "It's Yushi. You've grown up so much, I almost can't recognize you.
When did you come back?"
With Chu Xiaoyu as his little tail, Chu Feng couldn't hide what happened between him and Xiao Yushi from Luo Shui at all.
Fortunately, Luo Shui and Chu Jianghe were not stubborn.
Knowing that their son and the girl were just having a normal relationship, they didn't care. They even invited Xiao Yushi to their home for dinner several times, so they got to know each other naturally.
"Auntie, I've been back for a while, and the first job I found happened to be this restaurant. Now I'm the foreman here.
If you two come here in the future, you don't need to tell Chu Feng, just come to me directly."
Okay.
Luo Shui held Xiao Yushi's hand and looked at her from left to right. She liked her very much. She no longer has the youthfulness of her past, but instead has a more mature charm, and is becoming more and more beautiful.
"Yushi, do you have a boyfriend?"
When Xiao Yushi heard Luo Shui ask this, her face turned red.
"Auntie, I haven't yet, but I want to focus on my career first.
After all, the restaurant has just opened and there is still a lot to do. If I don't do well, Chu Feng will deduct my salary." Hearing her playful words, Chu Jianghe pretended to be angry and said, if he deducts your salary, you come to me and I will break his legs." Xiao Yushi just came to say hello. After all, she had work to do, so she left soon.
But as soon as she left, Shi Xiaoming walked in. "Uncle, aunt."
She called out timidly, and only came in when Luo Shui called her. After all, her previous behavior was more or less suspected of taking advantage of Chu Jianghe and Luo Shui. Although everyone was happy in the end, she still felt a little guilty when she saw the two elders now.
"What happened before?" "Okay, no need to say more. Xiao Yu has told us everything. No matter what, you have helped Chu Feng a lot. We can't thank you enough."
After a while, Meng Ruyun came in again.
Chu Jianghe pointed at him and said stutteringly, This is not the one on TV."
Luo Shui angrily slapped his hand away. No one can point fingers at others. He is already old, but he is getting worse and worse.
"Don't you understand this?"
Xiao Xiaoming and Meng Ruyun were relatively familiar with each other, so they quickly introduced themselves to the two elders. They probably never thought that they would get to see the big star who always appears on TV.
At the same time, Chu Jianghe and Luo Shui also had a big question.
It seemed that there were many girls around Chu Feng, and each one was better than the other.
Why didn't he have a girlfriend?
Xu Xiaoyu was not idle either. She was teasing Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu at the moment. Sister Qin Ran, Sister Tutu and Sister Ruyun have all gone to my parents' place.
Why don't you go over there too? It will be more lively with more people, don't you think? Chapter 99 Su Qing.
Originally, Chu Feng had reserved a private room for his parents, whether they were entertaining relatives or neighbors and friends. But Chu Feng never expected that the two elders did not invite anyone, and there were only the two of them in the huge box. Fortunately, Xu Xiaoyu was quick-witted and immediately went to find the people she knew. This way she could save a private room, so why not?
Qin Ran was a little hesitant.
Even if she didn't sit in this box, she could go to the table at their company. But Xu Xiaoyu had already sent out the invitation, and she felt it would be a shame not to go. When she thought about meeting Chu Feng's parents, she felt an inexplicable nervousness and her heartbeat accelerated. Seeing her hesitation, Xu Xiaoyu smiled, held Qin Shihan's hand with her left hand and Qin Xiaoyu's hand with her right hand, and said directly, Sister Qin Ran, you can think about it slowly.
I will take them two over to play first. Qin Ran burst out laughing. Xu Xiaoyu clearly didn't give her any room to consider. Both of her daughters had gone, so how could she not go? Dad, Mom, look.
Xu Xiaoyu led the two little girls into the house. The two little dolls, who looked like exquisitely carved jade pieces, immediately made the two elders' eyes light up. They have been looking forward to having grandchildren for more than just a day or two.
Come, girl, let grandma hug you.
Qin Shihan was a little shy, but Qin Xiaoyu ran over and threw herself into Luo Shui's arms. This child has such a carefree personality, not shy, and gets along well with everyone.
Grandma smells so good. Qin Xiaoyu's soft words made Luo Shui smile.
Chu Jianghe also wanted to hug the little girl, but was afraid that he would scare her.
Xiaoyu, whose children are these two?
Chu Xiaoyu pulled Qin Ran in and introduced her. This is Sister Qin Ran, my brother's friend.
Xiaohan and Xiaoyu are both her daughters. After hearing this, Chu Jianghe and Luo Shui didn't react much.
They thought it was normal to become a mother in her 20s. But Qi Xiaomeng, Meng Ruyun, and Xiao Yushi, who came to deliver the menu, were all stunned.
Qin Ran has a daughter, or two. Their emotions were somewhat complicated, but they couldn't explain what was going on. Old man, look at this girl. Does she look like Xiao Feng when she was little? Look at her eyes and nose.
As soon as Luo Shui said this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed again.
The women's thoughts became more complicated.
Qin Ran's heartbeat became faster and faster, and his head almost buried in his chest. Chu Xiaoyu saw everything and seemed to have an epiphany, but she said nothing. She immediately began to use her expertise to ease the atmosphere a lot. Upon hearing that Chu Feng's parents were here, Zhang Heng, Liao Yuan, and other invited guests came to greet them. They were not arrogant at all and called them brother and sister-in-law in a very cordial manner. It was quite lively here, but Chu Feng had taken a break from his busy schedule. There was no other reason, it was because the blind date arranged by Luo Shui came.
Miss Su, I'm sorry, the restaurant just opened today and I'm a little busy. I'm sorry for neglecting you.
Chu Feng rushed down from upstairs and saw a tall woman standing by the railing on the second floor, watching the lively scene in the lobby on the first floor.
Hearing Chu Feng's voice, Su Qing turned around and said, "It doesn't matter.
A man should put his career first." There was nothing wrong with what she said, but her tone was a little cold.
Ms. Su, this way please.
Chu Feng specially reserved a seat just to entertain Su Qing. The two sat down and the waiter immediately handed over the menu. Chu Feng could consider this as a temporary inspection, but he was quite satisfied with the waiter's performance. After ordering 2 dishes, the two started chatting while waiting.
Mr. Chu, I see you are quite busy. How about we just make it short?
Chu Feng had no objection.
It would be best if the problem could be solved in the simplest way. As for me, I have my own company. If we can really get married, I hope you can take care of the family in the future.
After all, the restaurant can be managed by others, but my company cannot. Chu Feng frowned slightly, but did not interrupt her.
After all, it would be somewhat impolite to do so.
Su Qing did not notice the change in Chu Feng's expression and continued, regarding the issue of children, I expect to get pregnant within this year, which will not affect my work, so I hope you can go to the hospital for a checkup before getting married.
In addition, regarding the issue of shared property after marriage, I hope to have a notarization.
You spend the money you earn, I spend the money I earn, and both parents are supported by each other.
That's all I want to say. Do you have anything else to add?
After Su Qing finished speaking, Chu Feng sat up straight and held his chin with both hands.
Your requests are all directed at your marriage partner. Of course I have no objection, because I have no intention of marrying you.
Su Qing originally had a cold and aloof look on her face, but after hearing what Chu Feng said, her expression became even gloomier. This was originally just a blind date, not an arranged marriage, so both parties naturally have the right to refuse.
Do you think there is something wrong with what I just said? If so, you can bring it up. Chu Feng shook his head. No problem. That's your standard for choosing your partner. I have no right to interfere. It's just that I personally cannot accept it. It's that simple.
Chu Feng has tried his best to use more tactful words to express this matter.
After all, the restaurant opened today and he didn't want to cause any trouble.
But Su Qing seemed not to understand what he meant, and said in a bad tone, my company is very large.
If we don't notarize it before marriage, how can I confirm whether you are coming for my property? Chu Feng sighed.
Ms. Su, it's not a big problem to feel good about yourself, but it's not good to think too highly of yourself. Let me put it bluntly, only people with dirty hearts always think of others as dirty.
You.
Chu Feng's words showed no mercy, and made Su Qing feel extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Zhang Hong and Liao Yuan, who had come out together to see how the business was going, happened to pass by. Seeing Chu Feng here, they walked over.
Boy, business is good today.
If you can maintain this momentum in the future, I think you will get your money back for the more than 150 million you spent.
Liao Yuan was still so rude when speaking, but Chu Feng didn't care.
He knew that this guy was just like that. However, when he saw Meng Ruyun, he became much more honest and pretended to be blind to it to avoid embarrassment. Zhang Hong also encouraged Xu Feng a few words, and then the two of them prepared to go back and drink. Looking at Xu Feng chatting and laughing with the two business tycoons, Su Qing's face was full of disbelief. She could never have imagined that Xu Feng would be so close to those two people.
Chapter 100, Bear with me for a moment. Seeing Su Qing's expression, Xu Feng said directly, Miss Su, do you still think that I would covet your property?
Su Qing heard it clearly just now. Xu Feng actually spent more than 150 million to build this restaurant. All her assets added up do not exceed 50 million. In this situation, she suspected that Xu Feng would covet her property, which was tantamount to slapping herself in the face.
Not only that, he is also very familiar with Zhang Hong and Liao Yuan. The relationship between them is absolutely priceless.
Su Qing also knew that she had embarrassed herself, but she couldn't swallow this. She was used to being superior in the company, so she simply couldn't accept the feeling of being suppressed by Xu Feng.
Even if you don't covet my property, what if you covet me as a person? When I am old and ugly, will you kick me away? I have to think about myself. After hearing this, Xu Feng wanted to laugh even more. Miss Su, you are too confident in yourself.
I am looking for a marriage partner with whom I can live a normal life.
Do you think appearance is important? Su Cheng looked at Xu Feng with disdain and said, Men are hypocritical.
They say they don't care about appearance, but when they see a pretty girl, you never know what dirty things they're thinking about. Xu Feng had no way to refute Su Qing's words. If a man did not do this, it might be strange, because this is the instinct of being a male and is engraved in the DNA. But she classified herself as a pretty girl, which Xu Feng felt was still a little inappropriate.
To be honest, Su Cheng looks pretty good and has a good temperament. Even among the crowd, he can be considered outstanding. But that also depends on who you compare it with.
There are really many outstanding girls around Xu Feng, and his vision has also been improved a lot invisibly. So when he looks at Su Qing now, he doesn't feel anything at all.
Why, you can't speak. As expected, I guessed it right.
Su Qing was full of pride, but at this moment, a beautiful scenery came from afar and immediately attracted Xu Feng's attention.
Compared with Su Qing, that side is clearly more attractive.
The people who came were none other than Qin Ran, Xu Xiaoyu, Xiao Yushi, Xi Xiaomeng and Meng Ruyan. These 5 people have completely different styles, and now that they are combined together, it first creates a huge visual impact.
Brother! We're all waiting for you to eat, what are you doing here? Xu Xiaoyu spoke first.
Xu Feng, those fans who can't come want to see how our food is.
Do you want to start a live broadcast later? This is naturally Qi Xiaomeng.
Xu Feng, Xiaohan and Xiaoyu have been looking for you just now.
This is Kiran. Xu Feng, do I need to show up later or sing a song for the people who came to support us today?
No one else would say this except Meng Ruyun.
Okay, go back and eat, and leave the guests to me.
Xiao Yushi also spoke. Just now Xu Feng thought that these people together were a beautiful scenery. But when their voices exploded in his ears at the same time, he regretted it.
3 women make a play.
When these 5 women get together, it is not as simple as 3 plus 2. It is completely comparable to watching 10 plays together.
Xu Feng can't hear what they are saying at all.
Anyway, in the end, he was taken away for no apparent reason.
Xiao Yushi walked at the end.
She turned her head to look at Su Qing, called a waiter over, and said, All the bills for this lady are free.
Su Qing is undoubtedly a tragedy, and she hasn't reacted yet.
At first she was worried about the property, but Xu Feng was obviously richer than her and had more connections. She was also worried that Xu Feng was attracted by her beauty, but those girls were all stunningly beautiful. She felt ashamed and embarrassed just by looking at them.
Not to mention there seems to be a big star in it. Meng Ruyun, it's Meng Ruyun.
Su Qing finally reacted and quickly looked at the waiter next to her and asked, How much did Xu Feng spend to invite Meng Ruyun here?
The waiter looked at Su Qing with disdain, but since they were in the service industry after all, he quickly restrained himself. Ms. Meng is a friend of our boss. She came here just for the boss's sake.
Not only did she not ask for money, but she also gave us a gift for the grand opening, which seems to be quite valuable.
Su Qing was about to collapse.
She seemed to have just realized what an excellent man she had missed. No matter how much she regretted it, Xu Feng was undoubtedly in dire straits. The reason was that Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu both wanted to find Xu Feng, because Xu Feng promised them that he would take them to the kitchen to eat delicious food.
If you want to find your Uncle Chu, then you have to wait for a while.
Your Uncle Chu is on a blind date and should be here soon. As soon as Luo Shui said this, the room instantly became quiet. Chu Xiaoyu didn't even know that her parents had arranged another blind date for Chu Feng. She became curious and ran out immediately.
Soon after, Xiao Yusher and Qi Xiaoming also ran out.
Finally, Qin Ran and Meng Ruyan each found an excuse and followed behind. Chu Jianghe and Luo Shui looked at each other, and both of them had strange expressions. Chu Feng leaned against the wall, looking at 5 pairs of questioning eyes.
No, just say whatever you want to say. If you have nothing else to say, go back and eat. I'm hungry after being busy all morning. Chu Xiaoyu took the initiative and said, Brother, you are good.
Now you don't even tell me about your advisor when you go on a blind date.
What? Do you think my fees are too high?
Chu Feng was about to deny it when Xiao Yusher said, Today is the opening day of the restaurant. It's okay for you as the boss not to help, but you actually abused your power for personal gain.
Are you trying to show off in front of other girls?
Chu Feng was almost wrongly accused, but these women didn't even give him a chance to explain. You and I were talking at the same time, enjoying ourselves, without considering Chu Feng's mood at all. Only Qin Ran was better. He just stood there and looked at Chu Feng with resentful eyes. Chu Feng was annoyed by their words, so he pushed them away, grabbed Qin Ran's wrist and ran away.
He's guilty and has taken a hostage. Go catch up with him.
Chu Xiaoyu gave orders, and he didn't know how things turned out like this. Hiding in the fire escape, Chu Feng immediately closed the door.
He was fine, but Kiran was exhausted. Hey. Qin Ran rolled his eyes at him angrily and said, Why are you grinning like an idiot? Why are you running? It's fine if you want to run, but why are you holding me?
Chu Feng said directly, They are all talking about me, but you don't have anything, so I can only take you as a hostage, just bear with it for a while.
Chapter 101 Perfection. Bite.
Congratulations to the host for successfully slapping the blind date in the face and getting a sign in reward.
Do you want to use it immediately?
The system's voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. But Qin Ran was still in front of him, and he didn't know what the system would reward him, so he had to choose to refuse for the time being. They were having fun here, but Chu Jianghe and Luo Shui in the private room had serious expressions. Jianghe, the more I look at these 2 little girls, the more they look like Xiao Feng.
Do you think that they will? Chu Jianghe also noticed this problem, but he said, What are you thinking? Don't you know your own son? How could he do such an outrageous thing?
Of course Luo Shui understood Chu Feng, but for some reason, as soon as she saw Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu, she liked them for no reason, as if there was some inexplicable connection between them.
Xiaoyu, can Grandma ask you something?
Qin Xiaoyu, who was sitting on Luo Shui's lap, raised her head and looked at her with her big eyes blinking.
Grandma, what's the matter? Luo Shui hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, Why are you following your mother?
Where is your father? She asked very carefully, but Qin Xiaoyu didn't seem to care.
We don't have a dad.
Her answer made Luo Shui stunned.
How could she not have a father?
Just as she was about to ask again, Chu Jianghe nudged her with his elbow and gave her a wink, which made Luo Shui give up the idea of asking further questions.
A child this young will never lie.
In other words, they just never met their father. Inertial thinking made Luo Shui think of some not-so-good results, and she couldn't help but feel more pity for Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu. She nuzzled Qin Xiaoyu's chubby face affectionately and said lovingly, Come to Grandma's house when you have nothing to do in the future.
Grandma will make delicious food for you, okay? Good.
Chu Xiaoyu and the others had had enough of the fuss, so they called Chu Feng and asked him to come back quickly for dinner. When he brought Qin Ran back to the private room, he was ridiculed by Chu Xiaoyu and others. Chu Feng was thick-skinned and naturally didn't care, but Qin Ran's face turned red because of them, as if she and Chu Feng had secretly done something shameful. It was originally just a joke between the younger generation, but after Chu Jianghe and Luo Shui saw Qin Ran's expression, they looked at each other and seemed to have some sudden realization. After the meal, the guests left one after another. Chu Feng naturally couldn't sit idle, so he saw them out of the hotel door one by one and expressed his gratitude.
Meng Ruyun and the others naturally did not leave.
They were not only guests, but also Chu Feng's friends. Their purpose today was not just to eat, but also to help.
Everyone is doing the best they can.
Qi Xiaoming took Chu Xiaoyu to start a live broadcast and walked around the hotel. Meng Ruyun began to prepare for a surprise performance. After all, many people came for her, so she had to show some appreciation.
Xiao Yusher just ate 2 quick bites at noon.
She was the foreman and couldn't leave her post for too long, especially on such an important day as today. Qin Ran brought Qin Shirhan and Qin Xiaoyu to deliver water and snacks to the staff. Most of them had no time to eat, so they could only take some time to rest and fill their stomachs. When there are too many people, conflicts will naturally occur, which is inevitable. Fan Xiaoxian was worthy of being the general manager. She even dared to order the boss around. With a wave of her hand, she asked Xu Feng to handle these matters specifically.
Time flies quickly in the busyness.
The restaurant was announced to stop operating at 10 p.m., but it was almost 11 p.m. before the last table of guests left. The moment the door closed, everyone seemed to have lost their souls, except for the better ones who still found a chair to sit on.
More people just sat down on the ground.
Lu Xian was even more thorough, he simply let himself go and lay directly on the ground. Xu Feng, it's fine if I suddenly solve the problem and continue to be a carefree rich second generation.
It's too tiring to run a business.
This was Lu Xian's heartfelt sigh. Xu Feng ignored him, knowing that he was just complaining. Fan Xiaoxian is still here, and he won't leave even if you tell him to.
Everyone has worked hard today.
Xian, I'll give everyone a 2,000 yuan bonus, which will be put into my personal account. Upon hearing this, the employees who were too tired to get up became energetic again and cheered.
Brother, what about mine?
When Xu Xiaoyu heard about the bonus, her eyes lit up. This girl was busy today, so Xu Feng could only smile and say, "We have everything, and yours is indispensable."
The day ended successfully. They had originally planned to celebrate in the evening, but seeing how they were all yawning, Xu Feng knew that this was unlikely.
Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian had to stay to settle today's income and expenditure, so the task of seeing people off was left to Xu Feng. Fortunately, Qin Ran drove here by himself today, so there was room for other people in his car.
Wow, brother, you and Sister Qin Ran have a couple's car?
When they arrived at the parking lot, Xu Xiaoyu immediately exclaimed. What a mess, you treated it as a t-shirt, and it's a couple's version. Xu Feng didn't take it seriously, but the others were all thinking about it. Xu Xiaoyu, Xiao Yushi, Ji Xiaomeng, and Meng Ruyun all got into Xu Feng's car, which was packed full.
Qin Ran came over and asked, "Do you need my help to deliver it?"
Xu Feng smiled and said, "Xiaohan and Xiaoyu are both very sleepy.
You should take them back to sleep."
At around 8 o'clock, the two little girls had already dozed off. They usually went to bed early, and today they were so busy that they were too sleepy to open their eyes.
Well, I'll go back first. Remember to let me know when you get home.
Good. Qin Ran said goodbye to the others and drove away.
Xu Feng also got in the car.
Xu Xiaoyu asked with a sly look in his eyes, "Brother, what did Sister Qin Ran say to you?" When she asked this, the three women in the back row pricked up their ears.
What's your business?
You're not tired yet, fasten your seatbelt and let's go. When Xu Feng returned home, it was already past midnight. He didn't feel as tired as the others, so he took a shower and prepared to go to bed. As I lay down on the bed, I remembered that I had not told Qin Ran, so I picked up my phone and sent her a WeChat message.
I'm home.
I just took a shower and am getting ready for bed. I thought Qin Ran should have gone to bed, but before I even put down my phone, I got a reply. Well, go to bed early. You've worked hard today. After seeing this, Xu Feng smiled but did not reply. He put the phone aside and closed his eyes. Qin Ran was actually very sleepy, she just kept waiting for news from Xu Feng.
After all, she just felt uneasy.
Perhaps Xu Feng did not realize it, but as a woman, Qin Ran was very sensitive and understood that Meng Ruyun, Xiao Yushi, and Ji Xiaomeng all had special feelings for Xu Feng.
Chapter 102 Treatment Crisis. System, sign in.
The next morning, Xu Feng had just returned from his morning run when he remembered that he had received a sign-in reward yesterday.
Byte.
Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, mastering all sports skills.
Tip, this skill is passive, please be aware. Master all sports skills?
Xu Feng studied it for a while before he understood the meaning of this reward. In fact, in all competitive sports, no matter he has been exposed to them before or not, he has mastered them all. It is no exaggeration to say that if he participates in any sports competition now, winning a Grand Slam will not be a problem. You may say this reward is useless, but that is not the case. But if it was to be said to be useful, Xu Feng didn't feel that it had any significant effect.
He has no intention of becoming an athlete.
The last time he played football with his friends was 2 or 3 years ago. Now, apart from jogging every morning, he doesn't do any other exercise. Anyway, having something is better than having nothing, and Chu Feng has always been very open-minded about this.
Meng Ruyun still has 1 day left of vacation.
When I sent her back to the hotel yesterday, she said she wanted to go out and play today. Xu Xiaoyu agreed immediately, and Qi Xiaoming had relatively free time, so naturally she had no objection. Only Chao Yushi felt disappointed, because she still had to work and there was really nothing she could do. After checking the time, Qin Ran probably hadn't gone to the company yet, so he called her.
Chu Feng, what's wrong?
Qin Ran's clear voice came, and Chu Feng said, well, Ruyun is leaving tomorrow, and I want to go out and play today.
I want to ask if you have time. Qin Ran hadn't been to the company the whole day yesterday.
Fortunately, there had been no problems at the company recently, and the previous difficulties had been safely overcome, and things were now stable. With Lu Hao in charge, he can easily handle the daily chores.
Okay, when are we going? Chu Feng pondered for a moment and said, it has not been decided yet. How about this, I will create a group and discuss it in the group. Hearing this, Qin Ran couldn't help but relax a little.
She didn't know whether Meng Ruyun had invited Chu Feng alone, but from what Chu Feng said, there were other people coming, which made her feel a lot more relaxed. Meng Ruyun was perfect and a big star. Her attitude towards Chu Feng had already made Qin Ran feel a sense of crisis. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng immediately created a WeChat group. After thinking for a while, he also added Xiao Yushi, Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian.
What time do we leave? Chu Feng spoke first. Xiao Yushi immediately replied, killing is not enough.
You guys go out to play, why do you still seduce me? I still have to work.
The restaurant wasn't open yet, so it was normal for Xiao Yushi to reply quickly. Go out and play? How come I don't know? Lu Xian also replied.
Those who were able to go out and play didn't say anything, but those who couldn't go were more active than each other. Finally, we decided to set off around 11 o'clock, find a place to have lunch, and then go out and have fun in the afternoon. It was still early, so Chu Feng planned to go to the security company to take a look. Now he only has 2 businesses under his name. Although his goal is to be a hands-off boss, he still has to show up from time to time. Originally he just planned to come and take a look, but he smelled a strong smell of gunpowder as soon as he entered the door.
What's going on?
Zhou Jian's men and Zhao Hu's men stood face to face, both sides looking at each other with eager eyes.
Seeing Chu Feng coming, they calmed down a bit. Zhang Long ran out from the crowd. Everyone knew that he was the one arranged by Chu Feng.
In addition, he is a very smooth person, so he gets along well with both factions.
Mr. Chu, please come with me.
Chu Feng was somewhat puzzled, but he still followed him to the side.
Didn't you ask Xiao Hu to go to the restaurant yesterday, and gave everyone a bonus of 2,000 yuan? Chu Feng nodded, it was indeed true.
Zhang Long continued, I don't know how Zhou Jian's men found out about this, so this happened early this morning.
Zhou Jian's men felt it was unfair.
They are the company's veterans, so why did Zhao Hu's men make all the money while they didn't even get a share of the soup?
Chu Feng frowned slightly and asked, what about Zhou Jian? What does he mean? Zhou Jian didn't say anything. He reprimanded his men, then went to the office with Zhao Hu. He hasn't come out yet.
It seems that Zhou Jian is still relatively calm and does not take the opportunity to cause trouble at this time.
Come on, take me to the office.
Zhang Long nodded and shouted as he walked, go do what you need to do. Zhao Hu's men were obedient and turned around and left.
Zhou Jian and his men were filled with resentment.
It seemed that if Chu Feng had not been there, they would have already pointed at him and started cursing. Arriving at the office, Zhou Jian and Zhao Hu stood up immediately when they saw Chu Feng coming.
Boss!
You're here. Zhou Jian had a flattering smile on his face, but Zhao Hu just nodded. Chu Feng sat directly on the sofa and motioned for them to come over.
I know everything. How do you plan to solve this matter? Chu Feng directly raised the question. Zhao Hu did not say anything.
He did not think that he and his people had done anything wrong. They were acting according to Chu Feng's orders.
After a tiring day, it was only natural for them to get some bonus. Zhou Jian smiled bitterly and said, Boss, let me first tell you my personal attitude.
You must have your own ideas for letting Zhao Hu take people there.
I have no objection to this.
But you also know that it is not easy for a company like ours to make money.
2,000 yuan can cover half a month's salary for everyone, and...
Chu Feng raised his chin and motioned Zhou Jian to continue. Besides, Zhao Hu and his men's basic salary is much higher than others. The brothers below will inevitably think that you are biased, so they will cause trouble.
That's true.
When Zhao Hu and his colleagues were at Shuguang Group, their salary level was among the highest in the industry. After I came to the security company, they did not raise the price but maintained the original level, which is very good. According to Chu Feng's original idea, it would not matter if he gave them more.
After all, they were poached here. Why would they come if the treatment was not good?
But after Zhou Jian explained the matter objectively, Chu Feng began to reflect.
Logically speaking, there is nothing wrong with this.
But from the perspective of corporate management, this is definitely a huge hidden danger.
A tall building is built on the ground.
If the foundation is not laid well, the building will collapse sooner or later no matter how magnificent it is.
Okay, let's get down to business. Let's talk about the salary first.
Zhou Jian, go tell your brothers that I'll set up a competition ring in a while.
If you want equal treatment, then show your skills. Chapter 103, Reform of Security Companies. Why was Chu Feng willing to spend a high price to bring Zhao Hu and the others here?
It's not because he is rich and willful, but because they are indeed capable and worth spending the money on.
Zhou Jian's subordinates also want such high salaries. It's not impossible.
As long as their abilities can surpass Zhao Hu and his group, money is not a problem. But if you want to get something for nothing, then I'm sorry, let alone a salary increase, it would be considered merciful on Chu Feng's part to let you stay and live a carefree life. There was an open space behind the company, and Chu Feng called everyone here.
I think you already know why I asked you to come here. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. There is no free lunch in this world. If you want equal treatment, then show your ability.
Seeing Zhou Jian's men eager to try, Chu Feng continued, I'll give you another chance.
You can challenge me.
As long as you win, I'll give you nearly 1 million immediately. The whole audience was in an uproar, even Zhao Hu was a little surprised.
Mr. Chu, can we join?
Zhao Hu asked jokingly, but Chu Feng nodded seriously.
Of course, everyone here can do it.
As long as you defeat me, 1 million will be paid immediately.
I'll go first.
As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, a man with a hunched back came out from Zhou Jian's side.
Nigger, what are you doing here? Get out of here. If you hurt the boss, I will break your bones.
Zhou Jian was furious, but Chu Feng said, why are you trying to stop him?
I've already said it, and everyone here can do it.
Zhou Jian had a strange look on his face and said, boss, you don't know, this black guy is too vicious. He doesn't care about his life when fighting, and he hits the vital parts. He caused a lot of trouble, and he was just released not long ago.
Chu Feng waved to the black man and said, I'll say it again, anyone can challenge me, do you understand?
Zhou Jian immediately shut up.
Chu Feng had said so himself, what else could he say?
Chu Feng walked to the middle and said directly to the black man, you can start any time when you are ready. The black man's eyes were darting around, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Then he suddenly jumped up and kicked Chu Feng in the lower abdomen.
Chu Feng smiled slightly and moved sideways to avoid his attack. Otherwise Zhou Jian would have said that the black man was insidious.
Not only did he attack the lower 3 directions at the beginning, but after Chu Feng dodged, he stabbed 2 fingers towards Chu Feng's eyes.
If it were someone else, they would probably fall for it.
But Chu Feng quickly raised his hand and grabbed his wrist. With a small grab, he turned the black man around and knelt on the ground, unable to move. It seems that this million has nothing to do with you. After saying that, Chu Feng let go of his hand. The black man's eyes rolled, and he pulled out a folding knife from somewhere, turned around and stabbed Chu Feng in the stomach.
Mr. Chu, be careful.
Boss. Zhou Jian and Zhao Hu were both terrified. But Chu Feng's face darkened, and he kicked the black man in the side of the face with a powerful whip kick.
The huge force made him fly sideways.
The crowd dodged, and he slid on the ground for 7 or 8 meters, hitting the guardrail with a dull sound before stopping.
Boss, are you okay?
Zhou Jian was so scared that his face turned pale. He never expected that a black man could do such a thing.
Could it be that he thought that if he really stabbed Chu Feng, he would be able to get the 1 million?
I'm afraid that even if he got the money, he would not be alive to spend it.
What could possibly happen to Chu Feng?
He had already seen through the black man's little moves. With those little tricks of his, it was far from enough to hurt Chu Feng. Zhao Hu was shocked by Chu Feng's kick just now.
An amateur watches the excitement while an expert watches the details. It takes a lot of strength to kick a living person 7 or 8 meters away.
It was estimated that if Chu Feng had not held back, that kick would have directly exploded the black man's head like a watermelon. After the shock, no one would dare to challenge Chu Feng. I originally thought that Chu Feng was just a bit of a jerk, but who would have thought that he could be so terrifying? But this does not prevent them from challenging Zhao Hu and others. But the facts prove that there is an insurmountable gap between these gangsters and veterans. Even if they mustered up their courage, it would be useless in the face of the absolute gap in strength.
Now you know why their salaries are higher than yours?
Seeing that no one challenged him anymore, Chu Feng asked.
No one spoke, they all hung their heads, looking like eggplants hit by frost.
Even Zhou Jian's expression wasn't looking very good, even though he was the general manager of the security company. Chu Feng was not here to help Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu was his employee, and so was Zhou Jian. In a few days, I will improve the company's policies.
You don't have to be discouraged.
As long as you work hard, you can still get high wages and bonuses.
After hearing Chu Feng's words, Zhou Jian and his men's expressions also looked better. But I want to say this first.
You should all know why I didn't let you go yesterday.
You will have to do this kind of money-making work in the future. If you want to go, you should first look for the reason in yourself. No one is a fool.
In fact, everyone's heart is as clear as a mirror. Yesterday was such an important opening, but they were so careless and looked so unhappy that they didn't like everyone. Who knows how much trouble they would cause if they went there? This is the fundamental reason why they missed out on the $2,000 bonus. Originally they were still unwilling to accept it, but now that Chu Feng had finished speaking, they felt that there was nothing to be dissatisfied about.
They can't beat Zhao Hu and his men. As for professionalism, they are used to being lax.
Look at Zhao Hu and the others, they are standing straight, full of energy. Look at their side, some are standing sideways, some are squatting, some are looking at the sky, some have their arms open, some are shirtless, they are all strange and varied, it's like being in a zoo.
After taking a look at the time, Chu Feng said, "Okay, I have something else to do.
You guys can handle the rest on yourselves.
Zhang Long, if there is any conflict between them again, call me immediately. Do you hear me?"
"Yes, Mr. Chu."
Chu Feng left, but the people on the open space did not leave. Zhang Long looked around and thought to himself, is this going to be another fight?
Zhou Jian walked over and said to Zhao Hu, "Brother Zhao, my brothers are a little lax.
Can I ask you to help train them? They can't just slack off like this. Look at how weird they are.
They will be the boss's men if they go out." Zhao Hu didn't expect Zhou Jian to make such a request. However, if Zhou Jian and his men are trained, they will be able to help Chu Feng in the future, which is also a good thing.
Okay, I can promise you, but my training method is very hard. Are you sure they can bear it? Zhou Jian nodded. If anyone disobeys, just tell me and I will fire him immediately. Chapter 104, Forced Purchase and Sale. Now that we have resolved the issue with the security company, it's almost time.
As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family.
After much discussion, they decided to have lunch at their own restaurant.
After all, compared to the food outside, the dishes made using Chu Feng's recipes are simply impeccable. I originally thought that the restaurant was packed yesterday because of the opening and the presence of Meng Ruyun. But when Chu Feng and Qin Ran arrived, they found that compared with yesterday, the number of customers today was not less at all, and there were still people waiting for the waiter's guidance at the door.
Chu Feng, I think it would be better for us to eat somewhere else.
In fact, Qin Ran didn't need to say this, because Chu Feng felt the same way. Judging from the situation, if they are caught by Lu Xian, they probably won't be able to go out to play in the afternoon and will have to follow to help. It is of course a good thing that business is so booming. After everyone gathered together, Chu Xiaoyu and Qi Xiaomeng, two surfing girls who spend all day on the internet, gave an explanation. Among the customers who came yesterday, there were many of Qi Xiaomeng as colleagues. This not only refers to live streaming, but also to some network workers.
For example, some food bloggers like to visit restaurants and review food. With such a big scene yesterday, how could they not come? Originally they had thought about it.
For the sake of being able to see Meng Ruyun in person, they would help beautify the restaurant to some extent. But when the delicious meal appeared in front of them, they even forgot to take pictures and introduce it, and they ate with their mouths full of oil. I finally remembered to make a note of it, but the food on the table had already been eaten. Later I had to order a few more dishes before I could start working. By the evening, the internet was filled with food reviews. Moreover, all the reviews were almost one-sided, and no food blogger could find any fault with it. It would be fine if one or two people said this, but the point is that all bloggers say this. This made the spectators smell a hint of conspiracy, and they left messages below, saying that these bloggers must have received dirty money, so they would say nice things at all costs.
It's hard to satisfy everyone. No matter how good a dish is, there will always be people who don't like it. What they did is really too fake. And those netizens who came to support today immediately launched a counterattack.
Those who are singing a different tune are simply being surprised by what they have seen. They have clearly never eaten it, so what qualifications do they have to comment on it? As a result, the two sides started a heated debate under the updates released by major bloggers, and the debate was escalating. The end result was that Honkalu became more and more famous, and people who were not very interested in it originally all came here to see whether what was said on the internet was true or false. The few of them decided to go to another place to eat. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they discussed where to go in the afternoon. Chu Feng's identity today was a driver and bodyguard, so the girls had no intention of asking for his opinion on such matters. Four Seasons Resort.
This was the location the girls finally chose.
Although the name is Manor, it is actually a fully open resort.
There are mountains in the distance and rivers nearby.
There are hotels and homestays in the village. There are also various facilities around the village.
You can have completely different feelings when you come here in any season.
In addition to enjoying the scenery, there are many things to experience here, such as planting, picking, feeding, catching fish, and so on. Anyway, wherever the girls go, Chu Feng will follow.
Look at this sheep. It's licking my hand. You are really brave. Aren't you afraid that it will bite you?
For example, for an experience like feeding the animals is free, but you do have to pay to buy the food they eat. From this point of view alone, this is a business that requires no capital. As long as you are willing to work hard, there are plenty of plants on the mountain that can feed the pigs, cattle, and sheep. Normally, no one would care if you spend a few $dozen to experience this kind of novelty. But just as they were about to go to the next place and were about to pay the bill, the boss asked for 500 yuan. None of them was someone who needed a few $100, but no one had expected that just feeding some vegetable leaves to the animals would cost $500.
This money was too easy to make. Boss, are these a bit too expensive? Or are these vegetable leaves made of gold?
Xu Xiaoyu was the first to speak, with resentment written all over her face. Although she is also a greedy little money grubber, she always believes that money should be earned in a proper way. She was extremely disgusted by her boss's completely deceptive behavior.
You guys didn't ask clearly, why are you blaming me now? The price has always been this high. If you don't have money, don't play. Why are you saying you don't have money now? Do you want to get it for free?
The boss still looked very confident, as if he was the one who suffered a loss.
How can you be like this? You are asking for such a high price. Aren't you afraid that I will file a complaint with the relevant authorities?
Shi Xiaoming's words were in vain. If the boss was afraid, he would never do this.
Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to pay me or not? If not, don't blame me for being rude.
Chu Feng and his group weren't angry yet, but the boss got angry first.
It was as if the boss really owed him money.
Seeing that Chu Feng and the others were unmoved, the boss waved his hand and several young men in their teens immediately jumped out. They look young, and the hair around their mouths hasn't evolved into beards yet. I originally thought that this kind of thing could only be seen on the internet, but I didn't expect that I would actually encounter it myself. Chu Feng stepped forward and protected the girls behind him.
He had seen many reports online before about various forced sales incidents taking place in certain tourist destinations. The current situation is no different, or even worse. At least you can get something out of forced buying and selling.
But in this case, I spent 500 yuan to buy a few vegetable leaves, and all of them went into the animals' mouths.
This is really too much of a loss. I'll give you one more chance. Give me the money quickly, or I'll make sure you can't leave the village.
As he spoke, the boss's eyes kept circling around Chu Feng and lingering over the girls.
Not to mention 500 yuan, even if it was 50,000, Chu Feng would not even blink an eye.
But if it were given to this kind of person, he would rather just skip stones and listen to the noise.
I don't want money, but I want to see how you're going to keep me here. After hearing this, the boss saw that Chu Feng was the only man in their group, so he said, "You think you can be a hero and save the beauty? Why don't you take a piss and look at the mirror? Do you have the qualifications?"
After saying this, he waved his hand, and the boys were about to fight with Chu Feng. But at this moment, Chu Feng picked up the phone.
Chapter 105, Apologize if you lose. Oh, you guys move your hands, I'll make my call, it's fine, we won't be delayed.
Seeing those boys looking at him in confusion, Chu Feng said this.
This is a complete provocation. Does he mean that he can deal with them while on the phone? The boys are young and energetic, how could they withstand such stimulation?
If they were just trying to deal with the situation just now, then now, they really wanted to beat Chu Feng up. There was nothing wrong with their thinking, but they indeed underestimated Chu Feng's strength. Chu Feng held the phone in one hand and put the other hand in his trouser pocket.
In other words, he didn't even want to use his hands to deal with these boys.
Brother, kick him, yes, hard. Chu Xiaoyu was howling beside him, watching Chu Feng kicking the boys on their butts one by one.
Hello?
Uncle Zhang, please help me contact the tourism bureau. I'm being forced to buy something at Four Seasons Resort. With Zhang Heng stepping forward, things became much simpler. When the people from the tourism bureau arrived, they took the boss and the boys away without saying a word.
Mr. Chu, right? I'm really sorry. You don't know that this guy is a repeat offender. He really doesn't change despite repeated admonitions.
Don't worry, we will definitely strengthen our education this time and will come to inspect regularly in the future to prevent this from happening again. Dealing with such a two-faced person, whether you beat him or scold him, is just a waste of time.
It would be better to just ask the relevant department to take him away, and everyone will be happy. This little episode did not affect everyone's mood.
Walking upstream along the winding river, I soon saw a lot of people gathering in front of me.
Why are there so many people over there? Let's go over and take a look.
If you get closer, you can hear a burst of cheers. I asked someone and found out that it was an open-air basketball court in the village, and there was a game going on that day, so it was so lively. Both sides of the game were tourists, and I heard they were both professionals. They happened to meet here and decided to play a friendly match. In comparison, Chu Feng still prefers playing football. Although he also plays basketball, his skills are not very good. It's a rare opportunity to catch such an event, so the girls decided to wait and see the result before leaving. I have to say that these people are worthy of being professional basketball players. Their various movements, collisions, and even scoring accuracy are far beyond the reach of ordinary hobbyists. Even people who are not interested in basketball will inevitably get excited after watching this kind of scene. The team wearing white jerseys is now clearly at a disadvantage, as their average physical fitness is far inferior to that of the team wearing black jerseys. After watching for a while, the white side has been knocked down several times. But this was not a regular basketball court, and the concrete floor soon left them with bruises from friction. The score gap is getting bigger and bigger, and the black side is almost sure to win. But they continued to use their physical advantage to cause damage to the white team, which seemed like they were deliberately bullying. Chu Feng had not expected that the gap between professionals could be so huge. The match had already been decided, so there was no point in watching any further. Just as he was about to ask the girls if they wanted to go somewhere else, he saw something out of the corner of his eye and immediately stretched out his hand, blocking Qin Ran, who hadn't reacted yet. Chu Feng held the basketball firmly in his hand. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, the ball would have hit Qin Ran in the face. Chu Feng turned his head and saw a member of the white team lying on the ground, hugging his legs and rolling around. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. But the black team remained unmoved. One of them looked towards Chu Feng before walking over.
Dude, give me the ball.
Chu Feng didn't even look at him, let alone have any intention of passing the ball to him.
Didn't you hear me? I told you to give me the ball. This man's attitude was very arrogant, and several bystanders around him frowned. Chu Feng glanced at him and then said, "Are you talking to me?" The black team member's face darkened, and he pretended to be angry and said, "Dude, from what you said, are you looking for trouble? You have the ball in your hand, who else can I talk to if not you?" If it was a misunderstanding, Chu Feng would naturally not do this, and this was not in line with his usual character. The reason why he was like this was because the ball that almost hit Qin Ran was hit by the player in front of him. Even if he didn't mean it, he couldn't even say a word of apology. How could Chu Feng treat such an uneducated person well? If you want the ball, just bend down and apologize, and the ball will be returned to you immediately. Chu Feng was not trying to make things difficult for him. He was uneducated, so Chu Feng was just teaching him a lesson. But the black team member still looked very cool and snorted with disapproval on his face. Let me apologize? Why? This is a stadium, the strong are respected. Why should I apologize to you, an outsider? Chu Feng took back his previous thoughts.
The man in front of him was no longer a matter of being uneducated.
He might not even be qualified to be a human being. Okay, according to what you said, as long as I beat you on the court, you can apologize, right?
The team member seemed to have heard something particularly funny.
Win me? Are you still dreaming? Chu Feng didn't waste time talking to him.
He grabbed the ball with his right hand and threw it directly towards the black team's basket. The next second, the sound of the ball falling into the bag made the whole audience silent.
After another 2 or 3 seconds, deafening cheers broke out.
Chu Feng didn't say anything more to this guy. He directly crossed the railing of the field and walked straight towards the white team.
I heard you are short of someone?
After a while, the game resumed, but Chu Feng was already wearing the white jersey.
Keep an eye on that kid and destroy him.
The black team wanted to target Chu Feng, but Chu Feng did not give them any chance at all. He just stood outside the three-point line, and as soon as he caught the ball, he jumped up and shot. 1 or 2 were fine, but 4 three-pointers in a row, all of them hit the target, and all of them fell into the pocket, which made the whole audience boil.
Chu Feng's idea was simple.
If he wanted to win, then nothing could be faster than a three-point shot. When he touched the basketball, the reward given by the system was automatically effective.
Now his basketball skills are absolutely world-class.
But he just refused to collide with the opponent and avoided any physical contact.
Because he will only waste time.
His real goal is to score points as quickly as possible and win the game. Seeing the score gradually narrowing, the black side began to panic. No one expected that Chu Feng's shooting would be so accurate.
Don't let him shoot again. It's okay to commit a foul. It's better to drag him down with you. Chapter 106 World-Class Skills.
Wanting to drag Chu Feng down, this goal is indeed quite great. The reason for saying this is that they couldn't even touch Chu Feng at all, so how could they even talk about dragging him down? Chu Feng had already seen through their little moves and was naturally prepared. The other members of the white team were also clearly trying to protect Chu Feng.
Various pick and rolls ensured that Chu Feng would not be maliciously harassed by the opponent and could still score points effectively.
There is more than a minute left in the game, and the score is now only 1 point behind.
It is hard to say who will win or lose.
The ball was in Chu Feng's hands again, and the onlookers all started shouting 3 points.
3 points.
But this time, Chu Feng had no intention of shooting a three-pointer. Instead, he dribbled the ball while making a provocative gesture towards the black team. He is now preparing to fight against the 5 opponents alone.
Don't think you're strong. Be good, I'm here to tell you that there are always people who are better than you.
As soon as the words fell, Chu Feng moved instantly. With a feint, he got past the defender in front of him and attacked directly. Then there was a fake shot, which instantly made the 2 black team members jump high and try to block it. But Chu Feng's feet did not leave the ground at all. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
He bypassed them and made a layup directly to score.
The score was completely reversed, which made the black team members furious.
What are you standing there for? Quick attack and win back the points.
The black team launched a fast break, but the player with the ball only felt a flash before his eyes, and the ball in his hand disappeared. Turning his head again, Chu Feng had already jumped outside the three-point line. A 1-point lead turned into a 4-point lead. There were 30 seconds left, and the outcome was basically a foregone conclusion.
But for professional athletes, overtaking by 4 points in 30 seconds is not a difficult task. Xiaoyu, is your brother so powerful?
Shi Xiaoming's eyes were full of little stars. Most girls have no resistance to handsome boys who are good at sports. This applies not only in school but also in the adult world. Xu Xiaoyu didn't know that Chu Feng had this skill, but it didn't affect her cheering at the top of her lungs. Meng Ruyun also wanted to shout, but was stopped by Qin Ran next to her. Shi Xiaoming and Xu Xiaoyu are the kind of cheerful people who don't care about anything else when they are happy. But Qin Ran was usually very steady. Even though she was a little excited now, she had not lost her mind. Even though Meng Ruyun is wearing sunglasses, all her fans can recognize her voice, and the camouflage effect of the sunglasses is almost zero.
We must not let them catch up.
The members of the white team shouted loudly.
Chu Feng's joining undoubtedly boosted their morale.
It was clear that he was no match for the black side before, but now he was able to hold his own in a head-on confrontation. Of course, this is also due to the fact that the black side consumed too much physical strength. The black team's shot failed and the rebound was grabbed by Chu Feng.
Just as the black team was hurriedly returning to defense, the ball flew over their heads at an even faster speed.
falls straight into the basket. The place where Chu Feng was standing now was under the white side's basket. It was incredible that he scored this ball across the entire court. The audience's voices were hoarse from shouting. Who would have thought that they were just there to watch the fun? Now we can see exciting scenes that may not appear even in international competitions. Everyone started to speculate about Chu Feng's identity, but even those fans who had never missed a single game didn't recognize Chu Feng at all. Based on his dribbling and three-point shooting skills, he can definitely be ranked among the world's top players. His weakness lies in his height, which is really a disadvantage in the interior. A senior fan came to the conclusion. With less than 10 seconds left, the black player knew he was doomed to lose. But they gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with ferocity, and deliberately passed the ball to the white side, which was obviously not a good intention. "Brother Feng, don't be impulsive." Chu Feng introduced himself just now, and the players on the white team all called him that. Chu Feng smiled slightly and glanced at the timer. 5 more seconds, that's enough. After saying that, he immediately rushed towards the opponent. This time he did not shoot a three-pointer, but instead dribbled past someone and rushed forward. He stepped on the free throw line, exerted force suddenly, jumped high, held the ball with one hand, and obviously intended to dunk. Stop him. Although he was shocked by Chu Feng's jumping ability, the captain of the black team still responded immediately. If Chu Feng were to be caught at this height, at the very least he would suffer broken bones. With this idea in mind, 3 people jumped up at the same time, almost blocking the basket completely, leaving Chu Feng with no chance of dunking. Everyone thought that Chu Feng was being reckless this time. He was obviously better at long-distance accurate shooting, so why did he have to show off his skills in this way? He might even get hurt. But Chu Feng revealed a hint of a smile, and swung the arm holding the ball down like a giant hammer. The next moment, the huge hammer smashed hard on the heads of the 3 people in black. This was not the end. The ball was dunked into the basket, and Chu Feng's huge strength directly pulled the basket frame down. If the 3 players on the black team hadn't reacted quickly, this blow would have ruined their careers and the rest of their lives. Chu Feng's performance was truly amazing. The veteran fan just said that he felt like he could fry an egg on his face. His common sense was just like fart to Chu Feng and was completely useless. Is it time to apologize now? Unlike others who were sweating and panting, Chu Feng was just slightly out of breath at this moment. The 3 people on the black side crawled out from under the shelf, still feeling frightened. "I'm talking to you guys, apologize now." "Yes. Apologize." The audience started to cheer. Chu Feng waved his hand and called Qin Ran over. They originally wanted to deny the debt, but looking at the situation, if they didn't apologize, they probably wouldn't be able to leave. "I'm sorry, is that okay?" Qin Ran tugged at Chu Feng, indicating that this was enough. Chu Feng then said, "All right, let us do this." This time Chu Feng stepped forward, obviously for Qin Ran. This made Qin Ran feel indescribably happy, and he didn't have much to complain about those people at all. Just as they were about to leave, the captain of the white team found Chu Feng. "Brother Feng, are you really not on a professional team? With your skills, it would be a shame if you don't play in the game. How about you give me a call and I'll have our coach and boss contact you so you can talk to them and decide." Chu Feng waved his hand without even thinking about it. "Don't think about it. I don't have much interest in playing." Chapter 107, There are always mountains higher than another. However, the captain in white clothes still tried his best to persuade Chu Feng. He didn't want to miss such a talented player. "Brother Feng, don't say that. Everything can be discussed. Just state whatever conditions you want." Chu Feng just smiled calmly without saying anything, but Qin Ran on the side suddenly said, "I see that everyone in your team loves basketball. Where do you belong? As long as it is private, maybe we can really cooperate." Chu Feng looked at her in confusion. What did she mean? Qin Ran wanted to buy this team? But Qin Ran's business had nothing to do with basketball teams, so it would be useless to buy it. It was obvious that the captain was confused by Qin Ran's words, and Chu Feng just shook his head helplessly. "Why are you interested in basketball?" Chu Feng asked. Qin Ran's face turned a little pink. All she could think about was Chu Feng's performance on the court just now, his tall and mighty shooting, and his nimble and light dribbling. The status of this man in her heart rose a lot again. "I just proposed a cooperation intention, why are you?" Before Qin Ran finished speaking, Chu Feng saw through her thoughts at a glance. Since Qin Ran was interested in this, he would just buy it.
Okay, then I will buy your team and ask your boss to come and sign the contract. Xu Feng said. Xin Ran looked up at him and asked, Buy it? Buy it?
The captain in white and Xin Ran looked at Xu Feng in surprise at the same time.
As a pharmaceutical company, how much cooperation can you have with a basketball team? If you want it, I'll buy it.
After saying that, Xu Feng took Xin Ran away from the basketball court. The captain in white was left disheveled in the wind.
What on earth is going on?
Xu Feng was handling daily affairs in the office, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was time to acquire the team, but what he didn't expect was that the other party was late. Xu Feng's schedule remained the same as usual. The sky gradually darkened. When the orange-red light of the setting sun shone on Xu Feng's office, the other party finally arrived. It was 5:40 and he was already more than an hour late. A fat Mediterranean man named Li Hongda walked in with a look of disdain on his face, followed by yesterday's captain in white, Ding Liang.
Oops, I'm so sorry for keeping our boss waiting.
Sorry. The man who spoke did not look at all apologetic. On the contrary, his tone was that of a smug man who had succeeded. I'm the owner of the brilliant football team, Li Hongda.
I haven't asked you for advice yet?
From the moment Li Hongda entered the room, Xu Feng had been busy with his own affairs and paid no attention to the two people who came in.
Don't worry about who I am. Just sign it and you can go.
Swooshed Xu Feng through the file to Li Hongda. Li Hongda snorted coldly, without even looking at the document, and shouted directly, 10 million. Li Hongda bet that Xu Feng could not offer this price, because this team was not worth this price at all. Although the glorious team openly gathered a group of people who love basketball, in fact, privately, it was just a transit station for money laundering.
The forces behind Li Hongda are not simple. Xu Feng was a little impatient. His time was so precious, and Li Hongda actually dared to bargain in front of him? Goodbye.
Xu Feng said firmly. Ding Liang, who had been standing behind the two men, tried to mediate. We can still negotiate the price. There's no need for the two bosses to fall out over a disagreement.
Everything can be negotiated, right? Just at this moment, Xin Ran walked into the office. It's almost 6 o'clock. Where are we going to eat tonight? Xin Ran asked. I'm almost well. I don't mind. Xu Feng said.
Xin Ran looked at the familiar faces in the office and Xu Feng's calm expression and knew that the acquisition had not been concluded.
Cooperation and acquisition are actually all for win-win situations.
We don't need to stick to any particular situation.
As long as everyone can benefit, isn't that the best thing?
Xin Ran said with a smile. Xin Ran had seen many such scenes during her years at Qines Pharmaceuticals, so she naturally knew how to help with this matter.
But who knew that Li Hongda didn't appreciate this at all? On the contrary, he yelled and cursed, What do you know as a woman?
You have long hair but little knowledge.
It's the men who are talking now. It has nothing to do with you. Stop butting in, you bitch.
As soon as Li Hongda finished speaking, Xu Feng stopped what he was doing. The air became unusually quiet, and it felt like a big battle was about to begin. This was the first time Ding Liang encountered this situation, and he didn't know what to say.
Xin Ran noticed the difference between Xu Feng's eyebrows and eyes, and he got angry. Ding dong. An email was transmitted to Xu Feng's computer.
After Xu Feng finished reading it, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he calmly made a phone call.
I'll give you 5 minutes, come to my office.
Xu Feng hung up the phone and looked at Li Hongda in front of him with cold eyes. Li Hongda was a little frightened by Xu Feng's aura, and asked with all his confidence.
Why, I said a few words about your woman, what do you care about? I'll introduce you to a better woman next time, brother.
Li Hongda was so frivolous that Xin Ran didn't even want to scold him.
She didn't even bother to confront such a lowly guy.
But Xu Feng couldn't let Xin Ran be humiliated by Li Hongda in vain. He wanted to settle these accounts with him bit by bit.
Roll.
Xu Feng spat out a word coldly.
Get out of here now before you get knocked down and spit blood. Li Hongda slammed the table and stood up. You really don't know what's good for you.
I took time out of my busy schedule to come and discuss cooperation with you.
Where is your sincerity? You told me to get out of here in one sentence. Do you think everyone has as much time as you do? No. We won't be done until this matter is resolved today.
Papa Li Hongda clapped his hands, and a group of bodyguards rushed into Xu Feng's office.
Today, no one can leave this room without 10 million. Xu Feng took a quick look and sneered.
Even Qin Ran, who was standing by, seemed to have noticed something.
That's it? Chu Feng asked.
Li Hongda was so angry at Chu Feng's mocking tone that his face turned green.
You're still not convinced? Are you still being stubborn? Do it now. If you don't make him bleed, you won't get the money.
After hearing Li Hongda's order, this group of people rushed towards Chu Feng frantically. Chu Feng stood there, motionless as a mountain, with an unusually calm look.
Oh, you knew you were going to get beaten, so you just stopped struggling? What an idiot.
At this critical moment, a man rushed in hurriedly.
Master Chu, you called me? Everyone's eyes turned to the man at the door.
Li Hongda was so angry that his face and neck turned red 1 second, and his face turned pale the next.
Boss Zhou, Boss Zhou? Chapter 108, The Customer is God.
Li Hongda looked at Boss Zhou in front of him with a pale face, but Boss Zhou didn't even pay attention to this insignificant person. During such a long time, Chu Feng had never used such an urging voice to order Zhou Jian. He had to rush over within 5 minutes.
When had Chu Feng ever given such an urgent order? Zhou Jian rushed over without even thinking.
When he received the call, he thought he had committed a capital crime.
Could it be that he had been found out for embezzling public funds? However, it didn't seem like that. Everyone present fell silent as Boss Zhou entered.
After a brief silence, Li Hongda began to build a relationship with Zhou Jian.
Boss Zhou, long time no see. I'm Li Hongda from the Brilliant team. Do you remember me?
Some time ago, I came to you for business cooperation. Zhou Jian has a great reputation in the security industry, and he is well connected to both the black and white worlds. If it weren't for Zhou Jian's ability, Chu Feng would not have directly acquired Zhanlong at that time.
Who are you?
Zhou Jian looked at the greasy Mediterranean man in front of him impatiently.
It's me. I'm Li Hongda. Boss Zhou, don't you remember me? Zhou Jian frowned irritably. Go away. He turned to Chu Feng and asked, Master Chu, please tell me what I need.
Zhou Jian's call of Master Chu scared Li Hongda to death.
Master Chu. I see. Your last name is Chu and your given name is Yi, right? You are really good at taking advantage of others. You actually let Boss Zhou call you Yi?
Boss Zhou, there's no need for us to deal with this young man.
Who does he think he is?
After that, Li Hongda took out a box of huazi from his pocket and said with a smile, Boss Zhou, have a cigarette. Who knew that Zhou Jian would actually glare at him viciously? His vicious eyes revealed the murderous intent of his underworld side. How can you speak like that in front of Master Chu? Zhou Jian slapped Li Hongda on the face. Chu Feng remained silent throughout the entire process. To deal with scum like Li Hongda, he didn't need to take any action himself, nor did he need to worry about anything.
Li Hongda covered his red right cheek.
The huge pain made him unable to believe that all this was true.
Was Boss Zhou protecting the young man Chu Feng? Li Hongda, with his ears buzzing, angrily yelled, Zhou Jian, don't be shameless. I paid you a deposit of 1 million. The customer is God, don't you understand?
As soon as Li Hongda finished speaking, Zhou Jian realized that the bodyguards surrounding the office were actually from his own Zhanlong security company. When Zhou Jian realized the seriousness of the problem, he knelt down in front of Chu Feng.
Boss, this is my fault. I didn't supervise them strictly enough. Please forgive me.
Qin Ran stepped forward and quickly pulled Zhou Jian up.
Zhou Jian, why are you doing this?
Chu Feng thought that Zhou Jian really wouldn't say that.
Forget it, since it's all a misunderstanding, just explain it clearly. By the way, return his deposit and put him on the blacklist.
He is not allowed to have any business dealings with Zhanlong in the future.
Yes, boss, I understand. Zhou Jian said, bending over. Zhou Jian stood up and scolded the bodyguards. Are your eyes on your buttocks? You don't even greet the chairman when you see him. A bodyguard saluted Chu Feng. Hello, chairman.
The loud shouts in unison frightened Li Hongda so much that he trembled and didn't know what to do.
Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best. All right. Today I'm defeated by you. Your name is Chu Feng, right? Remember that. After saying this, Li Hongda didn't even care about Ding Liang behind him and planned to slip away quickly. But how could Chu Feng let him go so easily? Etc.
Li Hongda's body trembled, and he thought, it's over, it's really going to be difficult for him to get out alive this time.
Li Hongda, we haven't settled our accounts yet, why are you running away?
Li Hongda still acts like he is very important.
I run? Why should I run? Stop accusing me here. You still want to settle accounts with me? Give me my 1 million first.
You have such a small office, and I ask you to pay 1 million.
Can you afford it?
After hearing this, Jean Ran burst out laughing. There are many business tycoons in Honka Building who use cash to avoid transfer records. Now Honka Building is in its peak season, and the cash flow alone is more than 1 million.
It's so stupid of this fool to say such a thing. Chu Feng smiled coldly. That's what you said.
Chu Feng made a phone call, and a few minutes later, the assistant came in with a few security guards, holding a black password box. Boss Chu, a total of 1 million.
Did the assistant open the password box? Li Hongda still didn't believe it.
He cursed and shouted, there must be white paper underneath. Just put a layer of paper on top.
Do you think you can fool me with this little trick? Dream. Chu Feng nodded.
His goal was achieved. He was waiting for Li Hongda to say this.
I know you don't believe it, so just order slowly. I will let you go after you've ordered. Li Hongda looked at the pile of 1 million yuan in cash in front of him.
What kind of joke was Chu Feng playing? 1 million yuan in cash, 10,100 yuan bills, how long would it take him to count them? But at this point, Li Hongda no longer had the capital to negotiate with Chu Feng.
No matter how unwilling he was, he had to go ahead. Remember this for me.
When Li Hongda walked to the sofa and was about to sit down to count the money, Zhou Jian pushed the sofa away and asked, Who told you to sit down?
Kneel down.
Li Hongda missed his move and fell to the ground. Chu Feng instructed Zhou Jian, leave a few reliable people to guard him.
They cannot leave until the order is finished.
Just as Chu Feng was about to take Jean Ran away, he suddenly thought of something.
Chu Feng walked up to Li Hongda and asked, Do you still owe this beautiful lady an apology? Although Li Hongda was furious, Zhou Jian was standing behind Chu Feng. He just muttered sarcastically, Let me apologize to a woman. Maybe in the next life.
Zhou Jian kicked him on the forehead, and the cash on the table was knocked over by Li Hongda's recoil.
Millions of cash rained down in the office.
Jean Ran looked at her watch and saw that the time for the hotel reservation had almost passed. She quickly advised Chu Feng, I have reserved a table for the evening and now I am almost late. I really don't need an apology from someone like this.
Why don't we go eat quickly?
When Chu Feng heard that Jean Ran had actually taken the initiative to set a date location in the evening, he felt that he couldn't miss such a good opportunity.
Chapter 109 Private Dating.
Chu Feng didn't want to show his excitement in front of them, so he had to suppress it and handed the documents on the table to Ding Liang.
The conditions I offer will not be unfair to you. Take a look at them quickly and let him sign them. Ding Liang was also confused and could only nod.
Okay. Zhou Jian patted his chest when he saw this, just leave this to me, boss. Chu Feng looked at Zhou Jian and was about to blurt out the words, but he held them back.
Chu Feng reminded Zhou Jian in a different way.
Zhou Jian, Zhanlong is no longer your private company.
You must check the accounts carefully.
After saying this, Chu Feng left.
Zhou Jian felt a chill down his spine after hearing this.
As expected, Chu Feng had discovered him. However, Chu Feng did not give him any face, which could be considered a warning. After realizing that he was not being targeted by Chu Feng, Zhou Jian became even more loyal to Chu Feng.
I'll be watching over you, count the money quickly.
After leaving the office, Chu Feng and Jean Ran stood in the elevator one after the other. Jean Ran knew that this matter seemed to have nothing to do with her, but she still asked with concern. Chu Feng, I know that what I said may not be right, but if there is a problem with the company's accounts, you shouldn't let him manage the money. It would be better if you replace him with someone you trust to manage the finances. After all, people with dirty hands and feet cannot be used. As the person in charge of Qin's Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, Jean Ran has seen many people like this.
But Chu Feng didn't think so.
No, now Lao Zhou is the backbone of the entire Dragon Slayer. His position cannot be changed. Moreover, if it were before, this was Lao Zhou's own company, and he could freely control the flow of funds, as long as he knew how to make up for it. It's just that now, I asked him to do the accounting in a standardized manner, which is understandable.
Jean Ran thought about it and it made sense.
After all, these were different industries and companies of different natures, so she couldn't say that her ideas would definitely be useful.
I know what you mean.
The elevator door opened and the driver had been waiting outside for a long time.
Chu Feng opened the car door for Jean Ran very gentlemanly. after the two of them sat in. Where is the place you have reserved for tonight? Xu Feng asked. Xu Feng thought to himself, it was rare for Qin Ran to take the initiative to invite him to dinner, maybe this should be a date. Xu Feng couldn't help but feel happy when he thought of this. But Qin Ran's expression was very indifferent. Let's go to Tianjiu, Qin Ran said. Japanese food? Are we going to eat Japanese food tonight? Xu Feng's tone was slightly disappointed. Yes, I haven't been there for a long time, so today I thought of taking some time to treat you to a Japanese meal. What's wrong? Qin Ran blinked his innocent big eyes at Xu Feng. Xu Feng put away his disappointed expression. It was just a meal after all. It was not his fault for thinking too much. It was also good to be able to have a meal with Qin Ran. No, I'm just asking. If you really want to eat Japanese food, I can definitely take you to a higher-end restaurant. But Qin Ran refused without a second thought. This dinner was not as simple as it seemed. No, it's just a dinner. I'm just trying to repay you a favor. Favors? Xu Feng looked at Qin Ran, whose face was blushing, and had no idea what this meant. At this time, the driver asked tentatively, Mr. Chu, are we going to Tianjiu or other Japanese restaurants? Go to Tianjiu, Qin Ran said very decisively. Seeing Qin Ran's resolute attitude, Xu Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is the first time I see you care so much about a Japanese restaurant. The food in this restaurant must be very good. Qin Ran just followed Xu Feng's words and didn't seem to reveal any other meaning. Arriving at Tianjiu and pushing open the wooden door, Xu Feng found that the entire pub was not what he had imagined, crowded with people, or the kind of pub with a particularly lively atmosphere. On the contrary, there was no one here. It was very cold and deserted. Miss Qin, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Please come this way. A waiter in a kimono led the two to a tatami box. Xu Feng had a curious look on his face the whole time. If they really wanted to eat Japanese food, Xu Feng could have taken Qin Ran to another restaurant with better quality, service, and decoration. Why did they have to choose here? Although Qin Ran was treating, he had already thought about how to get Qin Ran to pay for the meal. But what Xu Feng didn't know was that Qin Ran had specially booked the store for today. Qin Ran listened to Xu Feng talking about what happened in Honka Tower today and sharing his daily life. Qin Ran held his chin with both hands and listened quietly, without any perfunctory talk to him based on what he knew. When the first appetizer came, Xu Feng looked at the bluefin tuna belly, mullet roe, and sea urchin in front of him. The dish was rich and of very good quality. Qin Ran, it seems that you really found a treasure shop. Xu Feng had a carefree personality and didn't bother to be polite with her. He helped her pick up the food while eating with relish. It was precisely because Xu Feng was so close to him that Qin Ran had the urge to take things further. Qin Ran thought about what happened yesterday. Xu Feng, I have something to tell you. Buzz buzz buzz. Xu Feng's cell phone rang. Xu Feng didn't want to pay attention to it, so he turned it off. Kiran, tell me. You don't answer this call? Xu Feng said impatiently, I'm eating now and don't want to talk about work with them. Kiran, if you have something to say, just tell me first. Qin Ran nodded, adjusted her spirit, mustered up her courage and was about to speak when her call was interrupted by Meng Ruyun. Why did Meng Ruyun call me? Qin Ran glanced at his phone. Xu Feng wanted to tell her to ignore it, but Qin Ran thought of the subtle relationship between Xu Feng and Meng Ruyun. Could it be that there was some other relationship or connection between them? Otherwise, why were they so anxious and pushing? Qin Ran answered the phone without thinking. Hey, Ruyun, what's wrong with you? Qin Ran asked calmly. Xu Feng, looking for you. Qin Ran's tone obviously changed a little. Qin Ran handed the phone to Xu Feng, and saw that Xu Feng's face became very anxious and urgent. How could this happen? Wait for me, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Xu Feng picked up his coat and rushed out of the store. Qin Ran, keep eating. I'll come find you if I'm done quickly. After saying that, Xu Feng left Yamada Izakaya. Kiran was left standing there alone. Chapter 110, Opening Crisis. Before Xu Feng left, he paid the bill. A meal in a small pub cost hundreds of thousands? If Xu Feng wasn't in a hurry, he really wanted to take a good look at their bill, but thinking that this was Qin Ran's favorite restaurant, he didn't even blink. But what Xu Feng overlooked was the cost of booking the entire restaurant. Qin Ran sat alone in the box, looking at the table full of premium Japanese food, but she had no appetite at all.
More importantly, when the main course that symbolized the exposure of the relationship between the two was served, Chu Feng had probably already gone to find the other women.
Who knows Qin Ran's unwillingness and grievance?
At this moment, the suspicion in her heart was released to the maximum. It turned out that the most important man in her heart could be easily called away by a phone call from another woman. He also said that we shouldn't talk about work while eating, but I'm afraid he is talking about feelings with those people now. Qin Ran felt so wrong that tears started to fall from his eyes. After saying that, Qin Ran stood up and prepared to leave. Upon asking, he found out that Chu Feng had already paid the bill. It was inevitable that a man who knew how to take care of women and was considerate of them would be sought after and liked by so many women.
Oh, why am I so stupid?
At this time, Chu Feng urged the driver to drive quickly to Honka Tower.
Drive faster, this is such a big thing, I'm anxious.
After getting in the car, Chu Feng changed his calm look and his anxiety was written all over his face. At this time, Chu Feng wanted to call Lu Xian in the car to ask in detail what was going on, but Lu Xian's phone was not connected at all.
You can't get through the phone at the critical moment, what's the point of being so arrogant?
Chu Feng mocked his childhood friend. But when Chu Feng arrived at the lobby of Honka building, he straightened his clothes, adjusted his state, and walked in calmly step by step.
Sure enough, a group of people were already making a fuss inside.
Lu Xian and Fan Xiaoxian stood in the middle of the hall, arguing with the group of people who were making trouble. Chu Feng, who already knew the whole story, stood in the crowd, and his temperament was enough to make everyone present shut up. Because from the aura, he looked like the head of a company, standing in front of them with a serious expression. There was no need for Chu Feng to open his mouth, and everyone had already fallen silent. Lu Xian, Fan Xiaoshan, and Qi Xiaoming, who was standing behind them, all seemed to see hope. The leader of the rioting crowd was a food celebrity with 5.6 million fans. Seeing that Chu Feng had arrived, he went up to confront Chu Feng without hesitation. From the looks of you, you must be the boss of this Honkalu restaurant. Let me tell you, I ate here, and you shortchanged me on the weight, but because of your poor food safety, I was hospitalized for several days on 4 drips and even got gastroenteritis.
How are we going to settle this debt?
Chu Feng glanced at the other party and the person behind him. Whether it was the celebrity effect or the traffic driven by live broadcast, the negative effects brought by these things began to follow one after another.
Chu Feng was still watching.
He did not answer the other party's question quickly. Lu Xian on the side was not convinced by this tone.
You are clearly blackmailing me. What evidence do you have to prove it? This is our problem.
You are a food blogger, and you have to try so many restaurants all day long.
Why do you say that the dishes must be from Honkalo?
Chu Feng raised his hand to interrupt Lu Xian's words. This was true, but the problem could not be solved in this way. Chu Feng asked Lu Xian softly. You were previously managing the people who checked in on live streams of influencers.
What was the policy?
Lu Xian told Chu Feng about his plan to get more internet celebrities to live broadcast and boost traffic over this period of time. With Qi Xiaoming's influence, plus discounts on dishes and a free signature dish, quite a few people came during this period.
Chu Feng nodded. Everyone, please be quiet.
The solution I have for this matter is that as long as there is a doctor's certificate confirming that it is our responsibility, we will definitely compensate you for all your medical expenses and compensation costs. However, if you continue to make trouble here without relevant evidence, we will call the police. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Lu Xian was shocked.
What did Chu Feng mean by this? Was he admitting defeat?
Fan Xiaoxian tugged at Chu Feng's sleeve.
What a joke! They are obviously blackmailing us. Are we going to admit defeat now?
Chu Feng patted her shoulder.
Don't worry, I have a way.
Just as the troublemakers on the other side began to discuss how to ask them for compensation, several cars stopped at the entrance of Honka building. They were all medical staff hired by Chu Feng and reporters from the Metropolitan Daily. At this time, Chu Feng began to arrange the work.
Lu Xian, you and Qi Xiaoming, guard the gate. Make sure the medical staff check them thoroughly. We have nothing to fear if we are not upright. We must check them thoroughly.
Chu Feng pronounced the words check it carefully very meaningfully, and Lu Xian naturally understood what it meant.
I understand, leave it to me.
Lu Xian said confidently. Xiaoxian, you and Xiao Yusher, the 2 people who manage the hotel, start greeting these reporters from the Metropolitan Daily and let them take a good look at our kitchen.
That's the purpose. Fan Xiaoxuan's mouth corners slightly raised. Boss, I understand.
The work arrangements have been issued, and now everyone has started to get busy. Chu Feng knew that this matter would definitely not be resolved so easily within a few hours, so he hurried back to Yamada Izakaya to see if Jin Ran was still there, but when he returned, the place was empty.
The izakaya is closed. Sir, why are you here again? Did you forget to bring something? Asked the izakaya owner. I want to ask about the young lady from before, is she still here? Chu Feng asked.
The izakaya owner smiled, and his neat short silver hair and beard revealed a man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Young man, if fate comes, you must know how to cherish it. How can you bear to leave a girl who is willing to prepare a surprise for the girl you booked the whole place for all by herself here? Chu Feng was stunned after hearing this. He then realized that when he paid the bill before, he should have asked one more question about the ridiculously high amount. Even if he had just taken one more look at the bill, it would have been a good idea. Chu Feng wanted to contact Jin Ran, but Jin Ran's phone was not connected. She must be mad. At this time, Jin Ran was taking a bath and missed a phone call. In the voice message, Chu Feng left his apology.
I'm sorry, Jin Ran.
I didn't realize you put so much thought into this dinner today.
I shouldn't have left the table in the middle of it. When you've calmed down, can you listen to my explanation?
Buzz. The sound of the vibrating cell phone interrupted Jin Ran's day's thoughts. She wrapped herself in a bath towel and walked to her room.
See the voice message on the phone.
Jin Ran did not click on it, but deleted it directly.
Forget it, it doesn't matter. Chapter 111 Review.
Jin Ran ignored Chu Feng's apology text message. She opened a bottle of champagne, sat alone on the sofa, and stared blankly at the boring variety show on TV.
She needs some time alone to relax.
Chu Feng sent several text messages and voice messages but received no response. In his opinion, Jin Ran was really angry this time. But this was obviously my own problem. If Jin Ran was angry now, I would probably only make her upset if I continued to pester her. Thinking of this, Chu Feng stopped bombarding him with information. He planned to give Jin Ran some time to calm down.
Whenever you need me, I'm here.
After Chu Feng sent the last text message, he got back in the car and headed for Honka Tower.
Jin Ran looked at the message on his phone, half suspicious, half moved, and said, You wouldn't be like this to other women, would you? No matter what you are doing, as long as they need you, you will.
Jin Ran threw his phone aside, not wanting to look at it anymore. Chu Feng returned to Honka Tower and found that there were obviously fewer people in the lobby. At this time, Fan Xiaoxian and the reporter from Metropolitan Daily came out from the back kitchen door.
They were talking and laughing, and they looked very harmonious.
Fan Xiaoxue was worthy of being the general manager of Honkalo, as she could control the reporter so easily. When Lu Xian saw Chu Feng coming, he leaned over and whispered 4 words in his ear.
Jinjiang Hotel.
Chu Feng felt very strange when he first said these 5 words to Lu Xian.
Why are you talking about Jinjiang Hotel without any reason?
But before he could even ask this question, Chu Feng asked with a hint of doubt, You mean, they are all? Lu Xian nodded, and without saying anything else, he quickly stepped forward to receive the daily newspaper reporters. We at Honkalu will cooperate well with your newspapers and media not only now, but also in the future. Chu Feng looked around and found no suspicious people at the scene. Moreover, all the people who came to Honkalu this time seemed to be internet celebrities, and the situation had not yet escalated to a dangerous level. Chu Feng returned to his office in Honka building, waiting for their report after they had dealt with the matter. When the clock struck 12, the day's business finally came to a successful conclusion. Lu Xian, Fan Xiaoxian, Qi Xiaoming, and others came to Chu Feng's office. Chu Feng was looking at the next plan in his hand.
So I said, this is the disadvantage of online celebrities selling products. Do you know how much we lost today?
Fan Xiaoxian retorted sarcastically with great dissatisfaction.
Why are you talking about me? What does this have to do with me?
You guys are really quick at shirking responsibility. At this moment, Chu Feng closed the file with a snap.
All 3 of them shut their mouths. Do you want to continue arguing? You know who wants to see our quarrel the most?
Qi Xiaoming clearly came here to help, but she ended up being talked about like this by them. Of course she felt bad. She pouted in grievance.
Chu Feng repeatedly comforted.
Xiaoming, thank you very much for your help today.
There is nothing for you to do here. If you are free tomorrow, you can still come to Honka building to help. Of course, the time is up to you.
Hearing that she was recognized by Chu Feng, she immediately showed off proudly in front of Fan Xiaoxian.
Humph, it was your big boss who asked me to stay. Let's see what you can do to me.
After saying this, Qi Xiaoming looked very feminine, and before leaving, she did not forget to throw a coquettish glance at Chu Feng.
Brother Feng, I'm going back then.
As soon as Qi Xiaoming left, Chu Feng began to scold Fan Xiaoxian.
Xiaoxian, do you know who Qi Xiaoming is? Of course I know.
A live streaming celebrity has millions of followers now, and I heard that his followers are expected to exceed 10 million. Chu Feng's tone suddenly changed, and he questioned sternly.
Since you know everything, why do you still want to make enemies? As the general manager of Honka Building, don't you have this big picture perspective? I feel that this kind of online live broadcasting is completely useless, that is. Lu Xian tried to smooth things over. How come it has no effect? Since the opening of Honkalu, do you know how much traffic these internet celebrities have brought in? This is truly an incalculable flow of people.
Lu Xian patted Fan Xiaoxian on the shoulder.
You've been busy all day, go and have a rest.
After sending away the idlers, Lu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He lay down exhausted on the sofa beside him. It's been a horrible day. I'm exhausted.
Chu Feng lit a cigarette himself, then threw it to Lu Xian.
Jinjiang Hotel, where did you get this news?
Lu Xian lit a cigarette and stared at the ceiling of Chu Feng's office in a trance.
In fact, I knew it a long time ago. Old man Su, he came to me once before we opened our business.
These words from Lu Xian were also the first time Chu Feng heard them.
I've never heard you mention it. You're still keeping little secrets from me? Lu Xian is really something.
Lu Xian smiled and said, how did I know that old man would actually do what he said? Hada. Lu Xian recreated the scene of that day. In the Longyuan tea house, Su Daxiang, the patriarch of the Su family of the Jinjiang Hotel, sat on the other side of the tea table and asked the waiter to pour him the best Yuqian Longjing tea.
Boss Lu, I heard that you are planning to open a Honkalu restaurant recently. You are really young and promising.
Lu Xian was on high alert, knowing that the other party had ill intentions.
However, the Su family behind the Jinjiang Hotel was a well-known leader in the catering industry in Dongzhou City. Thank you for your praise, Senior Su. We are just trying to survive.
Lu Xian replied politely. Su Daxiang seemed to notice Lu Xian's reservedness, and said in a very amiable manner, I see that you seem to be quite afraid of me.
Can I really make you come without a return today?
Although there was nothing meaningful in Su Daxiang's words, for a sensitive person like Lu Xian, their words were undoubtedly a threat to him.
If he didn't agree on the terms, he might not be able to leave.
A man who looked like a butler on the right side of the two of them handed over a contract and placed it in front of Lu Xian. As long as you sign, this package price will be enough for you to eat, drink and have fun for the rest of your life. You change women every day, and you get luxury cars every day.
This wonderful life is beckoning you. Lu Xian, you must seize this rare opportunity.
The result is predictable, Lu Xian directly refused.
Impossible. Honka Tower carries not only their jobs and livelihoods, but also a career for Lu Xian.
I appreciate your kindness, but we are not selling this Honka building.
Chapter 112 Master Su. Snort.
Su Daxiang slammed the teacup on the tea table.
Lu Xian, you are so brave. You dare to reject our patriarch's proposal. Do you know who our Master Su is? Do you still want to stay in the catering industry?
The man standing behind Su Daxiang cursed. This is not about the proposal, but about dignity,
Lu Xian said firmly. Later, Lu Xian didn't want to stay here for too long.
He was very afraid that he would be threatened by them or that they would imprison him, so he left Longyuan tea house in a hurry without even drinking the tea. Lu Xian came back to his senses and told Chu Feng everything he knew, and Chu Feng seemed to have guessed what the Su family would do in the future. But it was really thrilling at the time.
If I hadn't been quick-witted and escaped quickly, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see you now.
Chu Feng hadn't figured out what Lu Xian was saying yet. He felt that Su Daxiang was just letting Lu Xian go on purpose.
Chu Feng's guess was soon confirmed. Let us go back to that afternoon.
Seeing Lu Xian slam the door and leave, the man standing behind Su Daxiang widened his eyes and cursed in disbelief. Father, you see he is so arrogant that he doesn't even give face to our Su family.
Who is he pretending to be noble for? Su Daxiang said with disdain, why are you pretending?
They at Honkalu have the guts to yell at us. Don't forget that the appearance of this Honkalu alone is worth at least tens of millions of dollars, plus they hired 8 chefs from Shandong, Sichuan, Guangdong, Jiangsu, Fujian, Zhejiang, Hunan, and Anhui.
Su Chen retorted disdainfully, no matter how many chefs Honkalo can hire, don't we have any in Jinjiang Hotel? Don't forget that we have the backers. There was a loud bang. Su Daxian picked up the tea hammer on the table and gently knocked it on Su Chen's head. You stupid fool. Haven't you figured it out yet? Lu Xian is not the real person in charge of Honka Tower. Su Daxian touched his gray-bearded chin and frowned slightly. I'm afraid that this Honkalu is not that simple. The catering industry in Dongzhou is about to change. Su Chen didn't understand. Their Su family had been in the catering industry for so many years, and he had never heard his father say such discouraging words. Father, are you kidding me? Can a small Honkalu shake our Jinjiang Hotel? Su Daxian didn't want to say anything more. His son was really a hopeless person. The next morning, Xu Feng came to the office and saw the tidied office room and Zhou Jian sleeping on the sofa. Old Zhou, have you dealt with that kid Li Hongda? Zhou Jian was startled and realized that he had actually fallen asleep here. Boss, I. Xu Feng raised his hand to signal him not to be nervous. If you're sleepy, just continue to sleep for a while. Anyway, there are no guests coming today, so the sofa is yours. Zhou Jian shook his head and patted his cheek, trying to sober himself up. No, boss. I want to explain to you what happened yesterday. Yesterday? What happened yesterday? Xu Feng asked back. It's about accounting. Actually, this is because. Zhou Jian still wanted to explain why Xu Feng woke up yesterday, but Xu Feng didn't seem to know the truth of the matter at this moment, because now all the truths could be explained by excuses in front of Xu Feng. Old Zhou, your accounting skills are indeed very poor. You and I both know this very well. And don't forget that Zhanlong is not your own private company now. It doesn't mean that you can just keep track of every account. So, Lao Zhou should learn more about finance when he has time. Okay, is there anything else you want to say? Xu Feng has not yet pointed out Zhou Jian's misappropriation of public funds. He just used the fact that he didn't know how to do accounting as a fig leaf to remind Zhou Jian that he should not treat the company's accounts in the same way as when he was boss Zhou. Yes, boss, I understand. Now that you understand, do your work well. Zhou Jian looked at the calm and composed young man in front of him, and his respect for him increased a little more. It seems that I am now holding on to a promising partner. After Zhou Jian left, Xu Feng began to deal with the matters at hand. It's just that every time he works, he always checks his phone from time to time. Xin Ren hadn't responded to Chu Feng's message asking for peace last night. Xu Feng was anxious, but it was not easy to contact him directly. What if Xin Ren found him annoying? Whenever Xu Feng thought of this, he would feel impatient and scratch his head. Don't think about it, just get to work. On the other side, Li Hongda, who had just managed to arrange the 1 million yuan in the early morning, looked at Zhou Jian, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, and cursed him with disdain in his heart. But now he was under someone else's control, so he could only quickly escape back to his safe place. Li Hongda took advantage of the fact that everyone was still sleepy and quickly evacuated the place. Li Hongda took the 1 million and came to the red light district of Dongzhou City. He entered through the entrance of an underground bar and passed by a group of drunk women in scantily clad clothes. Finally, Li Hongda came to an iron gate. He took out his work badge and swiped the card, and the iron gate opened. Where did you go at night? You didn't even participate in the passionate night last night? The person who spoke was Hu Zai, who did illegal work with Li Hongda. You mentioned this to me. I get angry when you say this. What's wrong? Tell me what's going on. Hu Zai took a bottle of vodka and placed it in front of Li Hongda. Why else could it be that this brilliantine was bought by someone else? What? Hu Zai's reaction was even more excited than Li Hongda's. Why? This brilliantine was clearly used to wash things for Master Wan, and there has never been any mistakes in such a long time. How could you? Li Hongda slammed the table. Have you made enough noise? You think I don't know? Did I have a choice at that time? I was forced. There was a hint of threat in the corner of Hu Zai's mouth. This guy is really a fool. I'll go meet him. Don't worry, brother Da. I, Hu Zi, will help you with this matter. Li Hongda sneered, you're going to settle it? Can you be worthy of Boss Zhou? Tiger Cub had just picked up the baseball bat and put it down silently. This Chu Feng definitely has an extraordinary background. We must proceed with caution. But Lord Wan, damn. Sigh. Chapter 113, Cutting Off the Supply.
Before one wave subsides, another wave rises. The dark clouds of underground money houses have begun to gather, and competition among peers in Honkalu has become increasingly fierce. With the grand opening promotion in the past few days, the discounts on food prices, coupled with the strict control of food quality at Honkalu and the authoritative news reported by the Metropolitan Daily, the popularity of Honka Tower has skyrocketed in just a few days, with long queues forming outside the tower. From the opening at 11 a.m. to the closing at 12 p.m., the uninterrupted long queues are enough to say it all. A few days later, it was time for the weekly work report. Lu Xian, Fan Xiaoshan, and others complained that their recent work was very tiring, with a constant stream of people coming in and out, and they had no time to breathe at all.
Let alone going to the toilet, we don't even have time to drink a sip of water.
The foreman Xiao Yushir said helplessly. Then I am still the general manager, but I am working on the front line, said Fan Xiaoshan.
Seeing the two arguing like a pair of enemies, Lu Xian couldn't help but jokingly asked, although you complain like this, look at your expressions, you are so happy, aren't you satisfied? Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Although the recent work is hard, it is all worth it. The popularity of Honkalu shows that what they are insisting on is meaningful and can prove the value of their lives. Of course they are happy. Don't worry, a new batch of employees will be coming in soon. Once they are taught the working procedures, things will naturally be a lot easier for you, said Chu Feng. After the internal staff meeting. Lu Xian, wait a moment. After everyone has left. How's it going lately? Lu Xian looked calm.
It's normal, nothing happened. But the more Lu Xian said this, the more Chu Feng felt something was amiss.
The Su family will definitely not give up so easily. What's more, our Honkalu is now in its heyday.
You should not only focus on the booming business every day, but also be wary of other things. You should delegate the power of internal hotel management to Fan Xiaoxian, so just let go.
Lu Xian understood what Chu Feng meant and nodded. I know that. Chu Feng's suspicion was not unreasonable, because Honkalu's booming business was what the Su family wanted to see most. Inside the Moulin Rouge Cafe. Ms. Long Lan, long time no see. Su Daqiang performed a Western etiquette respectfully.
Long Lan was wearing a dark red tight little dress, matched with her retro makeup and hair, looking like a retro modern woman who walked out of a movie. She smiled and withdrew her right hand very naturally. Although I grew up abroad, it doesn't mean that anyone can kiss my hand.
Su Daqiang stood there in embarrassment. Master Su, please take a seat. What brings you to our Moulin Rouge today?
I heard that you had a big quarrel with a young man in the Long Yuan tea house. At this moment, Su Chen looked dazzled and stared at Long Lan. He took this opportunity to strike up a conversation with her.
Ms. Long, do you already know what happened before? Do you know how hateful Lu Xian is? He is.
Long Lan raised her eyes and looked at Su Chen. The teardrop mole at the corner of her eyes made her eyes look particularly attractive.
Master Su, don't be impatient, speak slowly. Long Lan's implication was that Su Chen should not speak. His father hadn't even said a word, so why were you, his son, so anxious? The bodyguard next to him handed Su Daqiang a package.
Ms. Long, I know you don't like tacky things like gold, silver, and jewelry, so I prepared this for you as a tribute. The moment Long Lan grabbed the package, she immediately became alert. Inside is the golden pumpkin tribute tea, which is at least the best quality, worth 100,000 yuan per ounce. It seems that this old man has something to ask of me.
Su Daqiang, if you have something to say, just say it. I can't accept this tribute tea.
Su Daqiang quickly said, Ms. Long, I came here today to ask for something.
It's about Honka Tower.
I hope, Miss Long, that you can cut off their supply chain of tea, coffee, and beverages.
Long Lan snorted coldly and leaned back on the sofa.
Long Lan knew that Su Daqiang was a guy who would never come to Long Lan for no reason. Long Lan controlled the city's largest supply chain of raw materials such as tea and coffee. Now Su Daqiang actually dared to let her openly cut off the supply and demand of a new restaurant.
Isn't this obviously doing something that will make people hate you? What a joke! If Long Lan really did this, wouldn't she be despised by other industries? I can't do this. Cutting off the supply chain is not something a small woman like me can influence. In other words, with money in front of them, would these suppliers be so stupid as not to make money?
Su Daqiang had known that this would be the result.
So he took out a box.
The moment it was opened, Long Lan's expression suddenly changed. Long Lan was so surprised that her eyes widened, looking at the thing in front of her in disbelief. I helped you with this. A few days later, all the drinks and alcohol in Honka building were out of stock.
No drinks? How could that be?
Sorry, we haven't restocked it yet.
What?
We have to bring our own drinks when we come to your restaurant to eat?
This is a joke.
We have to bring our own wine to eat.
This restaurant is really new. Ha ha ha.
Honkalu's business was good for only 2 days before its reputation plummeted due to a slogan in its title, "Bring your own wine when you eat." There are many different opinions on the internet about Honkalu's strange regulations. By the time Chu Feng discovered this matter, it had already become a big deal. Chu Feng hurried to Lu Xian's office.
Lu Xian, what's going on?
Lu Xian was on the phone at this time.
Yes, is it not possible?
Why?
Mr. Chen, don't you want to come? Beep, beep, beep. Lu Xian has now asked everyone, but no one is willing to provide them with any drinks. Chu Feng, have we become a laughingstock now?
Chu Feng knew that Lu Xian was also upset, so he consoled him. He is not a laughingstock, but what happened to the wine?
Our demand is so great, could it be that these suppliers won tea by our products?
When Lu Xian explained the whole story of what happened at the supplier in the past few days, Chu Feng realized that this was a long plan.
The people of the Su family can't stand it any longer. Chu Feng said.
We have to find a breakthrough in this matter.
Breakthrough? Lu Xian frowned and thought. You mean Kirin? Chapter 114, Misunderstanding and Reconciliation. Speaking of Qin Ran, Zhu Feng's expression became very embarrassed.
Since the last misunderstanding, he tried to contact Qin Ran several times, but Qin Ran ignored him.
Besides, Honkalu has been really busy with work during this period.
There was a little incident between Qin Ran and I. As a result, she has ignored me for many days. Chu Feng, who had always been confident about everything, looked helpless in front of Lu Xian for the first time.
But a rich second generation like Lu Xian didn't understand what Chu Feng meant.
In his opinion, Qin Ran was no different from other women to Chu Feng. They were just friends for the sake of courtesy.
What's the story?
You can win her back with a small gift.
You don't have anything to do with her, so why are you so reserved?
Lu Xian revealed the secret in one sentence, but he still pretended to know nothing.
But what should I give?
Chu Feng looked a little worried, which made Lu Xian a little impatient.
Look at you, you are so hesitant. Are you still a man?
You just go to a jewelry store and buy some jewelry or something, and she won't forgive you in a minute.
Chu Feng never expected that Honka Tower would encounter such a huge mess.
When the business was booming afterwards, he had no time to take care of other things. Seeing that Chu Feng was in a difficult situation, Lu Xian slapped him hard on the back and shouted, "What are you thinking about?
Go find Qin Ran right away. If you keep hesitating, this store will not open." Chu Feng's back hurt from being slapped by Lu Xian. Fuck you, did you hit me too hard? Haha, you deserve it.
But thanks to Lu Xian's slap, Chu Feng finally came to his senses. It was his fault, so it would be better for him to speak up.
In the afternoon, Chu Feng appeared in front of Qin Ran's office carrying an exquisite jewelry bag. Boom boom boom.
Chu Feng knocked on the door, but for the first time ever, Qin Ran's irritable response came from the office.
Didn't I tell you I won't see anyone this afternoon?
Chu Feng saw that the office door was not locked, so he opened it on his own.
It's me, Chu Feng.
Qin Ran should have been in a bad mood, but the moment he saw Chu Feng, all his temper and arrogance disappeared.
You, why are you here?
Chu Feng's sudden appearance surprised Qin Ran and made him feel at a loss as to what to do.
Sit down.
Qin Ran, the CEO of Qin Pharmaceutical, poured tea for others in his office for the first time. Chu Feng sat on the guest sofa, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. We are two very familiar people, but for some reason, we seem to be strangers after not seeing each other for a few days.
Qin Ran combed the hair behind his ears with his hands, suppressed his excitement, and asked calmly, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Chu Feng hesitated and didn't know how to start the conversation. About what happened a few days ago. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to leave that day, it was because...
When Qin Ran heard this topic, he immediately raised his hand to block Chu Feng's awkward words that he wanted to explain.
Chu Feng, you don't need to explain.
I just wanted to treat you to a meal that day as a way to repay your favor on the basketball court.
I just wanted to thank you.
It was obvious that Qin Ran was still angry. He was so calm and even a little indifferent, but Chu Feng didn't seem to be able to see Qin Ran's true emotions.
Really? You've forgiven me? I'll invite you to Huaisher cuisine some other day.
There we have our top Japanese chefs, the freshest ingredients, and... Seeing Chu Feng talking so much, Qin Ran began to reflect on himself. He felt that he was thinking too much. There was nothing between him and Chu Feng, but he was acting like a little girl, acting coquettishly and sulking.
He was too naive. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Qin Ran returned to his usual self, which made Chu Feng feel much more relieved.
Chu Feng took out a square velvet jewelry box from a silver bag.
The moment Qin Ran saw the jewelry box, his heart started pounding like it was about to jump out of his chest. But in her heart, she had been mentally preparing herself countless times.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
It was the first time that Chu Feng saw Qin Ran staring at something with such interest. It seemed that jewelry was indeed a woman's best friend. This time, he was right to listen to Lu Xian.
Chu Feng opened the jewelry box, and inside was a heart-shaped sapphire necklace.
There was a hint of disappointment in Qin Ran's expression, but she immediately changed her expression and thanked him as usual.
Chu Feng, you are too polite.
I cannot accept this generous gift.
Chu Feng was a little surprised. Why?
I picked this after careful selection, it must be suitable for you.
Qin Ran rationally tried to evade the question. It was too ambiguous to give jewelry to someone who was not in a relationship.
No, Chu Feng, if you want to apologize, you can treat me to a meal next time.
There is no need for this. When Chu Feng heard what was said, could it be that Qin Ran treated him as an outsider?
Chu Feng's big hand grabbed Qin Ran's wrist. The sudden strong grip frightened Qin Ran so much that he even forgot to resist. It was the first time that the two of them were in such close contact. Qin Ran didn't know whether it was because she was nervous or something else. She didn't dare to look at Chu Feng in front of her and closed her eyes silently. Chu Feng, looking at Qin Ran's flushed face, felt a different emotion in his heart. For a brief 10 seconds, the two of them were silent, and the only sound in the entire office was their breathing.
With a click sound,
Chu Feng said, "Okay, take a look at it and see if it's pretty or not." Qin Ran felt her hands being released. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Chu Feng, who was holding the mirror on his desk towards her. He looked very happy, like a child who wanted to be praised. Qin Ran looked at himself in the mirror and the extremely beautiful sapphire necklace, and all of a sudden all his negative emotions disappeared. She followed her own heart and responded to Chu Feng with great joy.
It's really nice, I like it very much.
Seeing Qin Ran was very happy, Chu Feng was also very happy.
So you forgive me, right? When Kiran looked at the sapphire in the mirror, he couldn't help but feel the entire gemstone. It's like I'm savoring the experience over and over again. I forgive you. In fact, I have forgiven you a long time ago.
I know you guys have been busy at Honka Tower these days, so I didn't bother to disturb you. And we at the Qin Group currently have many problems to overcome, so... Seeing that the two of them had finished talking, Chu Feng smiled happily, like a child.
Qin Ran suddenly asked, "Did you come here today just to give me this apology gift?" Chapter 115, Unexpected Mission.
Chu Feng explained with a slightly embarrassed look, "Qin Ran, actually I do have a small favor that I would like you to help me with." Qin Ran, who was in a very good mood at the moment, agreed without hesitation.
"Tell me, I will definitely help you if I can."
Chu Feng told Qin Ran what had happened in the past 2 days.
Qin Ran's face darkened when he heard it. "I know what you mean by the alcohol supply chain.
The people in charge of the supply chain are the same as the distribution channels of some of our medicines.
And it's the same family that's monopolizing it.
The eldest daughter of the Long family, Long Lan."
When did Honkalu offend the Long family again?
As soon as Chu Feng heard about the Long family, he knew that this matter might not be so easy to negotiate.
And the person behind this incident must be Su Daqiang from Jinjiang Hotel. It was a conspiracy between the Su family and the Long family of Jinjiang Hotel.
Chu Feng expressed his guess. After hearing Chu Feng's words, Qin Ran immediately felt that many things made sense. Seeing Chu Feng was so worried, Qin Ran comforted him and said, "But you don't have to be so anxious.
The eldest daughter of the Long family is not someone who can be easily bribed as you think. She and the Su family may just have some interests.
What you really need to do is not to think about how to be hostile to Long Lan and Su Daqiang, but how to win over Long Lan and make her stop cooperating with Su Daqiang."
Qin Ran's pharmaceutical company has many production lines for functional drinks as a side business. Qin Ran has had some dealings with Long Lan over the years.
She knows that Long Lan is a strong woman who has relied on her own efforts to get to where she is today, and she will definitely not be someone who would be bewitched by Su Daqiang's few words.
Qin Ran wanted to persuade Chu Feng that there was still room for recovery.
Chu Feng understood Qin Ran's meaning and decided to have a good meeting with this woman named Long Lan. Qin Ran originally wanted to go with Chu Feng, but Chu Feng didn't want Qin Ran to get involved in this matter. If the negotiations fail and Qin Ran's Qin pharmaceutical supply chain is cut off, it would be a loss. It's not easy for the Qin family to get to where they are today. I don't want all the previous achievements to be wasted because of me. Chu Feng's concerns were correct, and Qin Ran had no reason to refuse.
I see.
In the afternoon, at dusk, Chu Feng brought Lu Xian to the Moulin Rouge.
Chu Feng, do you think this can be accomplished? No matter if it works or not, we have to give it a try.
The moment Chu Feng pushed open the door, the ambiguous dark red light illuminated the people inside, making them look so festive and rejuvenated. As everyone's eyes were fixed on this place, Chu Feng and Lu Xian were stared at by everyone like animals in a zoo. At this moment, Long Lan took a deep breath of the long tube cigarette in front of her and cast a charming glance at the two people at the door.
New friend, welcome, welcome.
Long Lan put down the cigarette in her hand. She was wearing a rose cheongsam that highlighted her figure and looked charming and graceful.
I'm the proprietress here, Long Lan.
I haven't asked these two new friends how you heard about our Moulin Rouge. Lu Xian stared at Long Lan in front of him with wide eyes.
Long Lan's graceful figure made Lu Xian stunned.
But for Chu Feng, although Long Lan's temperament and figure are indeed good, he is not a man who has never seen the world. Chu Feng directly blew up his own family.
Honka Tower, Chu Feng, Lu Xian.
The moment the three words Honka Tower came out of Chu Feng's mouth, there was no ripple on Long Lan's face. On the contrary, her smile became more obvious.
Long Lan looked Chu Feng up and down.
He was only in his early 20s, yet he was young enough to own a hotel like Honkalo and could even threaten Mr. Su of Jinjiang Hotel. It seemed that the Chu Feng in front of him was no simple man.
Take the two distinguished guests to their seats.
After Long Lan said this, the waiter behind her walked to Chu Feng's side.
Dear guest, please come this way.
Long Lan whispered in Chu Feng's ear, I'll be there soon.
Chu Feng and Lu Xian were taken to two different private rooms.
Chu Feng was in a room with a strong Victorian style.
Chu Feng looked at the small ornaments in the box and played with them in his hands out of boredom.
With the creaking sound of the door, Long Lan changed into a formal outfit and appeared in front of Chu Feng with a completely different look.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. At this moment, Long Lan's small suit exuded a mature and intellectual atmosphere. Chu Feng didn't understand what this woman was up to. No problem, Mr. Long, please take a seat.
Although Long Lan had changed from her previous delicate and charming appearance, she was still a little unhappy facing Chu Feng's indifference.
Boss Long? That's too formal of a title. People usually call me Sister Lan. Judging from your appearance, you must be a rookie too. Long Lan has been in this male-dominated business circle for so many years.
If she didn't have any ability to deal with worldly men, she would naturally not have been able to get the position she has today. In front of Long Lan's open and carefree state, Chu Feng's polite appearance seemed weak. It was originally just a business negotiation, but without Chu Feng noticing, a drastic change took place.
Sure? Sister Lan, you've never met me, so how do you know who I am?
Chu Feng asked back coldly. Long Lan's peach blossom eyes glanced over Chu Feng's vigilant aura, and she knew that she had the upper hand again this time.
Ha ha ha, men's mouths are deceiving. The more you try to explain yourself, the more it shows that you are.
Long Lan's obviously open facial expressions, gestures and words, paired with such a conservative suit, made her look very obstinate.
A little brother is a little brother. You can't beat your sister.
Long Lan finished speaking. A voiceover appeared in Chu Feng's mind.
Bind your blind date partner, complete the task, and get a chance to sign in. That's not right. Long Lan is not my blind date, so why would the task be triggered?
Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, but he quickly adjusted himself. But Long Lan began to feel that Chu Feng was meaningless. Because she was tired of playing. I originally thought that you were a person who made a name for yourself with your extraordinary abilities, but now it seems that you are just a rich second generation who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. You took your parents' money and started a business, but you didn't even know you offended anyone.
Forget it, I'm not interested in a brother like you.
At this time, Chu Feng, who had adjusted his state, said, Long Lan, there should be a limit to your self-righteousness. A hint of hostility flashed in Long Lan's eyes. What did you say?
Chapter 116, Sister Wants to Be the Boss.
Long Lan's peach blossom eyes turned into a terrifying gaze like a jaguar in anger, staring straight at Chu Feng. But Chu Feng stood still as a mountain and looked into Long Lan's eyes without any ripples.
Long Lan has always been good at observing people's expressions.
At this moment, she saw the change in Chu Feng's aura. I don't like beating around the bush.
Just tell me your conditions. Chu Feng asked calmly.
Long Lan saw that her intimidation seemed to have no effect on this man, and since the hard approach didn't work, she decided to try the soft approach.
You put forward conditions right away. What do you think of our Moulin Rouge? A coffee shop?
What else could it be? Chu Feng put on the same cold attitude as he usually did during blind dates, which began to make Long Lan a little confused. At this moment, the sound of quarreling came from next door, interrupting the already quiet, anxious, and awkward atmosphere.
Alas, there are always such disobedient guests every day.
Since you want to talk business with me, I will talk to you properly.
I want you. A share in the hotel.
Right from the start, Long Lan put forward a condition that Chu Feng was unwilling to agree to. Although Long Lan seems to speak casually and even has a frivolous attitude, she actually has a very strong purpose.
Long Lan single-handedly built the Long family's empire, and this strength is not fake. Impossible.
Chu Feng refused categorically. Long Lan knew that Chu Feng would not agree, so she stood up and placed her hands on the table, trying to persuade Chu Feng tenderly with her eyes.
I'm paying you. What's your current market value? I won't bargain. Don't think that I am bullying you. Sister, I want to be a boss lady.
As he spoke, Long Lan walked to the wine cabinet in the box and took out a bottle of Romancandy. Long Lan said nicely that she wanted to be the boss lady, but in other words, she was attracted by the development prospects of Honkalu. This kind of rising star could avoid the monopoly of the three giants in the now saturated catering market. In just a few days, the business has become so prosperous.
This is not something that anyone can do. Honkalu is now in its rising period and is growing at an exponential rate.
In any case, in the next few years, the market value of Honkalu will at least increase several times more than it is now.
If Long Lan could take over Honka building, she could retire early.
But Chu Feng knew clearly that Long Lan could not take over his Honka tower.
Long Lan, you're eating a fat man in one bite, aren't you afraid of choking to death? Chu Feng asked playfully.
Long Lan placed the poured wine in front of Chu Feng and smiled happily.
Chossed to death? You really underestimate my abilities.
Long Lan's tongue swirled around her lips, and Chu Feng knew that his chance had come. No problem, I'll give you 49% of the shares, but no real power. Seeing that her plan had succeeded, Long Lan suppressed her excitement and took a sip of wine. But before the wine even reached her throat, Chu Feng's next words choked her to pieces.
300 million, do you want cash or something? Cough, cough, cough.
Frightened by the huge sum of money, Long Lan started coughing non-stop.
300 million, are you kidding me? Chu Feng, you are playing with me, your sister.
Chu Feng completely ignored her words and spoke seriously. Our Honka building cost about 150 million just for decoration, and the total cost is less than 200 million.
Now the daily turnover is 10 million.
If we balance the off-season and the peak season, the daily average is also around this number. I want you to buy 49% of the shares for 300 million.
It's not too much, right?
At this moment, Long Lan was a little panicked by this unexpected quotation. She just thought it was a project worth tens of millions.
Who knew if Chu Feng was crazy? The decoration of a restaurant actually cost over 100 million. What kind of international joke is this? Is he really stupid or is he mentally ill? Long Lan suddenly had an idea.
With so much money, your daily turnover is tens of millions, which means a turnover of more than 3 billion a year. I only got 300 million now, so there must be something fishy going on. Long Lan raised her wine glass and toasted Chu Feng. Chu Feng watched Long Lan evade with his eagle eyes. He knew that he was sure to win the negotiation. Chu Feng suddenly put one hand around Long Lan's waist and placed it on her back.
Didn't my sister say she wanted to be the boss's wife? This is mine, and it will be yours in the future. Although Long Lan often appears to be very outgoing, when there is some physical contact, she will still instinctively reject it.
Long Lan was shocked. She was just talking casually.
Could it be that this guy was really attracted to her?
It's a bad thing to talk too much, but Long Lan changed her mind and thought that it's not bad to have such a cute boyfriend and his career is also on the rise. Long Lan wanted to break free from Chu Feng's hand, but Chu Feng was over 1.8 meters tall, and it was impossible for Long Lan to break free. And for some reason, when Chu Feng looked down at her, Long Lan did not feel such a strong sense of rejection. Chu Feng walked around to Long Lan's back and patted the dust off her back. "It's stained with something," Chu Feng said lightly. Then he clinked his glass with Long Lan's and drank it all in one gulp. "I know you can't afford it. If you want to buy Honka building, I advise you to give up the idea. Why don't we talk about the supply chain? You name a price, and as long as I can satisfy it, I will never bargain. I will treat it as a fund for you to buy Honka building in the future." Chu Feng advised very naturally and casually, and Long Lan seemed to listen to him. After all, Long Lan didn't really want to get involved with Su Daxiang. Chu Feng's potential far exceeded the benefits that the Su family could bring. Bite. Congratulations to the host. The task of teasing the blind date partner is completed. Award, first floor of Dongzhou CBD office building. How come there is only one floor of office buildings? I thought there was at least one. But thinking about it, this mission was still very simple. Chu Feng did not complain too much. At this time, the arguing and knocking sounds from next door became more obvious. Who's next door? Aren't you going to do anything about this kind of trouble? Chu Feng asked. She had not yet recovered from what had just happened. This was the first time she had such special emotions towards a man. Long Lan sat on the sofa and explained with an indulgent expression, "The Moulin Rouge is a private gathering center. We will not interfere in the affairs of our guests." "Ah." A woman's voice came from next door. Chu Feng wondered why this person's voice sounded so familiar. "Let me ask you, the person in the next box is not Meng Ruyun, right?" Chu Feng's tone was very impolite, which made Long Lan a little unhappy. "How can you talk to me like that? Don't forget, this is the Moulin Rouge, not your Honkalu." But Chu Feng's determined look made Long Lan a little scared, so she could only reluctantly say, "So what? Are you also her fan?" "Ah." Another scream was heard from next door. Chu Feng didn't care about anything else and rushed directly to the next box. "Chu Feng, what are you doing? You can't disturb other guests." Chu Feng rushed over and kicked open the door of the next private room. Chapter 117 Gossip. Long Lan was stunned when she saw this scene. The Moulin Rouge has always used privacy as its selling point and credibility. Chu Feng blatantly kicked open other guests' doors. Isn't this clearly destroying the reputation of the Moulin Rouge? Chu Feng, stop it now. Long Lan was seen desperately pulling Chu Feng, trying to close the door while apologizing. "Sorry to bother you guys, he's drunk and acting crazy." But at this moment, Chu Feng and Meng Ruyun looked at each other, and Meng Ruyun immediately shouted, "Chu Feng! Save me, I." Meng Ruyun's agent covered her mouth without saying a word. Chu Feng dodged Long Lan's obstruction, stepped forward, grabbed Meng Ruyun's arm, and pulled her into his arms. Long Lan glanced at the people present and immediately found some clues. Standing behind Chu Feng, Long Lan gently advised, "Do you know who they are, Chu Feng? You are courting disaster." Long Lan's Moulin Rouge is very famous in the circle. Her network of relationships is extensive and she can understand many people and things with just one glance. These people were Meng Ruyun's agent and the boss of their agency, but the man in sunglasses sitting on the leather sofa in the back of the box was the one that Long Lan wanted to remind Chu Feng the most. "Chu Feng, he is a young master from an aristocratic family. You'd better not get involved in this matter. It will be more trouble than gain. You can't handle them." Long Lan's words not only reminded Chu Feng, but also reminded Meng Ruyun, who was embraced by Chu Feng. "Chu Feng doesn't know this young master from aristocratic family. Could it be that I don't know him either?" Meng Ruyun pushed Chu Feng away at the right time and said, "Chu Feng, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have dragged you into this matter. You should stop interfering in this matter." Meng Ruyun suddenly regained her senses. She thought that if Chu Feng intervened in this matter, he might be implicated. So she decided to solve her own problem by herself. Chu Feng grabbed Meng Ruyun's hand, making it impossible for her to break free. "Now that I've seen it, how can I just sit there and do nothing?" Long Lan was a little surprised. Chu Feng actually knew Meng Ruyun, the new generation female singer who was currently in the limelight. Long Lan couldn't help but feel curious about Chu Feng's identity. Where did this man come from? A trace of curiosity and desire to understand Chu Feng rose in Long Lan's heart. Meng Ruyun's agent, Sister Feng, saw this and said very impolitely, "Xiao Yun, from your debut until now, we have never forced you to do anything.
Your recent abnormal behavior has made our company very difficult to operate. Do you know how much loss this will cause us? If you don't sign this agreement today, you won't be able to stay in this industry anymore."
At this time, the man in sunglasses who was sitting on the leather sofa took off his sunglasses and looked up at Chu Feng.
The man in sunglasses asked meaningfully, "Are you going against me just for someone like this? Is it worth it, Meng Ruyun?"
The man in sunglasses spoke in a threatening tone, which made her shudder.
But Meng Ruyun said uncharacteristically, "Go against you? I have never thought of going against you, but I will not sign this agreement." This was the first time Meng Ruyun spoke so arrogantly in front of the people from their agency, which made Sister Feng wonder if this was still the ignorant Xiao Yun in their impression.
Meng Ruyun wanted to push Chu Feng out. After all, this was her own business, and she didn't want to implicate Chu Feng. "There is nothing for you to do here, so just leave,"
Meng Ruyun said resolutely. But how could Chu Feng not see that she was pretending to be strong? "Let me leave? Impossible. Chu Feng, will not sit idly by when I see what happened today.
You have helped so much at Honka Tower, and now it is time for me to help you." Meng Ruyun looked at Chu Feng excitedly. She didn't expect that Chu Feng would offend those people whom she couldn't afford to offend just for her.
"Chu Feng, don't worry about this matter," Meng Ruyun said.
Not only Meng Ruyun, but even Long Lan behind her reminded him that the big shot sitting here was not someone he, a restaurant owner, could deal with. The scene fell into a stalemate, everyone looked at each other, and the situation became extremely tense. Sister Feng was shocked to see that the singer she had promoted had actually done such a thing.
Isn't this a slap in her face? Moreover, the conditions that Meng Ruyun is required to sign now are not an unfair treaty.
It just means that she is not allowed to perform in other places except the company's venues. Every company has its own concerns.
Is this difficult to achieve? Boss Long, the Moulin Rouge is your place, don't you manage it? Sister Feng asked.
Long Lan waved her hand, and 7 or 8 security guards appeared around her.
"Chu Feng, the Moulin Rouge is not a place for you to mess around. If you keep doing this, I'm going to kick you out."
Lu Xian, who heard the noise, also came out from another box.
"Chu Feng, why are you here just now, Meng Ruyun?"
Lu Xian was so confused that he didn't know what was going on here.
"Follow me."
After saying that, Chu Feng pulled Meng Ruyun and quickly fled from the Moulin Rouge. Chu Feng now only has Lu Xian as his helper. The geographical location of the Moulin Rouge is not easy to find, and the box area where they are located is a very difficult place to find. Long Lan did not let the bodyguards stop them too much, but let Chu Feng take Meng Ruyun away. And Lu Xian followed closely behind.
In just half a minute, they had disappeared from sight.
Long Lan breathed a sigh of relief as if she had accomplished something very important. Looking back, he was still polite as always.
"Sister Feng, I'm so sorry. I don't know where this kid came from. He is so unruly."
But Sister Feng's mind was not here at all. She looked timidly at the young man from a wealthy family sitting on the sofa.
"Mr. Sun, this time."
Sun Haoren said grimly, "Just catch her back, or if she doesn't want to do it anymore, that's fine too." Sun Haoren's tone showed that he didn't want to do it, but of course he didn't mean it literally.
"Yes, Mr. Sun."
Chu Feng and Lu Xian brought Meng Ruyun back to Honka Tower. Meng Ruyun was still overwhelmed by the emotion of being saved by Chu Feng.
Meng Ruyun didn't dare to imagine what happened in the box just now. If she hadn't been rescued by Chu Feng at that time, what would the situation be like now? "Chu Feng, thank you," Meng Ruyun said. Chu Feng didn't care.
He was just curious about why Meng Ruyun was forced by her agent to sign the agreement. "Meng Ruyun, please tell us what happened in the box before," Lu Xian advised. Chapter 118. The dispute comes to an end. It was impossible for Meng Ruyun to continue staying in the previous agency, so she told them everything that had happened. Meng Ruyun had always wanted to be a singer because of her dream of singing. Her appearance and outstanding talent at the time attracted the attention of many management companies. However, the conditions discussed by the bosses of these brokerage companies were, without exception, not simply for the purpose of cultivating Meng Ruyun's singing skills. Just for other things. Meng Ruyun finally found a company that could develop her singing ability, but it turned out that the real purpose of the agency was to match her with the eldest son of the Sun family. After hearing this, Lu Xian slammed the table in anger.
It's abominable. They are really playing the long game. Can such a scheming person be played to this extent? Meng Ruyun also had a pitiful expression on her face.
However, Chu Feng thought about it carefully. If he hadn't wanted Meng Ruyun to gain popularity in Honka Building, this situation would not have happened. I'm sorry, Meng Ruyun, if I hadn't asked you to come to Honka Tower to help, I guess the situation wouldn't have turned out like this today.
Meng Ruyun didn't think there was any necessary connection between the two. How could that be?
Without your help, I would not have been able to see their true faces so quickly.
Now Meng Ruyun has broken up with her agency.
It is estimated that it will be difficult for her to appear on the big screen in the future. However, leaving a company that has ulterior motives towards her is also a good thing for her. In the evening, Chu Feng, Lu Xian, Qin Ran, Xiao Yushi and others sat around the dining table and held a party to celebrate for Meng Ruyun.
Celebrating that she was finally free from the suffering.
If the old doesn't go, the new won't come.
Meng Ruyun, this is just a job.
With your singing talent, you will find someone who truly appreciates you sooner or later.
That's right, we have all witnessed your singing, and we all believe that you can do it.
For the first time, Meng Ruyun realized how touching it was to be surrounded by friends.
Thank you. Thank you.
After saying that, Meng Ruyun walked to Chu Feng with the wine in his hand.
I toast to Chu Feng.
Chu Feng hurriedly said, No, you want to sing, protect your voice, and forget about drinking. Meng Ruyun drank the wine in the glass in one gulp.
Whoa. Everyone started to make a fuss.
Everyone knew that this was Meng Ruyun's way of thanking Chu Feng. However, seeing the two of them drinking so enthusiastically, Qin Ran's expression changed a little. She tried her best to hide her vague expression of loss.
Qin Ran drank the wine alone.
She couldn't help but wonder in her heart whether Chu Feng had left after receiving a phone call from Meng Ruyun at the dinner that day. Now it seems that Meng Ruyun's matter is indeed very important to Chu Feng. Because from her perspective, Chu Feng has always been worried about Meng Ruyun's affairs, and even her future prospects depend on him to help. Moreover, Kiran felt that their chance encounter at the Moulin Rouge might be inevitable. Otherwise it would be too much of a coincidence.
Qin Ran, what are you thinking about?
Chu Feng seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with Qin Ran and asked hurriedly. Qin Ran tried to stay alert and said, No, I'm just a little tired.
The company has been a bit busy lately.
Qin Ran wanted to deceive everyone with just a few words, but others might not know Qin Ran very well, but Chu Feng did. Chu Feng sensed a hint of unnaturalness in Qin Ran's tone.
Qin Ran, what happened?
Chu Feng wanted to get to the bottom of it, but Qin Ran didn't give him the chance. He just said that he was busy at work and had children to take care of at home. There is no way for a person to open a closed door of his heart. The friends at the dinner table were still chatting with him. Now was not the time for Chu Feng and Qin Ran to be alone, so some things were not suitable to be said in public in front of Qin Ran. Hey, but today we went to the Moulin Rouge to discuss other things with the proprietress.
Chu Feng, have you got it done? Lu Xian asked.
Almost, but just when we reached a consensus, something went wrong. But logically speaking, she won't regret it.
Chu Feng said lightly, and Lu Xian said with a smirk on his face, reach a consensus? In the box? What's the reason why she won't regret it?
Chu Feng, you have to explain it to us clearly.
Lu Xian's meaningful words caused everyone present to start making a noise.
Xu Xiaoyu was on the side, provoking Chu Feng with sour remarks. You kept saying that you had no intention of getting married and how much you hated blind dates, but in the end, when you were supposed to be talking about work, you seduced the boss's wife.
I say, brother, you are really good. Xiao Yu. Chu Feng was a little unhappy.
Lu Xian, who was drunk, started to speak without restraint.
Chu Feng, when the time comes, you can say in front of the boss lady, I don't want to work hard anymore, and then, ha.
Lu Xian said with a wicked smile. Xu Xiaoyu continued Lu Xian's words and said, ha, then my brother will become a live-in son-in-law, ha. Qin Ran looked awkward when he heard this, but Chu Feng was really impressed by these two people.
I think it's a bit too much if you keep saying this. Xu Xiaoyu pretended to be doing good for Chu Feng. Hey, brother, we are all doing this for your own good. The Long family is a wealthy family, not to mention Long Lan. It's a blessing for you to be able to go to the Long family. Honka Tower is your dowry.
There was a sudden burst of laughter at the table. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the door.
If you are young and don't want to work hard, just go for euthanasia. Long Lan, standing at the door, scared everyone present. Fan Xiaoxian said to Chu Feng embarrassedly, "Boss, I have brought the person here." Those who were originally talking nonsense under the influence of alcohol suddenly shut up. Looking at the arrogant woman at the door, I knew at a glance that she was Long Lan from the Long family. "You guys are really hilarious, saying such nonsense behind people's backs." As soon as Long Lan arrived, she gave everyone a warning. Lu Xian's face turned red due to the alcohol. "Long? Boss Long." Long Lan was wearing a neat lotus cheongsam and black high heels, and walked towards Chu Feng step by step. "Do you know what a mess you made at my Moulin Rouge today?" Chu Feng was of course clear about this, but precisely because he was clear about this, he was not afraid at all. Among the people at the dinner table, only Qin Ran was looking at Long Lan with a sharp gaze. Chapter 119, I'll give you whatever you want. Long Lan's dressing style is very charming. After all, being able to develop the Long family's industry bit by bit into what it is today is a skill that not everyone has. At this time, Long Lan seemed to notice that a pair of unusual eyes were staring at her. Long Lan saw Qin Ran from the crowd. She had some impression of the woman in front of her. "Have I seen you somewhere?" Long Lan asked. Qin Ran stood up very gracefully and stretched out his right hand. "Qin's medicine, Qin Ran." Only then did Long Lan suddenly realize. "Oh, I remember now, Red Rhino functional drink." Qin Ran smiled very politely. "It's my honor that Mr. Long still remembers." A long time ago, when Qin Ran was still struggling in the Qin family, Long Lan had a very good first impression of Qin Ran. As the saying goes, great minds think alike. The two people who have the same experience seem to have a kind of mutual appreciation for each other. Long Lan is also a woman who refuses to admit defeat, is not afraid of hardship, and has made her own way in the world. Qin Ran has also walked this path, and she admires such women very much. After all, she has experienced it herself, so she knows how hard the journey will be. "Come on, since we are old acquaintances, let's have a good drink together." As he spoke, the distance between Long Lan and Qin Ran narrowed a lot at this moment. Long Lan ignored everyone else and sat down with Qin Ran. "No wonder, it turned out that you were the one who asked that guy to come to me. I was wondering, how did the people from Honkalu know about my red Moulin Rouge?" Long Lan's tone was full of disdain for Chu Feng. Because to her, a man like Chu Feng who acted impulsively and recklessly must have gotten to where he is today with the help of a woman. "I knew it. He has no background, but he has the nerve to come to our Moulin Rouge to seek help. I guess he also listened to your advice." Kirin shook his head. "No, I just told him you existed." Long Lan did not feel angry. On the contrary, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. "We women need to be tough. In this world where women are more powerful than men, everyone is equal." The two had a very pleasant conversation. Everyone else at the table felt a little surprised. What is the relationship between these two people? Even Chu Feng was stunned. "Mr. Chu, I have something else to do in the store, so I'll leave first," Fan Xiaoxian said. In fact, Long Lan had greeted Chu Feng before coming, and Chu Feng agreed without saying a word. Because this time Long Lan came to the company to find him because of something that was not resolved during the day. He thought that he was eating anyway, so he might as well ask her to come over. But what he didn't expect was that the other party actually had a good chat with Qin Ran. Chu Feng didn't know what Long Lan was up to, so he could only stop their private conversation. "Boss Long, what important matter brought you here today?" Chu Feng asked. Long Lan glanced at Chu Feng. Long Lan smiled and said, "Miss Qin Ran, you have to remember that men are generally made of paper. The more you treat him well, the less he will cherish you. Don't you agree?" Long Lan's words undoubtedly offended all the men in the drinking party. Qin Ran took a deep breath when he heard this. Long Lan has made some achievements in the fields of green property, supply chain and so on. Seeing that the time was almost right, Long Lan handed a document to Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng placed the document on the table with a look of disdain, without even intending to open it. Long Lan looked at Chu Feng as if he were a child. TSK. This man is so childish. How do you want your subordinates to see you when you do such childish things? Chu Feng. In fact, all of Long Lan's actions were intentional. She wanted to know where Chu Feng's bottom line was. Chu Feng actually saw through Long Lan's deliberate attempt to provoke him. "Boss Long, before you came, I told you that this dinner is a gathering among friends, not about work," Long Lan sneered. Talk about work? What kind of work did I talk to you about? I'm just handing you a document. You can talk about the work or read it however you want. And from the beginning to the end, I never said that I wanted to discuss work with you. Chu Feng, you are too narcissistic. What Long Lan said was true, but it made Chu Feng feel a little uncomfortable. Qin Ran didn't want to see Chu Feng in trouble, so he quickly called Long Lan. Boss Long, aren't you going too far? Long Lan glanced at Chu Feng. Chu Feng showed no fear and was as calm as water, without any ripples at all. She had never seen it before, which made Long Lan panic. Long Lan's reputation was beyond words. Anyone who had stayed in the local area for a long time would know Long Lan's Moulin Rouge. But in Long Lan's eyes, Chu Feng was just a young man from a wealthy family. It is rare that I can remain calm in such an occasion. After all, Long Lan said these words just to irritate Chu Feng from the very beginning. Chu Feng didn't say anything, but just put the file away silently and spoke kindly. Boss Long, let's eat. If the food is not enough or it's cold, just add more. This is Honkalu, you don't have to be polite. Long Lan was impressed by Chu Feng's words. Being patient, it seems that Chu Feng will have a bright future. At the dinner party, Long Lan lived up to her years of hanging around in these places. In just a few minutes she became friends with everyone present. As everyone finished eating, the waiter took away the empty plates. Everyone had originally planned to go back. But Long Lan called out to Chu Feng and Meng Ruyun. The three of them came to the private meeting room of Honkalu Hotel. The moment Long Lan closed the door, her face, which had been forcing a smile, suddenly turned gloomy. Since I have asked you all to come here, I don't want to waste time talking to you, so I will just talk to you one by one. Chu Feng, the cooperation between us is just an intention. But you have to offer me a condition that I simply cannot refuse. I can also tell you clearly now that the Su family has made an offer that cannot be refused. It's a jade ring with a market value of at least 10 million yuan. If you want to keep my supply chain, I can break up with the Su family directly. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, what do you want? I can give you everything. At this moment, Chu Feng felt a little regretful after saying this. Because his system alert sounded. Chapter 120 Equivalent Exchange. The system made some noises, but there was no system task reminder sound. Chu Feng still felt strange. Was this system acting crazy? This was the first time Chu Feng encountered such an error in the system. To be precise, this is not the first time. When I was with Long Lan at the Moulin Rouge, Long Lan was obviously not my blind date, but the system identified Long Lan as my blind date. And this time, when Long Lan ran over to start negotiations with them, the strange noise started again. But what was even more strange this time was that the system did not even issue a task, it simply flashed through Chu Feng's mind. During the few short seconds that Chu Feng was stunned, the air suddenly froze. Everyone looked at Chu Feng quietly, not knowing what his next plan would be. At this time, Lu Xian was thinking that he was also a shareholder of Honka Tower. Since Chu Feng was in trouble, he should say this himself. Lu Xian stood up and said, Boss Long, we all know your success in the supply chain industry. It is also undeniable that the Su family and we are fighting overtly and covertly, but isn't it a bit too much for you to raise the price openly to threaten us? A jade ring worth 10 million, how much goods do you need to import to cover the cost? Besides, what we need is wine and beverages, not gold, silver, or jewelry. What Lu Xian said was not without reason. To put it bluntly, what Long Lan said today was just to ask for money. Su Dachang's jade ring worth 10 million. If you offer a higher price than this, Long Lan will open up its supply chain to Honkalu. This behavior of clearly using the enemy's bargaining chips to negotiate with oneself is really despicable. No one else dared to say a word except Lu Xian's objection. Meng Ruyun had just fallen out with her agency and was now helpless. What she really wanted to hear was Chu Feng's arrangements. Xu Xiaoyu has never been interested in or familiar with these things. Fan Xiaoshan and Xiao Yushir were both helping out in the store and did not attend the party. Kiran maintained a neutral attitude on this matter. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Long Lan's approach. On the contrary, it was just a normal business competition. She didn't know why Lu Xian was so angry. Lu Xian's impulsive behavior did not produce a very useful result. Long Lan originally thought that she had only created a small problem and did not really intend to go against Chu Feng. Otherwise, as early as before at the Moulin Rouge, Long Lan would have been able to prevent Chu Feng and Meng Ruyun from escaping. In that case, then I've done nothing but farewell.
Seeing that her kindness was not respected as it should be, Long Lan did not say anything else and just ended by refusing to cooperate. Chu Feng came back to his senses and realized what he had missed. He quickly stood in front of Long Lan and wanted to negotiate with her, but Long Lan did not give him the opportunity.
Get out of the way. It's inevitable that your honkaloo won't last long. There's nothing to say. I shouldn't have given you this extravagant hope from the beginning. I thought you were really different from those people in the Su family, but I didn't expect that you were actually worse than them. Chu Feng could see that Long Lan was angry now. Long Lan was acting on impulse at this critical moment, so no matter how much Chu Feng tried to persuade her, it would be of no avail. So Chu Feng came up with another idea. Boss Long, I have something here that is 1,000 times more precious than the jade ring in your hand. I wonder if you are interested. Long Lan was a little impatient. She was about to leave here, while struggling and saying, Chu Feng, even if you have a great treasure, I don't want it. Go away. Seeing this, Chu Feng did not stop her and walked away to make room. But then Chu Feng said something that made Long Lan stop. The first floor of the office building in Yuanhua Building, CBD. When Long Lan heard this, she stopped in her tracks. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter the financial circle, which was where Long Lan had always wanted to be. But unfortunately, my industry has nothing to do with theirs. Now that Long Lan owns an office floor in Yuanhua Building, she can use it as her new Moulin Rouge. That way, when the elite of Yuanhua Building started hanging out at her bar, she would be able to meet these business tycoons. Are you kidding me? The houses in Yuanhua Building have always been rented out, not sold. Moreover, all the empty floors in Yuanhua Building have been sold out long ago. How can it be your turn to buy? Or rent? Chu Feng said nothing and took out the identity certificate of the Yuanhua Building house from his pocket. It clearly says, 28th floor of Yuanhua Building, owner Chu Feng. Long Lan was not the only one who was shocked by the proof of the homeowner. Even the other people who saw this scene were stunned. Yuanhua Building, are you kidding me? When did you buy it, Chu Feng? Chu Feng looked straight at Long Lan. Long Lan felt embarrassed when Chu Feng looked at him. After all, she had wronged him this time. Long Lan's face showed a hint of embarrassment and difficulty. Chu Feng, are you sure you want to exchange an office building for a jade ornament worth only tens of millions? Chu Feng didn't even think about it, nor did he hesitate too much, he just nodded. If you agree, this book will be yours. There was an uproar at the scene. Chu Feng was actually so generous now. He was building the first floor of an office building in the most prosperous area at the moment. You can get it as long as you want. Thinking of this, Long Lan couldn't help but feel secretly happy. But she still tried to remain calm and asked, are you sure? A real estate project with a market value of over 10 million, are you sure you want to give it to me like this? For some reason, Long Lan always felt that there was something fishy about this matter. That's right, they're all yours. Chu Feng said with certainty. Okay, I'll think about it. Long Lan didn't want her true purpose to be exposed so quickly and obviously. But who knew that Chu Feng would not give her this opportunity? If you leave this door today, you will no longer have the same conditions. When she said this, Long Lan suddenly trembled all over. This was indeed a very difficult decision. Long Lan said without hesitation, okay. I'll help you with this. The moment Long Lan agreed, the system's mission finally came true. Chapter 121 Tacit Understanding. It can bring about a radical change in the active and passive rights with the woman on a blind date. Reward, sign in once. Chu Feng looked at a strange mission and had too many questions in his mind. The previous missions were always very abstract, but Chu Feng didn't have too many problems. As long as you can achieve this result, just try your best. The current mission had a very clear direction and purpose, but the conditions for achieving it, the transformation of the active and passive relationships, puzzled him because he had no idea what it meant. How to ask her out as a blind date depends on Chu Feng's own ability. Now, Chu Feng will not let the scene and situation become strange because of Long Lan's appearance. Since Long Lan has already agreed, there is no need for him to keep Long Lan here any longer. Mr. Long, it's a pleasure to work with you. The moment the two shook hands, everything was settled. The moment Long Lan left the dinner, Lu Xian finally couldn't help it. Chu Feng, are you crazy? Chu Feng looked at him questioningly. Lu Xian, what are you talking about? Lu Xian couldn't believe that Chu Feng would actually use this method of ceding land and paying compensation to please Long Lan. This was simply a huge loss-making deal. Do you know what the average price of an office building in CBD or Yuanhua is now? You have this whole floor of people, why don't you do something with it?
While Lu Xian continued to roar, Chu Feng simply walked to his seat and sat down. There was no need for Chu Feng to explain this to Lu Xian.
Their current conflict was for better planning and development in the future. This kind of thought is probably something that a rich second generation like Lu Xian has never thought about.
Xin Ran saw that this was not going to work, so she began to comfort Lu Xian.
Lu Xian, there is no need for you to blame Chu Feng.
In fact, what Chu Feng is doing is the best of both worlds. Lu Xian turned to look at Xin Ran, his eyes full of doubt.
Xin Ran, what are you talking about?
What's the best of both worlds? An office building with a market value of at least 30 million yuan is now handed over to someone else just to compete with the Su family.
What is there to fight for?
It seems that Xin Ran is the one who sees things more clearly. 30 million is not just the jade wrench, but the initiative in future cooperation. At this point, everyone present was very surprised and wondered why discussing cooperation with others had turned into a matter of taking the initiative.
Xin Ran, who was sitting next to Chu Feng at this time, obviously knew a lot about Honka Tower.
Therefore, she was also very clear about the real purpose of Chu Feng's moves.
Without Long Lan as your rival, at least your Honkalu will have more customers, and there won't be such a big obstacle. And Lu Xian, let me ask you, have you ever thought about what would happen if Long Lan did not agree to our reconciliation mediation now? I don't need to tell you what will happen next. Because the suppliers cannot provide the goods needed, Honkalu's reputation and ratings will plummet. It is possible that it will eventually go bankrupt.
At this moment, Chu Feng felt that it was great to have Xin Ran by his side.
Xin Ran really understood him too well. That's right. Since we have such a good opportunity to turn enemies into friends and make Long Lan our friend, isn't this a good thing?
Lu Xian still felt that this was too hasty. But, for a building on the first floor of the CBD, even if you want to show off your wealth, you can't use such a crude method.
Why don't you do something with such a good asset? Why do you have to give it away? Lu Xian asked.
Before Chu Feng could even think about it, Xin Ran said again, because you can't play with this level of building at all. Chu Feng explained, Xin Ran means that we are already in a mess with a place like Honka Tower.
It's not so easy to start a CBD project. What are you going to do with this piece of land?
We will not smash this piece of land in our hands.
If we open an entertainment facility, won't we still be unable to deal with the Moulin Rouge?
By then, we will suffer further blows from Long Lan. At a dinner party, Xin Ran and Chu Feng cooperated very well, a tacit understanding that was different from before. This time the tacit understanding is the kind of cooperation that the two can cooperate with in the business field.
An invisible feeling of mutual appreciation.
After the dinner, Chu Feng and Xin Ran walked along the moat below Honka building, and they enjoyed the breeze here under the pretext of sobering up. In fact, they just want to have a private space that belongs to the two of them.
Thank you for what happened at the dinner just now. Chu Feng said. We are all friends, why be so polite? Kiran still had the same carefree personality as before. But Xin Ran, how did you guess the situation in our hotel?
Xin Ran said very easily, I didn't know about Honka Tower by guessing, but based on what your data said. When you came to me and told me about Long Lan's information, I knew at the time that this Long Lan would not be so easy to deal with.
And I have done enough between the two of you so that Honka Tower can continue to operate.
These words sounded very heartwarming, but it was too late.
Yeah, I still have friends like you. I have nothing to worry about.
Xin Ran looked at Chu Feng's hair blown by the evening breeze. After all, such a peaceful and tranquil moment was something that could only be encountered once in a while. Chu Feng woke up and remembered to put the previous matter on the agenda. Xin Ran, you treated me to a meal that day, but I left early because of work.
Do you remember? Remember, but it's not your fault.
Work takes priority, and that's normal, Xin Ran consoled him. The more considerate Xin Ran was, the more guilty Chu Feng felt. At this moment, Chu Feng began to question why he did such an inhumane thing.
Xin Ran, I'll treat you to a meal another day.
Chu Feng thought he was full of hope that he could make up to Xin Ran in this way. But who would have thought that Xin Ran would refuse without even a second thought? No, the company is quite busy these days, so I don't have time.
Chu Feng was puzzled, but you are different tonight and you still come out to eat with us? Why not in 2 days? Kiran suddenly felt a surge of uneasiness. No reason, just no. Chapter 122 The Second Meeting. Kiran's tone obviously changed. Shin Ran was not really angry.
He just felt that this kind of plot where you invite someone over and I invite someone over was simple and boring. And the thing that Shin Ran didn't want to mention must be what happened during the last meal.
Shin Ran, are you still mad at me? So you're still mad about what happened last time? Kiran remained silent.
Chu Feng grabbed Shin Ran's hand and hit himself twice. Then, he pretended to be a child and said, "Look, you have hit him," and scolded him.
You can calm down now, right?
Seeing Chu Feng's childish side, even Shin Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud.
How could Shin Ran not be moved by this man who could act funny in front of her? But what can I do if I'm moved now? The gap between them is so huge. Chu Feng, I've actually calmed down a long time ago. Could you please listen carefully to what I'm saying?
I told you that the company has been very busy these past 2 days, and I really don't have time to accompany you for dinner.
I will definitely come to see you when I'm done with this busy period, okay?
Chu Feng was not very satisfied with this answer. He didn't know why every time he thought he and Shin Ran had finally gotten closer, their relationship would end up just being friends with no progress at all. Just when Chu Feng was still feeling strange, Shin Ran's expression became very aggrieved.
Did I say something a bit too much?
Chu Feng repeatedly explained, No, it's my fault.
I didn't consider your feelings.
The reason why Chu Feng's tone softened was because he had once made the same choice as Shin Ran.
The reason I was in that izakaya was because I was in a hurry to handle work.
As a result, the work problem was solved, but Shin Ran was back to square one again. Chu Feng also knew that this matter could not be forced, but every time Chu Feng thought of that scene, he wanted to slap himself twice. Shin Ran, when you are free, you must tell me as soon as possible, and I will treat you to a meal. Chu Feng's words were full of expectation, hoping for a future, but Shin Ran also silently replied with one word.
Good.
Chu Feng sensed from Shin Ran's tone that she seemed to be deliberately trying to keep a certain distance from him.
Chu Feng was very tactful and didn't say anything more.
Shin Ran looked at Chu Feng's lost back, not wanting to see him so depressed. But Shin Ran knew that this was good for both of them. Long Lan's problem was not so easy to resolve, and Shin Ran also discovered that when two people were friends, it seemed much more relaxed and comfortable than when they were lovers, so Shin Ran thought that for the short term, they should just be friends. The next morning, when Chu Feng woke up, he remembered that the system had prompted him about the Long Lan mission last night.
Was he going to create a blind date with Long Lan this time?
This request was too strange. Chu Feng felt a little cold in his heart. After all, in this world where Yin is more powerful than Yang, he actually had to put aside his self-esteem and go on a blind date with Long Lan. His previous blind dates had never lasted more than half a day, and now Long Lan was just overbearing.
Does Chu Feng have to swallow his pride and go on a date with her, or even arrange a blind date with her?
Thinking of this, Chu Feng could only complete what he could do at the moment and make long-term plans. In the afternoon, Chu Feng and Long Lan came to Yuanhua Building to do the handover work.
From the moment they stepped into Yuanhua Building, they saw people busy coming and going. This place is indeed a financial center, and this is exactly what Long Lan wants.
All of them were wearing suits and ties, which made them look a little out of place. When Chu Feng brought Long Lan to the 28th floor of Yuanhua Building, Long Lan was extremely happy looking at the entire empty space.
This is a place that fits perfectly into her world map. Long Lan excitedly hugged Chu Feng's neck. Boss Chu, you are really generous this time.
You gave me such a good project.
Why don't you tell me what you want? I will definitely help you if I can.
Chu Feng suddenly had an idea.
Isn't this the same as what he had thought before?
Since you brought it up first, don't blame me for taking advantage of the situation. Boss Long, I'd like to go to your Moulin Rouge for a meal when I have time.
We are now strategic partners. Some things should be said as soon as possible. Long Lan seemed to understand what Chu Feng meant. What do you mean? Supply chain?
Chu Feng said coldly on the phone, wait until I get here.
Evening, 9 o'clock.
Chu Feng appeared at the door of the Moulin Rouge on time. The moment the door was pushed open, loud music came out from the door and into my ears. Chu Feng couldn't help but want to dance to the beat and dance with them. But tonight, Chu Feng came prepared. Today was all about profit, and now was the most important time than anyone else. Just when Chu Feng couldn't find Long Lan, a familiar voice came from behind him. You're here. Chu Feng saw Long Lan as soon as he turned around. He looked at Long Lan's slightly disheveled hair, and it seemed that she had had too much fun just now.
Boss Long.
At this moment, Long Lan didn't know if it was because of the influence of alcohol, but she actually started to act coquettishly with Chu Feng.
Why call me Mr. Long? You might as well call me Long Ma, ha 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 ha. Just call me Sister Lan. That's what everyone calls me. Chu Feng nodded and said, Okay, Sister Lan, we still have a lot of things to discuss today, right? Long Lan also greeted others tactfully. Eat and drink well.
Then Long Lan brought Chu Feng to the Moulin Rouge box. The moment the box door was closed, the sound insulation effect was very good this time, and there was no noise from outside.
It's only been a few days, and you've already changed a batch of equipment?
Chu Feng mentioned the soundproofing effect of the door because of Meng Ruyun's previous revenge.
Long Lan lay softly on the sofa in the box and asked sleepily, What do you want to talk to me about?
She had never had any other thoughts about anyone in all these years, but when Long Lan was in front of Chu Feng, there was always a special magic that made her let down her guard.
Long Lan suddenly recalled every detail of that time.
To her, Chu Feng was just a person whom she had only met twice. Long Lan kept comforting herself. But Long Lan herself knew clearly that the reason why she could keep recalling this memory was naturally because she had not let it go.
Long Lan turned her head and looked at Shangde Chu Feng, who was sitting on the chair, and asked softly, Are you so afraid of me? Do you have to go so far? Chapter 123, Auntie doesn't want to work hard anymore.
It seemed that Long Lan had long forgotten that she had an appointment with Chu Feng. Today, Long Lan thought a lot about other things between her and Chu Feng. But without exception, it doesn't work.
Long Lan's constant yawning made Chu Feng feel something was wrong.
It seemed that Long Lan was not in a good state tonight. If I talk about the supply chain now, I'm afraid it will disgust her.
But Long Lan didn't care about that.
She moved forward and deliberately shortened the distance between herself and Chu Feng.
The smell of alcohol hit me in the face.
It seems that Long Lan drank a lot tonight.
Sister Lan, since you are not in a good condition right now, I will not bother you for now. We can talk about business matters later.
But it was not so easy for Long Lan to let Chu Feng go. Chu Feng wanted to leave the Moulin Rouge and visit again tomorrow, but the door of the box could not be opened no matter what.
Don't bother yourself. Just stay with me tonight.
At this time, Long Lan was leaning on the brown leather sofa, with her fur shawl lazily draped over her shoulders. Chu Feng was now in a difficult situation. Long Lan must have drunk too much at this moment. Chu Feng poured some water for Long Lan.
But the next scene directly overturned Chu Feng's impression of Long Lan. Long Lan said softly and tenderly, Feed me.
Chu Feng suddenly felt cold all over. He came at a really bad time tonight.
Long Lan's slightly drunk rosy face revealed a charm that ordinary people could not match.
The moment Chu Feng saw Long Lan, he almost fell for her. Chu Feng stood up suddenly, and Long Lan lost her balance and fell on the sofa. Long Lan wailed in pain.
Ouch, my shoulder.
Chu Feng hurriedly went over to support her. I'm sorry, Sister Lan, you've had too much to drink.
I'll call someone to sober you up.
Long Lan fell on top of Chu Feng. Little brother, I don't want to work hard. I have worked hard all my life, and I really hope there is a man who can take care of me.
Chu Feng knew that Long Lan was talking nonsense because of alcohol, but wasn't the current situation just right for him to complete his task? However, the system did not issue any message prompting that the task was completed. Does Chu Feng have to agree to it? Come to think of it, if Chu Feng agreed, wouldn't it mean that the relationship between them had undergone a drastic change? Long Lan didn't know if she was really drunk or just going with the flow.
She leaned on Chu Feng's shoulder and whispered, Please. Chu Feng absolutely could not agree to Long Lan in this way.
Sister Lan, let's talk about this after you sober up.
Long Lan said coquettishly, I am sober, very sober.
All drunks say this.
Chu Feng saw a red button for calling service on the coffee table. He pressed it without thinking. He wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. As for the supply chain discussions, let us schedule them during the day. The door at the entrance was opened and a well-dressed waiter walked in. Chu Feng left his business card in Long Lan's pocket, with a note on it, See you at Honka Tower at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Chu Feng then left the Moulin Rouge.
The drunk Long Lan actually had no intention of stopping Chu Feng.
He was allowed to leave the Moulin Rouge. Long Lan did not come to Chu Feng's Honka Tower as promised.
Lu Xian saw the time and didn't see Long Lan, so he ran to Chu Feng's office.
Do you think this woman is going to go back on her word? You gave her the land, and she just walked away? I said, this kind of transaction is not credible. Chu Feng raised his eyes and looked at Lu Xian. It's almost 11 o'clock now. The hotel will be busy soon. Have you arranged everything?
Lu Xian snorted coldly with disdain.
I know that you, as a big boss, think I am nagging you, but you have to look at what your female boss did. That is what a human being does. Why am I useless? Long Lan, who was standing at the door, roared.
This was the second time Lu Xian was caught saying bad things about Long Lan behind her back.
It makes sense that Long Lan is so angry.
Lu Xian turned around suddenly and saw Long Lan standing at the door angrily.
Lu Xian quickly changed his smiling face and said flatteringly, "Isn't this Mr. Long? What brings you here?" Long Lan had a stern face, as if she was going to eat Lu Xian. I noticed that you have a lot of complaints about me, always saying bad things about me behind my back. I didn't provoke you, even Chu Feng didn't say anything about me. Who do you think you are? Long Lan's imposing manner was so overwhelming that even Lu Xian was stunned.
Lu Xian believed that a good man does not fight with a woman, so he kept silent and let Long Lan scold him. I really don't understand what Chu Feng likes about you that he actually lets you be a shareholder of this hotel. Chu Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Long Lan coming, thinking that this matter finally had a perfect ending. Lu Xian, the door is about to open, hurry up and greet them, the restaurant can't do without you.
Seeing the situation, Lu Xian quickly left Chu Feng's office. Touching my thumping heart. This crazy woman is really scary.
In the office, Long Lan put her bag aside with an embarrassed look on her face, hesitating and wanting to say something but not being able to say it out loud.
That Chu Feng, I drank too much last night, so.
When Chu Feng saw Long Lan in such an awkward state, he already knew roughly what she would say next.
It's okay, Sister Lan. We didn't reach an agreement yesterday, so we can just talk about it today. It's the same thing.
Of course, this was not what Long Lan wanted to say, but seeing that Chu Feng had already given her a way out, she couldn't tear down the way herself.
I had no choice but to nod and say, okay, let's talk now.
There was a hint of disappointment in Long Lan's expression, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Long Lan is a person who was very good at hiding his emotions. The cooperation that the two began to discuss was not as simple as just drinks. Long Lan used her own professional skills to help Chu Feng's Honka Tower save a lot of expenses.
Chu Feng was extremely grateful to Long Lan.
The cooperation between Chu Feng and Long Lan this time was very smooth. The two got what they needed.
Long Lan got a ticket to enter the financial circle, and Chu Feng received Long Lan's full support in any field.
It's been a pleasure working with you, Sister Lan. Xiao Feng, it's a pleasure to work with you.
The two shook hands, and the sincere smiles on their faces were very obvious. And at the moment when the two had physical contact, Long Lan remembered what happened last night.
Long Lan's face suddenly turned red. Xiao Feng, don't mind what happened last night.
At this time, Qin Ran and Meng Ruyun were walking towards Chu Feng's office.
Chapter 124, Long Lan's Test. What happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? Chu Feng asked. Long Lan knew that Chu Feng must remember everything, but he just didn't want to say it.
But Long Lan's heart was complicated at the moment.
From the incident at Yuanhua Building, Chu Feng's background was definitely not as simple as a restaurant.
Long Lan has been active in the male business world for so many years, and she knows exactly who has what weight. Anyone who can buy even just one floor of Yuanhua Building must be rich, but the most important thing is background.
Long Lan knew that Chu Feng must have everything. What I told you before, about me being tired. Long Lan thought about it again and again, and she still wanted to test Chu Feng.
Sister Lan, I know you were under a lot of pressure yesterday and drank so much, so it's normal for you to say these things unconsciously. I also have times when I'm stressed and I drink to relieve my stress. Long Lan didn't mean that at all, but since Chu Feng understood it this way, she didn't try to ask again, but buried her thoughts deep in her heart and just cooperated for a win-win situation. At this time, there was a noisy sound coming from the door of Chu Feng's office. Chu Feng looked at the door and it seemed like someone was arguing outside his office.
Who is it? If you have anything to say, come in quickly. Chu Feng asked.
Meng Ruyun and Qin Ran at the door pushed open the door.
When Chu Feng saw Qin Ran, he stood up with a guilty conscience and asked, Qin Ran, Meng Ruyun, why are you here too? We came to see you for something, but when we arrived we saw you were busy in the office, so. Qin Ran still spoke in a very gentle tone.
But Meng Ruyun on the side was a little unhappy.
She forced herself to stay calm and sneered, so, what good things are you doing in the office? Let me see. Qin Ran pulled Meng Ruyun's sleeve, signaling her not to be so rude. But Meng Ruyun didn't think so. This woman named Long Lan actually had such fantasies about Chu Feng.
She could only be described as shameless. He didn't even consider his own age before speaking such words to Chu Feng.
Why, did I say something wrong?
At this moment, Meng Ruyun was so righteous and confident, acting like a queen.
But who is Long Lan?
She has seen all kinds of ups and downs.
Couldn't she hear Meng Ruyun's ridicule?
Young man, don't be too hasty in doing things or speaking, otherwise, you may easily get internal injuries. Seeing that Long Lan still had the nerve to threaten her, Meng Ruyun immediately wanted to confront her, but Qin Ran stopped her. Forget it, Xiao Yun, stop making trouble. While the two were still arguing, Chu Feng slapped the desk, startling the three people present. They all looked at Chu Feng in shock.
What are you doing? Chu Feng, don't scare me, Meng Ruyun said.
Chu Feng began to lecture him righteously. Meng Ruyun, I'm trying to find a way to achieve win-win cooperation and common progress with the Long family.
What on earth are you thinking about? Meng Ruyun was still unconvinced. What am I thinking?
I should ask what this woman did to you.
Feng, I'm reminding you, why are you? Long Lan couldn't bear to listen any longer, so she interrupted Meng Ruyun. I really envy you, Mr. Chu. Long Lan's name has changed.
It seems that this matter has become a grudge in Long Lan's heart. You have such devoted women around you. But for our cooperation, I still hope that you can fulfill your promise and do a good job. Otherwise, if you destroy the reputation of our Long family, I will fight you to the death. After saying that, Long Lan began to organize the documents on the table. Today, he signed a lot of contracts with people who helped each other in their careers. In fact, he gained a lot. Long Lan put all the documents in her donkey brand bag and then planned to leave. While Long Lan was still sorting out the documents, she said something that was like a bolt from the blue to Meng Ruyun.
Meng Ruyun, I want to remind you that disaster is about to befall you. But for you, it is your own fault. You can't blame others.
Long Lan slammed the door and left, leaving only Chu Feng, Meng Ruyun, and Qin Ran in the office.
The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward.
Kieran was the first to break the deadlock. Today I wanted to ask about your discussion with her about the supply chain, and I happened to run into Meng Ruyun who was looking for you. But it seems we came at the wrong time. Meng Ruyun said with an unhappy look on her face, that's right, you came at the wrong time.
Chu Feng asked back, Meng Ruyun, are you free? Have you found a new agency?
It would have been fine if Chu Feng hadn't asked. Once he did, Meng Ruyun felt extremely aggrieved.
Feng, I came to you today just for this matter.
Chu Feng listened to the sounds and felt it was really corny.
Shut up, just call me Chu Feng.
After saying that, Chu Feng began to pour water for the two of them. After Chu Feng finished all the preparations, he deliberately sat down next to Qin Ran.
Qin Ran, don't leave later. Let's go have lunch together and then you can go back to the company.
Qin Ran nodded, indicating that it was okay. Meng Ruyun, who was standing by, wanted to get involved, but was sternly rejected by Chu Feng.
You wish. No, tell me what happened these past few days. Meng Ruyun told Chu Feng what happened.
Chu Feng seemed to have anticipated this result.
This is inevitable.
You have no competitiveness at all now, and the cost of hiring you is not just about money. Your employment risk is likely due to your previous boss offending other business tycoons. When Meng Ruyun heard this, she felt that her life was hopeless. I love singing so much, and I had so many agencies before, but I chose this one.
I didn't expect.
Meng Ruyun said nothing, but 2 tears flowed out.
My dream, my hope. Meng Ruyun has a lot of worries now.
Qin Ran looked at Meng Ruyun who looked so pitiful, so he had no choice but to pull Chu Feng. I hope Chu Feng can persuade him. Chu Feng didn't care, but under Qin Ran's constant persuasion, he had no choice but to persuade Meng Ruyun. Don't cry, your voice is still intact and you can still sing.
Give yourself enough confidence. But no one wants me now.
Although Chu Feng didn't want to say this in front of Qin Ran, he had no choice but to comfort Meng Ruyun.
Don't we still have it? Chapter 125, Returning the Jade to Zhao. Qin Ran advised, yes, we are all here now, what do you have to worry about? If anything happens, we will all help and work hard together.
Meng Ruyun stopped crying and looked at them.
Really? Are you telling the truth?
Chu Feng was speechless for a long while before being knocked down by Qin Ran's elbow.
Oh. Yes, we will all work together to help you. And don't we also need a resident singer in our hotel now?
You are being suppressed for a while now,
but they can't keep suppressing you like this. Just come and sing here first. Anyway, we have many dignitaries in Honkalu. You might even meet your Prince Charming. Hearing this, Meng Ruyun's mood suddenly improved, and she quickly said, Really? Feng, are you willing to help me?
Chu Feng gently patted the back of Meng Ruyun's head. When our Honka building was in such a difficult time, you were willing to help me.
Why am I flattering the powerful and bullying the weak now that you are having a hard time? Don't forget, we are all friends.
When Meng Ruyun heard the word friend, she burst into tears and cried in Qin Ran's arms.
Thank you. Thank you.
Qin Ran coaxed Meng Ruyun as if he was coaxing a child. Chu Feng also saw Meng Ruyun's ordinary and fragile side for the first time.
Touched the back of her head. I want to be like you, too.
This way, Chu Feng could also lie in Qin Ran's arms.
What?
Qin Ran seemed to hear Chu Feng's mumbling.
In the Su family manner.
Su Daxian was in the study room, wearing reading glasses and reading a newspaper, which reported that Meng Ruyun had terminated her contract with the agency. Meng Ruyun was involved in negative news such as being a big shot, being a mistress, cheating on her husband and getting her hair done.
Who is this Meng Ruyun?
The affairs of their entertainment industry are really complicated. This was derived by combining the insights from the newspapers with Su Daxian's own experiences in the entertainment industry. However, at this moment, the servant of the Su family handed Su Daxiang a very exquisite gift box.
What is this? Su Daxiang asked.
Master Su, a man came in with this box. They say the things inside are very valuable, so valuable that you need to open it with your own hands.
Su Daxiang was still secretly delighted. What on earth had happened? Could it be that Chu Feng had run away? If so, Lu Xian would definitely go bankrupt.
However, the moment Su Daxiang opened the gift box, his expression changed instantly. That was the gift Su Daxiang gave to Long Lan before, an imperial green ring worth tens of millions.
What does she mean? This woman is so ungrateful? Do you have to die to be happy? To let go of the unrealistic fantasies in your heart?
Su Daxiang frantically slandered everything that had happened.
This Long Lan actually wants to join Chu Feng and the others. Who is Chu Feng? Can he be compared with our Su family?
These women are all of the same character, bah.
After saying that, Su Daxiang threw everything on the table to the ground, and Su Daxiang was furious.
This was not the first time that the servant had seen Su Daxiang like this.
Master, you can't say that.
Maybe the other party has something on Long Lan.
The other party used this as a threat.
Su Daxiang thought about it and felt that this was not impossible. Su Daxiang pressed his temple.
You can get out now.
So Su Daxiang began to think about how to take revenge on Chu Feng and Honka Tower. Just as the servant was about to go out, Su Daxiang quickly asked him to stop.
Wait a minute.
Make an appointment with the CEO of Marriott Hotel in Sofia this afternoon.
This may be an opportunity.
Thinking of this, Su Daxiang finally smiled.
The Long family is still unreliable. This is what a family with a woman as the head is like.
They are indecisive and have no ability to act on their own. But in the future, if we, the industry giants, want to unite, those of you who are banding together for warmth will inevitably fail. That day, it was almost time for Meng Ruyun to be on duty at the hotel. But at the moment Meng Ruyun walked forward, a handful of flour was suddenly thrown in Meng Ruyun's face.
Playing big. You shameless mistress. Hush. Hush. Go down. Go down. Meng Ruyun was scared to death by the bag of flour.
The snow-white flour covered the entire Meng Ruyun. Lu Xian exclaimed when he saw this scene.
Security. Arrest that person. Lu Xian quickly went up and hugged Meng Ruyun.
Meng Ruyun's face was covered with flour at the moment, and she couldn't even see if there was anyone in front of her. And Lu Xian became her crutch. As Lu Xian walked away, he cursed, "Don't worry about us, security guards, stop them." Then Lu Xian took Meng Ruyun to the backstage of the hotel.
There just so happens to be an in-house dressing room here.
Lu Xian stood at the door, blocking other people who were putting on makeup from coming in, while Meng Ruyun sat in front of the mirror, looking at her whole body covered in white flour. Meng Ruyun has been through too much in the past few days. She was a rising star in the new generation of music, but now she has become a rat that is shouted and beaten on the street. This gap in status determined her emotional gap, and Meng Ruyun, who had been hit to the bottom, didn't know what to do. In fact, as early as a few days ago when Mang Ruyan just started to perform in Honka Building, she would check her own news information from time to time. Everyone above is scolding me, maybe it's because they can't stand seeing me do well, or maybe it's because my popularity among the public is just very bad.
There are so many black fans in the comments section that it's outrageous.
As time went on, these negative comments snowballed. But these charges are all false, and I have never done such a thing. Why should I be tortured like this just because I did not agree to the pursuit of that big boss? Gradually, it seemed that everyone discovered that she was staying at the Honkalu Hotel, so her haters did this. Chu Feng and Fan Xiaoxian, who knew what had happened, rushed over to check Mang Ruyun's dressing room. Seeing this, Fan Xiaoxian quickly started to help her blow dry her hair. But at this time Mang Ruyun no longer wanted to care about these things. She just wanted to continue like this and not let anyone care about her.
Go away. All of you go away. I don't need you to help me.
Mang Ruyun has given up on herself at this moment. Everyone turned their eyes to Chu Feng.
Chu Feng walked to Mang Ruyun's side and asked, "Are you willing to give up just like that? If I say I have a way to get you back to the top, would you dare to suffer again?"
Chapter 126, Anxious. The news that a group of black fans had started a commotion in Honka Building quickly became a hot topic. In the past few days, Mang Ruyun has been at the center of controversy because of rumors and negative news. This has undoubtedly exacerbated the situation. At one time, countless media rushed to the door of Honka Building, wanting to get first-hand information about this incident. At this time, Fan Xiaoxian, who was in the dressing room, received a call from the lobby manager.
"What? A bunch of reporters are running to our door now?" Everyone's eyes turned to Chu Feng.
"Have the security guards surround the entrance and do not allow any reporters in.
Lu Xian, you go to the lobby and keep an eye on it. The rest of you, follow me and drive those troublemakers out."
On the other side, inside Qin's pharmaceutical company, Qin Ran was looking at this quarter's financial report in his office, and a small window with exclusive news popped up at the bottom of his computer.
"How come there is this kind of junk information in my computer now?"
Qin Ran took a quick look and found that it was news related to Honka Tower. Qin Ran clicked on the video link and saw Mang Ruyun being splashed with flour by haters, who were also shouting that she was a mistress. Qin Ran quickly called, but Chu Feng was currently dealing with matters on the scene and had no time to pay attention to the ringing phone. Qin Ran opened the news website and found that almost all platforms were flooded with news about Mang Ruyun and Honkalu. Some people have even begun to expose the relationship between Mang Ruyun and Chu Feng, the owner of Honkalu.
Oh no!
Something serious is going to happen to Honka Tower. Qin Ran turned off his computer, picked up his bag and prepared to rush towards Honka Building.
"Boss Qin, where are you going? I have a meeting soon." Qin Ran couldn't care less.
"The meeting is postponed until I get back."
Mr. Qin.
The assistant couldn't stop Qin Ran at all, and could only watch Qin Ran quickly get on the elevator in her high heels. "We can have a staff meeting this afternoon to review the financial report, oh well."
Qin Ran urged the driver to drive faster all the way.
When she arrived at Honka Building, there were already many reporters and people who wanted to go and gathered at the gate, and the flashlights of their cameras were flashing continuously.
Qin Ran remembered that there was a very secret iron door in the warehouse on the first floor of Honka Building.
It was the emergency escape door that Chu Feng had told her about before.
Qin Ran walked through the door and into the interior of Honka Tower. At this time, Chu Feng was in a stalemate with these black fans in the lobby restaurant on the third floor.
"If you don't hand over that shameless mistress to me today, don't blame us for fighting you to the death today." Chu Feng and Fan Xiaoxian tried to persuade them earnestly, saying that the news above were all fake, and there was no evidence at all to prove that Mang Ruyun was the mistress, right? But this group of people still refused to give in.
"Then do you have any evidence to prove that she is not?" "That's right, you're pretending to be like this just because you won a new singer award. Aren't you just deceiving our fans? Let that bitch come out." The scene was still in chaos, with the black fans making various comments constantly challenging Chu Feng's bottom line. At this stalemate, Chu Feng suddenly thought of a foolproof plan. He whispered in Fan Xiaoxuan's ear, "Take the waiter and ask all the diners who are eating to leave. Everyone will get a free meal today, regardless of whether they have any food served or not." After hearing this, Fan Xiaoxian nodded and asked other waiters to start explaining the reasons to the guests at each table and asked them to leave the scene first. Chu Feng's move really worked. All of a sudden, only those few leading black fans and some scattered extras were left in the entire performance hall.
After completing what Chu Feng had asked her to do, Fan Xiaoshan came back and said, "Boss Chu, I have evacuated everyone who can. The only ones left now are those who refuse to leave no matter what." Chu Feng glanced at them, and they all avoided his gaze, which was a sign of guilt. A bunch of rabble, how dare they play such an idiotic trick in front of him, Chu Feng. They found that the number of people at the scene gradually decreased. It seemed that when Chu Feng was doing something in secret, they wanted to find trouble with Chu Feng, but it was too late. The leader looked around and saw that in the huge performance hall, there were only a few scattered leaders shouting, while the extras they invited were all cowering and hiding behind them.
This is going to be tricky. Brother Chang, what should we do now? They seem to have surrounded us. Everyone else has left. There's no point in arguing with them now.
Seeing this, Changgu quickly sent a text message to the mastermind behind them.
After receiving the news, Sister Fang did not pay any attention to it.
She is now discussing with a big shot in the media industry how to expand the impact of this incident. At this time, Brother Chang was at his wit's end, and Chu Feng didn't want to make too big a fuss about this matter.
He sneered and said, "I'm giving you two choices now.
One is to continue making trouble here, and I will record all your embarrassing appearances.
The other is to be smart and leave here quickly. We at Honkalu will not hold you accountable for what happened."
Brother Chang held the phone tightly in his hand. He remembered that when Sister Fang assigned him the task, there were clear regulations. They had to make a mess of Honka building.
Only when the news media staff came to interview them would their frontline work be considered completed.
Now Chenggu has not waited for the arrival of the news media staff. He cannot give up halfway, otherwise he will not get any money.
You're giving us a chance? Ha, you're the boss of Honkalu, but you're actually favoring a little star who's only been famous for less than half a year. Do you like her? Or is she actually the canary you raised?
Chu Feng didn't waste time talking to them and raised his hand to interrupt their conversation.
Just tell me which path you choose. I don't have time to talk to you anymore. Chu Feng's nonchalant look made Chenggu unhappy. I'm not choosing any path. What can you do to me?
Seeing that he was so ungrateful, Chu Feng clapped his hands.
Pa pa pa.
In an instant, a group of security guards rushed out from the stairs and surrounded them.
What? You still want to take action? I'm waiting for you to take action.
Brother Cheng took the lead and tried to break out of the security guards' pursuit, but the skills of the people from the Zhanlong Security Company were not comparable to those amateurs. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. As the sounds of fighting and arguing continued, a woman's shouting attracted Chu Feng's attention.
Qin Ran? Is that Qin Ran's voice? Chapter 127 Don't Want to Live? Chu Feng, who couldn't believe it and thought he was hallucinating, roared. Stop it.
Chu Feng's roar, accompanied by his terrifying expression, frightened everyone present. All the troublemakers and security guards in the venue stopped what they were doing. Chu Feng frantically searched for Qin Ran's figure until he saw Qin Ran rubbing her ankle at the entrance of a staircase.
Qin Ran, are you okay?
Chu Feng picked up Qin Ran like a princess and placed him on the sofa in the hall. Chu Feng saw a big swelling on Qin Ran's foot and rubbed it with concern.
Does it hurt? How could you be so careless? Qin Ran, why are you here? Why didn't you tell me you were here? Do you know how dangerous this place is?
Chu Feng asked Qin Ran a barrage of questions, and Qin Ran didn't know where to start answering for a moment.
Chu Feng, you asked so many questions, which one should I answer first?
Qin Ran's tone was full of tenderness, because she saw a man who truly cared about her and who thought of her safety first in such a dangerous situation. She was really glad to know Chu Feng, even though there was no relationship between them now. She really hoped that this kind of treatment would only be given to herself, but when she thought of the women around Chu Feng, this idea was dispelled. Chu Feng was immediately brought back to his senses by Qin Ran's question.
He didn't know what was wrong with him.
He was actually massaging Qin Ran's feet in front of so many people, and Qin Ran didn't seem to be very disgusted with him. He looked up and saw Qin Ran's deep eyes filled with tenderness.
Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. At this time, Chenggu, who was watching him being shown off his affection, shouted angrily, "Have you two had enough fun? I really didn't expect that. I thought that little slut Meng Ruyun was already good at pretending, but you two really pushed our worldview to the limit." Chu Feng carefully placed Qin Ran's injured foot on the sofa. "Slow down, it hurts a little."
Chu Feng then stood up and turned to look at the group of people making trouble. They can slander Meng Ruyun, but Chu Feng knows that they must be sent by Meng Ruyun's former agency. They can also make a big noise in the restaurant and make the restaurant a hot topic, which can actually bring popularity and attention to the restaurant.
Black and red are also red.
As long as their honkaloo does not have any principal issues such as food safety, other right and wrongs can all be monetized for fame.
However, the person they hurt now was Chin Ran, which was unforgivable. Who among you pushed Chin Ran just now? Tell me yourself.
Hidden in Chu Feng's deep voice was the calmness before rage, and the complex tone of his voice startled everyone present.
Brother Chang and the other troublemakers all felt Chu Feng's menacing aura. I pushed it, so what?
Brother Chang shouted regardless.
Who made her get in the way? Why would a woman run out to a place like this instead of staying at home? You deserve to be slandered. Chu Feng became even more angry after hearing these words. Chu Feng, with a ferocious look in his eyes, wanted to beat up Brother Chang.
Seeing this, Chang Gu did not restrain himself and slandered Chin Ran crazily as if he was courting death.
A frail woman suddenly appears here. Could it be you who arranged this? Creating a bloody incident, so that we will suffer losses and force us to retreat? I'm telling you, no way. Chu Feng sneered and said, You are running wild on my territory. Today I will let you know what the rules are. Chu Feng clenched his fists.
Chin Ran behind him saw that the situation was not good and quickly persuaded him, Chu Feng, don't be impulsive.
If this.
Chin Ran was about to speak when she saw Chu Feng pick up the phone and signaled her to be quiet. Lu Xian, go to the monitoring room and turn off all the surveillance in the performance hall. Chu Feng said softly. Before Lu Xian could answer, Chu Feng hung up the phone. As the red light of the surveillance camera went out, Chu Feng silently walked to Chin Ran's side and picked her up.
I'll take you to the infirmary.
Everyone watched as Chu Feng picked up Chin Ran and prepared to leave.
Where are you going? Why are you running, you coward? Are you afraid of us? I'm telling you, if we don't see Meng Ruyun today, this matter won't be over. Chu Feng ignored Brother Chang. Walked straight past him.
Now surrounded by security guards, Brother Chang is like a tied-up mad dog, barking non-stop. The fire door was opened with a creaky sound, and Chu Feng walked down the building holding Chin Ran to the infirmary on the second floor. Before leaving, when passing by the security captain, Chu Feng gave him a look and glared at Brother Chang, and the security captain nodded. Arriving at the infirmary, the doctor bandaged Chin Ran's wound and said, It's just a common dislocation, not serious. You can still walk now, but it's a little painful. But just to be on the safe side, you should keep it bandaged for the next few days. As he spoke, the doctor began to prepare the wheelchair and the necessary replacement medicines. Chu Feng looked at his tightly bound ankle with heartache and said, Don't do such dangerous things again in the future. Chin Ran felt relieved when he saw Chu Feng was worried about him.
I see. I'm worried.
Such a big thing happened in Honka building.
I saw it all on the news on the computer.
So I came here anxiously to see what the situation was like here.
Chu Feng asked in surprise, How do you know I'm on the second floor? And how did you get in?
There must be a lot of reporters gathered outside the door. Chin Ran told Chu Feng everything that had happened, and Chu Feng finally understood the whole story.
So that's how it is, no wonder. But don't do this again. Call me if you have anything. Chin Ran was unhappy when he heard this. Why didn't I contact you?
I called you so many times, but you didn't answer. Chin Ran's tone was a bit coquettish, which made Chu Feng feel wronged.
How could he not answer Chin Ran's call?
But when he took out his cell phone, he saw the missed calls.
I was just busy with other things. Sorry.
Chu Feng apologized to Chin Ran like a child who had made a mistake.
It's okay, as long as I can see that you have solved the problem. Chin Ran touched Chu Feng's messy hair and smiled sincerely and happily.
Chu Feng felt that this incident was a blessing in disguise. It was rare to be able to spend a peaceful time with Chin Ran, and he wanted it to continue like this.
Chapter 128, A Mistake.
Buzz buzz buzz. The ringing of a phone broke the brief peace.
Chu Feng opened it and saw that it was a call from Lu Xian. Hey, Chu Feng, what happened on the second floor? Why did they all surrender? Chu Feng smiled slightly.
It seemed that old Zhou had a good way of educating people. As expected, in front of these villains, you had to use tough measures. There would be no good results if you tried to persuade these low-class people. Don't worry about it, as long as they surrender.
Lu Xian impatiently insulted Chu Feng and said, Hey, you are so mysterious when you talk, aren't you tired? Can't you be a good person and speak human language?
Chu Feng was also furious after hearing what Lu Xian said. It was clearly him who broke everything that was originally beautiful.
You're not talking like a human being. Wait for me, I'm coming over now.
After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng looked at Qin Ran lying on the hospital bed.
Wait for me, I'll go and sort things out first and then come find you.
Qin Ran patted the back of Chu Feng's hand.
You should put your career first and don't worry about me. Chu Feng nodded and walked out of the infirmary with a smile. Wait for me to take you out for dinner tonight.
After walking out of the infirmary, Chu Feng immediately changed his expression and came to the lobby door calmly and seriously. This is a private hotel.
We will not accept any interviews. If anyone dares to publish any photos taken in our hotel today as news, we at Honkalu will fight him to the death.
Chu Feng's words did not sound like a joke. Looking at the huge gatehouse and exquisite decoration, these reporters knew that the owner of this restaurant must be a rich and powerful person.
After saying that, they stopped filming with their cameras.
When this group of black fans were escorted out of the hotel by security guards, the reporters' attention shifted from Honkalu to the invited extras.
However, they underestimated the ability of the Zhanlong security force.
These people who were once hired by Sister Fong to work hard now dare not speak out for fear of being retaliated against. Lu Xian watched as the group of people who had come with such a menacing attitude finally left, and quickly closed the door.
Oh my god, I finally solved the problem. Chu Feng walked down from the second floor and gave the order.
Everyone go to the dressing room for a meeting.
It is now 11:30 a.m. Other employees should go to eat. We still open on time at 4 p.m.
Lu Xian, Fan Xiaoshan and others came to the dressing room and saw Meng Ruyun, who had already tidied herself and put on makeup.
Ruyun, how are you feeling now?
Fan Xiaoshan asked with concern. Meng Ruyun, who had sorted out her emotions at this moment, said confidently and proudly, I'm fine.
I won't miss any performances from now on, and I won't be timid. But I still want to thank Chu Feng. Thank you for helping me when I was in such a difficult time.
Chu Feng smiled and said, we are all friends, there is no need to say these polite words. Just when everyone was sighing at the perfect ending of this matter, Long Lan knocked on the door of the dressing room.
Have you solved all your problems? Long Lan asked anxiously. Sister Lan, everything has been resolved.
Long Lan panted, I thought you were in big trouble this time, so I brought people to help you.
Long Lan came to Chu Feng with the bodyguards from the Moulin Rouge. Sister Lan is so generous, thank you very much. Lu Xian said. Get lost.
If you had said this before, I would have believed you.
But who would believe you now?
There had been a feud between Long Lan and Lu Xian before, and the verbal abuse between the two deepened their relationship as both enemies and friends.
Well, since Sister Lan is here, why don't we stay and have dinner together?
Seeing that it was Chu Feng's invitation, Long Lan did not refuse and just said, okay, just think of it as me coming here to have a free meal.
Long Lan quickly became friends with everyone present.
Lu Xian, take them to room 888.
I'll go get Qin Ran. Okay, I understand.
But when Chu Feng happily arrived at the infirmary, he found that Qin Ran had already left. The empty infirmary still stank of the smell of Qin Ran's clothes.
Kiran? At this time the doctor came out. Boss Chu, that lady left on her own.
She said she had something to do with the company.
Chu Feng was a little disappointed, but thinking about it, there was nothing he could do about it. Perhaps Qin Ran was still angry with him.
Thinking of this, Chu Feng always felt empty in his heart.
Okay, I understand.
Chu Feng returned to the 888 private room in low spirits. At this time, Qin Ran really had something going on in the company.
Today is the quarterly staff meeting to review Qinshur Pharmaceuticals' revenue information for the quarter.
Before Qin Ran left, her assistant gave her special instructions. The assistant, who had been waiting for Qin Ran for the whole morning, finally couldn't help but make several phone calls to urge him.
Qin Ran had no choice but to push his wheelchair back to Qin's pharmaceutical company.
When Qin Ran returned to the office, everyone was stunned.
Even her assistant was surprised and asked, Boss Qin, what's wrong with you? You were fine this morning, why? Qin Ran looked nonchalant and said calmly, let's start the meeting.
At this time, Chu Feng in the empty medical room sent a text message.
Sorry, I may have kept you waiting too long. Kiran's phone was in airplane mode.
After all, this quarterly meeting is very important. Chu Feng waited for a long time without receiving a reply to the text message. He wondered if Qin Ran was busy at the moment. He did not think much about it and returned to the box.
As soon as I opened the door, I found everyone talking and laughing. Where's Qin Ran? Didn't you say you were going to pick her up? Lu Xian asked. She went back to the company for something, Xu Feng said.
After 3 rounds of drinking and chatting, Long Lan took advantage of feeling a little tipsy to tell Meng Ruyun. Xiao Meng, I really want to advise you, if you still want to sing in the future, you should not offend others. Tell me about the eldest young master of the Sun family. If you don't like him, you can keep him hanging, but you can't just reject him outright.
Now it's good.
Once the relationship is broken, all the troubles will come.
How can you let Xiao Sun back down?
After all, Long Lan is a successful woman who has been in the business circle for so many years, and she has the most say in this regard. Yes, Meng Ruyun, you should listen carefully to what Sister Lan says. Everyone enjoyed the dinner very much, except Xu Feng, who was looking down at his phone. Qin Ran didn't reply to the text message, and when I called him, his phone was turned off.
Xu Feng was a little worried. Did something happen to Qin Ran, or was he really busy with company matters? At this time, Xiao Yusher said mysteriously, What do you think happened to Mr. Chu? He looks so absent-minded. Lu Xian saw that Xu Feng was indeed a little abnormal today. What's wrong, Feng? Is the matter not resolved yet? Or? Xu Feng saw that they were about to know what was on his mind, so he quickly said, It's okay. I was just thinking about the future development of the hotel. Come and eat some food. Chapter 129 Absent-Minded.
During the entire dinner, Xu Feng was the only one who ate in a depressed mood. On the contrary, Lu Xian and Long Lan, who were supposed to be enemies, gradually became more familiar with each other because of this meal. Long Lan is a person who can take a joke, while Lu Xian is always smooth-talking, but the two of them are extremely compatible. After the dinner, Xu Feng waited for a long time for Qin Ran's text message.
He wanted to call him, but if Qin Ran was really in a meeting in the company, wouldn't it be disturbing?
Thinking back, there were times when I forgot to reply to Qin Ran because I was busy with work. I really didn't have the right to ask her to reply to me 24 hours a day. After a fierce ideological struggle, there were only 2 words left in my mind: forget it.
Let's think about work first. Xu Feng returned to the office and began to arrange work for tonight.
Lu Xian, this happened during the day, we can't let it happen again tonight. Meng Ruyun will still be our resident singer, and you have to pay more attention to security work.
Lu Xian understood Xu Feng's meaning and prepared to start dispatching security work.
Meng Ruyun, who was standing by, said sheepishly, I'm sorry for causing trouble to everyone. Long Lan, who was blushing at the moment, continued to say drunkenly, Xiao Meng, you'd better find an agency with a stronger background than the Sun family. Otherwise, if something like this happens once, it will happen again.
You have good strength and momentum. You are a rising star of the new generation. These titles are your resources. You should make use of them. Meng Ruyun felt wronged and couldn't accomplish these things. But
Seeing Meng Ruyun in such an awkward situation, Xu Feng could roughly guess what she was worried about.
Sister Lan, don't force her for now.
Meng Ruyun, you can sing for me for a while first.
When you get back into shape, I will accompany you to find a new agency, Xu Feng said. Meng Ruyun thanked excitedly, Thank you, Brother Feng. Xiao Feng, I didn't expect you to be so caring.
Long Lan smiled maliciously. Xu Feng shook his head helplessly.
Sister Lan, you've drunk too much.
Lu Xian smiled and said, Come on, it's still early.
Go and rest if you need to. We have to open in the evening. Sister Lan, what about you? Long Lan called her bodyguard. Don't worry about me.
After Xu Feng settled everyone down, he returned to his office. Looking at the screen that still showed no response, Xu Feng fell into a state of annoyance. On the other side, in the Sun family villa, Sun Haoran sat in front of the computer, watching the popularity of the Honkalu and Meng Ruyun's revelations incident declining sharply.
Sister Feng, didn't you tell me that you could maintain this level of heat for at least a few weeks? Why has it become like this now?
Sister Feng sat there feeling very uncomfortable. Well, Mr. Sun, I have tried my best.
But I don't know what went wrong.
As a result, even if we invested a lot of money, the popularity could not be increased. Moreover, those who had approached us before all resigned after returning, saying they would never work in this industry again. It was as if he had suffered some kind of mental shock. My original backup plan was ruined.
Sun Haoran slammed his fist on the keyboard with a loud bang.
I don't care what method you use.
Either let Meng Ruyun come back, or no one can get what I can't get.
It was the first time that Sister Fong saw Sun Haoran so furious, and she could only agree repeatedly.
Yes, yes, Master Sun, calm down.
Sun Haoran slowly calmed down and said in a cunning and cold tone, I think Meng Ruyun is definitely not capable of causing such a storm alone, or even calming down the trouble we caused her. I think the key to this matter lies in the person named Chu Feng.
I don't think I remembered his name wrong. Sister Fong looked as if something suddenly dawned on her. Yes, Master Sun, his name is Chu Feng, the owner of Honkalu.
He was the one who took Meng Ruyun away at the Moulin Rouge that day.
A sly smile appeared at the corner of Sun Haoran's mouth.
In that case, let's capture the leader first.
Sister Fong, you can't let me down again. Sister Fong nodded quickly and said, Yes, yes, Master Sun, I will definitely do a good job this time. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Honkalu Hotel officially opened for business.
All the people standing in front of him were in high spirits. After all, they had just won a battle at noon and they all had a good rest in the afternoon.
Meng Ruyun, what if someone throws flour on you again this afternoon? Lu Xian asked without any hesitation. Fan Xiaoxian and Xiao Yusher each punched Lu Xian.
You'll die if you don't say a few words. Don't think we won't hit you just because you're our boss.
Meng Ruyun burst out laughing and said smugly, How do you know I didn't prepare flour to throw at them?
As she spoke, Meng Ruyun took out a small bag of flour from her pocket, and everyone burst into laughter.
Xiao Yun. You're amazing. This is the Meng Ruyun we know, ha ha ha. Chu Feng also laughed out loud due to everyone's emotions. Okay, now that everyone is back in shape, let's get to work.
The business of Honkalu was not affected by what happened in the morning. On the contrary, after the popularity this time, more people came. Many people also came just for Meng Ruyun, who appeared in the morning news. Some people with bad intentions originally wanted to see Meng Ruyun make a fool of herself, but who knew that when they sat in the performance hall, they were completely moved by Meng Ruyun's singing and became her fans one after another. The sky gradually darkened. Chu Feng thought that if Qin Ran's phone still couldn't be reached at night, he would go look for her. Fortunately, at this time, Qin Ran's assistant replied to Chu Feng's text message. Boss Chu, I'm sorry, our company has been holding a quarterly meeting until now.
I will notify Boss Qin.
After seeing this message, Chu Feng finally felt relieved.
It's good that everyone is okay.
Chu Feng said softly.
Everything comes first.
When Ms. Qin is done, she will contact you. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Qin Ran, who had just finished his company lunch, was extremely tired. After an afternoon of regular meetings, he had listened to more than a dozen plans and made decisions on the implementation of several company projects. Qin Ran was so tired that he didn't even have the desire to pick up his chopsticks. She looked at her phone and realized that she had turned on airplane mode. But the moment the flight mode was released, she was stunned.
Chapter 130, I'm happy to take care of you.
The phone was flooded with text messages and missed calls.
Where are you? Have you gone back? Would you like to have dinner together tonight? Is the company still busy? Please reply if you see this.
Then there were 3 or 4 missed calls. This was the first time that Qin Ran saw Chu Feng so worried about him, and his tired spirit was swept away in an instant.
Instead, I was filled with joy.
Sorry, there's something important going on at the company today, so my phone is on airplane mode.
I'm sorry to have worried you.
The moment Chu Feng received Qin Ran's text message, he was extremely excited. But he didn't want to appear too excited, lest he offend Kiran. But when Chu Feng thought back to what happened at noon, he always felt unwilling. He originally thought that he would spend more time with Qin Ran, but who knew that this afternoon the opposite happened.
Chu Feng wanted to see Qin Ran right now.
Chu Feng suddenly came up with an idea.
Your leg injury hasn't healed yet. Is it inconvenient for you to go back? How about I pick you up in the evening?
Seeing Chu Feng say that he was coming to pick him up, Qin Ran thought of how Chu Feng carried him like a princess at Honka Tower today. Qin Ran, who was excited but wanted to be reserved, only replied with 2 words.
Okay.
Chu Feng was so happy that he wanted to jump up, but there were so many employees and guests watching him, so he couldn't get too excited. Lu Xian, come here for a moment. Chu Feng called Lu Xian to his office. You can stay here by yourself at night.
Lu Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? Are you ready to leave?
Well, I have a business cooperation to discuss tonight.
Lu Xian understood immediately. Oh, fine then. Go ahead and leave Honka Tower to me. Don't worry. Yeah.
Xu Feng said calmly. Lu Xian turned around and was about to leave the office but turned back.
Wait, Xu Feng, did something happen to you? No, why do you suddenly say this? Xu Feng asked back. I felt like something was wrong with you this afternoon.
Everyone else was having a great time, but you were the only one who seemed unhappy.
Did something happen? Is Meng Ruyun's problem very difficult?
Xu Feng, we have been friends for so many years. You are willing to work with me, which means you believe in my ability. You can't do everything by yourself, so let us share the burden for you, right?
Lu Xian was indeed his childhood friend.
He could tell at a glance that something was wrong with him. However, Xu Feng's real reason was not here, and he couldn't explain it either.
You're overthinking it. I'm not in a bad mood because of this matter. You can rest assured.
Lu Xian narrowed his eyes, as if he could see through Xu Feng.
If it's not for work, then it's for women? How come you have someone you like?
At this moment, Xu Feng just felt that Lu Xian talked too much.
Roll.
When Lu Xian saw that he had guessed Xu Feng's thoughts, he immediately laughed out loud, his laughter full of insolence.
Okay, I'm going to get out of here.
I won't bother you from picking up girls anymore, ha ha. Xu Feng quickly packed up his things and drove to the parking lot of Qin's pharmaceutical company. Xu Feng saw that only a few lights were still on in the dark office building.
Boom boom boom. Kiran, it's me.
Qin Ran was sitting in a wheelchair and it was difficult for him to get up and open the door.
Come in, I'm having trouble moving.
Xu Feng pushed the door open and saw a desk piled with documents.
You're really busy today. Is there anything I can do for you? No, I'm not helping.
These days every quarter are just as busy, but I was thinking. Qin Ran was about to say something when he stopped. Qin Ran's original words were to ask Xu Feng if he could pick her up these few days.
But his current identity was very embarrassing.
After all, he had no relationship with Xu Feng.
What if Xu Feng refused?
Qin Ran started to feel a little flustered when she thought of this. She was afraid that she was being too sentimental.
What if Xu Feng was just feeling guilty because of her injury? But I mistakenly thought it was love. What's wrong, Kiran? What do you want to say?
If you need any help from me, just tell me directly.
Don't be polite with me.
Qin Ran couldn't say the words when they came to her lips. She couldn't express her desire for Xu Feng to accompany her.
Xu Feng, I am having difficulty moving right now, so I was wondering if you could help me. Help me.
Take care of Qin Shihan and Qin Xiaoyu. Just when the final push was about to come, Qin Ran changed the subject to her two children. Qin Ran himself regretted this request after he said it, and even Xu Feng was surprised. He thought he could get closer to Qin Ran, but who knew that he would end up getting closer to Qin Ran's two children?
This.
Of course. Xu Feng was also very concerned about his reputation.
He had already made a promise, so how could he go back on it?
Qin Ran felt mixed emotions when he heard Xu Feng agreed.
Okay, it's settled then.
I'll finish the work soon.
Wait for me.
Qin Ran was leaning on a crutch, preparing to go to a distant place to get some documents, but he lost his balance and his injured right foot stepped on the ground. When he exerted force, he was struck by a sharp pain.
Ah! Careful!
Xu Feng rushed forward with great vigor and hugged Qin Ran's waist to prevent her from falling. The documents on the desk were scattered all over the floor in the accident. Qin Ran was leaning against Xu Feng's chest at the moment, and he could not tell whether the sound of his heartbeat was Xu Feng's or his own. The two of them came to their senses and quickly let go of each other. Qin Ran sat back in his wheelchair and said awkwardly, Xu Feng, please take me home first.
I will do the work tomorrow. Xu Feng looked at the mess in the office. What about your office? The assistant will help sort it out tomorrow. Let's go back first. Qin Ran urged to leave here quickly.
Xu Feng had no choice but to follow Qin Ran's arrangements.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Qin Ran came to the barrier-free toilet in the office area. I forced myself to not have any strange thoughts despite my blushing face and beating heart. Even when Qin Ran said she wanted to go home quickly, it was because she could no longer be alone in a room with Xu Feng. At this time, Qin Ran could only hurry home and let his two children at home make him face reality. Xu Feng was sitting on the sofa in the office area, and all he could think about was Qin Ran.
What kind of feelings does Qin Ran have for me?
Why do I feel that sometimes we are very close, but sometimes I feel that the other person is deliberately distancing himself from me?